Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 401. Why are you only telling me this now? What? A bag? Of course, it was Mason, who had been keeping watch, who first noticed the black bag. Meow, I'm drawn to it, meow. Next, Theo, who had been receiving pets on Sejun's lap, spotted the black bag. Thud, thud, thud. Theo quickly ran over and grabbed the black bag, then, Chairman Park, take this, meow. It's something good, meow. He handed it to Sejun. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Pooh-hoo-hut. Rubbing his head against Sejun's knee, he basked in happiness. Bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers. 9 towers? In the meantime, Sejun checked the options of the bag with an extraordinary name. Bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers. This bag was created in the promotion test of the Black Towers merchant. Materials used include the scales of the Great Black Dragon, a branch of the World Tree, a red bone, the Staff of Disaster, and a tail feather of the Phoenix. Made from the scales of the Great Black Dragon, it is sturdy, and thanks to the branch of the World Tree with excellent recovery properties, the bag has an enormous capacity. Through the bag, you can randomly go to a floor of one of the 9 towers every 30 days. Only the owner of the bag, legendary merchant Park Theo, can move, and 1 trillion tower coins are automatically consumed every 30 days to connect to another place. If you want to change the connected place, you can spend 500 billion tower coins to change the place. The place can be changed up to 5 times within 30 days. Bound to the legendary merchant Park Theo. Usage restriction, legendary merchant, magic power above 10,000. Creator, god of? Grade. What? It connects to other towers? Does that mean exchange with other towers is possible? Vice Chairman Theo, try opening this. Alright, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo opened the bag, revealing only a space for putting things inside. Meow. It's really spacious, meow. Chairman Park, give this to me, meow. Theo spoke in an excited voice while inserting his front paw inside it and waving it around. That's already yours. Pooh-hoo-hut. I knew Chairman Park would give it to me, meow. Thanks, meow. Theo, misunderstanding Sejun's words, even thanked him as he received the bag. All right. Take this for now. When Sejun handed 1 trillion tower coins to Theo, meow. Shall I burn this, meow? Theo immediately tried to burn the money. No. Sejun hastily stopped Theo. Put the money into the bag. Got it, meow. As Theo put the money into the bag, whoa, the bag glowed red. And then, Chairman Park, the bag says it's connected to another tower, meow. Really? Then try putting your front paw in. Got it, meow. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo put his paw in. How is it? I feel something, meow. It's wet, meow. What is this, meow? Feeling an unpleasant wetness, Theo put his face into the bag where a giant centipede had his paw in its mouth. Of course, thanks to Theo's talent, strong hair, it wasn't bitten. Meow. Theo dealt with the centipede that dared to try and eat his paw. Meow? But where is this, meow? Putting his whole body into the bag, Theo looked back. That's the entrance I came from, meow. Behind, just like in the Black Tower, he could see the entrance of the bag. It seemed like the bag could be opened and closed. And then, current location, 72nd floor of the Purple Tower. Connection will be cut off in 29 days 23 hours 58 minutes. Above the bag, the location and remaining time were displayed. Pooh-hoo-hut. I should let Chairman Park know, meow. With excited steps, Theo went back into the bag. But then, you have been exposed to a deadly poison. Ooh. As soon as Theo came out of the bag, Sejun collapsed. The Purple Tower is inherently filled with poisonous air. Meow? Theo's fur was covered in poison just from staying in the Purple Tower for a short while. Krueng! Krueng! Dad passed out again. It smells like poison. Quenji quickly pulled out the detoxifying green onion from the snack pouch and fed it to Sejun. Cure poison. Iona hurriedly used magic to detoxify the poison on Theo's fur. As Sejun came to his senses. Gulp! Gulp! Mason was also drinking an antidote. The bag is connected to the 72nd floor of the Purple Tower? That's right, meow. All right. We'll have to think a bit more about how to use the bag. Got it, meow. Chairman Park should think a lot, meow. Sure, in a piece. Sejun calmed his urge to grab and stretch Theo's chubby cheeks as he rubbed his face against Sejun's knee. I'll let it slide today. there was something more important at the moment. Since Theo had become a legendary merchant, Sejun planned to throw a party to celebrate it. Today, Chairman Park is treating. Ring the golden bell. TL, ring the golden bell is an idiom which is using to like when winning a bet or to say when someone won a competition or test. Legendary merchant Vice Chairman Theo, wait here. Sejun told Theo to wait in the chairman's office for the surprise party. Meow? No way, meow. I'm going together, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo clung tightly to Sejun's knee. But, no. Wait, all right, meow. Legendary merchant Vice Chairman Theo will wait here, so you have to come back quickly, meow. He let go of Sejun's knee, looking gloomy at Sejun's firm words. I'll be back in an hour. Guys, let's go. With that, Sejun left with Quenji and Iona to prepare for the party. By the way, Theo Nim, who exactly is that Park Sejun person? Mason asked Theo. Considering his immense reputation, the vast sums of money, and the 1,000 great black dragon scales he easily took out, he didn't seem like an ordinary existence. He had never heard of anyone named Park Sejun. Meow? Didn't I tell you, meow? Park Sejun is Chairman Park, and Chairman Park is the great black dragon, meow. What? The great black dragon? Why are you only telling me this now? Recalling his disrespectful attitude earlier when he thought Sejun had no reputation, Mason looked at Theo with eyes full of resentment. If the great black dragon got angry and thought, come to think of it, that guy's attitude earlier was annoying, he was as good as dead. As Mason trembled in fear. Vice Chairman Theo, let's go. Sejun called out to Theo as he finished getting ready for the party. Got it, meow. At Sejun's call, Theo hurriedly ran over and hugged Sejun's knee tightly. As Sejun left with Theo, phew, Mason let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, aren't you coming along? I'm treating, you know? Sejun peeked through the door and asked Mason. I'm coming. Mason followed Sejun out like a lamb being dragged to the slaughterhouse. Phew. This is troublesome. Apostle of the Creator God, Emilia Ibeans, sighed. What should I do about the young farmer of the Black Tower? Emilia's concern was Sejun. Sejun had come the closest to solving the tasks left by the Creator God. And it wasn't just one or two, Sejun was directly connected to all of them. However, he's too weak. Sejun was too weak to carry out the tasks. She was worried if he could handle what lay ahead. But there was no one as capable as Sejun to replace him. I'll have to support the young farmer of the Black Tower while monitoring the situation. But how should I support him? Emilia pondered how to help Sejun and thought of someone who could assist him. Where is Patrick, the god of Earth, right now? Emilia began searching for Patrick's location. As Sejun left the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association, Krueng, Quenji grew larger and lifted Sejun onto his front paw. And as they entered the city, wow! Legendary Merchant Park Theo, wow! Congratulations on becoming a legendary merchant. The city was filled with crowds celebrating Theo's achievement of becoming a legendary merchant. Sejun rented out all the restaurants on the shopping street today and made it so people could eat and drink for free. When Iona did a single cue, everyone actively cooperated. Pooh hut. You are mistaken, meow. This great one is the subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat, legendary merchant Theo Park, meow. Quickly inflated with pride from the crowd's cheers, Theo shouted loudly. Yay! Long live the subordinate of the great black dragon, deadly dragon-clawed golden cat, legendary merchant Theo Park. At Theo's shout, the crowd repeated Theo's words and shouted enthusiastically. But why do they sound so desperate? They're going to get to eat something delicious afterward? While Sejun was puzzled by the impassioned cries. Thud! Thud! Giant Quenji slowly began a parade through the city. After making a full round of the city, Theo Nim, congrats on becoming a legendary merchant. Congratulations, Cocky, congratulations from me too. Pio and Urin appeared with Phoenix. Phoenix had arrived discreetly thanks to an invisibility spell cast by Iona, allowing it to move from the 70th to the 75th floor of the tower without being detected, and it was now hiding in Grania village. And Pio and Urin had been with Phoenix. No trouble coming here? Pio, nope. Pio answered Sejun's question. At that moment, thud. Thud. Krueng. Dad, we've arrived at the restaurant. Quenji set Sejun and his party down on the rooftop of the largest restaurant in the shopping street and then shrank back to his normal size. As the group sat at the table on the rooftop, chefs who had been waiting in advance brought out dishes to the table. Pooh hut. Ku hey hey hey. Kihihit. Kayut kayut kayut. Piyi. Ooh hee hee hee. Sejun and his party enjoyed the food and the party. But how did Yoren pass the legendary merchant promotion test? Sejun asked Yoren, who was competing with Quenji to put food into his mouth. Considering the difficulty of Theo's promotion test, it was hard to understand how the unlucky Yoren had become a legendary merchant. Who? Me? Actually, Yoren explained how he became a legendary merchant. Of course, he had recruited the 3 reputable people with money, and naturally, solved the contract requirement for 1,000 employment contracts with money too. And what about the strength test? For that? You pass if you exceed 100 on the strength reader. You just need to be capable of basic self-defense. Is that so? What? He thought they had to have high strength as well to be considered versatile in business and strength. The 4th test, bringing 11 trillion tower coins for the 4th test, was too easy for Yoren, who could make gold. For the final test, I realized as soon as I saw red letters come out from the beginning. I absolutely can't pass this alone. So? Ooh hee hee. So I surrounded myself with people who were lucky. Fortunately, I ended up hiring a mercenary who genuinely had great fortune. Thanks to that, I passed the test easily. Really? What? That's too much of a happy ending for Yoren. But that mercenary disappeared the day after I became a legendary merchant. He took the merchant's wagon, which sells by itself, and my entire fortune. It turns out he was a notorious thief gnome called Faceless Loon. Phew. As expected, this is more like Yoren. Hearing Yoren's story, Sejun felt strangely at ease. The thief, Loon, seemed to be the same type as Theo. Someone who took Yoren's misfortune and turned it into his own luck. Pooh hut. This is good, meow. Thank goodness. As Sejun looked at Theo lying on his lap, receiving pets, he felt relieved that Theo hadn't strayed down a bad path. At that moment, a job quest has been triggered. Quest, find Patrick, the god of earth sealed on the 35th floor of the gold tower, and break the seal. Reward, a large amount of job experience points, 5 drops of growth elixir. A quest message suddenly appeared in front of Sejun. Job quest? So suddenly? While Sejun was puzzled, a quest has been triggered. Quest, feed the great dragons afflicted with the curse of forgetfulness by giving them each a glass of golden samyangju. Reward, 3 vials of growth elixir for every 1,000 great dragons whose curse is lifted. Another quest message appeared. And then, a quest has been triggered. Quest, release the seals of the gods. Reward, 5 vials of growth elixir for every 5 god seals released. Another quest appeared once more. The support from Emila, the apostle of the creator god, was quite generous. Chapter 402, the taste is what's important. Yup. That's right. Giving 3 quests at once? Sejun spoke as he quickly skimmed over the quests. 1 job quest and 2 regular quests. The job quest is, to find Patrick, the god of earth sealed on the 35th floor of the gold tower, and break the seal. If it's Patrick, he is the owner of the straw hat I wore. As a reward for releasing the seal, he might upgrade my hat, or since he's the god of earth, he might give me a lot of jewels. Hee. I'm looking forward to it. But how do I get to the Golden Tower? I should have Theo get me a land deed for the Golden Tower. Oh. No, wait. Now that I can come to the shop district, should I try to get it myself? He decided to first try to get the land deed for the 35th floor of the Golden Tower from the shopping district, and if he couldn't find it, he would ask Theo. But what is the growth elixir? The reward given was common for all quests. For this, it seemed he needed to receive it first to find out. Having reviewed the job quest, I can just do these as I've been doing usually, Sejun said, looking at the remaining 2 regular quests. Giving a glass of golden samyangju to the dragons. Releasing the seals of the gods. These were all things Sejun usually did. But won't it be hard to give just 1 glass each? It was doubtful if the dragons would be satisfied with just 1 glass. They would definitely ask for more. I'm sure Eileen can handle it well, right? After reviewing the 3 quests, Sejun looked around. Gorarong, Krueng, Kirarong. His companions were already leaning against Sejun's body, fast asleep. Guys, Sejun tried calling them, but they didn't budge. No one woke up. Sejun had no choice but to carry everyone to the hotel. However, Yoren, I'm sorry, he had no choice but to leave Yoren behind. Unlike Quenji, who could reduce his weight, Yoren was heavy. Instead, Sejun covered Yoren with a tablecloth and headed to the hotel with the rest of the party. Gaggle's secret research lab in Minnesota, USA. The result? Success! Look at this. At Michael's question, who had become the chairman of Gaggle, lab director Jake showed a tablet. On the screen was a massively grown flesh eater. As soon as Michael became chairman, he had Gaggle's top researchers called to a secret lab to create a growth accelerator specifically for the flesh eaters. How long did it take to grow this much? 70 hours. Almost 3 days. Michael said in a satisfied voice. Good work. Put out an order to every factory in the world to make the growth accelerator you've just developed, and shut down the lab. Yes, sir. Jake returned to the lab at Michael's command. Though he was told to shut down the lab, Jake showed no sign of disappointment. He. Now, I'll get $100 million. He was rather excited, eagerly awaiting the money to be deposited into his account. He didn't care why Michael was doing such crazy things. He just cared that he could make money. Everyone, place orders for the growth accelerator at the assigned factories. We're done here. Go enjoy your vacation. Yes, Director. At Jake's words, the researchers began placing orders at their respective factories to produce the growth accelerator under the name of Gaggle. Thus, the mass production of the growth accelerator for rapidly growing flesh eaters began worldwide. The next morning. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, if we go to Mason, chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association, we can easily get the land deed. Meow. Really? Then let's go see Mason. At Theo's words, Sejun decided to go find Mason with his party and went down to the hotel restaurant to have breakfast. Upon arriving at the restaurant, ooh-hee-hee-hee. Good morning. Uran had already taken a seat and was having breakfast. Of course, Uran ate with the party until they finished their meal. After finishing breakfast, do you have the land deed for the 35th floor of the Golden Tower? When Sejun asked Mason, I'm sorry. We don't have it, but I will definitely try to obtain it. Mason replied in a terrified voice. Why is he so scared? Then I'll leave it to you. Sejun entrusted the land deed to Mason and the waypoint for the 75th floor of the Black Tower has been saved. Arrived at the waypoint. Legendary merchant Vice President Theo, see you later then. Sejun put Quenji and Fenrir into the void storage and said goodbye to Theo. Theo planned to take Phoenix to the 95th floor of the tower to find its nest and then go to the 96th floor to get a stamp from Regis, the Lord of Bones. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. Chairman Park, see you at home, meow. All right. After saying goodbye, Sejun headed to the 99th floor of the tower. Pooh Hut. Now, let's depart, meow. Theo, along with Iona, Pio, Uran, and Phoenix, moved to the 95th floor of the tower. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Moo. Hello, Sejun Nim. Yeah. Hello. Sejun greeted the Minotaur King, who appeared at the waypoint. Clang. Krueng. Teacher, it's good to see you. Moo. Yeah. Quenji opened the void storage and ran towards the Minotaur King, who offered his palm. Quenji slapped his palm against the Minotaur King's. Bang! It was just a high five, but the sound was tremendous. After finishing this destructive greeting, finally home, Sejun returned home. First, let's plant the earth jewels. Sejun planted the 3 fully recovered earth jewels sporadically in the ground and went to find the sausage tree to use the harvest elixir. Our sausage tree has grown a lot, huh? Sejun remarked, looking at the sausage tree that had grown to knee height, thanks to Flamey's nutrients. Talk. Sejun dropped a single drop of the harvest elixir onto the sausage tree. Crack! The sausage tree began to grow rapidly after absorbing the harvest elixir. After confirming the growth of the sausage tree, Sejun moved to another field. Thunk! You have planted a cherry seed in the magic-infused soil. After planting the cherry seed, Talk! He dropped a single drop of the harvest elixir. Following that, Sejun dropped a drop each of the remaining harvest elixir on 5 saplings of thick darkness cherry, 5 saplings of sunflower, and 3 saplings of blueberry. The thick darkness cherry and sunflower were for the black dragon and the white dragon, and the blueberries, because they had a good effect. The blueberries had a description that said they would gain special effects if they absorbed the energy of the blue moon. When the blueberries absorb the energy of the blue moon, when consumed, the talent, swift movements will awaken for 10 minutes. As described, an additional effect was created. Moreover, the magic power that was originally increased by 1 had now risen 5. Additionally, the blue moon's energy has been absorbed once. 1/3. The blueberries could absorb the energy of the blue moon up to 3 times, not just once. This meant 2 more additional effects could be obtained. Timing was crucial. The more blueberries secured before the blue moon, the better. Therefore, Sejun invested 3 drops of the harvest elixir into the blueberries. After using all 15 drops of the harvest elixir, Sejun went to the brewery and started brewing the golden samyangju for the dragons. After a while, fermentation. Using fermentation LV4. Due to the effect of fermentation LV4, the fermentation period is reduced by 1 day. Due to the effect of fermentation LV4, the process slightly speeds up. Due to the effect of fermentation LV4, strengthens the taste a little. Your proficiency in fermentation LV4 slightly increases. Sejun used his skill on the alcohol he was brewing. Once the work was done, time to eat. NOM. Sejun took out Eileen's cookie from his pocket and ate it as a simple meal. You have consumed Eileen's special nutritional cookie piece. All stats increase by 0.5. An additional effect will occur if you consume all pieces. 989 pieces remaining. Quenji went to the western forest. Kirarong. Fenrir, having had a snack an hour ago, was fast asleep in the sling bag, so only Sejun needed to eat. Slurp. As Sejun ate 10 of Eileen's cookies and drank some coffee while resting. Buzz. Hello, Sejun Nim. Sweetie greeted Sejun. It seemed it had returned from visiting the poisonous queen bee again today. How's your practice going lately? Buzz. Buzz. It's the same as usual. I'm doing the best. Sweetie replied, puffing itself up with pride at Sejun's question. Really? As expected, our Sweetie is amazing. At Sejun's compliment, Sweetie rubbed its body against Sejun's face, feeling bashful. While talking with Sweetie, right. Sweetie, we need to send some of the bees to the 75th floor of the tower. Sejun was pondering on what to with the acacia tree farm. Acacia honey. Sejun thought of acacia honey and decided to send the poisonous bees to the acacia farm on the 75th floor of the tower. Buzz. Then I'll talk to the poisonous queen bee and see if there's an queen bee who can become independent. Yeah. Thank you. After chatting a bit more with Sweetie, I wonder if it's fully grown now. He went to check on the sausage tree. Have you ever seen it? The miraculous tree with sausages hanging all over it in clusters. He. I have. Oh. With an excited expression, Sejun hurriedly ran to the sausage tree and harvested the sausages. You have harvested 10 Vienna sausages. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 increases slightly. You gain 10 experience points. These were ordinary sausages with no special effects. But it didn't matter. The taste is what's important. Yup. That's right. While Sejun was diligently harvesting sausages, our sausage is doing great. Keep eating more. Below ground, Flamey's roots were feeding nutrients to the sausage, cheering them on. Encouraged by Flamey's support, the sausage was absorbing nutrients diligently, growing stronger. It seemed it would become the youngest world tree. He. How should I eat these sausage to get the best taste out of them? Unaware that another world tree was being born underground, Sejun was pondering how to eat the sausages more deliciously. The 95th floor of the Black Tower. Pooh hut. Phoenix, is it over there? Meow. Theo asked in an excited voice while looking at the peak of a gigantic mountain. It was no wonder. The mountain peak looked as if it was covered in snow, but upon closer inspection, it was entirely made up of skeletons, about 300,000 of them. The term teeming the fit perfectly. They were all waiting to capture Phoenix upon its return. Cockik. Yes. They are all Regis subordinates. Pooh hut. Very good, meow. Theo laughed as he ran forward, taking out the wealth Sejun had prepared from his new bag. Pooh hut. Meow. As Theo burned the wealth, his body shone golden and he swung his front paw. Bang! A massive golden paw appeared from the sky, crashing onto the mountain. The enormous mountain crumbled under Theo's giant paw print. Pooh hut. This is the new technique of legendary merchant vice chairman Theo, meow divine palm, meow. If you want to eat this, move your thumb bones, meow. Theo showed fish bones to the broken skeletons. Clatter. The skeletons eagerly moved their thumb bones, making it very easy for Pio and Uran to stamp the contracts. However, there were too many skeletons. You all, help with the stamping too, meow. So the newly enslaved skeletons were also put to work stamping the contracts. As a result, the number of skeletons stamping the contracts quickly increased from 1 to 2, to 4, to 8, and soon, the stamping was finished in no time. Now, let's go to the 96th floor of the tower, meow. Theo led the 300,000 skeleton slaves to the 96th floor of the tower. It wasn't to make them fight, but to have them help with the stamping. As Theo departed, Cocky, my home, Phoenix began repairing its nest that was destroyed by Theo's meow divine palm. Chapter 403, Sejun has appeared. 20 kilometers west of Houston, Texas, USA. Keek. Block them. Use fire magic. 100,000 American hunters were forming a barrier, fighting off the flesh-eaters that were swarming in like zombies. People weren't fools, and they figured out why more flesh-eaters appeared even after killing them. It was because of the seeds inside the flesh-eaters' heads. So to remove the flesh-eaters' seeds, they tried to eliminate the seeds by launching missiles and using flamethrowers, but Earth's weapons were ineffective. Fortunately, they discovered that Hunter's magic worked, and fire magic was the most effective. However, there was no time to remove the seeds. Block them, mags, attack. They were barely managing to fend off the incoming flesh-eaters. Have you contacted Captain K? Well, he's inside the tower, so it's not easy to contact him. While American hunters were defending Houston and fighting the flesh-eaters, the CIA was searching for Han Tai-jun. They needed to contact Sejun again to seek Peacepacer's help once again. Robin and Peter, who went to Korea, approached the staff working at the Handler building and dug up information, discovering one fact. The employees were instructed to cooperate unconditionally if a golden bat appeared. Thanks to this, the CIA was 100% convinced that Peacepace was Sejun's pet. So they were trying to find Han Tai-jun, who could contact Sejun, but Han Tai-jun was staying inside the tower. While American hunters were focusing on Houston, hunters worldwide were concentrating on eliminating flesh-eaters on the 4th floor of the tower. The reason was the quest to accumulate contributions. The higher the contributions, the better the rewards, so hunters were fervently exterminating flesh-eaters. While the USA was looking for a way to ask Sejun for help. Good. Our sausage is eating well. Flamey, who was protecting Earth, was entirely focusing on growing sausage with only the consciousness left in the roots in Korea. Black Tower, 99th floor. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. I found some herbs good for Dad's health. Quenji, who had found herbs Sejun needed from the western forest, flew back excitedly in a Superman pose. As Quenji approached home, thud. Where is Dad? Landing on the ground, Quenji looked for Sejun. Then, sniff, sniff. The scent of food Quenji had only tasted once flowed into his nose. A scent unforgettable even after just one taste. It's Sotiok Sotiok. Quenji hurriedly followed the scent to the kitchen. And then, Krueng. Dad, Quenji is here. Clinging to Sejun's back, who was making Sotiok Sotiok sauce, Quenji rubbed his face against him in greeting. Quenji is here? Krueng. Krueng. That's right. This is an herb for Dad to eat. Quenji took out 2 golden kudzu roots from his snack pouch. Golden kudzu root of detoxification. The 2 kudzu roots had the same name but differed in thickness. Let's check the options first. Sejun checked the options of the kudzu roots. Golden kudzu root of detoxification. A kudzu root that grew by absorbing the nutrients from toxic potatoes planted around it due to a strong will to survive. When consumed, stamina increases by 10. When consumed, awakens the talent, D-grade poison resistance. It has a bitter taste. Usage restriction, stamina 100 or above, magic power 100 or above. Grade, D. Golden kudzu root of detoxification. A kudzu root that grew by absorbing the nutrients from toxic potatoes planted around it due to a strong will to survive. When consumed, stamina increases by 20. When consumed, awakens the talent, C-grade poison resistance. It has a bitter taste. Usage restriction, those who have awakened the talent, D-grade poison resistance, stamina 100 or above, magic power 100 or above. Grade, C. There was a reason for the difference in thickness. One is D-grade, and the other is C-grade. Quenji, you little rascal. Sejun seemed to understand why Quenji had brought kudzu roots that could awaken poison resistance talent. You did it because I collapsed yesterday, huh? Today, Quenji, you can eat all the Sotiok Sotiok. Quenji, wash your hands and sit down. I'll make Sotiok Sotiok for you soon, Sejun told Quenji. Crunch. Crunch. Sejun ate the thinner kudzu root that Quenji had brought first. It was bitter, but he chewed diligently, thinking of Quenji's sincerity. You have consumed the golden kudzu root of detoxification. Stamina increases by 10. Talent, D-grade poison resistance is awakened. As soon as Sejun obtained D-grade poison resistance. Crunch. Crunch. He immediately ate the remaining kudzu root. You have consumed the golden kudzu root of detoxification. Stamina increases by 20. Talent, C-grade poison resistance is awakened. While Sejun was eating the kudzu roots. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji washed hands. Quenji is ready to eat. Quenji quickly washed his hands and sat at the table, informing Sejun of his status. Got it. Just a moment. Sejun started applying sauce to the Sotiok Sotiok skewers and stacking them on a plate. It's ready, He soon placed a plate stacked with sotiok skewers, 10 layers high, on the table. Krueng. Little Dad also likes sotiok. Call Little Dad to eat together. Arjux too? Krueng. That's right. Even thinking of Arjux. My sweet Quenji has a big heart. All right. Summon Arjux. At Quenji's words, Sejun summoned Arjux. Summoning Arjux, slave from the White Tower. Hyung. I missed you. As soon as he appeared, Arjux hugged Sejun. But this smell, is it sotiok? Yes. Quenji said Little Dad likes sotiok and insisted on calling you Krueng. Little Dad likes sotiok. Thank you, Quenji. Arjux looked warmly at Quenji. Let's eat now. Krueng. Yes. Hyung. While Quenji and Arjux were each holding a sotiok skewer in both hands and eating. Here. Blackie, you eat too. Sejun cut the sotiok into bite-sized pieces and put them in Fenrir's food bowl. Kihihit. King. He. New food. Yay. Good job. Fenrir praised Sejun for making new food while eating sotiok. What is this? It's so delicious. Especially this meaty tasting thing. Chomp. While Fenrir, who found the new favorite food after dried sweet potatoes, was focused on the sausage part. Ku hey. He. Quenji and Arjux, each holding a sotiok skewer in both hands, expressed their excitement by dancing with their butts with every bite. And then, your soul is fulfilled by the pouring praises. Mental strength increases by 3. He. It's delicious. Sejun, satisfied with their reactions, ate the sotiok skewer. After eating dinner like that, guys, go catch some fish for me. Sejun asked Quenji and Arjux to catch fish. There were quite a few fish bones collected now, but since Theo would be increasing the skeleton slaves in the future, they needed to catch a lot of fish in advance. Krueng. Quenji is good at catching fish. You fuff. I'm also very good at it. While the two enthusiastically hunted fish in the pond, the seal on the Earth's jewel has been broken. Dwell, the god of wells, sealed in the Earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Dwell, the god of wells, repays the favor to the one who broke his seal. Dwell, the god of wells, repays the favor by creating a well on 3.3 square meters of land. From the Earth's jewel buried in the ground, 3 gods were released from their seals. Oh, Sejun, upon seeing the message, hurried to find the rewards from the 3 gods. In the kitchen, he found a 3.3 square meters sparkling water well made by Dwell, the god of wells. In the farm, he discovered a 3.3 square meters marble path made of gold and jewels by Mar, the god of marble. At the pond, he found a 3.3 square meters pearl oyster farm created by Pearl, the god of pearls. And Sejun made roads according to the rewards received. After making temples for the 3 gods like that, Sejun, Blackie, let's sleep now, hugged Fenrir to his chest and lay down on the bed. Quenji went to sleep with pink fur, and Arjux returned to the White Tower. Gulp. You have consumed medicinal mugwort. All stats increase by 20. Your lifespan increases by 3 months. You have consumed a bitter medicinal herb. Talent, the medicine that's bitter is good for stamina activates. Your stamina increases by 9. Sejun fell asleep after consuming the medicinal mugwort. Sejun ate the 20th medicinal mugworts today. Thanks to that, his lifespan increased by 5 years. Seed Shop Headquarters. 6 mushroom ants, tenant farmers of Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun, have passed by your temple. Divine power increases by 0.0006. Hoo hut. Indeed, the diligence of the mushroom ants. While Leah was pleased with the steadily increasing divine power and praised the diligence of the mushroom ants, Quenji, the herbalist Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun, passed by your temple. Divine power increases by 0.1. Oh. It's Quenji. Leah cheered at Quenji's appearance. One Quenji provided as much divine power as 1,000 mushroom ants passing by the temple. Phew. I was worried since he hadn't come by lately. Leah, who had been concerned that Quenji might have changed his route, sighed in relief. At that moment, Park Sejun, the Black Tower's Tower Farmer, passed by your temple. Divine power increases by 0.5. Oh. Sejun has appeared. Sejun provided as much divine power as 5,000 mushroom ants. Thanks to this, Leah was able to invest a substantial amount of divine power into creating divine relics today. While Leah was making relics, Leah Nim, new gods have arrived. Another god came looking for Leah. Really? Leah hurried to the plaza. Hey, guys, nice to see you. Dwell, it's been a while. Mar, you were also released from the seal by Park Sejun, right? Pearl, it's been a really long time. The non-combatant gods were welcoming the 3 newly arrived gods. And then, so, what did you guys give as rewards? The topic of conversation among the gods soon turned to what rewards the 3 new gods had given Sejun. Because Sejun would build temples for them after receiving rewards. I gave a sparkling water well. I gave a marble path made of gold and jewels. I gave a pearl oyster farm that adjusts gravity. As the 3 gods shared their rewards, Black Tower Farmer Park Sejun has built a temples, 10 square meters, for Dwell, the god of wells. Divine power increases by 9. Sejun built Dwell Road with 10 square meters, Mar Road with 3.3 square meters, and Pearl Road with 1.65 square meters of path. Unfortunately, Sejun simply considered the Pearl Oyster Farm made by Pearl as just an oyster farm. Ah. We have temples. Wow, congratulations. As the 3 gods received their temples, the other gods cheered and congratulated them. Park Sejun, Park Sejun. The gods began chanting Sejun's name, who had built the temples for them. The atmosphere grew more festive. But, it's noisy. A passing battle god interrupted again. The non-combatant gods had 12 temples that could generate divine power on their own, but it was still far less compared to the battle gods. Just wait and see. The non-combatant gods longed for the day when they could loudly call out Sejun's name. Park Sejun, Park Sejun. They chanted his name in whispers barely audible. And, if I send a believer to ask Park Sejun, will he build a temple for me too? While non-combatant gods without temples desperately searched for beings who could become their believers somewhere in the world. 96th floor of the Black Tower. Pooh Hut. We finally arrived. Meow. Theo arrived in front of a giant white castle, the White Bone Castle, ruled by Regis, the Lord of Bones. Chapter 404. Not Theo, but me. Inside the White Bone Castle on the 96th floor of the Black Tower. Golden Cat Theo Park, how dare you interfere with the work of Lord Regis, the Lord of Bones and the supreme among the sacred bones? Bang! Upon hearing his subordinates report that the Phoenix capture operation had failed, the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Bon Knight, slammed his fist on the desk in fury. The 4 Heavenly Kings were the strongest skeletons among the sacred bones that followed Regis, consisting of Bon Knight, Bon Mage, Bon Archer, and Bon Tanker. There's still a chance. The Phoenix will return to its nest anyway, so we can. Bon Knight was unaware that the subordinates on the 95th floor of the tower had been dealt with. Because Theo had turned all the skeletons lurking in the Phoenix's nest on the 95th floor into slaves, that information had not been transmitted. Just then, Lord Bon Knight, Theo Park is outside. What? He's got some nerve. Does he even know where he is? But the soldiers of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions are following Theo Park. What? Why are the ones supposed to be guarding the Phoenix's nest here? Bon Knight jumped up at his subordinate's report. All 4 Heavenly Kings and soldiers gather at the castle gate. Bon Knight summoned the 4 Heavenly Kings and headed towards the castle gate. Pooh Hut. Open the gate, meow. Theo casually walked up to the guard at the gate and asked him to open the gate, despite coming to fight the owner of the White Bone Castle, Regis. Please state your name first. When the guard asked Theo for his name, Pooh Hut. If you're asking who I am, then I'll tell you. Just as Theo, excited to introduce himself, was about to respond. Thud. Thud. Theo Park, not only have you interfered with Lord Regis's work, but you also dare to come here. Your arrogance ends today. Bon Knight appeared, leading the other 3 Heavenly Kings and 500,000 soldiers. However, the timing was terrible. Hark! Hark! You dare interrupt legendary merchant Vice Chairman Theo's introduction, meow. I'll punish you, meow. Theo glared at Bon Knight in anger. Bon Knight, leave the rest to us. Yeah. We need some fun too. I've wanted to fight Iona. There are 4 of them and 4 of us, so for vs 4. Perfect. The rest of the 4 Heavenly Kings stepped forward with confidence, being the strongest among the sacred bones. And then, Kayut. Pooh Hut. Ooh-hoo-hoo. This side was equally confident. Thus, the battle began. Meow. Bon Knight, who blocked Theo's 1 meow slash with his sword, was split into 6 pieces along with his sword. Kayut. Power of the meteor. Iona turned the cute junior mage, attacking her into dust. And then, P.O. Messenger bird technique, rapid delivery. P.O. Swiftly evaded the arrow shot by Bon Archer, rising high into the sky. P.O. Messenger bird technique, descent. Descending rapidly from the sky, it drilled a hole in Bon Archer's head. Kuik. Finally, Uran was fiercely beaten by Bon Tanker. However, just a bit more. He wasn't just getting beaten. Yuren was gradually closing the distance with Bontanka. He made it. As the distance closed, ooh-hoo-hoo. Turn into gold. He reached out to Bontanka and turned him into gold. Unlike inanimate objects, moving entities would soon return to normal, but in the brief time before that happened, it was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Because everything will be over by then. Theo Nim, help! Not Yuren, but Theo. Pooh-hoo heart. Got it, meow. Receiving the stamp from Bon Knight, Theo moved with meow step and dealt with Bontanka, then took Bontanka's golden shield. Because the shield stays gold. Thus, Theo and his group easily defeated the 4 heavenly kings. Pooh-hoo heart. If you want to eat this, stamp here, meow. Seeing the 500,000 soldiers who had followed the 4 heavenly kings, Theo shouted while holding a fishbone. Pio, here. If you stamp, you can get a fishbone every day. Pio flew around busily promoting the offer. Clatter. Clatter. Even the 300,000 skeletons already enslaved by Theo tempted the 500,000 skeletons by describing the taste of fishbones. Clatter. As their sales pitch seemed to work, one by one, the 500,000 skeletons began to raise their hands. Pooh-hoo heart. You won't regret it, meow. As the skeletons began to stamp their signatures on the contract. What is all this commotion? Regis, the Lord of Bones, who had been resting in his palace, appeared. Lord Regis? The skeletons bowed to Regis as if they were in the presence of an untouchable being. This included Theo's slaves as well. And then, Regis, the Lord of Bones, brings all bones into submission. This also affected Theo and his party, who had bones. Meow. No one but Chairman Park can subdue me, meow. Theo resisted with all his might against the force trying to subdue his bones. You have successfully resisted. While Theo used half his strength to resist Regis's power, Ki power of the meteor, Iona, who had already successfully resisted, dropped a meteor towards Regis. Pio. I overcame it. Pio. Mustered all its strength to barely resist. Kuik. I have lost. Thud. Yuren knelt and bowed to Regis's power. Meanwhile, bang! Iona's meteor fell towards Regis. However, it's useless. Regis raised a golden staff that had appeared in his hand. Woom! A golden shield emerged from the tip of the staff, blocking the meteor. Flash! Pooh-hoo heart. Instead, it missed Theo, who glowed golden from the burning wealth. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Struck on the back of the head by Theo's meow meow storm fist, Regis turned into powder that could never be restored. Meow. I'll give this to Iona, meow. Excitedly, Theo picked up the staff Regis had been holding. But, meow, at the tip of the staff, there was a black orb surrounded by 3 gems, with one spot empty. It was an incomplete staff. In fact, the remaining slot was meant for the phoenix's heart. That's why Regis was trying to capture the phoenix. And, this is a piece of Fenrir's core, meow. There was another problem. The black orb embedded in the staff was a piece of Fenrir's core. It seemed Regis was trying to control the piece of Fenrir's core using the other gems embedded in the staff. I need to show this to Chairman Park first, meow. I need to take Fenrir's core piece to Chairman Park, meow. Thus, Theo took Regis's staff. Pooh-hoo heart. Now it's treasure hunting time, meow. Iona, let's go, meow. Kayut. Yes. He began raiding Regis' vault with Iona and Pio. If you don't want to become powder, stamp quickly. Stamp here. Pio, Yuren, and Theo skeleton slaves held up the slave contracts to get stamped. A short while later, you have achieved the feat of hunting 1 million slaves. You have earned the title, Slave Hunter for this achievement. Theo, who hunted 1 million slaves, gained a title, and you have hunted 1 slave. All stats increased by 1 due to the effect of title, Slave Hunter. He became even stronger due to the title's effect. Pooh-hoo heart. I have to boast to Chairman Park, meow. You guys finish stamping the contracts here, meow. Theo excitedly took Iona and ran up to the 99th floor of the tower. 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right, Sejun woke up to the morning of the 402nd day since entering the tower. You have achieved the great feat of commanding 1 million slaves. As a reward for the great feat, you have earned the title, Slave King. You will collect 1 million tower coins in monthly taxes from your slaves due to the effect of title, Slave King. He checked the messages that appeared while he was asleep. Who? Slave King? Not Theo, but me. When Theo makes contracts, he always writes Sejun's name next to his own. And Sejun is Theo's master. Therefore, the system deemed Sejun the actual owner of the slaves. Slave King, doesn't that sound too villainous? When Sejun was reluctant about his newly acquired title, you have gained 100 slaves. All stats increased by 1 due to the effect of title, Slave King. A message appeared along with increasing stats. Stats rise just by increasing slaves. Hee. This is good. Thanks to this, Sejun decided to accept the title willingly. I just won't tell anyone. Time to prepare breakfast. Sejun got up from his spot. Kirarong. After covering Fenrir, who was still sleeping, with a blanket, he headed to the kitchen. Then he quickly started making sotiok. Yesterday, he had meant to give some to Eileen, but he had forgotten. When Sejun remembered, Quenji was already doing the dishes while diligently licking even the sauce left on the plate that held the sotiok had been. A little later. Eileen, eat this. Sejun sent a plate full of sotiok to Eileen. The tower's administrator says thank you for the food. Yeah. Enjoy your meal. After chatting briefly with Eileen, Sejun prepared his own breakfast. Breakfast was simple, fried eggs and stir-fried sausages. Of course, he made octopus legs by cutting slits in the sausages. Sizzle. While Sejun was making breakfast. Krueng. Good morning, Dad. King. Give me breakfast. Quenji and Fenrir entered the kitchen together in harmony. Krueng. Dad is a genius. Quenji feels like eating octopus too, so Quenji's happy. King. Feels like a real hunt. Both were delighted with the octopus-shaped sausages. After eating breakfast like that, fermentation. Sejun went to the brewery, stirred the alcohol in the jar, and used his fermentation skill, then harvested the ripe crops. It was just another typical day until... I should go shopping, to the 75th floor of the tower. He was going to visit Mason to ask about the Golden Tower land deed and eat street food at the shopping street. Quenji, let's go together. Of course, he was too scared to go alone, so he went with Quenji. Krueng. Shopping sounds fun. Sejun headed to the waypoint with Quenji and Fenrir. On the way to the waypoint, Eileen, can we move the waypoint's location? Sejun asked Eileen. Since he had more reasons to visit other floors, even getting to the waypoint from home took considerable time. The tower's administrator says it's possible. The tower's administrator says she can move the waypoint 1 kilometer per day. Really? Then move it 1 kilometer closer to our house every day starting today. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. The tower's administrator says she just moved it 1 kilometer. Yeah. Thank you. Sejun thanked Eileen. Just then, Vice Chairman Theo is here. Sejun sensed Theo's energy quickly approaching from afar. And then, Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Theo suddenly appeared, hugging Sejun's face. Good to see you, Sejun replied as he peeled Theo off his face. But Chairman Park, where are you going? Meow. To the 75th floor. Pooh-hoo hut. Then check this out on the way. Meow. Theo opened his bag and began boasting about the items he had looted from the 96th floor of the tower. This is the best one. Meow. Theo took out Regis's staff from his bag and handed it to Sejun. What is this? Staff of Destruction. Just by its name, Sejun knew exactly who to give it to. But why give it to me? As Sejun was about to grab the staff, a fragment of Fenrir's core, a 15%, detected directly right in front. A message appeared. King. My core. At the same time, Fenrir lunged towards the staff. Chapter 405, Sylvia Unni, come here with me for a second. Black Tower's Administrator Zone. Mid-level administrator of the Black Tower and Tower Farmer Park. Sejun's contribution have increased by 1 point. Cake. It's rising well. Eileen watched with delight as Sejun's contribution points continued to accumulate. Munch. Moreover, eating the sotiok skewer that Sejun had given her made her feel like she had the whole world. At that moment, Eileen, what's that? It looks delicious. Voices were heard from behind. Coo? As Eileen hurriedly turned around, she saw 6 hatchlings drooling at the sotiok skewer next to her. When did they get here? It seemed she was too absorbed in the crystal orb to hear them approaching. She was eating slowly to savor it, but hiding it from the hatchlings who had already seen it would be foolish. It could easily lead to bad feelings. Unni, oppers. This is something my Sejun made. Try it. So, Eileen handed out a sotiok skewer to each of the hatchlings, promoting Sejun's new food. Oh. Really? Is it called sotiok skewer? That's an interesting name. If it's Park Sejun's food, we can trust it. I'm looking forward to it. The excited hatchlings each received a sotiok skewer from Eileen and began to eat. And then, this is really delicious. Eileen, I want to buy this. Me too. How much is it? The hatchlings, having tasted the Sotiox skewer, enthusiastically expressed their desire to purchase it. It's 10 tower coins each. Eileen quoted a price that was neither too high nor too low for the dragons. 10 tower coins? Got it. Mom, Dad, the hatchlings ran to their parents to pester them to buy the Sotiox skewers. No, one hatchling remained behind. Sylvia, honey, why aren't you going? When Eileen asked the still Sylvia, Eileen, tell Park Sejun that Sylvia wants to marry him. Sylvia will marry Park Sejun and eat delicious food for the rest of her life. How's that? Isn't Sylvia a genius? Sylvia, painting a grand picture, looked at Eileen with a smug expression. What? Who do you want to marry? Eileen was greatly flustered by Sylvia's bombshell declaration and asked again. Sylvia wants to marry Park Sejun. Sylvia shouted again in a loud voice. Sylvia, honey, come here with me for a second. Oh. Is Park Sejun already waiting? He. Sylvia is shy. Just follow me for now. As Eileen dragged Sylvia to a secluded spot, Theo Park, the subordinate of Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun, says that Chairman Park is in danger. What? Why is our Sejun in danger? Eileen hurriedly ran to the crystal orb to find Sejun. Grandpa, she urgently called for Kaiser. He. Finally, I'll get my core. Fenrir lunged toward the black orb embedded in the staff, confident that this time he wouldn't fail. Sejun was focused on reading the message. Quenji was sitting next to Sejun, counting the pocket money he would use for shopping. Theo was looking only at Sejun's face, waiting for praise. Iona was looking warmly at Theo. Everyone was completely unconcerned about Fenrir and the core fragment. Now, I'll show you the true face of me, Fenrir, the noble wolf who hunts gods and the first seat of the Apostle of Destruction. When Fenrir was just 10 centimeters away from the core fragment, Puck! King! Fenrir's head collided with something pink and he fell to the ground. King? What is this? As Fenrir hurriedly lifted his head, Pooh-hoo-hut. No way, meow. This belongs to Chairman Park, meow. Theo, the expert thief catcher, was blocking the staff with his front paw, forming an iron defense. King! That's mine. Fenrir growled fiercely, trying to intimidate Theo, but the youngest is misbehaving, meow. Instead, Theo raised his paw, ready to discipline Fenrir. Thump! Thump! King! Butler! He's hitting me. Fenrir hurriedly hid behind Sejun, seeking help. As Fenrir hid behind Sejun, Blackie, that's dirty. Let's play with this. Sejun handed a purified core fragment to Fenrir. But, King, that's yours. I want that one. Core! Come to me. Fenrir barked fiercely at the core fragment embedded in the staff, refusing the purified core fragment Sejun offered. Thud! Reacting to Fenrir's outcry, the core fragment detached from the end of the staff. The separated core fragment fell to the ground. Crack! A crack appeared. King? There's no way the core could crack like this. As Fenrir was puzzled, whoom! A large amount of red energy began to emanate from the crack in the core fragment, forming a huge figure. And then, I am Fenrir, the wolf who hunts gods and the first seat of the Apostle of Destruction. Who summoned me? A voice echoed from the giant figure. As the core fragment had been separated from Fenrir for a long time and broken into several pieces, Fenrir's control had weakened significantly. As a result, the core containing great power and having Fenrir's residual thoughts began to assert themselves as Fenrir and develop their own will. King? King? What? I am Fenrir, I'm the wolf who hunts gods and the first seat of the Apostle of Destruction. You're just my core. When Fenrir barked at the core fragment impersonating him. What is that? What is this? Sejun felt suffocated by the overwhelming pressure. Eileen Nuna, it's big trouble, meow. Chairman Park is in danger, meow. Theo quickly sought Eileen's help as when faced with an opponent beyond their capability. Krueng! Everyone, retreat! Meanwhile, Quenji used telekinesis to gather the group and quickly distance themselves from the red energy. And then, Kayut. Power of gravity, tear the enemy apart. Triple mega black hole. Iona used her most powerful spell, opening 3 massive black holes around the red energy to buy time. As Sejun and the group fled from the red energy. Quenji, thank you. Now Master Sejun won't be able to see this far, right? Flamey sighed in relief and started to exert its full strength. Crunch! Crunch! Massive roots emerged from the ground and began to widely wrap around the red energy. It was to prevent any harm to Sejun and the group in the upcoming battle. In an instant, a 100-meter tall wall of roots surrounded the red energy. Though the red energy tried to annihilate everything around it, it couldn't affect Flamey's roots. This was thanks to the reward Sejun received for driving the locusts to extinction on Earth. While Flamey blocked the red energy, the amassed red energy took on a complete form. It was a giant wolf resembling Fenrir. A woo! When the wolf howled, quagwang! The shockwave burst through Flamey's encircling roots. You can't escape from here. Fortunately, behind them were dozens of layers of roots, a testament to Flamey's determination to protect Sejun. Crunch! Crunch! New roots grew quickly, filling the gaps. At that moment, you bastard! How dare destruction set foot here? Kaiser descended before the giant wolf Fenrir. Dare? You insolent dragon! You dare be rude before me, Fenrir, the wolf who hunts gods. HMPH. You're not even worth me fighting seriously. What? When Kaiser's words enraged the giant Fenrir. Disappear quickly. You're hurting our Sejun. Kuo. Kaiser fired a breath attack at giant Fenrir. Thanks to Flamey, the energy did not leak out, but Flamey couldn't hold on forever. As Kaiser's breath attacked the giant Fenrir, crunch! Crunch! The roots grew rapidly, covering the ceiling. Moments later, kuwung! The roots swelled, then turned to dust and vanished, leaving nothing but a massive hemispherical crater where the giant Fenrir had been. And then, kahawaha! Is our Sejun okay? I've dealt with Fenrir, so you can rest easy. Kaiser moved the black dragon statue to find Sejun, who had taken refuge in a cave, and brought a huge amount of money with him. Here, kahawaha! Thank you. With the money obtained from defeating the giant Fenrir, Kaiser bought 10 Transcendence black beans, 2, from Sejun. Kaiser also made a contract to let Sejun handle the next dragon meeting, paying an advance of 1.5 trillion tower coins. Coo-hoo-hoo. I'm almost a VVIP at the dragon market now. Kaiser, determined to be the first to become a VVIP this time, returned to the fountain. Once the transaction was complete, Sejun moved back to the place where the giant Fenrir had been with his party. Since he couldn't witness the fight, he at least wanted to see the remnants. Wow! As Sejun marveled at the traces left by Kaiser's breath attack. King! My core! Fenrir emerged from the sling bag and ran towards the crater. He couldn't believe it. His core had vanished. However, even though the slope of the crater was not that great of an angle, it was a challenging climb for Fenrir. King? Fenrir, running to getting out of the crater, tripped and rolled down to the center. There, at the center of the crater, SRRK. King? Something started to be absorbed into Fenrir's body. As the core shattered from Kaiser's breath attack, the center point disappeared and the power began scattering, when Fenrir with familiar power appeared. It was a minuscule amount of power compared to what was originally contained in the core fragment, but it's the power of my core. To Fenrir, who had almost given up, it was a delightful surprise. As Fenrir rejoiced, having recovered some of his power, Blackie, are you okay? Sejun reached the center of the crater following Fenrir. Then, remnants of Fenrir's core fragment around you are being absorbed. The power is merging with the existing Fenrir's core fragment. 1.0021% of Fenrir's power is accumulated in your body. Who? A message appeared before Sejun. Looks like something was left behind. Sejun, without knowing the details, absorbed the power along with Fenrir. 2.0029% of Fenrir's power is accumulated in your body. The power accumulated faster in Sejun than in Fenrir, thanks to the core fragment Sejun possessed. As Sejun absorbed Fenrir's power, Pooh-hoo-hut. Found it, meow. Theo used his golden front paw to dig up fragments of the staff buried in the ground. The staff was broken, but Yeti's heart, King Giant Worm's heart, Albatross's heart. Fortunately, the gems embedded in the staff were intact. Let's go now. Sejun stood in the crater until the messages stopped appearing, then headed to the waypoint. And you have arrived at the 75th floor of the Black Tower. Moving to the 75th floor of the tower, Sejun sought out Mason to obtain the Golden Tower land deed. But, I'm sorry. We did our best. The Wandering Merchant Association could only procure land deeds for the 21st floor of the Brown Tower, the 12th floor of the Blue Tower, and the 1st floor of the Green Tower. Well, just give me those for now. Sejun thought that if Theo traded with other towers through the Wandering Merchant's bag, there might be a chance for him to visit those places. How much? Who? It's fine. Just take them. Sejun tried to pay for the land deeds, but Mason adamantly refused. All right then. I'll come back next time. Sejun bid Mason farewell and left the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association. As they entered the shopping district after leaving the headquarters, King, hey! I'm hungry. Give me food now. Fenrir's voice echoed in everyone's mind. Having partially regained his strength, he could now send his thoughts to others. Ah. That feels better, as Fenrir rejoiced at finally escaping the frustrating situation where he couldn't communicate. Blackie, it's disrespectful to talk to Chairman Park like that, meow. Krueng. Blackie needs to learn manners from Quenji. The two older brothers approached Fenrir with stern expressions. Chapter 406, so that makes 8. Fourth floor of the Black Tower. Attack! Hundreds of thousands of hunters formed a massive circle with a radius of 10 kilometers around the waypoint. Kiok! They were fighting against the flesh-eaters that surrounded them. Protecting the waypoint was extremely important because if the waypoint on the 4th floor was captured, there would be no way to come to the 4th floor in the future. Mags, prepare buffs. Yes, under the command of Han Tai-jun, who was directing the mags, they began to take out cherry tomatoes from their pouches and eat them. Sejuans are grade magical cherry tomatoes, which increase magic power by 1 for 10 minutes upon consumption. Up to 10 can be stacked, so consuming them all at once can increase magic power by 10. With the magic power buff from the cherry tomatoes, the mags were ready. Mags, use your magic. Magic missile. Dodge if you can. Multi-magic missile. Fireball. Fire arrow. Starting with Han Tai-jun, the mags began using their magic. The flesh-eaters were reduced in number by the mags' magical bombardment, providing a brief respite on the front line. Prepare buffs. Leon, the guild master of the Phoenix Guild who was commanding the warriors, shouted to the hunters. And then, crunch. Crunch. The warriors began to eat Sejuan's crops from their pouches. Most ate stamina corn, while hunters with more money ate the expensive power sweet potato or power potato. Now that Sejuan's crops were widely distributed, overall prices had fallen a lot. However, power sweet potato, which enhances effects by 5 times, power potato that cures stomach cancer, and agility carrot that treats vision were still expensive. Hunters who couldn't afford even stamina corn ate combat rations to fill their bellies. While the mags bought time, the warriors, who had gained buffs from eating the crops, resumed fighting the flesh-eaters. After about an hour, they had exterminated all the surrounding flesh-eaters. Phew. Hurry and rest. The next wave of flesh-eaters will arrive in an hour. Thud. The exhausted hunters immediately sat down on the spot. At that moment, humans. We are here, meow. The cat employees of Sejun Company visited them. Oh. The wandering merchants of Sejun Company, if you die collecting contribution points, it's all for nothing. Hurry and exchange for tower coins to buy crops. While the hunters without money hurriedly exchanged their contribution points for tower coins. Give me 1,000 magical cherry tomatoes. I'll take 100 stamina corn. Other hunters quickly lined up in front of the wandering merchants and began buying goods. Without the supply from these wandering merchants, it would have been impossible to defend the waypoint on the 4th floor of the tower. While the hunters were buying Sejuan's crops. Ooh? Is this a pineapple? Meal, a mage hunter, discovered a new crop. What is this? As Meal timidly reached for the pineapple. Slap. No, meow. Don't touch it, meow. Ellie, the intern cat, slapped Meal's hand and stopped her. Ouch! Why did you hit me? It might explode if you touch it, meow. What? Explode? You're joking, right? Does it mean it's so delicious it will explode? I'm not joking, meow. Really? Then can I at least check the options? I'll be careful, alright, meow. Be really careful, meow. As Ellie carefully held the pineapple with her front paws like Chapsalt Teok, Meal cautiously placed her hand on the pineapple. And then, suppressed screaming pineapple. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 120 days. Grade, day. I'll buy them all. After checking the options of the pineapple, Meal shouted. Really, meow? Great, meow. It's 1,000 tower coins per piece, meow. What? 1,000 tower coins. Almost close to 1 billion won in price. A single pineapple for 1 billion is too expensive. Meal hesitated for a moment. If you're not buying, move aside. We want to buy. The hunters lined up behind began eyeing the pineapple. Looks like they're selling a new crop over there. Really? Let's switch lines. With other hunters showing interest in the pineapple and switching lines. That's right. Park Sejuan's crops have always been worth the price. Growing impatient, Meal decided to trust Park Sejuan's name rather than her own judgment. Fine. Give me 50. Are they really buying this? When Vice Chairman Theo instructed the Sejun Company's wandering merchants to sell the pineapples, all the wandering merchants were reluctant. They thought it was difficult to store and wouldn't be popular with the hunters. So the youngest, Ellie, had no choice but to bring all the remaining stock, but Ellie ended up selling 100 pineapples that day and recorded the highest sales among the wandering merchants. As the wandering merchants left, "The enemies are coming. Prepare for battle." The battle started again. "I'll try it first. Power of the wind blow." To test its power, Meal used a wind spell to send the pineapple into the middle of the flesh-eaters formation. "Please be worth 1,000 tower coins." Meal prayed as she watched the flying pineapple. While Meal was praying, thud, the pineapple fell among the flesh-eaters. And then, crack, the middle of the pineapple split from the impact, and the trapped magic power burst out violently. Scree! Quagwang! Along with a tremendous scream, a huge shockwave occurred. The flesh-eaters within a 50-meter radius of the explosion point were annihilated by the shockwave, and the enemies within a 100-meter radius were knocked out. You have killed a flesh-eater. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Contribution has increased by 1. You have leveled up. You have gained 3 bonus stats. Magic power has increased by 5. Oh. Level up! While Meal was delighted by the level up message, you have annihilated the enemy using a bomb. You can change class to Bomb Mage, C. Do you want to change class? A job advancement message appeared. Bomb Mage. C rank, higher than her current job, Mage, D. I have to do this. Meal instinctively felt that this choice would change her destiny. I'll change class. Meal decisively chose to advance. Kook. Explode. That day, she single-handedly wiped out half the enemies, earning an enormous amount of contribution. 75th floor of the Black Tower. Growling. Fenrir growled, watching Theo and Quenji approaching him with fierce expressions. Despite his efforts, he only looked cute. King, don't come any closer. I'll bite if you do. When his growl didn't work, Fenrir barked noisily. However, Blackie, you're noisy, meow. You really need to be punished, meow. Crueng. Quenji will teach you what manners are. That only made his older brothers angrier. King, hey. What are you doing? Protect me. Fenrir, cornered, asked his butler, Sejun, for help. Hey? Blackie, did you just call me hey again? Sejun, feeling betrayed, didn't help. Blackie, you have no manners, meow. You need to be disciplined, meow. Crueng, that's right. See, Wenji will instill manners in you. Thus, Fenrir was forced to receive a manners patch through Theo and Quenji's punishment. King, I'm not Blackie. I'm Fenrir, the noble wolf who hunts gods and the first seat of Apostle of Destruction. Fenrir finally couldn't hold it in and revealed his identity, but, poo-hoo-hut. If Blackie is Fenrir, then I'm Chairman Park, meow, coo-hey-hey-hey. Crueng, he. Then Quenji is Grandpa Kaiser. They thought Fenrir's words were just their cute younger brother boasting, having already seen the gigantic Fenrir on the 99th floor of the tower. A short while later. From now on, be respectful to Chairman Park, meow, King, I got it. Sigh. When Theo raised his paw at Fenrir's words, King, yes, Fenrir shrank back and used formal language. Fenrir's manners patch was finally complete. But when did Blackie become able to talk? When Sejun asked Blackie, Blackie didn't respond. He still wasn't used to his new name yet. Crueng. Blackie, aren't you answering Dad's question? As Quenji reached for the rod of justice from his pouch again. My name is Blackie. King, I don't know. It just happened suddenly. Blackie hurriedly answered, glancing nervously at Theo and Quenji. I see. Blackie, nice to meet you. My name is Park Sejun. King. Yes. Sejun formally greeted Blackie, who could now communicate. All right. Let's go shopping now. Sejun picked up Blackie and put him in a sling bag, standing up. Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, what do you want to buy, meow? Tell me, and I'll guide you to everything, meow. Theo, who had been to the shopping district many times, clung to Sejun's leg and shouted. Then let's go to the blacksmith first. Got it, meow. This way, meow. Theo pointed his paw towards the blacksmith shop. Soon they arrived at the blacksmith shop. This is the lottery corner. Sejun was moved to see the blacksmith's lottery corner, which he had only heard about. How much is it? Sejun asked the blacksmith's employee to try the lottery. It's 20 tower coins. The employee answered. Can you give me a discount? Knowing how much Theo had paid, Sejun was about to use his 3 times bargaining skill. Though he had plenty of money, he always told Theo to use this skill, so he needed to set an example. At that moment, Krueng! Krueng! Quenji will pay and negotiate. Enthusiastic Quenji stepped forward. Quenji will get a big discount and let Dad try the lottery with Quenji's pocket money. Krueng! Give a discount. Then 17 tower coins. As the employee began to negotiate, Quenji took out the rod of justice from his snack pouch. Quenji used words, not force. Bang! Bang! Luckily, Quenji didn't hit the employee but lightly tapped his own paw with the rod. However, it was only light to Quenji. Each tap shook the blacksmith shop. Wait a moment. Just for today, I'll give it to you for half price, 10 tower coins. The employee hurriedly shouted, thinking the shop might collapse if the negotiation continued. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng! Krueng! He he he. Dad, Quenji will pay. Here you go. At the employee's words, Quenji proudly took out his precious 10 tower coins and paid. Thank you, Quenji. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng! He he he. Dad, if you need anything, Quenji will buy it all for you. At Sejun's words, Quenji proudly shouted while patting his pocket money pouch. A little later. All right. I'll take this. After much deliberation at the lottery corner, Sejun chose a dull stone knife. Stone knife. Usage restriction, LV 10. Maker, anonymous. Grade, C. There was no particular reason. He was simply drawn to it. Vice Chairman Theo, how's this? Sejun asked the golden-pawed Theo to confirm if he had chosen well. Pooh hut. As expected of Chairman Park, meow. It's excellent, meow. Ooh? It's excellent? I usually have bad luck though. This can't be right. Sejun was puzzled by Theo's praise. I'll find out soon enough. Eileen, appraise this. Sejun sent the stone knife to Eileen. Black Tower Administrator's area. Hee. Just wait a moment, Sejun. Eileen hurriedly appraised the stone knife Sejun had sent. Then, Earthblade. The item's name changed. The description said it was a divine relic of Patrick, the god of Earth. What? This is a relic. As Eileen marveled at the Earthblade, you have achieved one of the conditions for Black Tower's growth by collecting 5 divine relics. An alert appeared in the crystal orb. Due to the god of war battler, the condition had previously been unmet as divine relic was destroyed, but now it was fulfilled again. Hee. As expected of our Sejun. Then the growth conditions. Originally, 7 conditions had been met, so that makes 8. Whoosh! All 8 conditions for the growth of the Black Tower have been met. The crystal orb glowed golden, signaling that the Black Tower's growth conditions were fully satisfied. Chapter 407, Sejun, I'm sorry. The Black Tower is starting its growth into the Great Black Tower. 10,000 days remain until the Great Black Tower's growth is complete. 10,000 days is roughly 30 years. For dragons, it's just enough time for 1 yawn, but, what? It takes that long. I want to brag to our Sejun quickly. To Eileen, it was an unbearably long time. At that moment, you have created 13 more new varieties as part of the growth conditions for the Great Black Tower. The time needed for the Great Black Tower's growth is reduced by 3,900 days. You have raised 1 more world tree as part of the growth conditions for the Great Black Tower. The time needed for the Great Black Tower's growth is reduced by 1,000 days. You have achieved 2 more great accomplishments as part of the growth conditions for the Great Black Tower. The time needed for the Great Black Tower's growth is reduced by 4,000 days. The overachieved condition significantly shortened the time needed for the Black Tower's growth. As a result, 1,100 days remain until the growth into the Great Black Tower is complete. The remaining time had been reduced by almost 90%. Sigh, but it's still a long time. While Eileen was disheartened, Tooey. Sylvia spat out the food she had tasted from Eileen's cooking, shuddering in disgust. Eileen took Sylvia to a secluded spot, insisting that she needed to have at least this level of cooking skill to be Sejun's wife, offering her more of her own food. Hey. She won't say she wants to marry Sejun after tasting my cooking, right? Eileen was confident in her cooking. After all, Sejun had never said it was bad. If this doesn't work, I'll have to take Sylvia Unnie to an even more secluded place. Eileen, Sylvia could never make something like this. I don't want to marry Park Sejun. Fortunately, Sylvia gave up on marrying Sejun just as Eileen intended. Park Sejun likes such terrible food. That's scary. Although Sylvia gave up for a different reason than Eileen had thought, the result was the same. Only Sejun was unfairly wronged. As Sylvia went to rinse her mouth with water, No matter how jealous Sylviarani is, why would she spit out such delicious food? Having only taken a small bite, the food was still practically untouched. Eileen took a bite of the food Sylvia had left behind. Until now, Eileen had never tasted her own cooking, only feeding it to Sejun. She was deeply shocked after tasting her own cooking for the first time. This can't be my cooking tastes this awful? PFTU. Eileen hurriedly spat out the food. Queuing. Sejun I'm sorry. Eileen felt both apologetic and grateful to Sejun, who had eaten her awful cooking until now. Is the appraisal not done yet? Sejun was eating lunch at the restaurant, waiting for Eileen. Blackie, try eating this. Meow. Krueng. Blackie, you need to eat this to become stronger. Theo and Quenji were enthusiastically taking care of the youngest. How annoying. I want to eat the roasted sweet potato snacks Sejun made. Of course, Blackie found their care annoying, but didn't show it and ate diligently whatever they gave him. He might get beaten again otherwise. After finishing lunch, Vice Chairman Theo, take out the bag. Sejun instructed Theo to take out the bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo took out the bag. You said the bag is currently connected to the 72nd floor of the Purple Tower, right? That's right, meow. Let's use 500 billion tower coins to change the location first. Here, Sejun handed money to Theo. Change, meow. Theo put the money Sejun gave him into the bag and shouted. Then, Wuong. The bag glowed red and then the light disappeared. Vice Chairman Theo, go in and check. Got it, meow. Theo entered the bag. 1 minute later. Chairman Park, this is the 30th floor of the Black Tower, meow. Complete failure. Who would have thought it would connect to the Black Tower? Let's change it one more time. Sejun handed Theo another 500 billion tower coins. Change, meow. Just like that, 1 trillion tower coins vanished in an instant. Vice Chairman Theo, go in and check again. Got it, meow. Theo went back into the bag. Chairman Park, this is the 1st floor of the Green Tower, meow. Who? The 1st floor of the Green Tower? Coincidentally, Sejun had a land deed for the 1st floor of the Green Tower, which he had just received from Mason. And, how's the surroundings? Is it dangerous? There's no one stronger than Chairman Park, meow. The scouting was perfectly completed. Really? No one stronger than me, who? Then, let's take a look around the 1st floor of the Green Tower. Guys, get inside for a moment. Sejun had everyone except Theo enter the void storage. Then, swoosh! Sejun disappeared as he unfolded the land deed for the 1st floor of the Green Tower. 1st floor of the Green Tower. Those who want to learn skills can come this way. Come check out the swords. Shields are better than swords. With this shield, you can return alive. Selling potions that reduce magic power consumption. Like the 1st floor of the Black Tower, it was bustling with training centers where you could learn skills, and shops selling equipment and potions. However, I'm hungry. Is there any food on the ground? Black, round, furry creatures, hiding in the alley and peeking out, were scanning the ground for food scraps, not fitting in with the bustling atmosphere. At that moment, hey! You filthy refugees! How unlucky! Get lost! I told you not to show your faces. A merchant selling swords spotted them and chased them away by throwing stones. We're sorry. The black, furry creatures, called refugees, were startled and apologized, then fled to another place rolling along. These creatures were from the Urarok tribe, a race whose world had been consumed by destruction so quickly that they couldn't establish a strong presence in the tower and became its residents. However, while the tower accepts survivors, it doesn't guarantee their survival. And refugees refer to those who couldn't establish a place in the tower before their world perished. Such races, unable to settle, become refugees wandering the tower, either seizing land from other races or continuing to roam until they gradually disappear from the tower. They moved places and were chased away many times like that, and when evening came, they returned to a building on the outskirts of the 1st floor of the tower, which was their dwelling, carrying a few food scraps. It was an empty building without an owner that they were using. The adults are back. As their parents arrived, the smaller Urarok children, who had been hiding in the building, ran out to greet them. Mom, I'm hungry. Here, eat this. The adults gave the food they had obtained with difficulty to their children. At that moment, whoosh! A bright light emanated from the center of the building as Sejun appeared. You have arrived at the 1st floor of the Green Tower. Where is this? It's not a farm? Sejun noticed the buildings around him. At that moment, and who are you? Mom! Startled by the voice from beneath him, Sejun shouted. Chairman Park, what's going on? Are these guys threatening you, meow? Theo, who had clung to Sejun's knee without him noticing, drew his dragon claws and threatened the black furballs. We didn't do anything. Frightened by Theo's threats, the black furballs retreated. Ahoom! Vice Chairman Theo, put away your claws. Feeling embarrassed for being startled alone, Sejun calmed Theo and looked around at his feet. Hundreds of black furballs were huddled together, staring at Sejun with fearful eyes. What is this? I look like a villain now. As Sejun felt troubled, a quest has appeared. Quest, deal with the Uraruk tribe refugees illegally occupying the shop either by resolving it peacefully or reclaiming the land rights. Reward, recognition as the rightful owner of the shop on the first floor of the Green Tower. A quest appeared before Sejun. So this is a shop. No wonder I thought it was strange, because of the building. But Uraruk tribe refugees? Are you guys from the Uraruk tribe? When Sejun asked the black furballs. Oh. Do you know about the Uraruk tribe? That's right. We are the Uraruk tribe. The Uraruk tribe members answered, delighted that they were recognized. Okay. Nice to meet you. But I'm the owner of this shop. As Sejun began to speak, the Uraruk tribe members suddenly fell silent. Oh, right. They're refugees. Is it because they have nowhere else to go? Do you guys want to work here? There's no daily wage. But I'll provide you with room and board. As soon as Sejun realized this place was a shop, he thought of selling crops here. The shop wasn't very large, so it seemed like hiring about 30 people would be sufficient. Seeing the Uraruk tribe clutching food scraps dearly, he thought this offer would be better than a wage. We'll do it. Just tell us what to do. Wow! We got a job. The Uraruk tribe members cheered with tears in their eyes at Sejun's words. And then, drip! Drip! Black grime began to fall from their bodies. So they weren't originally black. All right. Sejun Company's employees need to be clean, so let's start by washing up. Land moving. Sejun went outside the shop and created a huge bathtub. Ice cube. Ice cube. He filled the bathtub with large blocks of ice. Then, Iona, heat it up. Kayut kayut kayut. Okay. Fire. Iona, who had come out of the void storage and was hanging on Theo's tail, used fire magic as Sejun requested. The ice quickly melted into water and steam started rising from it. All right. Quickly get in and wash. Sejun directed the Uraruk tribe members to wash up. As the Uraruk tribe entered the water, it quickly turned black. Ice cube. After changing the water several times, the Uraruk tribe regained their original color. Ooh? You guys were originally green? Seeing the green fur of the Uraruk tribe, Sejun asked. Yes. We haven't been able to wash recently. One of the Uraruk tribe members scratched their head in embarrassment as they answered. Recently probably means at least several years. At that moment, Krueng, Dad, Quenji finished roasting all the corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. While Sejun was changing the bathwater for the Uraruk tribe, Quenji, who had been cooking, shouted, All right. Put down those scraps and eat this instead. Sejun handed the roasted sweet potatoes to the Uraruk tribe, who were still holding on to the food scraps. Thank you. It's really delicious. Sejun Nim, you should eat too. As the Uraruk tribe, Theo, Quenji, Blackie, and Iona all enjoyed their dinner, your soul is fulfilled from the Uraruk tribe's outpouring of praise. Mental strength increases by 5. He. Sejun smiled contentedly while looking at the messages. Sejun Nim, aren't you going to eat? One of the Uraruk tribe children handed a roasted potato to Sejun and asked. No, you guys eat plenty. I'm full just watching you eat. Sejun spoke while peeling the skin off the roasted potato and giving it to the baby Uraruk next to him. A moment later, you have fed 530 members of the Uraruk tribe until they were full. Due to the effect of title, Saint of feeding, all stats increase by 106. I'm so full. As Sejun patted his belly with a satisfied expression, reading the message. Growl. A sound came from Sejun's stomach. Meow? Chairman Park, is your head broken? Eat this quickly, meow. Theo shoved the grilled fish he was eating into Sejun's mouth. MMFF. The next morning. Who? Was there a shop there? No. There definitely wasn't. Then is it newly opened? Let's go check it out. A new farming crops shop quietly opened on the first floor of the Green Tower. Chapter 408, I believe in you, Vice Chairman Theo. Morik, did you hear? A new store has opened in the empty building on the outskirts of the shopping street. Kairen, the owner of a shield shop, said to Morik, the owner of the sword shop next door. Really? Wasn't that the store that went out of business a few years ago? Yes, they opened a potion shop, but Luca lowered the potion prices by half, so they couldn't stay in business. So what are they selling this time? If they're selling items that overlap with ours, we should go and do something about it. No need for that. They are selling crops. At Morik's words, Luca, the owner of the potion shop, approached and said, "What? Crops? Phut! Can they even pay the taxes selling those? Exactly, they'll go out of business soon. Should we place bets on how long it takes them to go bankrupt?" While the merchants of the shopping street were betting on how many days it would take for Sejun's store to fail. "Buy some crops. We sell delicious and effective crops." In front of Sejun's store, the voices of Uraruk children promoting Sejun's store began to resonate. The children, wanting to help Sejun who hired their parents, and their parents working at the store, took the initiative. The voices of the Uraruk children, who had filled their stomachs with sweet pancakes and milk since morning, were very energetic. Thanks to this, even though it was on the outskirts of the shopping street, hunters, hearing the voices of the Uraruk children, started to visit Sejun's store one by one. "What is this?" "This is a crop called magical cherry tomato, which, when consumed, provides a boost for 10 minutes. In response to the hunters' questions from the Green Tower, the Uraruk staff eagerly explained the effects of Sejun's crops. The hunters here looked similar to humans, but were quite different. They all had burly muscles and a single horn on their foreheads, regardless of gender. Being from a world called Nita, they were referred to as the Nita tribe in the tower. According to what the Uraruk tribe told them, the Nita tribe maintained a healthy body throughout their lives, so they weren't very interested in dieting or cancer. Therefore, the crop prices were discounted compared to what was sold on Earth. A localization strategy, so to speak. "Oh. This works better than the potions sold in stores. I'll take one of these and one of those. That'll be 5 tower coins." After hearing the staff's explanations, the hunters purchased some crops and left. "Hey, I heard that the crops here taste better and work better than the nasty potions sold at the potion shop." "Yeah. LKA's tried them, and they really taste good." Soon, a huge crowd started gathering in front of Sejun's store. Thanks to the initial rush and the word spreading about the effectiveness of Sejun's crops among the hunters. And then, it's the taste. I need to focus on the taste. Watching the Nita tribe hunters, Sejun realized what he needed to use as a selling point. "Quenji, bring out the steamer." "Krueng." "Understood." So, he started steaming corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes in front of the store. As the crop steamed, a sweet aroma began to spread. And then, sniff sniff. "Where's that smell coming from? Wow! It smells really good." As the hunters in line looked around to find the source of the smell, "Kids, come over here for a moment." "Yes." Sejun called the Uraruk children and had them walk around with baskets of steamed crops, cherry tomatoes, and carrots. "Of course, for selling. He. Now that I've spread the smell so much, they'll naturally want to eat, right? Are you selling that?" "Yes." "Can I have one?" "Me too. Give me one." As Sejun predicted, the hunters, already captivated by the smell, bought Sejun's crops while waiting in line. "Oh. This is really delicious. This one boosts stamina. This tangy cherry tomato boosts magic power." Eating deliciously, they decided which crops to purchase. As Sejun's store was bustling with customers from the very first day. Thud. Thud. A hunter, towering a head above the others and carrying 2 giant axes strapped in an X shape on his back, tried to enter Sejun's store, ignoring the long line. However, Krueng. Not allowed. You have to line up. Quenji, who was promised 2 5-star stamps later, was guarding the entrance with a somewhat intimidating face. "What? You dare to me, the great twin axe Kran." Enraged by Quenji's obstruction, Kran tried to raise his momentum, but, "Krueng, if you keep disobeying, you'll be in trouble." I understand. I'll get in line." Under Quenji's fierce aura, Kran quickly became a meek lamb. "Meow, what a pity, meow." Theo, who had been waiting for a chance to make the official first slave of the Green Tower, looked regretfully at Kran, who obediently backed down. But, thud. Thud. The opportunity to make a slave soon arrived. Tra-ha-ha. There's a new store starting business here. Let's collect some rent. Tell the owner to come out. A giant green troll came looking for Sejun. A short while later. "Why did you want to see me?" "Hark! Krueng! Kiu. What is this?" Carter, the youngest member of the Immortal Clan, was bewildered by the beings surrounding him. Each one exuded an unusual aura, especially the 3, excluding the owner, emitted such a murderous aura that his legs trembled and cold sweat broke out. How dare you show hostility to me, a member of the immortal clan? Do you all want to die? Despite his fear, Carter tried to act tough. In this world, the loudest voice often wins. You're noisy, meow. Chairman Park, let's teach him a lesson, meow. Krueng. Krueng, you dared to show hostility to my dad. Quenji is angry, and in this world, the strong one is the law. Thwack! Carter saw something pink flash before his eyes and lost consciousness. Pooh hut. The first slave of the Green Tower, meow. Thunk. Theo lifted the unconscious Carter's thumb and stamped the slave contract. You have gained 1 slave. All stats increase by 0.01 due to the effect of the title, Slave King. Thanks to this, Sejuan's stats also increased. Since he's interfering with business, Quenji, move him behind the store for now. Krueng. Got it. At Sejuan's words, Quenji grabbed one of Carter's legs and dragged him away. Black Tower's administrator area. Ki. What is our Sejun doing? Eileen, who had resolved not to give Sejun any more food until she could cook something decent herself, was looking for him. However, Kroing? Even after searching the entire Black Tower, she couldn't find Sejun. Where did he go? Search for the mid-level administrator. When Eileen used the crystal orb to locate Sejun, searching for the location of the Black Tower's mid-level administrator. The location of the Black Tower's mid-level administrator has been found. The Black Tower's mid-level administrator is currently on the 1st floor of the Green Tower. The location appeared in the crystal orb. Kroing? Why is Sejun at the Green Tower? King. Don't tell me he ran away because of my cooking. Sejun, I'm sorry. Come back. Eileen hurriedly tried to contact Sejun. About 30 minutes after the troll came. You bastard! How dare you mess with a member of the Immortal Clan? The squad leader of the Immortal Clan, having received a report that their youngest member had been attacked, appeared with 3 subordinates. Pooh hut. Welcome, meow, thud. Of course, they became good prey for Theo the slave hunter. You have gained 3 slaves. All stats increase by 0.03 due to the effect of the title, Slave King. Sejuan's stats also benefited greatly. Drag. This time, Quenji moved the trolls to the back of the store in 2 trips. 1 hour later. You bastard! How dare you mess with the Immortal Clan? 101 trolls appeared, disrupting business. What's going on? Guys, suppress them for now. Sejun, angry at the trolls for disrupting his business, gave instructions. Let's teach them a lesson, meow. Krueng. Kiu. The trolls were quickly dealt with. Ukta, Immortal Clan's mid-boss. Leaving just 1. There was something to ask. Do you bastards know who's backing our Immortal Clan? Yeah. Not interested. Why are you boasting about connections? I have connections with the dragons. But why are you interfering with our business? Sejun ignored Ukta's words and asked what he was curious about. What? That's because. Ukta momentarily lost his words at Sejun's question. It's because you didn't pay the rent. So you're saying I need to pay rent? That's right. This is my land. Why should I pay a rent? You still have to pay. If you don't, you won't be able to survive in the Green Tower. What? The person backing our Immortal Clan is one of the power players of this Green Tower. We're just managing below the 50th floor of the tower according to that person's orders. Power player? What floor is this power player from? From the 93rd floor, Ukta answered with a proud expression at Sejun's question. Why are you so proud? However, that's nothing. For Sejun, who mingled daily with those from the 99th floor, it was truly nothing. What? How dare you call the 93rd floor nothing? Thwack! Sejun knocked Ukta out, who was getting agitated, by hitting the back of his head. You bastard! Oh. He didn't pass out? Quenji! Krueng! Thwack! At Sejun's call, Quenji struck Ukta's head with the staff of justice. That must hurt. You should have just fainted when I hit you. As Sejun looked at Ukta, who had passed out after being hit by Quenji, with pity. Thunk! You have gained 1 slave. All stats increase by 0.01 due to the effect of the title, Slave King. Theo took Ukta's stamp. Shortly after, the sky grew dark. Kids, good job. Eat dinner and rest. Sejun closed the store. Sejun Nim, here's today's earnings. The Uraruk tribe brought the money earned from selling crops to Sejun. 31,213 tower coins. There were many customers, but they didn't make a huge profit. Guys, come here. You worked hard today, so I'll give you some pocket money. Compared to what he was earning these days, it was really a small amount, so Sejun gave the money to the Uraruk children who had worked hard on the promotion. He then added some money to buy a building worth 500 million tower coins in a residential area where the Uraruk tribe could live. After purchasing the building, on the way back to the store, "Good job today. See you tomorrow," Sejun saw Nita race people leaving the tower. Could that be the exit of the Green Tower? Sejun suddenly became curious. Can I go out through there too? So he cautiously approached the exit. However, you are not being protected by the Green Tower. You cannot use the Green Tower's exit. You need special permission from the Green Tower administrator to leave. Messages appeared, and an invisible wall blocked Sejun. Special permission from the Green Tower administrator? If it's the Green Tower administrator Brachionim? I guess I shouldn't leave then. Although Sejun was curious about the outside, it wasn't worth meeting Brachio. At that moment, the Black Tower's administrator is tearfully saying it's all her fault and is pleading for you to return quickly. Ooh, why is Eileen acting like that all of a sudden? He didn't know what was going on, but it seemed like he needed to return quickly. However, if I just leave, the Immortal Clan and that so-called power player won't leave things alone. Leaving immediately was concerning because of the Uraruk tribe. Vice Chairman Theo, I'll tell Ophelia to send some subordinates here. Until then, please protect the store and the Uraruk tribe. So, he asked Theo, who could come and go using his bag. Meow? You're leaving me behind, meow? I don't want to, meow. Take me with you, meow. Naturally, Theo refused. But Sejun had a few cheat keys to handle Theo. I believe in you, Vice Chairman Theo. Pooh hut. Leave it to me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Chairman Park said he believes in me, meow. With just those words from Sejun, Theo's expression changed. Chapter 409, Pooh hut. Nita tribe, then let's start the auction, meow. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Home. Sejun used the Dragon Horn's return bracelet and arrived in front of his house. This time, the return magic activated at the absolute coordinate, bringing him directly to the 99th floor of the Black Tower instead of the 99th floor of the Green Tower. Thus, Sejun arrived at the Black Tower. Eileen, what's going on? He hurriedly called for Eileen. The tower's administrator says that she will no longer give you her bad-tasting food anymore, so please don't run away. What? Really? No way. Eileen's cooking isn't bad. It's edible. And I didn't run away because of Eileen's cooking, but because of the land deed of the first floor of the Green Tower and Theo's bag. Sejun hurriedly covered up his true feelings that came out without him realizing and explained in detail to Eileen why he had gone to the Green Tower. The tower's administrator says she's glad you didn't run away to the Green Tower because of her cooking. Right. Eileen, with you here, why would I run to another tower? Sejun reassured the anxious Eileen. The tower's administrator is depressed, saying she only now realized her cooking tastes bad. Yeah. You finally realized. It still tastes better than the food Orig brings though. Sejun, feeling relieved, comforted Eileen. He. Let's not let Eileen cook anymore. Just enjoy the food I make. He pretended to be sad and bowed his head to hide the grin that was creeping up on his face. However, the tower's administrator is burning with determination to practice cooking harder and make delicious food for you. Contrary to Sejun's expectations, Eileen did not give up on cooking. Okay. I'll look forward to it, Sejun encouraged Eileen with a slightly gloomy voice. There's always the option of not cooking. After finishing his conversation with Eileen, Ophelia, come out. He called for Ophelia. It was to ask her to dispatch subordinates to the first floor of the tower. The Green Tower's slave asks what's the matter. Send some decent subordinates to the first floor of the Green Tower. She asks what's happening on the first floor of the tower. I've opened a shop on the first floor. So, I need bodyguards to protect the shop and the Uraruk tribe working there. He omitted the part about the power player on the 93rd floor of the tower. He couldn't afford to lose a good source of stats. The Green Tower's slave says not to worry. The Green Tower's slave says she will send useful subordinates. Thus, Ophelia, having received Sejun's request, human, in the end, you're seeking help from the capable and great green dragon Ophelia Iorg. But who should I send? Pleased with the request, Ophelia pondered over whom to send to the first floor of the tower. She is a great green dragon. Sending weak subordinates would tarnish her reputation. All right. I've decided. You guys. Ophelia sent the bosses of the 99th, 98th, and 97th floors of the tower to the first floor simultaneously. Since they were sent using transportation magic, there was no uproar like the Black Minotaur's incident in the Black Tower. First floor of the Green Tower. Thud. 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 The bosses, following Ophelia's orders, arrived in front of Sejun's shop. Meow? You've arrived, Meow? Welcome, Meow. I am Theo Park, the legendary merchant, and the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, Meow. Theo, who had been waiting for Ophelia's subordinates, greeted them warmly and introduced himself. I am Agni, the fire demon and the boss of the 99th floor. I am Cerberus, the demon hound and the boss of the 98th floor. I am Egil, the saintess of destruction and the boss of the 97th floor. The bosses also introduced themselves too. But can't you reduce your body size, Meow? Just the three of them standing was enough to block the view of the shop. We can. I can too. Me too. The bosses shrank their bodies to a size similar to Theo's. Pooh-hoo hut. Good, Meow. What can you guys do, Meow? I am good with fire. Whoosh. At Theo's question, Agni confidently answered while breathing out fire. Pooh-hoo hut. Good, Meow. Agni, from now on you'll roast sweet potatoes, and corn, Meow. Yes. Thus, Theo turned the 99th floor boss into a roasted sweet potato vendor. I am good at biting. Cerberus, guard the entrance, Meow. I am good at beating people up and can also heal. Pooh-hoo hut. Good, Meow. Egil, you will heal people for money, Meow. Cerberus was assigned as a guard, and Egil as a healer. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park said he believes in me, Meow. I'll make this shop the highest grossing shop in the Green Tower, Meow. A huge commotion was occurring in the Green Tower because of Sejun's single sentence that he believes in Theo. What is this? Ophelia Nin told us to listen to that cat named Theo, so we're listening, but, while the bosses who had come as bodyguards were puzzled by their new employment at the shop. Pooh-hoo hut. These are the Urarok tribe members who work at our shop, Meow. Protect them well, Meow. Theo introduced the Urarok tribe to the bosses. Hello, yes. Nice to meet you. While the bosses and the Urarok tribe greeted each other. Then, take care and work hard, Meow. Theo greeted them and opened his bag to return to the Black Tower. The next morning. All right. When Sejun opened his eyes, the seal on the Earth's jewel has been broken. Toga, the god of stones, sealed in the Earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Toga, the god of stones, repays the favor to the one who broke his seal. Toga, the god of stones, repays the favor by creating a stone field on 3.3 square meters of land. A message appeared. What? How is a stone field a repayment? Meow. Sejun, with Theo who had returned early in the morning attached on his lap, went outside to find the stone field. Ooh? He found the stone field more easily than expected, because the stones reflecting sunlight were shimmering in various colors. Should I call them gemstones? The gemstones were larger than gem pebbles. The larger the stones, the more expensive they are. He. Thank you, Toganim. Sejun collected the gemstones and Toga rode. Toga, the god of stones, who repaid us with heavy gemstones. He was a great god. He created a 6.6 square meters Toga road, twice the size of the path where the gemstones had been. After creating the path, Eileen, how did the appraisal of the stone knife I asked for last time go? Sejun asked Eileen while strolling through the farm. The tower's administrator says you seem to have talent in drawing too. He. Is that so? Sejun, unaware that the item he had drawn was a divine relic, laughed. The tower's administrator says to be careful as it's heavy. Okay. Thud. As Sejun answered, a stone knife appeared in front of him and got stuck in the ground. Earthblade. Oh. The name itself gives off a certain vibe. Sejun hurriedly tried to lift the handle of the Earthblade. But it didn't budge. What's going on? Sejun had no choice but to check the options of the sword embedded in the ground. Earthblade. A divine relic used by Patrick, the god of earth, in battle. Because it was made by compressing an entire abandoned dimension into a blade, it is extremely heavy. By infusing magic power, it can be enlarged as desired. When planted in the ground, it recharges with the power of the earth, allowing the use of the power, Earthblade. Current usable time, 0.3 seconds. Usage restriction, one who is favored by the earth, strength 50,000 or more. Creator, Patrick, the god of earth. Grade, so it was a divine relic. But was this made for me to use? A strength of 50,000 or more. He felt he might need to have a word with Patrick when they met later. I'll just leave it planted. Anyway, the more it recharges with the power of the earth, the better, so Sejun decided to leave the Earthblade as it was. It's convenient. I don't have to worry about anyone stealing it. It was unlikely for there to be a thief on the 99th floor of the tower, but Sejun pretended to be cool for no reason. Leaving the earth blade behind, Sejun headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. A short while later, Krueng. Dad, good morning. King. I'm hungry. Quenji and Blackie came into the kitchen together, getting along well. All right. Let's eat. They deliciously ate the stir-fried sausages that Sejun had prepared. After breakfast, Krueng. Quenji is going to check the herbs. Quenji packed a lunchbox and left for the western forest. Kirarong. Fenrir went back to sleep. And then, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, just trust me, meow. Ooh, trust you with what? Theo boasted loudly, opened his bag, and left for the Green Tower. Green Tower, first floor. When it was opening time, Sejun's shop door opened. Give me 10 roasted sweet potatoes and 100 cherry tomatoes. I want 10 steamed corns. Nita tribe hunters, who had skipped breakfast and waited for the shop to open, handed over their money and placed their orders. In just one day, Sejun's shop had become the hottest spot on the first floor of the Green Tower. Fortunately, thanks to the high-powered cook hired in a hurry yesterday, they were able to handle the flood of orders. At that moment, if you are injured, come here for treatment. A pretty Nuna will treat you. Uraruk tribe children promoted the newly established clinic next to the shop. Soon after, one hunter entered the treatment center, and a line began forming in front of it. It's still not enough, meow. Theo watched the hunters from the shop roof, lost in thought. This won't make it the best shop in the Green Tower, meow. At that moment, didn't you get your ear bitten off yesterday while catching a locust? Go get it treated. Should I? Theo overheard the hunter's conversation with his keen ears. And then, locust, meow. Theo, having overheard the conversation, came up with a way to dramatically boost the shop's sales. Thinking about it, the hunters here must also be dealing with locust invasions. But what about Earth? Poohoo Hut. Thanks to the great Chairman Park, there are none, meow. So, the most needed thing here would be, of course, it's the sturdy blade green onions overflowing in the warehouse, meow. Currently, with locusts completely eradicated on Earth, there was no demand for the sturdy blade green onions, leaving the warehouse full of them. A lot of stock has piled up recently, I can sell them here, meow. I'm so smart, meow. Praising himself, Theo took out the green onions from his bag. Nita tribe. Aren't you troubled by locusts, meow? Poohoo Hut. You don't worry if you have this, meow. He shouted towards the hunters. Locusts were a disaster threatening their world. The hunter's attention was immediately focused on Theo. Poohoo Hut. Let me tell you, this is the sturdy blade green onion that made the locusts invading Earth go extinct, meow. When Theo spoke while shaking the sturdy blade green onions. What? You're saying that little grass made locusts go extinct, liar. Do you even know what locusts eat? The hunters shouted, angrily. Silence, meow. Doggy, tell them to quiet down, meow. Theo looked at Cerberus, the demon hound, guarding the entrance, and spoke. Go. Cerberus grew larger and growled at the hunters. Under the pressure of the immense power, the hunters quickly quieted down. This is the sturdy blade green onion recognized by the great Chairman Park and the great green dragon, Ophelia, meow. Theo continued to promote. Ophelia had never seen the sturdy blade green onion, but, since she's Chairman Park's slave, I can use her name, meow. Theo casually mentioned Ophelia's name together. As Theo's explanation ended, what? The great green dragon? If that's the case, can we see the options first? Poohoo Hut. Take a look, meow. The hunters started checking the options of the green onions. A little while later. So, how much is this? Hunters, now interested in the sturdy blade green onions, asked for the price. Poohoo Hut. Nita tribe, then let's start the auction, meow. Theo shouted with a smile. Chapter 410, I need a core. Downtown Houston, USA. Kiok. The city was filled with flesh-eaters. Despite the efforts of 100,000 hunters fighting the flesh-eaters, the defensive line, which had barely been maintained, eventually collapsed due to the uneliminated seeds of the flesh-eaters. As soon as the evacuation of 7 million citizens of Houston was completed, the hunters retreated according to a pre-planned retreat operation. White House, USA. Mr. President, the hunters' retreat operation has just been completed. The Secretary of Defense reported to the President. I see. What are the casualties? During the operation, 125 hunters and 1,129 soldiers died. The damage is greater than expected. That's because mutant individuals suddenly appeared. Mutant individuals? Yes. Please take a look at the screen. The Secretary of Defense played a video on his tablet. The screen showed thousands of monsters with human-like bodies and cherry tomato heads attacking the hunters and soldiers. Unlike the flesh-eaters, their movement speed was so fast that even the hunters and soldiers had difficulty responding. Fortunately, the mutated entities die on their own over time, and they don't have seeds in their heads. That's a relief. So, where are they moving now? The flesh-eaters that have occupied Houston are splitting up and moving along the coastline to the east and west. Then to the east is Louisiana, and to the west is Mexico? Yes. So we plan to set up a defensive line in Lafayette, Louisiana, to buy time and send mage hunters to the tower. What? You couldn't stop them with 100,000 hunters, and now you want to send mags to the tower? Are you crazy? The president erupted in anger at the Secretary of Defense's words. Mr. President, please calm down. We must send the mags to the tower in order to defeat them. The Secretary of Defense hurriedly reported the information about the newly emerged job, the bomb mage, from the tower. So they're selling pineapple bombs cultivated by Park Sejun in the tower? Yes, that's correct. The president wore an expression of utter disbelief. The Secretary of Defense swallowed his laughter as he answered. He himself had only believed it after seeing the pineapple bombs firsthand. The effect is certain, right? Yes. Within a 50-meter radius of the explosion, even the seeds of the flesh-eaters are turned to powder. The Secretary of Defense further explained the job traits that could be obtained by becoming a bomb mage. Explosion is art. Inject mana into bombs to increase explosion range and power by 10%. Bomb timer. Installs a timer magic on bombs to schedule explosion within 10 minutes. Precision bomb throwing. Increases bomb throwing accuracy by 20%. All right. Proceed. And make sure to secure as many pineapple bombs as possible. Yes, sir. The United States began moving to secure screaming pineapples. Pooh-hoo hut. I'll sell a total of 10 million sturdy blade green onions, 100,000 at a time, meow. 10 million tower coins for 100,000. 15 million tower coins. At Theo's words, the hunters of the Nita tribe began to competitively raise their bids. There was no hesitation since the sturdy blade green onions were certified by the Great Green Dragon to eradicate the locusts. 19.1 million tower coins. 19.3 million tower coins. 20 million tower coins. After the final bid, when no one else raised their bid, sold, meow. Theo pointed his front paw at the hunter who made the final bid and shouted, "Woo-hoo! Long live the deer tribe." The deer tribe won. With Theo's words, some of the hunters cheered. In Nita, there were hundreds of sub-tribes so large that they could be called nations. And the recent auction was like a national competition for them. Since they won, it was natural for them to cheer. 19.3 million tower coins. Sold, meow. As the auction continued and the bids began to decrease slightly, are they really selling something that can eradicate the locusts here? What the hell? Why is the tiger tribe here? And why is the lion tribe loitering around here? Hunters from two tribes approached the shop, growling at each other. They had descended from the upper floors upon hearing the news of the auction. When the two tribes appeared, other hunters stepped aside to make room for them. This alone indicated the formidable presence of the tiger tribe and the lion tribe. Let's start again, meow. When the auction resumed, 19 million, 30 million, 40 million, representatives of the two tribes began to raise the bids like madmen. 50 million, cuck. 55 million, eek. 60 million. The representatives of the two tribes glared at each other while calling out their bids. Other tribes dared not intervene in the pride battle between the tiger tribe and the lion tribe and watched with bated breath. And then, hee. Theo also smiled brightly, covering his mouth with his front paw as he looked at the two tribes. Pooh-hoo hut. The big suckers have arrived, meow. A moment later, it sold out, meow. All the remaining sturdy blade green onions were sold to the tiger tribe and the lion tribe, earning 3.6 billion tower coins. Pooh-hoo hut. As expected, auctions are the way to make money, meow. Though, by Theo's standards, it was still far from sufficient revenue. It was almost 120,000 times higher compared to the shop's sales yesterday. I should reinvest this money, meow. Chairman Park said he believes in me, meow. To repay Chairman Park's trust, I need more money, meow. While Theo was contemplating how to use the 3.6 billion tower coins. Hey, next time, hand over all the goods to our tiger tribe. The tiger tribe's representative, Theseus, approached Theo with a menacing expression, threatening him. Pooh-hoo hut. Did you just threaten me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow? That's right. Hand over all the sturdy blade green onions while I'm being nice. Pooh hut. Smack. Theo laughed and swung his front paw at the back of Theseus's head. Just because they were both felines didn't mean he would go easy on him. Then, Lord Theseus, other tigers rushed towards Theo. Smack. Smack. Theo delightedly struck the back of their heads. And then, stamp. Stamp. He began stamping them. 99th floor of the Black Tower. You have gained 1 slave. All stats increase by 0.01 due to the effect of the title, Slave King. What's going on? Was this what he meant by trusting only him? He. Thanks, Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun smiled contentedly as he watched his stats increase. Pluck. You have harvested a cherry. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 1 experience point. Sejun harvested the cherries. Recently, due to the Earth's jewels depleting the land's fertility, about 10% of the fruits that grew rapidly with the harvest elixir were underdeveloped. So he harvested them belatedly like this. I should use some power soon. Sejun thought he should use the power, abundance on the land soon while continuing to harvest cherries. At that moment, you have harvested scorching cherries. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. Ooh, scorching cherries? Sejun had harvested a cherry with a prefix attached. You have achieved the feat of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower acknowledges your exclusive cultivation rights to the new variety. No one can cultivate scorching cherries without your permission. Your job experience has increased greatly. Due to your job trait, all stats increase by 10. Sejun had harvested his 24th new variety. Oh. A new variety? Sejun hurriedly checked the options of the cherry. Scorching cherry. A cherry grown inside the Black Tower. It is delicious as it has absorbed ample nutrients. The seed contains the energy of fire, and it will explode and burns hotly when magic is infused. When consumed, it provides strong resistance to cold for 1 hour. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 120. Grade, A. Although the options were somewhat impractical, Sejun decided to be satisfied with having another new variety. At least it tastes better. He. I should duplicate it and plant them tomorrow. While Sejun was putting the harvested cherries into the golden box of abundance. King? Who touched my secret stash again? Blackie tilted his head as he looked at his secret stash. Not only was the first secret stash filled with food, but the second one was also packed with food. Theo, Quenji, and Peacebays had filled the youngest secret stash. However, did someone confuse it with another storage? Key hit. King. He. Then I'll eat it all and pretend I don't know. Unaware of this, Blackie started eating the food diligently in case it was taken back. But, King, I'm full. Compared to his overflowing greed, his stomach was pitifully small. This won't do. I need a core. Up until now, Blackie hadn't made a core, thinking he would find his own core eventually. Because if he made a new core, there would be a conflict between the 2 cores when he found his original core later. But now, he didn't want to find his original core anymore. If he found his core, he wouldn't be able to play with them or eat roasted sweet potatoes. Now, he liked this place more. No, saying he liked it more was strange. Because, when he was an apostle of destruction, his heart was always full of anger. He had never been happy. But here, even just sleeping in his arms made him excited. So, he decided to make a new core. Having made up his mind to create a new core, King, gather. The food he had just eaten quickly digested and formed a tiny core the size of a grain of sand. Key hit. King. He. I have a core now. I can eat a lot. Blackie began to grow the size of the core by repeatedly eating and absorbing food. Super Sunfish Blackie trying to surpass Sunfish Sejun. But, Blackie, who said you could snack before meals? Sunfish Sejun wouldn't just let it slide. King, where did you learn to run away with food in your mouth? Come here, Sejun yelled and slowly chased after Blackie. Key hit. King. He. With a core, my steps are light. He can't catch up to me. Unaware of this, Blackie was happy thinking he had outrun Sejun. First floor of the Green Tower. Pooh hut. Do you have a wandering merchant association here too, meow? Theo, pondering how to increase his wealth, asked while grilling fish with the fire emanating from Agni's body. Yes, we do. There's also a wizard association and a mercenary association. Pooh hut. Excellent, meow. Shortly after, slaves 1 to 105, gather, meow. Theo, having finished grilling the fish, went outside and called the trolls. Yes, in response to Theo's call, trolls from Slave 1 to Slave 105 gathered. Line up in order from Slave 1, meow. Yes, at Theo's command, the trolls quickly lined up, with Carter, the youngest of the Immortal Clan, and Slave 1, standing at the very front. Is this a case of the youngest being in charge? Carter felt proud to be at the front. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Having surpassed his seniors, and looked at Theo with respect, I am now in Theo Nim's team, while Carter pledged his loyalty to Theo in his heart. Pooh-hoo heart. From now on, you will become wandering merchants, meow. Slave number 1 will manage the money as the representative, meow. Theo gave Carter, the representative, money to join the Wandering Merchant Association. Theo planned to turn the trolls into wandering merchants to promote Sejun's crops in the Green Tower. Pooh-hoo heart. Now go, meow. Theo sent the trolls off. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow, and returned to the Black Tower for the night. Chapter 411, Now I'm Blackie with a Core. Territory of the Tiger Tribe in Nita. Plant the sturdy blade green onions quickly before the locusts arrive. Yes, there's no need to plant them too densely. Space them about 1 meter apart. Theseus, who had received advice from Theo on how to plant the sturdy blade green onions most efficiently, gave instructions to his subordinates. Thanks to this, they were able to plant the sturdy blade green onions without any trial and error, unlike other tribes. Ironically, becoming a slave turned out to be a stroke of luck. At that moment, Theseus Nim. 50,000 red locusts are flying in. And purple spots have been spotted on their bodies. A subordinate who had gone out to scout came running to report. Really? Then plant these detoxifying green onions in between as well. Theseus took out the detoxifying green onions from the bag that Theo had given him and distributed them to his subordinates. Theo carefully looked after his slaves. He had prepared the detoxifying green onions for Theseus just in case the locusts evolved into purple locusts. A moment later, flap! Thud! The locusts flying in were pierced by the sturdy blade green onions and died, and those that ate the detoxifying green onions had their poison neutralized and died as well. Amazing! That's right. To be able to deal with locusts this easily, meow, meow, I decided to imitate Theo Nim's way of speaking to show my respect, meow, I see. Understood. While they were watching the locusts eat the green onions, the 50,000 locusts were annihilated. During this process, the number of locusts decreased, and the purple spots disappeared. We don't know when they'll come again. Move the corpses. Remembering Theo's advice, Theseus cleared the corpses that were piled around the sturdy blade green onions. If the sturdy blade green onions were covered with locust corpses, the locusts wouldn't recognize the green onions. He also said that locust corpses are safe to eat if you consume them with detoxifying green onions. Killing locusts and solving the food problem, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thanks to Theo Nim, only good things are happening, meow. Theseus quietly added meow at the end, out of respect for Theo. Black Tower Administrator's Area. Time remaining until Great Black Tower growth, 798 days. The time remaining until Great Black Tower growth was reduced by 300 days due to Sejun harvesting a new variety. Hee. As expected, my Sejun is amazing. Ah, the cooking must be done by now. Eileen laughed pleasantly as she opened the pot lid. And then, Eileen quickly pinched her nose at the smell wafting from the pot. I'm sure I was making soup. There was no soup, only a foul-smelling liquid boiling inside. It might still taste good. Eileen didn't give up and boldly dipped a spoon into her creation, scooped up a tiny bit, and put it in her mouth. PFTU. She immediately spat it out. Gah, it's a failure. Eileen was feeling dejected. I should go see Sejun to cheer myself up too. Eileen used the crystal orb to find Sejun. Inside the kitchen on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun was humming a tune while preparing dinner. The menu was Boudet Jigigi. There was no ham, but he put in a lot of sausages instead. Then he added onions, garlic, green onions, and potatoes. 1 spoonful of doenjang, 1 spoonful of gochujang. He added the seasonings. The gochujang was made from some of the sundred red peppers that had been harvested in large quantities during the dragon's meeting a while ago. And finally, he added noodles. He substituted the instant ramen noodles with freshly made noodles by Quenji, the noodle-making master. These are completely healthy noodles. I'm not envious at all of the oil-fried ramen. Not envious at all. Anyway, that's that. As the budae jigigi started to boil, guys, let's eat, Sejun called his companions. Before they arrived, this one is for Eileen. Eileen, eat up. Sejun evenly portioned out the noodles, sausages, and vegetables and sent them to Eileen. The tower's administrator says she will enjoy the meal. The tower's administrator says your cooking is delicious as always. Yeah. Enjoy your meal. The tower's administrator says she will try harder with her cooking practice after finishing this meal. Okay, don't try too hard. While conversing with Eileen, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, where is my grilled fish? Meow. Krueng. It smells delicious. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. It's sausage. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie, who had been playing outside, entered the kitchen. Here's the grilled fish for Vice Chairman Theo. Poohoo Hut. It's grilled fish made with Chairman Park's sincerity. Meow. As Sejun took the grilled fish off the grill and handed it to Theo, Theo naturally sat on Sejun's lap and started eating the fish. Quenji scoop with the ladle and eat, and Blackie, here. Sejun put sausages and potatoes in a bowl specially made for Blackie. King? Why do I have so little? Blackie compared Quenji's large, generously filled bowl to his own small one and protested to Sejun. You left a lot last time because you were too greedy. I'll give you more if you eat it all. King. Okay. Hee hee. I'm no longer the old Blackie without a core anymore. Now I'm Blackie with a core. It seemed that another glutton had been added to the 99th floor of the tower, but, kihihit. King. King. Hee hee. I finished it all. Give me more. You finished everything? By then, the budae jigigi had already disappeared. For Blackie to process food and convert it into core energy, he needed time to digest it. King? Who? Where did it all go? Krueng. Krueng. Sorry, Blackie. Quenji ate it all. In the meantime, Quenji had eaten it all. King, my sausages. Blackie, eat this. Sejun placed a piece of dried sweet potato in Blackie's mouth. Munch. 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 Blackie, who had been sad, started to happily munch on the dried sweet potato. Hee hee. I love dried sweet potatoes the most. He preferred the dried sweet potato over sausage. As the meal came to an end, Poohoo Hut, Theo rubbed his head against Sejun's lap and laughed happily. Kirarong. Blackie slept in Sejun's sling bag. And then, Ku-hey-hey-hey. Quenji stuck his butt to Sejun's and patted his belly, feeling full. As Sejun and his companions were enjoying the post-meal drowsiness, Kahawa. Now, with just 500 billion tower coins, I can drink the golden Samyangju. Kaiser spoke in a boastful voice, making sure the other dragons could hear. That sneaky bastard. We could have mobilized too. Exactly, he's just trying to become a VVIP by himself. Ramter and Tia looked resentfully at Kaiser. They still remembered the golden Samyangju they had tried during the dragons' meeting. Thinking about that moment made them smile involuntarily. Of course, they went to Sejun to buy the golden Samyangju, but Sejun refused outright, because of the quest that required him to serve each dragon a cup. However, he didn't completely refuse to sell it under one condition. VVIPs could buy one bottle of golden Samyangju per month. Thanks to this, the leaders earned money every day to become VVIPs with the hope of being able to drink golden Samyangju, and bought Transcendence black beans and Samyangju from Sejun. But Kaiser pulled ahead overwhelmingly by defeating the Fenrir's core, which contained 15% of Fenrir's power, that appeared in the Black Tower. Ki-hee-hee. When I buy the golden Samyangju later, I'll give you all a cup. Really? I just recorded that. Okay. But why is he like that? Kaiser asked, looking at Kellyan, who was smirking alone. No idea. He's been like that for a while. What's up with him? Even when Kaiser waved his hand in front of Kellyan's eyes. Ooh-hee-hee. There was no reaction. White Tower's administrator area. Grandpa. Look at this. I can do this now. Wow, my grandson is amazing. Kellyan praised Arjux, who created dozens of light orbs and manipulated them freely. You might say what's so amazing about handling light, but the light Arjux was handling wasn't magic. He controlled light itself. And to do that, one must go through the process of awakening. Dragons usually awaken between the ages of 1500 and 2000 because they need to get accustomed to their attribute and require a lot of magic power. But Arjux did it at 500. Considering that even the fastest dragons typically awaken around 1000, this was incredibly fast. He achieved this thanks to eating the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes for magic power, and the sunlight from the Black Tower and sunflower seeds for his attribute, but it wouldn't have been possible without Arjux's talent. That's right. Though he seemed lacking, Arjux was a genius. Oh my. My grandson is so skilled. To think my grandson is a genius. That's why Kellyan looked at Arjux with eyes that seemed to drip honey. Grandpa, I want to see Sejun Hyung now. Seal me. All right. Seal. When Kellyan sealed Arjux's power, Arjux shrank in size. He. I have to show off to Hyung. Sejun Hyung, call me. A moment later, Arjux disappeared. Ah. Come to think of it, an awakening makes one's powers about 10 times stronger. But our Sejun has also gotten stronger, so it should be fine, right? Guys, my Arjux has. Kellyan put his worries behind and started bragging about his grandson to the other dragons. The White Tower's slave asks you to summon him. Arjux? What's going on? Summon Arjux. Sejun summoned Arjux. Then, Kugum. Hyung. I'm here. Arjux appeared, exuding a tremendous pressure. Sejun let out a slight groan and, King? What's going on? Blackie fainted. Vice Chairman Theo, cover Blackie. Sejun, seeing Blackie faint, spoke to Theo. Understood, meow. Theo reduced the energy directed at Sejun and Blackie using energy drain. Arjux, you should have mentioned that you got stronger. Blackie fainted because of you. Feeling a bit better, Sejun scolded Arjux. It was a close call for both himself and Blackie. Hyung, I'm sorry, but how did you suddenly get so strong? Hyung. I awakened. It's all thanks to you. Getting excited again at Sejun's question, Arjux tried to hug Sejun. No. Sejun quickly raised his hand to stop Arjux. Talking was fine, but touching was another matter. He couldn't afford to faint again. Arjux, what's an awakening? Determined not to faint, Sejun asked Arjux. Oh. Awakening is? Arjux eagerly explained what awakening was and how amazing it was to Sejun. So, you mean awakening earns you the treatment of a true adult dragon and your powers become 10 times stronger? Yeah. Hyung. To be precise, awakening doesn't make the stats 10 times higher but grants the ability called power, true dragon strength, which allows one to use power equivalent to 10 times their stats. That's why Arjux got stronger, but Sejun's stats didn't increase. That's disappointing. Then Arjux, awakening at 500 years old is really impressive? Yeah. I'm not a true adult dragon yet since I'm not 1000 years old. He. Blushing from Sejun's praise, Arjux scratched his head. But has Eileen awakened too? Suddenly curious, Sejun asked Eileen. The tower's administrator says she hasn't awakened yet. Really? Then if she awakens, she'll be 10 times stronger? If Eileen gets 10 times stronger, shudder. Thinking about a 10 times stronger Eileen, Sejun involuntarily shivered. Chapter 12, let me tell you the story of how I received a large temple from Park Sejun. Somewhere in the merchant passage that stretches from the 10th floor to the 20th floor of the Green Tower. Carter, let's take that money and run away. Yeah. If we have that money, even if we go back, the boss will forgive us. Eocta, a mid-level boss of the Immortal Clan, and his other subordinates were persuading the youngest, Carter, as they walked. But, no. I can't betray Theo Nim. Carter, who had switched allegiance to Theo, firmly refused. How dare the youngest? Eocta wanted to just beat Carter and take the money, but he couldn't use violence because the contract stipulated that slaves shouldn't fight among themselves. Why are you acting like this, youngest? What if we meet other members of the Immortal Clan? Yeah. You'll die if that happens. When persuasion didn't work, they began to mix in threats. However, this only worsened the situation. Brothers, I will report everything you said to Theo Nim later. And since I am the representative, please speak to me with respect from now on. The youngest finally awakened as the representative in response to their continuous suggestions to betray Theo. What? Carter, are you crazy? Hey! I am recognized as the representative by Theo Nim. Follow my words. We'll see about that. Fine. Walk Hyung, I will report your words, we'll see about that to Theo Nim. What? After that, the trolls quietly moved towards the 35th floor where the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association was located. Unlike the Black Tower, the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association was on the 35th floor of the Green Tower. Black Tower 99th floor. All right. When Sejun opened his eyes in bed, the seal on the Earth's jewel has been broken. Swamp, the god of swamps, sealed in the earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Swamp, the god of swamps, repays the favor to the one who broke his seal. Swamp, the god of swamps, repays the favor by creating a swamp on 3.3 square meters of land. Messages appeared. If it's a swamp, golden swamp? Gem swamp? What is it? Meow. Sejun picked up Theo and put him on his knee to check the swamp, and King, and put Blackie into the sling bag. Swoosh! Got out of bed and marked the date on the wall. It was the 405th day since entering the tower, and the day had begun. Sejun, who came outside, started looking around the farm for the swamp. After a while, why can't I find it? When he couldn't find the swamp path after searching the whole farm, could it be the kitchen? Sejun headed to the kitchen, and beside the milk spring, he found a brown swamp created by Swamp, the god of swamps. Isn't this that thing? The devil's chocolate spread, Nutella. He. Swamp Nym, you are a very excellent god. Approved. I'll give you 23.1 square meters out of 33.3 square meters. TL, here, Sejun is rating on a scale of 10, and since the unit of measurement is in Pyong, he gives it a 7 out of 10, which equates to 23.1 out of 33.3 square meters. Just as Sejun decided to make a 23.1 square meters swamp road, you have lifted the seals of 5 gods. The quest conditions have been met. As a reward for meeting the quest conditions, you have obtained 5 drops of the growth elixir. Along with the message, a small glass bottle containing a liquid emitting a radiant light of various colors appeared in Sejun's hand. Is this the growth elixir? Sejun, mesmerized by the light emitted by the elixir, checked the options of the growth elixir. Growth elixir. A very faint trace of the Supreme Creator God's energy is contained in this elixir. Upon consumption, you gain 1 million experience points. Upon consumption, the lowest stat among strength, stamina, agility, and magic power increases by 10, and 1 job skills proficiency increases significantly. Every time you consume 10 drops of the growth elixir, all stats increase by 100. Remaining quantity, 5 drops. Usage restriction, Black Tower's Tower Farmer. Creator, Apostle of Creation, Emila I. Beans. Grade, SSS. What is this? It increases so many things in such a variety of ways. It was the first time Sejun had encountered an item that simultaneously increased experience points, job skill proficiency, and stats. He felt as if the elixir was grabbing him by the collar and forcing him to grow. So, this is why it's called the growth elixir. Sejun immediately drank the growth elixir. The taste was, ooh. It tasted like the healthy green juice his mom used to make when he was young. Gulp. Gulp. Sejun hurriedly drank some water to swallow the growth elixir. You have consumed 5 drops of the growth elixir. You have gained 5 million experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat point. Strength has increased by 10. As a result, Sejun leveled up to level 88, and his lowest stat, agility, increased by 50. Additionally, the proficiency of job skills such as magic seed sowing, harvesting, crop gigantification, Eurofield, and greenhouse increased. Sejun, who drank the growth elixir like that. Land moving, he used his skill with Mila's hoe to make a 23.1 square meters swamp road. Swamp road. Swamp, the god of swamps, who repaid us with the devil's chocolate spread swamp. He was a very, very excellent god. Now, let's have breakfast. After making the road, Sejun returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A little later, Krueng. Dad, good morning. Quenji energetically greeted and entered the kitchen. Quenji, try this. Sejun spread chocolate spread on a baguette he had baked and gave it to Quenji. Krueng. Krueng. What's this? It's really delicious. Quenji's mood lifted, and he started shaking his hips while eating the delicious food. King. Tasty. Blackie also got excited, eating with chocolate spread smeared all over his mouth. Indeed, it was the devil's spread. Vice Chairman Theo, do you want to try? No. Vice Chairman Theo, will eat grilled fish. Meow. However, even the devil's spread couldn't tempt the fish lover. After breakfast was over, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I'll be going. Meow. Sure. Have a good trip. I'll be going. Meow. Theo headed to the first floor of the Green Tower for work, naturally carrying the grilled fish lunchbox Sejun had packed in his bag. Seed Shop Headquarters. Park Sejun, the Black Tower's Tower Farmer, has built a temple, 23.1 square meters, for Swamp, the god of swamps. Divine power has increased by 20. Wow, 23.1 square meters, while other non-combat gods were surprised by the size of the temple Swamp received. Ha ha ha. As expected, my prediction was right. Swamp laughed as he confirmed the size of the temple Sejun had built. Swamp had been trapped in the damaged Earth's jewel for a long time. Swamp realized something when he saw the size of the temples other gods received from Sejun as rewards for freeing them from their seals. Park Sejun is more generous with food than with gold or jewels. So, Swamp chose food as his reward, and as he expected, Sejun responded with a large temple. Guys, gather around. Let me tell you the story of how I received a large temple from Park Sejun. Oh. Really? Tell us quickly. Non-combat gods gathered around Swamp. Ahum. Even Leah, the god of abundance, also quietly approached to listen to Swamp. A little later. Oh. So Park Sejun likes food more than treasure. I'll keep that in mind for future requests. I see. Park Sejun is different from humans who covet wealth, as expected of Park Sejun. Park Sejun. Park Sejun. The non-combat gods, happy that Sejun was a decent human, chanted his name. However, thud. Thud. When they heard the sound of a combat god passing by the next building, Park Sejun, they quickly lowered their voices. Green Tower, first floor. 10 roasted sweet potatoes, please. I'll take 10 corns. The hunters filling the shop street on the first floor were buying crops from Sejun's shop. At the front of these hunters, there were 30 who were eating while standing in line. But when does the auction start? I guess we have to wait for that cat called Theo Park to come first. They were there to buy the sturdy blade green onion sold by Theo. Yesterday, they went outside the tower and personally verified the incredible effects of the sturdy blade green onions. Today, we'll secure at least 100,000 of them. We have to win at least once. They were representatives of their tribes, determined to secure more sturdy blade green onions. HMPH. We can't give a single one to the tiger tribe. HMPH. Victory will be ours, meow. As usual, Theseus, the representative of the tiger tribe, and Maroon, the representative of the lion tribe, growled at each other. Meow? What? What is that dumb way of talking? Maroon was mocking Theseus when, meow, meow, meow. Theo appeared on the shop's roof, humming a tune and opening his bag. Pooh hut. There are so many Nita tribe people again today, meow. How exciting, meow. Seeing the crowd of hunters in front of the shop, he smiled brightly. Nita tribe, I, Vice Chairman Theo, have arrived, meow. Thump. Theo jumped off the roof, landing gracefully in a superhero pose, and pulled out 30 million sturdy blade green onions from his bag, more than the previous day. Currently, the Black Tower had large stocks of sturdy blade green onions being cultivated on the 99th, 67th, and 49th floors. The auction will begin now, meow. 30 million tower coins for 100,000. 32 million tower coins. The starting bid was 10 million tower coins higher than yesterday. Yesterday, the hunters hadn't pooled their money properly, but today, all the tribe hunters' money was collected by their representatives. 51 million tower coins, meow. Sold, meow. The sturdy blade green onions were sold for around 50 million tower coins. All sold out, meow. Theo sold 30 million sturdy blade green onions, making a revenue of 15 billion tower coins. But, pooh hut. There's one more crop to sell today, meow. The auction wasn't over yet. There's more to sell? What is it? As the hunters wondered, pooh hut. After the locusts come the leeches, meow. And for leeches, you need this, meow. Theo pulled out the vitality-infused fragrant grapes from his bag. Knowing that giant blood-sucking leeches come out after locusts on Earth, Theo decided to sell the grapes in advance. The auction will begin, meow. I will sell them 100 bunches at a time, with a total of 5,000 bunches, meow. 10,000 tower coins for 100 bunches. 12,000 tower coins for 100 bunches. At Theo's call, the hunters started bidding. However, the bids were far too low. The hunters were drawn to the fragrance of the grapes rather than recognizing their value as a crop that could deal with the yet-to-appear leeches. At that moment, 10 million tower coins for 100 bunches, meow. Theseus, who had complete trust in Theo, started to raise the price. We can't lose to the tiger tribe. 15 million tower coins. Maroon raised the bid again, unwilling to lose to Theseus. 33 million tower coins, meow. Sold, meow. 30 million tower coins. Sold, meow. In the end, the vitality-infused fragrant grapes were swept up by the tiger tribe and the lion tribe. After the auction ended, pooh hut. I've gathered quite a bit of money today, meow. Just a little more, and I can give it to Chairman Park, meow. As Theo happily packed the money into his bag. Thud. Thud. With vibration shaking the ground, hundreds of green trolls were approaching from a distance. And then, who dares to mess with the immortal clan? A monster at the front shouted loudly. Manta, mid-level boss of the immortal clan. Pooh-hoo hut. Slaves, meow. Theo laughed as he approached the trolls with meow step. Thwack. Simultaneously knocking out the trolls by hitting the back of their heads and stamping contracts, he increased Carter's subordinates. As Theo was happily making slaves. Squirm. Slosh. Outside the green tower, 5 giant blood-sucking leeches were approaching the lion tribe's territory. Theo somehow ended up making a prophecy-like prediction. The Nita people's trust in Theo began rising rapidly. Chapter 413. What? Replacing the bones. Nita world's lion tribe territory. Throw the grapes at them. Make them eat each other. The lion tribe hunters threw the vitality-infused fragrant grapes, as instructed by Theo, at the giant blood-sucking leeches. Then, squirm. Squirm. The leeches, intoxicated by the fragrance of the grapes from each other, began to devour their own kind. Once their sizes reduced to about 1 meter, use fire magic. Fireball. Fire arrow. The wizards burned the leeches with their magic. You have defeated a giant blood-sucking leech. Thanks to this, they were able to easily defeat the giant blood-sucking leeches. Phew. If I hadn't bought the vitality-infused fragrant grapes, he didn't even want to imagine it. Maroon tried attacking the leeches that were intoxicated by the grape scent and eating each other from behind. However, squirm. Squirm. The attacked leeches continued to split and split again. Moreover, the dozens of split leeches charged, sucking blood with their sharp teeth. If they had tried to catch the leeches without the grapes, there would have been tremendous damage. Theo Parknim is really amazing. How did he know they would appear? And even the method to deal with them. Maroon couldn't help but feel respect for Theo. Could it be that Theo Parknim is the savior who came to rescue us? Maroon recalled the legend passed down in the lion tribe. On the day when the world is coming to an end, a brave lion will appear to save you. Thinking about it, Theo's appearance was similar to that of a lion. He could hide his claws and had whiskers too. There were more differences, but people tend to see only what they want to believe. Yes. Theo Parknim is definitely the savior who came to save our lion tribe. He hadn't fully grown yet, but when he does, he'll look more like a lion. Come to think of it, those tiger tribe bastards dared to mimic our savior Nim's speech. Unforgivable, meow. From now on, this speech belongs to the lion tribe, meow. Maroon practiced Theo's speech style to use it naturally. Black Tower's administrator area. Time remaining until Great Black Tower growth, 797 days. Hee. Another day has passed. Eileen laughed as she confirmed that another day had been deducted from the time left until the Black Tower's growth. And then, now I should check my Sejun's contribution. Show me the 4th floor contribution rankings of the tower. Eileen checked Sejun's contributions through the crystal orb. Black Tower 4th floor Flesh Eater extermination contribution rankings. First, Park Sejun, 23,581,942. Second, Han Taijun, 17,561. Third, Meal, 5,598. The third place in the contribution rankings had changed, but Sejun was still overwhelmingly in first place, and the gap with second place had widened even more. However, what? Our Sejun's contribution hasn't increased much. Eileen was not satisfied. Recently, Sejun's contribution had been increasing by 1 million every morning, but today it had only increased by around 500,000, half of that. This was due to the side effects of the mags transitioning to bomb mags. The bomb mags hunted the flesh eaters with pineapple bombs, greatly reducing the number of flesh eaters going to the grape farm. King, I want to make my Sejun stronger quickly. Eileen became depressed, wanting to increase Sejun's contribution quickly to make him stronger. At that moment, the slaves of Theo, who is a subordinate of Park Sejun, Black Tower's mid-level administrator and tower farmer, have used large-scale fire magic to defeat 1,120,281 flesh eaters of the 8th plague. A slave's contributions belong to the master, and a subordinate's contributions belong to the superior. The contribution of Park Sejun, the Black Tower's mid-level administrator and tower farm, has increased by 1,120,281. Suddenly, Sejun's contribution skyrocketed. What's going on? Eileen hurriedly checked the 4th floor of the tower with the crystal orb. 4th floor of the Black Tower. We have come here under the orders of Theo Parknim. The subordinates of Regis, the Lord of Bones, who were of the scared bone lineage, arrived on the 4th floor of the tower. And then, oh my, Koto, who had been advocating for the overthrow of the bone caste system, looked at them with disbelief. Regis, the final boss of the bone caste system that needed to be overthrown, was defeated, and now his subordinates, the very backbone of the bone caste system, had come here as Theo's slaves. The bone caste system is essentially gone now. With its core gone, it was only a matter of time before the bone caste system collapsed. Theo Nim has brought down the bone caste system. Seeing the end of the bone caste system, which he had considered his lifelong mission, I must repay Theo Nim. Koto decided he must diligently repay this grace. To do so, he needed to quickly finish the task at hand. New recruits. Use the Hellfire. Koto ordered the skeleton wizards to use the strongest magic created by Regis. Fire of Death, power of the world that supports us. Following Koto's instructions, the skeleton wizards gathered in circles of 10,000 and began chanting spells. A moment later, whoom! The skeleton wizards who had finished preparing began to use the magic. Then, whoosh! In an instant, an area with a diameter of 1 kilometer was engulfed in a giant blue flame, turning the flesh-eaters into white ashes without even being able to scream. Clatter! Clatter! The ashes gathered and turned into more skeletons. Whoosh! This happened almost simultaneously in dozens of places. And then, clatter! Clatter! Millions of skeletons born from the ashes charged at the flesh-eaters, fighting until they died and returned to ashes. Thanks to this, Sejun's contribution soared at an incredible speed. You have successfully eradicated the 8th plague, the flesh-eaters, on the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Rewards will be given according to contribution. The flesh-eaters disappeared from the 4th floor of the tower. What? Already? Then what about our Sejun's contribution? Eileen, flustered, checked Sejun's contribution. Black Tower 4th floor flesh-eater extermination contribution rankings. First, Park Sejun, 30,012. Kihihi. Great. Distribute rewards automatically except for first place. And show me the powers. Eileen, confirming that Sejun's contribution had surpassed 30 million, smiled and pulled up the power list to find the power she had marked. Power, Fragile Young Dragon's Bone, contribution 30 million. Acquiring this power will replace the bones in the body with the bones of a fragile young dragon. Dragons have this power from birth. Usually, the term fragile disappears after the first year, and the term sturdy appears after 10 years. Power, Fragile Young Dragon's Bone might be fragile enough to break with a touch for dragons, but compared to Sejun's bones, it was like replacing straw with steel. Kihihi. Purchase power. When Eileen purchased the power, you have used 30 million contribution to purchase power, Fragile Young Dragon's Bone for Park Sejun, mid-level administrator and tower farmer of the Black Tower. Power, Fragile Young Dragon's Bone has been granted to the mid-level administrator mark of the Black Tower. An alarm appeared on the crystal orb. Sejun, endure the pain a little bit. Eileen cheered on for Sejun. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Suck. Suck. You have harvested the magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 slightly increases. You have gained 70 experience points. While Sejun was harvesting cherry tomatoes. King? What's this? Blackie, who had been taking a nap inside the sling bag Sejun wore after breakfast, felt a slight pain in his stomach. He sensed something bad in his body. It was because of the chocolate spread he had eaten. Although Sejun had unknowingly given it to him, chocolate spread was poison to wolves. Is it poison? Blackie gathered the poisonous energy separately using his core. And then, boing! He jumped out of Sejun's sling bag, went outside the farm, and expelled the poison through his rear end. Kihihit. King. He. This level of poison can't harm me, the great Blackie. Feeling better after expelling the poison, Blackie entered the kitchen with a much lighter step. With his stomach emptied, he felt hungry. Slurp. 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 Blackie quenched his thirst by drinking milk from the milk fountain, but, King, this isn't it. His hunger couldn't be satisfied with just milk. So he went to the storage and started eating various crops inside. King, today, I need to increase my magic power. He especially focused on eating cherry tomatoes and peanuts. Kihihit. King, he. Gather. As his stomach filled, Blackie digested the food to add to the core. Thanks to his diligent eating, the core had grown to the size of a sunflower seed. While Blackie was growing his core in the storage. Who told you to eat here, Blackie? Sejun, who had come into the storage with harvested cherry tomatoes, shouted when he saw Blackie making a mess on the storage floor. King, run away! Sensing he was about to get scolded by Sejun, Blackie hurriedly grabbed a corn cob and ran away. Blackie, you stop right there. Sejun chased after the fleeing Blackie. A moment later. Hee. Blackie, if you hide like that, of course I can see you. Sejun spotted Blackie's plump but sticking out while only his eyes and ears were covered with leaves. Kihihit. King. Hee. Now you won't find me. Slurp. 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 Unaware, Blackie was enjoying the corn. Just as Sejun was about to catch Blackie, the tower's administrator grants power, fragile young dragon's bone to the mid-level administrator mark of the tower, replacing the bones in your body with the bones of a fragile young dragon. Ooh, what? Replacing the bones? What kind of gruesome message is that? Sejun was trembling in fear looking at the message. He felt intense pain and his consciousness began to fade. Thank goodness. Sejun thought it was fortunate that he could faint. Thud. Sejun collapsed. King? What was that noise? Blackie turned around. Crack. Crack. King. Hey. Use the core. Seeing Sejun's bones being replaced with dragon bones, Blackie ran to Sejun. Press. Press. He activated the energy of the core in Sejun's body by stepping on him, helping the fragile young dragon's bones settle properly in Sejun's body. Kihihit. King. Hee. I should make his bones a bit sturdier with this chance. He's too weak. While strengthening power, fragile young dragon's bone absorbs 2% of the purified Fenrir's core fragment's power and gets enhanced. Power, fragile young dragon's bone has been enhanced to power, sturdy young dragon solid bone. Thanks to this, the power was greatly enhanced. But it became even more painful. Sejun screamed while still unconscious. First floor of the Green Tower. Meow? It sounded like Chairman Park screamed just now, meow. But his energy has gotten stronger, meow. Theo, who had been enjoying grilled fish on the roof of the shop, raised his head briefly. Sensing that Sejun was all right, he resumed eating his grilled fish with relief. Theo's Sejun knee detector worked normally, even across different towers. Pooh hut. The grilled fish made with Chairman Park's dedication is delicious, meow. While Theo was eating the grilled fish, goo. Suddenly, a massive aura from the sky began to engulf the surroundings. What? Meow. At this rate, all my slaves will die, meow. Theo hurriedly used his talent, energy drain, to absorb the spreading aura at full power. Then, flash! He quickly took out money from his bag and burned it, and, sheeing, extended his dragon claws and attacked the being emitting the energy. However, Theo's attack did not reach the opponent and dispersed naturally. So you're Theo? Whom? Nice to meet you. I am the Great Green Dragon, Ophelia Iorg, a beautiful woman with green hair who had blocked Theo's attack, introduced herself with a bright smile. However, meow. Nice to meet you, Chairman Park's slave, Ophelia, meow. At Theo's words, Ophelia's expression twisted. Chapter 14, Daddy Quenji has solved the case. 99th floor of the Green Tower. Grow. When Ophelia scattered the mugwort seeds that Sejun sent her and used her skill, the seeds quickly took root and grew into mugwort. And, you have harvested vibrant magical mugwort. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has increased slightly. You have gained 70 experience points. 1 vibrant magical mugwort is offered to Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. Ophelia diligently harvested mugwort to send to Sejun. Great! I finished harvesting 20,000 mugwort. What should I do now? I don't want to work anymore, Ophelia said as she stretched her back after harvesting the mugwort. Right, they said. Park Sejun's shop opened on the first floor of our tower. Hee. I should go check it out. Ophelia moved to the administrator's area of the Green Tower. Kroyong. Grandma is sleeping. Ophelia carefully picked up the crystal orb and left the room, making sure not to disturb the sleeping Brachio. And then, show me the first floor of the tower. Looking into the crystal orb, she searched for Sejun's shop on the first floor of the Green Tower. A moment later. Oh. Found it. Ophelia easily found Sejun's shop, which was crowded with hunters. They're selling Park Sejun's crops at the shop. I want to eat Park Sejun's crops too. Sloop. Ophelia wiped away the drool that had unknowingly come out. Due to her pride, Ophelia couldn't directly ask Sejun for crops and only ate them when Brachio bought them from the dragon market. Should I go and eat too? Ophelia pondered for a moment. No, I can't. Grandma told me not to wander around. Ophelia shook her head, remembering Brachio's warning. But I really want to eat it. Ophelia's gaze soon fixed on the crops Sejun's shop was selling, which the hunters were eating deliciously. The more I look at it, the harder it gets. But are these guys doing their job well? As she watched, her desire to eat grew, and she diverted her attention by looking for the bosses she had sent. And then, those bastards! Ophelia burst out in anger upon seeing the bosses. The boss of the 99th floor of the tower, Agni, was deliciously eating grilled corn while roasting crops. The boss of the 98th floor of the tower, Cerberus, was lying down at the entrance, eating roasted sweet potatoes. Even the boss of the 97th floor of the tower, Saintess of Destruction Egil, was eating cherry tomatoes while treating hunters at the infirmary. Since Sejun Company provided 3 meals a day by default, the bosses were naturally given meals as well. These guys are eating all by themselves. Ooh. I can't stand it. I'm going to eat too. Ophelia carefully glanced at Brachio. Cream. Good. She's in a deep sleep. Move to the first floor of the green tower. Ophelia, confirming Brachio was deeply asleep, grabbed the crystal orb and spoke. Do you wish to move to the first floor of the green tower? Yes, moving to the first floor of the green tower. And so, Ophelia moved to the first floor of the green tower. What? It's Park Sejun's subordinate, Theo. Blocking the attack aimed at her, she greeted Theo. Meow. Nice to meet you, Chairman Park's slave Ophelia. Meow. Eek. Slave, really? Though Theo's words were annoying, she couldn't refute because they were true. Moreover, now's not the time to worry about that. Ophelia had a purpose for coming here. I want to eat that too. Hurriedly, Ophelia pointed to the crops being sold at the shop and spoke to Theo. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. At Ophelia's words, Theo obediently took out the crops from his bag and handed them over. Since providing meals to Sejun Company's employees was standard, Theo didn't find it strange at all. However, is there anything I need to do in return? Ophelia, unaware of this, asked Theo if there was anything she could help with. She didn't want rumors spreading that the Great Green Dragon didn't pay for things. Then hurry and go, meow. I'm tired, meow. Ooh? I'm sorry. Only then did Ophelia notice Theo's exhausted face from absorbing her energy. Then I'll be off. As Ophelia hurriedly left, meow, I'm so tired, meow. The exhausted Theo trudged back to the Black Tower. I need to recharge on Chairman Park's lap, meow. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun carefully moved his body as he woke up. Fortunately, there was no pain. Did the bones get replaced properly? Sejun quickly checked his power. Power, sturdy young dragon solid bones. Level 10, all stats 100, all stat potentials 1000, all stats increase by 1 every 10 days for 10,000 days. Learning efficiency is increased. Dragon bones enhance resistance to external energies. Due to the high density of the solid bones, all stat potentials increase by an additional 1000, and the bones are less likely to break. Wow, this is insane. Sejun couldn't close his mouth upon seeing the options of his power. This power was truly amazing. Thanks to it, his level rose to 98, earning him 10 bonus stats and increasing his strength stat by 100. All stat potentials increased by 1000, a total of 2000. Moreover, for almost 30 years, all his stats would increase by 1 every 10 days just by breathing. That means all stats would increase by 1000. Everything else was excellent as well. Eileen, thank you so much. Although it was thanks to Blackie that the power was enhanced, Sejun, not knowing this, thought it was all thanks to Eileen. The tower's administrator says you did well. That's strange. I definitely granted the fragile young dragon's bones. Eileen found it odd that Sejun's power had been enhanced, but she thought it was better this way. After conversing with Eileen, I'll allocate all 10 bonus stats to agility. Sejun raised his lowest stat, agility, with his bonus stats. But Blackie is quite cheeky. He definitely saw me faint, yet he just left me there. Blackie! Sejun, still annoyed, called out for Blackie. And then, Kirarong. As expected, here you are. He found Blackie sprawled out in a large X shape in the storage room, with his belly bulging. Apparently, he fell asleep while eating, as he had a half-eaten raw sweet potato in his mouth. Good grief. Really? He's too small to even hit. Sejun sighed and sat down next to Blackie, gently stroking his belly. Then, burp. Kihihi. Blackie burped loudly and grinned, holding Sejun's hand with his short front legs and leaning his head on it. You're smiling? Really? He let it slide because it was cute. Sejun grumbled as he carefully picked Blackie up with both hands, placed him in the sling bag, and began cleaning the mess Blackie had made on the floor. At that moment, Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Theo, who had returned from the Green Tower, ran towards Sejun. Splat. As usual, starting with the face. Pooh hut. Theo stuck to Sejun's face, rubbing his own face against Sejun's head. Did you do well? Sejun asked Theo. Pooh hut. Yes, meow. And Ophelia visited the shop, meow. Ophelia? Yes, meow. If Ophelia appeared, it must have been chaos on the first floor of the tower. Pooh hut. That's why I, Vice Chairman Theo, stepped in and absorbed all of Ophelia's energy, meow. Ooh? What if something goes wrong from absorbing all that? What if something serious happens? Meow? Pooh hut. Chairman Park, did you just worry about me, meow? Ooh? Don't worry, meow. Thanks to absorbing Ophelia's energy, I've become much stronger, meow. Feeling happy about Sejun's concern, Theo puffed out his chest and shouted in a proud voice. Why did I even bother? Here I go worrying about others again. So, why did Ophelia come? She asked for Chairman Park's crops, meow. Really? Then she should have asked me. Was it because of her pride? Then from now on, you should take care of her. Every time Ophelia shows up, Vice Chairman Theo will absorb her energy and get stronger, meow. That's a great idea, meow. As expected, Chairman Park is a genius, meow. Heh. Of course. And Vice Chairman Theo should consider it an honor to be the subordinate of genius Chairman Park. Pooh hut. Of course, I, Vice Chairman Theo, am honored to be the subordinate of the genius Chairman Park, meow. What? How can he take a joke so seriously? And why am I the one feeling embarrassed? Pooh hut. Meeting the genius Chairman Park is the best thing in my cat life, meow. I respect you, meow. Chairman Park is great, meow. Theo continued to praise Sejun without knowing how he felt. Stop it. Just as Sejun was about to cover Theo's mouth. But your face looks terrible, meow. Ooh. The order was wrong. Why do you give the disease at the end after pouring in the medicine? Not giving the disease and then the medicine, but giving the medicine and then the disease. However, Sejun's embarrassment disappeared completely. Let's go out. Understood, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo clung to his knee, and Sejun stepped out of the storage room. As soon as Sejun came out, Krueng, Daddy Quenji is here. Pio, I'm here too. I'm here as well. Quenji, who had gone for special training from the Minotaur King, returned with Pio and Uran. Why are you guys so late, meow? Theo asked, looking at Pio and Uran. They were supposed to enslave the skeletons on the 96th floor of the tower and come up. Well, on the way up, Uran began to explain the situation. So you were delayed because you ran into a thief on the way up? Yes, as expected, it was typical of Uran, the icon of misfortune. So, did you catch the thief, Pio? No. They suddenly disappeared from the 81st floor of the tower, so we couldn't catch them. Pio answered in a frustrated voice. It's time for Detective Sherlock Sejun to step in. The 81st floor of the tower was where Sejuns can go. It seemed like a good opportunity to check on the pear tree farm as well. Pooh hut. Then Detective Sherlock Sejun's assistant Theo Sun will also go, meow. Krueng. Detective Kunin is deploying too. Then let's head out immediately. Sejun and his party, who decided to chase the thief, moved to the waypoint. Arrived at the 81st floor of the Black Tower. Everyone, come out. Arriving at the 81st floor of the tower via the waypoint, Sejun called out his party from the void storage. And then, Pio, lead us to where you lost the thief. Pio. Yes. You can count on me. They followed Pio's lead. Outskirts of destruction. What is this? Halfas, the second seat of the Apostles of Destruction, the Crow of Death, frowned as he watched the orb slowly losing its red aura. This had never happened before, and now it's happening not once, but twice. Something was definitely happening that he wasn't aware of. How dare they oppose the power of destruction? With the diminishing power of destruction on both Earth and now Ainita, Halfas was furious. What is Fenrir doing? Halfas lashed out at Fenrir, who wasn't even present. At that moment, Halfas, why are you calling me? Fenrir's voice was heard. Fenrir? Why is your voice coming from there? Halfas asked, looking at the orb containing Earth. It's none of your concern. More importantly, transfer control of the calamity to me. I'll handle this place. Fenrir's thoughts didn't mention that the core fragments had scattered. Even though they were both apostles of destruction, they were like wild beasts ready to pounce on each other's weaknesses, even if they were on the same side. All right. I'll transfer control of the calamity. Halfas handed over control as requested. Thus, all control over the calamities on Earth was transferred to Michael. Pio, it's here. They suddenly disappeared here. Pio stopped in front of a giant stone wall. At that moment, Krueng! I smell something. Following the scent with his eyes closed, Quenji suddenly vanished. Then, boom! With a loud crash, a massive building appeared. Ku-hey-hey-hey! Krueng! He. Daddy Quenji has solved the case. Quenji, who had broken the core of the magic circle of the illusion spell, ran to Sejun with a bright smile. Chapter 15, Please let me sleep comfortably. Ku-hey-hey-hey! Krueng! Quenji, who was running towards Sejun, suddenly stopped. Ku-eng! Krueng! Right! It's Detective Cunan. Detective Cunan has solved it. Quenji, who briefly confused his main persona with his role-playing character, resumed his method acting. As expected, Detective Cunan is amazing. Sejun also played along to let Quenji get fully immersed in his role-playing. While Quenji was engrossed in his alter ego, Detective Cunan, pooh-hoo-hut. The case isn't solved yet, meow. Detective Cunan has only unraveled one of the many clues, meow. It's still 0-1, meow. Theo, brimming with competitive spirit, said to Quenji. The match isn't over yet, meow. Krueng! Detective Cunan will win. Pooh-hoo-hut. I will show you the skills of Sherlock Sejun's trusted assistant, Theo-sun, meow. Krueng! Detective Cunan will also show his skills. Pooh-hoo-hut. But you can't beat me, meow. I, Theo-sun, am a master at catching thieves, meow. As Theo and Quenji competitively ran into the building. But what is this building? Sejun slowly walked towards the massive structure, looking around. There was a broom leaning against the wall, fallen leaves gathered on the ground, and stones replaced with new ones amidst the aged stones marking the passage of time on the building. There were signs that someone had been here. Probably thieves. Considering the size of the building, there might be more of them around. At that moment, Sejun, it seems someone is living here. I'm sure it's the thief who stole my money. Sejun heard a voice beside him. It was Yoren. Sejun felt his heart drop and quickly looked to his side. There stood Yoren, the icon of misfortune. I am here with Yoren? Without Theo or Quenji. Oh Suso. A chill ran down Sejun's spine. Guys, wait for me. Sejun hurried into the building. Sejun Nim, wait for Ak. As Yoren hurriedly chased after Sejun into the building, he suddenly fell into a pit that appeared on the floor. Feel Pio. Phew, it's starting again. Pio sighed and followed after the fallen Yoren. Green Tower, first floor. Thump. Thump. Is it there? A massive troll, one head taller than other trolls, glared at Sejun's shop and asked. Yes. That's right, boss. That's the shop. The twin-head ogre, Dooley, the deputy boss of the Immortal Clan, responded. The boss of the Immortal Clan, Giant Troll Ogre, had been summoned by the powerhouse of the 93rd floor of the tower for not paying his tribute for the first floor of the tower and had been severely reprimanded. So he came to the first floor of the tower to collect the tributes himself. It doesn't look like much. Let's wrap this up quickly and go. Sweep them away. Yes. Boss, boys, clear the way. Yes, move aside. At the command of Doulas' right head, the members of the Immortal Clan began pushing away the hunters, clearing a path to the shop. And then, ark, what's going on? The hunters were helplessly pushed back. The trolls quickly cleared a path to the shop. Thump. Thump. Ogre, with Dooley in the lead, slowly followed behind. At that moment, bang! Thump! With a loud crash, one of the trolls flew through the air and landed in front of Dooley. What's going on? Dooley hurriedly asked the troll that had fallen to the ground. The Saintess escape. The troll muttered something in a barely audible voice before losing consciousness. The Saintess? Saintess of Destruction, Egil? No way. That can't be true. There's no way the boss of the 97th floor of the tower would be here. While Doulas' two heads were conversing, hey, look ahead. Ogre, looking ahead, called out to Dooley in a terrified voice. Yes? What's ahead? Dooley, looking ahead, was at a loss for words. In front of them stood Agni, the boss of the 99th floor of the tower, who had transformed into a giant, and Egil, the boss of the 97th floor, the Saintess of Destruction. The trolls were kneeling before them. Why are the bosses from the highest floors of the Green Tower here? Ogre and Dooley were startled and tried to quickly turn around and run away, growling. But Cerberus, the boss of the 98th floor, blocked their path. Kneel. Thump. Thump. At Cerberus' command, Ogre and Dooley knelt faster than anyone. Sign it. Cerberus handed them a contract prepared by Theo in advance. You have hunted one slave. All stats increased by 1 due to the effect of title, Slave Hunter. Pooh-hoo-hut. My subordinates are doing well, meow. But where is this, meow? Theo said, looking around after reading the message. He had definitely entered the building with Quenji, but he ended up in a completely different place. Moreover, Quenji was nowhere to be seen. Pooh hut. I should go to Chairman Park first, meow. Theo moved toward where he sensed Sejun's energy. Meow, I feel a pull from here, meow. As he walked along the path and entered a room where he felt the pull, there was a jade-colored stone placed in the center of the room. Pooh hut. This looks good, meow. Even though it obviously looked like a trap, Theo grabbed the jade stone without hesitation. Rumble. The room shook for a moment. What, meow? Theo tilted his head and left the room, heading towards Sejun. Soon after, clang. Sharp spikes coated with purple liquid shot out from the top and bottom of the room Theo had just left. Meow meow meow. Unaware of the danger he had just avoided, Theo hummed a tune as he ran towards Sejun. Krueng. Where is this place? Just like Theo, Quenji, who had fallen into a strange place, looked around. Krueng. Quenji smelled Dad from over there. Detective Cunan has found Dad. Bang. Bang. Quenji started moving straight towards Sejun, breaking through walls. Clang. Traps appeared along the way, but, Krueng. Krueng. You can't block Detective Cunan. Quenji have to go quickly. Quenji destroyed all the traps, while moving forward by solving everything with brute force. Pio. Kuik. Quenji heard Pio and Uran screaming from afar. Krueng. Quenji quickly ran toward the sound. Rumble. He saw Pio and Uran running away to avoid being crushed by a giant boulder. Krueng. Get out of the way. Quenji shouted to them and extended his front paw. Then, bang! With a loud explosion, the boulder turned to dust. It was Quenji's step punch. Pio, we're saved. Quenji, do you need some pocket money? As Uran, who had narrowly escaped death, tried to reward Quenji. Krueng. Dad told me not to take money from just anyone. Quenji refused Uran's money. I'm not just anyone. Uran felt hurt. Where is this place? Sejun stood at the end of a dead-end corridor, looking around. As soon as he opened the door, he felt something strange and was plunged into darkness, ending up here as if he had teleported. Step. Step. Since it was a dead end, Sejun walked forward. Then, Sejun Nim, be careful. Peacebays, who was hiding on Sejun's instep, warned him and swung its wings at the ground 3 meters ahead. Then the floor sank under the air pressure. Creak. With the sound of gears turning, huge iron skewers shot up from the floor. What was that? Did I almost die just now? Sejun froze at the sight of the trap. Kirarong. Kihit. In contrast, Blackie was sleeping as comfortably as ever. Yeah, just sleep. In Sejun's mind, Blackie was still a baby puppy. Thinking that there was nothing good to be gained from experiencing this kind of situation, Sejun completely closed his sling bag. Just a moment. Peacebay swung its wings to cut the metal spikes and flew ahead. Bang! Bang! Phew! It's safe now. After destroying all the traps ahead, Peacebays returned. Thanks to Peacebays, Sejun could move comfortably. As he continued to move along the corridor. Ooh? It's Theo. Sejun could sense Theo coming this way. Let's rest here for a moment. Sure. As Sejun waited for a bit. Chairman Park, I missed you so much, meow. Theo ran over and hugged Sejun's face. Yeah. I missed you so much too. Sejun welcomed Theo more warmly than usual. At that moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. The vibration rapidly approached where Sejun was. What is it? Sejun grabbed Theo's body with both hands, ready to defend at any moment. A moment later, bang! The wall in front of Sejun shattered. And then, Krueng! Quenji found Dad. Thud, thud, thud. Quenji hurriedly ran towards Sejun. Quenji! Sejun greeted Quenji as if he hadn't seen him in decades. Pio! We're saved! Theo Nim, I missed you. Following Quenji, Pio and Uran appeared. The group was reunited. But where should we go? Krueng! Detective Cunan smelled the thief earlier. Just trust Detective Cunan. Quenji confidently raised his front paw and shouted. Pooh hut. No, meow. I felt a strong pull from that direction, meow. Theo also confidently raised his front paw and shouted. Krueng! Quenji is right. No, meow. My front paw's pull has never been wrong, meow. The two started bickering again. Guys, calm down. You're both right. Let's first go to where Theo felt the pull. The pull Theo felt was surely towards the treasure stolen by the thief. So, let's first grab the treasure and then chase the thief. Pooh hut. Follow me, meow. Krueng. With Sejun's words, Theo's confidence soared, while Quenji became sullen. Detective Cunan, don't be too sad. I'll give you 1 5-star stamp instead. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Really? Yes. Here, take out the paper. Krueng. Got it. Thus, having cheered up Quenji, Sejun followed Theo's lead, moving towards the pool. And then, wow, they arrived at a gigantic warehouse. It was filled with jewels, weapons, paintings, and other expensive-looking items. Theo, gather what you're pulled towards first, and then pack the rest of the jewels. Got it, meow. Krueng. Pio. Yes. Following Sejun's instructions, the group began gathering the jewels. Chairman Park, I feel a strong pull from within here, meow. Guided by Theo, Sejun stood in front of a pile of jewels. From here? Yes, meow. Shush. Theo answered and then dived into the pile of jewels. A moment later, swoosh, Theo's chubby front paw emerged from the pile of jewels. When Sejun pulled Theo's paw, Theo appeared holding a black diamond in his other front paw. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, it's this, meow. Theo, dangling from Sejun's grasp, confidently offered the black diamond. Skill copying stone. Gulp. Sejun took the black diamond and examined it closely. Skill copying stone, an item made from black diamond. It can randomly copy and store one skill from a target. The stored skill disappears after use. Skills cannot be copied if the difference in levels is significant without the target's consent. Skills that cannot be used cannot be copied. Currently copied skill, none. Usage restrictions, level 100 or higher, all stats above 2000, recognized as the master of the copyist copy. Creator, copyist copy. Grade, it can copy skills? So, if I copy and store the skills of Theo or Quenji, he. Will I be able to use Meow Meow Storm Fist and Krueng? Futu? While Sejun imagined enemies falling to his newly acquired skills and chuckled. What? You dare to use me? Then you must first pass the trial of the copyist copy. As soon as the arrogant voice echoed in his mind, Sejun lost consciousness. Key, please, let me sleep comfortably. Blackie, grumbling about sleep, closed his eyes and entered Sejun's mental world. Chapter 16, The One Who Can't Fight is Sejun. Inside Sejun's mental world. What are you doing? Why are you copying my appearance? Change it right now. You're the one who needs to change your appearance quickly. There were 2 Sejuns there, each claiming to be the real Sejun. True to his job as a copyist, Karpi had transformed into Sejun's appearance. Who is the real Sejun? The giant wolf, Blackie, was watching the 2 of them, pondering who to attack. In Sejun's mental world, Blackie's size was so enormous that it was difficult for the 2 to fit him in their field of vision, so they were unaware of Blackie. There was only one chance. Blackie had to be very cautious. If he accidentally attacked the real Sejun, Sejun's soul would be extinguished, and naturally, Sejun would die. Which one is our Sejun? While Blackie was deep in thought, thwack! Thwack! The 2 Sejuns, who had been arguing, started fighting each other. No. Ark! One Sejun was being beaten unilaterally. His stats were low, he had no combat skills or experience, so it was inevitable. That's right. The one getting beaten was the real Sejun. What's with this guy? He told me to pass the test, then transformed into me and started hitting me. And if you're going to transform into me, you should have the same stats and skills. While Sejun was feeling aggrieved, found him. Blackie identified the real Sejun. The one who can't fight is Sejun. Blackie was 100% certain. Bang! Blackie carefully moved his paw and stepped on the fake Sejun. That's cheat. The fake Sejun, crushed by the suddenly appearing giant pillar, managed to say a word before turning into grey smoke and being absorbed by Sejun. You're even more of a che? Sejun, who was responding, lost consciousness. You have absorbed the thoughts of copyist Karpi. You have learned how to use the skill copying stone. You can now use the skill copying stone more efficiently. Your mental strength has increased by 50. While reading the messages after opening his eyes. Chairman Park, are you awake? Meow. Krueng. Dad, are you okay? Theo and Quenji, who had been massaging Sejun's face and body while he was unconscious, asked in delighted voices. Yeah. I'm fine. As Sejun answered and tried to get up. Chairman Park, stay lying down. Meow. Krueng. Krueng. That's right. Dad needs to rest more. Theo and Quenji pressed down on Sejun's body, preventing him from getting up. They thought Sejun had fainted from exhaustion. So, they were making him rest. Though he felt fine, Sejun wanted to get up, but with both of them pressing down, he couldn't get up. Kira wrong. Listening to Blackie's snoring, Sejun was forced to take a break. Is this how you use it? Sejun examined the skill copying stone and brought it near Theo's body. Then, do you want to copy the target skill? A message appeared. Yes. When Sejun answered, you will randomly copy one of the target skills. The skill copying stone copied one of Theo's skills. Since Theo didn't resist, no permission was needed. You have copied the skill, Meow Step, Master. Meow Step? When Sejun looked at the skill copying stone, currently copied skill, 1/2 skill, Meow Step, Master. The recently copied skill was displayed, and the 1/2 displayed next to it. Originally, he could only copy one skill. He. Thanks to the residual thoughts of copyist Carpi, with the ability to use the skill copying stone more efficiently, he could now copy up to 2 skills. As Sejun looked at the copied skill Meow Step, the skill description appeared. Skill, Meow Step, Master. A creative skill made by Theo Park, the legendary merchant, and the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat subordinate of the great black dragon, for fast movement. Chairman Park is so great, meow. It's a skill that allows high-speed movement using magic power with an effective agility stat x5 for 100 seconds. Chairman Park, I respect you, meow. If moving on for legs, it has an effective agility stat x10 for ultra-high-speed movement. Chairman Park, you're the best, meow. Wow, Sejun marveled at the skill description. It's amazing. Being able to move at 5 times the agility stat for 100 seconds. You can move at 10 times the speed when walking on all fours, but he didn't want to move that fast to that extent. Maybe because it's a creative skill. The titles like the legendary merchant, and the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat subordinate of the great black dragon, which the Black Tower system doesn't recognize, were part of Theo's thoughts included in the skill description. Chairman Park is so great, meow. Chairman Park, I respect you, meow. Chairman Park, you're the best, meow. These redundant praises from Theo were directly included in the skill description. In short, there were many unnecessary words. He. Vice Chairman Theo mentions me even in his skill. Of course, Sejun was very pleased. While Sejun was reading the skill description, Chairman Park, isn't it hot, meow? Theo fanned Sejun with his front paw. Krueng. Dad, aren't you thirsty? Quenji handed Sejun a cup of water, treating him with great care. A little later, let's pack up quickly and go home. As Sejun stood up, Chairman Park, there's one more thing I'm pulled to, meow. Theo led Sejun to another pile of jewels. And then, this is it, meow. As Theo put his front paw into the pile of jewels and pulled, Kugoom. With a heavy sound, a golden cart that was buried in the pile slowly moved and revealed itself. Why is there a cart here? Automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower. Despite its grand name, the cart had a very simple structure, a square box with 4 wheels attached. What is this? Wandering the Black Tower and Golden Tower? Automatic cart? Does it move automatically? Sejun hurriedly placed his hand on the cart to check its options. Automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower. A cart created during the promotion exam for the legendary merchant of the Black Tower. Made from materials such as lightning-struck giant paulownia tree, bone powder of a sacred bone, holy stone speed, top-grade magic stones, and thunder spirit stones. Due to the lightning-struck paulownia tree, bone powder of a sacred bone, and thunder spirit stones, it has strong resistance to lightning attributes. Put items to sell in the cart, set the desired price, and the cart will wander the Black Tower and Golden Tower for 30 days, selling the items automatically. The cart moves to a different floor every 10 days. If all items are sold, it returns immediately, but the cart can only wander again after 30 days from the initial departure date. By paying 10 billion tower coins per remaining day, the cart can be sent to wander immediately. If you set items you want to buy in the cart, it will return after purchasing up to 5 types of items. If you don't set all 5, the cart will automatically purchase items for the remaining slots. Bound to the legendary merchant Theo Park. Usage restriction, legendary merchant, magic power 10,000 or more. Creator, God of? Grade, R. This is a cart created during the promotion exam for the legendary merchant. This seems to belong to Uran, but it seems like it got bound to Theo when he touched it. Who? That's my cart. As if confirming Sejun's guess, Uran shouted, recognizing the cart. Uran, I'm sorry. Sejun, holding Uran's shoulder, spoke in an apologetic tone. Who? Why? Well, the cart got bound to Theo. Meow? Theo, realizing the cart was bound to him, looked surprised at Sejun's words. He. It's okay. I was originally going to give it to Vice Chairman Theo anyway. Really? Pooh Hut. I'll use it well, meow. Thanks to this, Sejun and Theo's faces lit up with smiles. The moment Uran saw the automatic cart that wandered between the Black Tower and Golden Tower, he thought it would be better for Theo to use it, because of his own misfortune. If he used it, the cart might end up in some strange place. The world might even face destruction. In fact, Uran had tried using the cart briefly the day he became the legendary merchant. He had sent it out empty to make it return quickly, but less than 10 minutes later, it came back covered in the corpses of strange little monsters. They had died during the dimensional travel. Uran was convinced. Those creatures were not of this world. The cart, which was supposed to go to the Black Tower or Golden Tower, had ended up in some strange and dangerous place and then returned. After that, Uran had been pondering how to use the cart, but when the faceless thief loon stole it, he felt relieved. Although he was unfortunate that his other properties were taken too. Uran, thank you. I'll make you a lot of delicious food in return. Ooh hee hee. Thank you. At Sejun's words, Uran smiled brightly. After legally receiving the cart from Uran, Vice Chairman Theo, let's send the cart out once. Pooh Hut. Understood, meow. Theo began loading items for sale into the cart. He loaded cherry tomatoes, sweet potatoes, green onions, carrots, and potatoes, and set the prices. For items to buy, just set the land deed for the 35th floor of the Golden Tower for now. Pooh Hut. Understood, meow. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo set the item to be purchased in the cart. Then, go and make a lot of money, meow. As Theo lightly pushed the cart, whoong, a black hole appeared in front of the cart, and it moved into the hole. After sending the cart, so, this is the hideout of the faceless thief loon, huh? Seeing Uran's cart here confirmed it. No wonder they're worth so many treasures. After a few more hours of gathering the items, they finally managed to empty the treasure vault. Everyone's pockets were so full of jewelry that they couldn't hold any more. Quenji, let's go catch the thief now. Krueng. Got it. Leave it to Quenji. As it was finally time for him to shine, Quenji eagerly sniffed the air and followed the trail of the faceless thief loon. As they moved, they found a staircase, and upon climbing it, a gigantic laboratory appeared. The walls were lined with countless books and reagents, and the desks and floor were piled high with documents. At that moment, Krueng. Quenji tilted his head in confusion. Quenji, what's wrong? Krueng. The scent stops here. Do you smell anything else? Krueng. There are other scents. But there are too many. Quenji shook his head as he answered. Pooh Hut. Jai. Sejun quickly covered Theo's mouth, knowing he would want to step in at this moment. If Theo acted here again, Quenji would be disappointed once more. If you stay still, I'll extend your exclusive right to my knee by 1 week. Nod if you agree. Nod. Theo nodded vigorously at Sejun's words. Good. Persuasion successful. Sejun removed his hand from Theo's mouth. And then, he fell into deep thought. How could he catch the thief? No, how could he summon the owner? Sejun pondered for a moment. Quenji, give a light Krueng. Fu. Krueng. Got it. Krueng. Fu. At Sejun's command, Quenji, without much doubt, used Krueng. Fu at 10% output. Clang. The reagent shattered by Krueng. Fu. All the reagents on one side of the wall were broken. He. You still won't come out after this mess? Sejun's plan was to cause chaos. Clearly, this place was a space for important long-term research. The owner has no choice but to appear. Definitely. But it seemed this much wasn't enough, there was no sign of anyone showing up. In that case, Quenji, how about we do a little zapping after a long time? Krueng. Understood. Shoo shuck. At Sejun's words, Quenji began rubbing his front paws together. Then, crackle. Bright white sparks were produced, dazzling to the eye. If I bring this to the documents, they'll all burn up instantly. What will you do? This was Sejun's signal to the owner of the laboratory. At that moment, stop. You really can't do that. Please. From a hidden spot in the ceiling of the laboratory, the faceless thief loon appeared. Chapter 417, Pooh Hut. What a fantastic transformation show, meow. My name is 132279. As soon as I was born, I was kidnapped by the copyist Carpi and became an experimental subject. Carpi was a crazy wizard who was obsessively fixated on transforming into other forms. He didn't hesitate to perform live biological experiments to achieve that. At first, my surroundings were full of friends, but one by one, they disappeared. It was later that I realized the 13 prefix in my name signified that 10,000 test subjects had disappeared 12 times. As the experiments continued, my friends vanished, and I was left alone. Unfortunately, when I was the only one left, your new name is Carpi now. I received a new name from the copyist Carpi and was forcibly made his apprentice. However, being called an apprentice, I remained an experimental subject until the very end. Then one day, drink this, my master handed me a thick silver liquid. Lacking the courage to defy my master's order, I drank the liquid and lost consciousness. When I regained my senses, everything around me was in complete ruins. I waited for my master for days in that place, but he never appeared. Finally, freedom, the freedom I had so desperately dreamed of. As I thought I had escaped from my master, Twitch, my body began to transform into a completely different form. Perhaps I had wished for too much freedom. Even my body was freed from its previous constraints. My second transformation, and the first one I remember, was into a grey wolf. I wasn't accustomed to walking on all fours, and it took me days to learn to walk. And just when I had finally gotten used to running, Twitch, I transformed again. After that, I transformed into an orc, a goblin, a man, a woman, a child, an old person, an animal, and even an insect. While I retained my consciousness in animal forms, I lost it when I transformed into an insect. When I regained consciousness in another form, recalling my memories of being an insect filled me with self-loathing. Moreover, I faced hundreds of near-death experiences when I transformed into weaker beings. Fortunately, even if my arms were cut off or I bled profusely, I could survive by transforming, which restored my body to a normal state. I wanted to settle in a village and be safe, but I couldn't stay because my appearance kept changing. I couldn't control my transformation ability. In fact, there were times when I transformed while in the company of others, got attacked, and barely escaped. Realizing I couldn't live like this, I reluctantly risked returning to my master's lab. I feared meeting my master, but the world outside was even scarier. Luckily, my master wasn't in the lab. The lab was covered in dust, indicating he hadn't visited for a long time. Relieved, I studied my master's research materials to find a way to control my transformation ability. While studying, I discovered what my master had done to me. The experiment to transform me into the greatest life form. He experimented on me to transform me into a great dragon. It was a crazy idea. Naturally, it was impossible for me to become a great dragon, and as a side effect, I lost my original form. Then I remembered. During my first transformation, I had transformed into a black minotaur and killed the copyist Carpi. I continued my research based on Carpi's materials and completed 2 potion recipes. Transformation Suppression Potion, Transformation Acceleration Potion. One was to use when I wanted to maintain my form, and the other when I wanted to change my form. Upon completing the recipes, I ventured outside to gather the ingredients for the potions. However, most of the ingredients were extremely expensive, and without a way to earn money, I used my transforming abilities to become a thief. Since my appearance kept changing, as long as I didn't get caught, no one could track me down. Starting with petty theft, I honed my skills and gradually scaled up my heists. Before long, instead of the name Carpi, the new name for faceless thief Loon became attached to me. And returning to just a moment ago, beep! Faceless thief Loon tossed and turned in bed at the sound of the alarm magic signaling an intruder. Of all times, an intruder had to come when I had transformed into a weak flying squirrel. I wondered how they found my hideout, but I wasn't too worried. I had invested enormously in traps just in case. So, I wrapped myself in my blanket and fell back asleep without worry. Clang! I woke up to the sound of something breaking. What was that? I quickly got up and activated the video magic stone that could show the laboratory. And then, I saw the intruders in the lab, and all the potions displayed on one side of the wall were shattered. Do you know how much those cost? As Loon fumed over his wasted efforts and money, he saw a small brown bear creating a dazzling white light in its front paws. No. If a fire breaks out, my research materials, especially the potion recipe I finally completed yesterday to return to my original form, was right in front of that bear. So I quickly grabbed the transformation suppression potion and the transformation acceleration potion and left my hideout. Is that the faceless thief Loon? Sejun was surprised to see a flying squirrel gliding with its limbs spread out. Is that tiny thing really the great thief? Sejun almost let his guard down due to its small and cute appearance, but, no way. Iona is also small and cute, but she's the wizard of destruction. Recalling Iona, he raised his guard. Ooh! Loon, who was flying in the sky, stuck to the wall and took a potion out of his vest and drank it. Then, twitch! Loon's body turned into a silver paste and quickly transformed into a frog. After drinking another potion, he transformed into a raccoon, and then a sloth. As if his luck was particularly bad today, he couldn't transform into a species suitable for combat. This is bad, as Loon grew anxious. Wow! Awesome! Pooh hut! What a fantastic transformation show, meow! Crueng! Crueng! It's amazing! His appearance keeps changing. Pio! That's why they call him Faceless Thief Loon. Wow! Sejun and his party were mesmerized by Loon's transformation show. Loon kept drinking the transformation acceleration potion and transforming more than 10 times. Finally, when a strong form emerged, thud! Loon landed in front of Sejun's party. Blue Phoenix. Unlike a phoenix that controls fire, it controls ice. Studying different species was essential for Loon, as he never knew what he might transform into. Crunch! Loon tried to freeze everything around him to protect his research materials and potions from damage. Even the intruders. At that moment, he felt a stinging sensation in his buttocks, no, his tail. When Loon quickly turned around, pluck, pluck, pooh hut. This will be great for making Chairman Park's farming tools and Iona's staff, meow. Theo was plucking feathers from Loon's tail. Eek! I'll freeze you all, just as the enraged Loon tried to unleash cold energy. Gak! Crueng! My dad will catch a cold if he gets chilly. Quenji, who had transformed into a giant form, grabbed Loon's neck tightly with his front paw. Pluck! Pluck! As a result, Loon was stuck with his collar grabbed, getting his tail feathers plucked. Hurriedly, Loon took out the transformation acceleration potion from his chest and drank it. Twitch! Crueng! Crueng! Oh! He's slipping away. Quenji tried to grab the transforming Loon, but Loon slipped out like an eel, transforming into a water deer. Then Loon transformed several more times. Crueng! He's transforming again. Quenji, Pio, and Yoren returned to watching the transformation show. Pooh hut! Chairman Park, take this, meow. Theo brought Sejun 7 tail feathers of the blue phoenix. Oh, this feels cool. Sejun examined the blue feathers he received. Blue Phoenix's tail feathers. These are tail feathers from the immortal blue phoenix, excellent materials for containing strong ice power. Using these feathers to make equipment has a high chance of producing legendary grade items. If you make a weapon with these feathers, it will have an ice attribute. If you make a staff, it will double the ice attribute attack. If you make farming tools, it will increase the shelf life of crops by 10%. Grade, SSS. Well done, Vice Chairman Theo. Pooh hut. Of course, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, always do well, meow, he. That's right. Sejun knew the response would be annoying, but he couldn't help but praise him. By making a hoe with phoenix tail feathers to increase the growth rate of crops by 5%, and a sickle with blue phoenix tail feathers to increase the shelf life of crops by 10%, the synergy would be the best. At that moment, chirp! Chirp! Crueng! The transformation is over. Loon transformed into a cicada and lost consciousness. Chirp! Chirp! Capture him alive for now. Pio! Pio! Yes! I'll catch him. Pio grabbed the cicada-transformed Loon with its beak and stamped the cicada's leg on the slave contract. But, Pio? Theo Nim, did it work? It didn't work, meow. It seemed the slave contract wouldn't work without a stamp from his original form. For now, let's tell Iona about this location and go back. Got it, meow. Sejun captured Faceless Thief Loon and returned to the 99th floor of the tower with his party. 12th floor of the Golden Tower. Boom! Hundreds of lightning bolts struck the ground from the sky on a plane. Rattle! Rattle! A golden cart slowly moved. Bang! Boom! Despite being struck by lightning several times during the move, the cart continued undamaged. What is that? Should we attack it? Elves hiding in a cave and keeping watch outside whispered as they observed the suspicious cart. At that moment, rattle! Rattle! The cart changed direction and started moving toward their cave. What's going on? What should we do? Inform Elder Roiva first. As the elves busily moved around, thud! The cart stopped in front of their cave. Prepare to fire. At Elder Roiva's command, the elves loaded wooden arrows with sharp stone tips onto their bows and aimed at the cart. However, the cart didn't budge at all. First squad, approach. Yes. At Roiva's order, 5 elves cautiously moved toward the cart, alternately looking at the sky and the cart, hiding under trees. They had no idea when lightning might strike them. As the first squad got closer, whoom! The cart started to emit a golden light and created a large golden shield with a radius of 500 meters. Boom! The shield perfectly blocked the surrounding lightning bolts. And then, clank! The side of the cart opened up. Items for sale: 1 magical cherry tomato, 2 tower coins, remaining quantity, 10,000. 1 power sweet potato, 10 tower coins, remaining quantity, 10,000. Items wanted: land deed of the 35th floor of the Golden Tower, 1 million tower coins, 1 piece. When you sell items, they will be appraised and purchased at a set price. Remaining items: for types. A shop window appeared. Ooh, what? The elves, with their keen eyesight, could see the shop window, not just the first squad of elves, but all the others as well. I'll go check it out first. Elder Roiver, as the representative, approached the cart. 10 minutes later, a hermit seemed safe to use. Roiver, who had been excitedly eating the magical cherry tomato, finally calmed down and spoke to the elves. Wow, let's try it quickly. The elves approached the cart and bought Sejun's crops. A moment later, clank! After the transactions were completed, the side of the cart closed. Goodbye, come again next time. Rattle, rattle. Leaving the elves, who were holding Sejun's crops tightly, behind, the golden cart started wandering the Golden Tower in search of new customers. Chapter 18, Blackie, does it feel refreshing? You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Home, moo. Hello, Sejun Nim. As Park Sejun appeared at the waypoint, the Minotaur King greeted him. Yeah. Hi. By the way, is my Quenji doing well in special training? Moo. Moo. Of course. You'll see great results soon. The Minotaur King answered Sejun's question with a confident voice. Great results? What kind of great results? Our Quenji is already strong, isn't he? Feeling uneasy, Sejun wanted to ask more, but it was too late. Rumble. Under the dark sky, the black minotaurs were lying on the ground, snoring as they slept. It was already too late due to harvesting pears on the way back at the pear farm. It seemed the parent-teacher conference would have to wait for next time. After greeting the Minotaur King, Toryong, Sejun quietly summoned Toryong. Yes, understanding Sejun's intention, Toryong quietly appeared. Thus, Sejun climbed onto Toryong's head to go home. But why aren't they coming out? Normally, as soon as they arrived, Theo, Quenji, and Blackie would have jumped out of the void storage. Pio and Uran had left again to collect Uran's debt. Clank! As Sejun carefully opened the void storage. Gororong! Krueng! He saw Theo and Quenji sleeping, half buried in treasure and hugging each other. King, and Blackie, squeezed between them and struggling to breathe, was whimpering as he slept. Hee, how cute! Watching the three of them sleep, Sejun first separated Theo and Quenji for Blackie's comfortable sleep. Plop! Poo-hut! Theo was placed on his knee. Hug! Coo-hey-hey-hey! Quenji was held in his arms. Swoosh! Kihit! And Blackie was put into the sling bag. After organizing his companions, Sejun was about to leave the void storage. Chirp chirp! He heard a sound from the corner of the storage. Who? Looking at the source of the sound, he saw Loon, who had transformed into a cicada, trapped in a jewelry box. It seemed it was locked inside to prevent it from escaping. Wouldn't it die if it transformed further? Sejun took out the cicada and placed it on the ground, putting a gold coin on its body to prevent it from running away. A while later, Master, we've arrived. Yeah. Thanks. Sejun, who was dozing off on Toryong's head, quickly raised his head, pretending not to have slept, and opened his mouth. Sejun got off Toryong's head and said, Quenji, wake up. You need to sleep with Mommy. He woke Quenji and sent him to Pink Fur. Krueng. Krueng. Okay Dad, have a good night. Quenji, with his eyes half closed, waved his front paws as a farewell and flew to where Pink Fur was using telekinesis. Then, Sejun entered the kitchen to prepare the pears and other fruits he had harvested today. And then, now it's time to sleep. He went to bed. King took Blackie out of the sling bag and placed him on his chest. Gulp. You have consumed medicinal mugwort. All stats increase by 20. Your lifespan increases by 3 months. You have consumed a bitter-tasting medicine. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina is activated. Stamina increases by 9. He passed out after eating the medicinal mugwort. The bitter taste was still something he couldn't get used to. About 2 hours after Sejun passed out, Pei Aas, Peace Bays, who had been hiding on Sejun's forehead, stretched and got up. It was later than his usual wake-up time. Today, he had slept in later than usual because he had woken up in the middle to protect Sejun. Pip pip. Good night, everyone. Peacebays quietly greeted Sejun, Theo, and Blackie, and left the bedroom. Then, flap. Flap. He went to the kitchen to eat. Pip pip. There's pears today. Peacebays looked at the pristine white pear slices Sejun had prepared and excitedly jumped towards them. SSUP SSUP. Pip pip. It's so sweet. Having drunk all the juice from the pear slices, pip pip. Only then did he notice the note placed next to the fruit plate. Peacebays, deliver this to Iona, Sejun. It was an errand from Sejun. Pip pip. Peacebays got excited after seeing Sejun's errand note. Finally, I can get a 5-star stamp. I've been preparing for this day. Peacebays, smiling brightly, pulled out a small bundle of paper that he had carefully kept hidden in his fur. Flip. 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 As he unfolded the paper that had been folded dozens of times, there was a bat drawing that Peacebays had meticulously drawn, with 10 empty circles inside. Peacebays. Peacebays looked at the paper with satisfaction, then folded it back up dozens of times and tucked it into his fur. Pip step. He flew towards the Black Wizard Tower located in the southern part of the farm. Top floor of the Black Wizard Tower. There's too much work. Iona was angry about the overwhelming workload again today. As the Tower Master of the Black Wizard Tower and also the Chairman of the Wizard Association, she had to handle both responsibilities, leaving her extremely busy. Recently, she had even appointed 10 vice-chairmen to assist her, but all of them had fled within a few days. All 10 of them. I won't let them off easy if they come back. Iona angrily flipped through the documents, cursing the vice-chairmen who had run away. At that moment, Pip pip Iona Nim, can I come in? Peacebays poked his head through a crack in the window, cautiously checking Iona's mood. Kayut. Coming quickly. Iona hurriedly put down the documents and welcomed Peacebays. Pip pip. Thank you. With Iona's permission, Peacebays expressed his gratitude and entered the room. Then, pip pip. This is from Sejun Nim. He handed Sejun's note to Iona. Kayut? A note? Iona quickly unfolded the note and began reading it. Kayut. You caught the faceless thief Loon. Iona was shocked after reading the note. The faceless thief Loon was someone the Wandering Merchants Association, the Wizard Association, and the Free Mercenaries Association had been chasing for a year without success. The note mentioned that Loon had been caught at his hideout and provided the location of the hideout, along with a request to collect the items in the laboratory. Kayut. I had to go to the 81st floor of the tower anyway, so this is perfect. The 81st floor of the tower was where one of her slaves, one of the vice-chairmen who had fled, was hiding. Kayut. By the way, what is Theo Nim doing these days? Pip pip. Big brother goes to work at the Green Tower every morning. Peacebays eagerly shared what he knew in response to Iona's question. A moment later. Kayut. Thank you. You can go back now. I'll head to the 81st floor of the tower right away. Pip pip. Yes. Goodbye. Relieved by the conversation about Theo, Iona sent Peacebays off and set out to retrieve the vice-chairman who had run away. All right. Sejun opened his eyes as morning came. The seal of the Earth's jewel has been broken. Rock, the god of rocks, who was sealed in the Earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Rock, the god of rocks, repays the favor to the one who released his seal. Rock, the god of rocks, repays the favor by creating a rock path on 3.3 square meters of land. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. Life orb is 8.69% complete. 0.1 magic power has been accumulated over 24 hours. Magic power increases by 0.1. Great. A rock path? Is it a golden rock? Confirming the messages, Sejun quickly got up, taking Theo and Blackie. Then, swoosh! He marked the date on the bedroom wall and went outside to find the golden rock path. But, oh. It's bread. Contrary to Sejun's expectations, it wasn't a golden rock but a brown loaf of bread. Although it wasn't what he expected, he liked it even more. Finally, it seemed the gods were getting the hang of it. Hee. French toast for breakfast, huh? Sejun's excited face stiffened as he grabbed the loaf of bread. Why is it so hard? The bread was as hard as a rock. However, it wasn't an actual rock. If it had been, it would have been a real disaster. I'll have to grind this into breadcrumbs. Rocknim needs to try harder. Rocknim score is 0.66 square meters out of 33.3 square meters. Rock Road. Rock, the god of rocks, who repaid us with bread so hard it could break their teeth. Bad. Sejun created a 0.66 square rock road at the entrance of the farm and then headed to the kitchen. Ooh? When he got to the kitchen, he saw the remains of the fruit Peacepays had eaten on the table, along with a tattered piece of paper that had been folded dozens of times. Sejun Nim, since I did the errand, please give me a 5-star stamp, Peacepays. It was written in Peacepays' handwriting. Pooh-ha, when did Peacepays make this? Hee, how cute. All right. Sejun took out the 5-star stamp and stamped Peacepays' stamp paper, then folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. A little later, Krueng. Dad, good morning. Quenji entered the kitchen, rubbing his eyes. Yeah. Quenji, did you sleep well? Krueng. Yes. Good. It seemed so. Quenji's right front paw and the fur around his mouth were sticky, showing traces of honey he had eaten during the night. I should wash him after breakfast. Sit down and wait a little. Krueng. No. Quenji will set the table with utensils and milk. Quenji refused Sejun's words and set the utensils and milk at each place. Then, hey. Krueng. He. If Quenji get the 5-star stamp today, Quenji can get pocket money again. Quenji sat in his place, looking at the stamp paper with 9 stamps and waiting eagerly for Sejun to finish cooking and give him the stamp. However, all right. Let's eat now. When Sejun placed the sweet potato matang on the table for breakfast, Krueng. It's matang. I'll eat well. Quenji started devouring the matang, forgetting all about getting the stamp. Here, Blackie, you eat too. Sejun put some matang pieces in Blackie's bowl. King? There's another sweet potato dish. Blackie was astonished at the new sweet potato dish. Kihit. King. He. It's delicious. After a brief moment of shock, Blackie started eating the sweet potato matang delightfully. Vice Chairman Theo, have some grilled fish. Got it, meow. While everyone was enjoying their delicious breakfast, thump. Sejun stamped Quenji's stamp paper. My Quenji has collected 10 stamps? Krueng. That's right. Can Quenji get pocket money now? At Sejun's words, Quenji nodded quickly, looking at Sejun with sparkling eyes. Yes. Here you go. Your pocket money. Sejun gave Quenji 1,000 tower coins. Krueng. Thank you, Dad. Quenji accepted the allowance with both front paws politely, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Then, hey. He took out his money pouch and put the pocket money in, feeling proud. After finishing breakfast, Chairman Park, I'm off to work, meow. Theo left for work on the first floor of the Green Tower. Quenji and Blackie, let's go wash up. Sejun took the two of them to the fountain to wash them. King, I don't want to. Of course, Blackie tried to escape. Krueng. Blackie, come here. King, I'll come, but he had to return due to the scary scolding of his small, stern elder brother, who took out a stick. Okay. It's done. As Sejun finished washing the two and was drying Quenji's fur with a towel. Krueng. Blackie, does it feel refreshing? Kiyaya. Quenji used Krueng fu to dry Blackie's fur. Although it was hard to hear his response clearly due to the wind, he seemed to like it, judging by his cheers. While watching the cheering Blackie, Sejun was drying Quenji's fur when suddenly, you have exterminated the first calamity of destruction, the locusts, sent to Nita. As a reward for your great achievement, the first calamity of destruction, the locusts, cannot invade Nita. Who? Sejun achieved another great achievement by exterminating locust once again. Chapter 419, here, have some praise. Theo had been selling green onions to the hunters of the Nita on the first floor of the Green Tower lately, but Park Sejun hadn't expected results so soon. He. Well done, Vice Chairman Theo. He decided to praise Theo after work and make a giant grilled fish for him. No, I should only praise him a little. Imagining Theo's smug smile after receiving praise made him feel a bit petty. But what is the achievement reward? As Sejun wondered about the reward. Due to the great achievement accomplished in the Green Tower, the reward is split equally with Ophelia Iorg, the tower farmer of the Green Tower. Ophelia Iorg is your slave. You gain an additional 50% of Ophelia Iorg's share of the reward. A reward message appeared. Since Sejun had accomplished the great achievement in the Green Tower, originally, the reward should have been split 50:50. However, because Ophelia was his slave, he received an additional 25%. Thus, Sejun received 75% of the reward, while Ophelia got the remaining 25%. As a reward for accomplishing the great achievement, crops cultivated by Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, can absorb a slight amount of the power of destruction as nutrients. That was the reward he obtained. What is this? There's barely any change. It changed from a very slight to slight. Well, at least the locusts were exterminated. Sejun tried to hide his disappointment. But unlike Sejun's disappointment, the change from a very slight to slight, it was a significant one. Crops grown in the field where the core fragment of Fenrir was planted could absorb more nutrients. Ah! I can absorb more. I feel full of energy. Most importantly, Flamey could absorb a large amount of the red mist and clean up near the 10th tower a bit faster. Sausage, hurry up and eat. Moreover, Flamey turned the nutrients made from the red mist into fertilizer and gave it to Sausage, the new world tree candidate. Saw. Sap G. Sausage, who could only say its name, responded to Flamey's expectations by shouting its name and working hard. Krueng. Dad, there are more sausages growing on the sausage tree. Oh, Kihit. King. Hee hee hee. It's sausages. Making everyone happy. Black Tower's administrator zone. Coo hee hee hee. It's done. Eileen laughed, opening the pot lid. You smelled it and hurriedly closed it. King. Failed again, but after dozens of failures, Eileen developed the skill to discern if something was edible just by smelling it. All right. This time, as Eileen was preparing to cook with a new recipe, whoom, the crystal orb vibrated. What is it? Coo hee hee hee. Did my Sejun do something again? Eileen rushed to the crystal orb to check the alarm. Black Tower's Farmer Park Sejun has achieved a great feat by exterminating the first calamity of destruction, locusts in the dimension protected by the Green Tower. What? Green Tower? Eileen was puzzled but thought it could happen. Because it's my Sejun. Due to the great achievement accomplished in the Green Tower, similar alarm messages appeared to those Sejun received. The time needed for the Great Black Tower's growth is reduced by 750 days. The time was reduced because of the 75% reward given for the great achievement. Kring. Too bad. It's something our Sejun did, so why share it with Sister Ophelia? Eileen was upset, but 33 days remaining until the growth of the Great Black Tower. Coo hee hee hee. Only 33 days left until I can boast a Sejun. She couldn't help but smile when she saw the time left until the Great Black Tower's growth. Then, whoom, the crystal orb vibrated once again. Upgrade of the bronze mirror of longing is complete. Coo hee hee hee. It's done. Eileen checked the alarm and hurried to the room equipped with the magical item repair equipment. With the elevation of the Black Tower status, the magical item repair equipment now had the capability to not only repair but also upgrade items. So, Eileen, wanting Sejun to talk with his family for longer periods, informed Sejun and invested a large sum to upgrade the mirror. Nearly after 100 days, the upgrade of the bronze mirror of longing was completed. As Eileen stood in front of the equipment, silver mirror of longing, a silver mirror came into view. The bronze mirror of longing had been upgraded and transformed into a silver mirror. All right. Polymorph done, dressed, face clean. Eileen hurriedly checked her appearance. Then, Sejun, I'm sorry. I'll use it first. Eileen didn't inform Sejun about the upgrade completion. Mom, I miss you. Thinking of Sejun's mother, Kim Mi-ran, Eileen infused her magic into the mirror. Then, Kim Mi-ran appeared in the mirror. Hello, Mom. Oh, Eileen, it's been a while. Kim Mi-ran greeted Eileen nonchalantly as they had talked a few times before and inquired about Sejun. As the two chatted, Mom, I have a favor to ask. Eileen brought up what she wanted to say. A favor? What favor? Please teach me how to cook. I want to make delicious food for Sejun. No matter how much she practiced alone, Eileen's cooking skills didn't improve, so she decided to learn from Kim Mi-ran, Sejun's cooking teacher. Ha ha ha. What kind of favor is that? Of course, I'll teach you if it's to feed my son. Unaware of Eileen's cooking skills, Kim Mi-ran happily granted Eileen's request, feeling proud. And so Eileen's intensive cooking training began. Green Tower's administrator zone. Kroyong. Brachio was still snoring loudly, asleep. Hee hee hee. Today, I'll ask Theo for some food again. Ophelia, holding the crystal orb, was stealthily leaving the room to go to the first floor of the tower, avoiding Brachio. At that moment, Black Tower's Farmer Park Sejun has exterminated the first calamity of destruction, the locusts, sent to Nita. A message appeared in front of Ophelia. Ah. What? I was going to do that. Ophelia grumbled, feeling that the great green dragon, herself, had been outdone by Sejun. But inwardly, oh. So Locust can be exterminated too. Inside, she was greatly surprised. Sejun was weaker than her. She thought he was getting cocky just because of his farming, Park Sejun, he's amazing. I need to work harder too. Ophelia resolved to work even harder on her farming. And then, as a reward for accomplishing the great achievement, crops cultivated by Ophelia Iorg, the Green Tower's farmer, can absorb a very, very slight amount of the power of destruction as nutrients. Good. I'll use this reward to eliminate the destruction. There was a lot of red mist outside the tower. If she brought it in and gave it to the crops as nutrients, as expected, I'm a genius. Ophelia didn't hold back on praising herself. However, she didn't know that recently, all the great dragons were desperately searching for red mist to earn tower coins. Well, before I work harder, I go to the first floor of the tower to fill my stomach first. To the first floor of the tower, as Ophelia was about to move to the first floor, whoom, the crystal orb vibrated. What's this? Brachio, the administrator of the Green Tower, woke up from the vibration of the crystal orb and, with a flick of her finger, the crystal orb flew into her hand. Ophelia? He. Grandma, you're awake? Ophelia, who was holding the crystal orb, appeared along with it. Ophelia, if you mess around with the crystal orb, huh? Brachio, who was about to scold Ophelia with a stern expression, noticed the alert on the crystal orb. Black Tower's farmer Park Sejun has achieved a great feat by exterminating the first calamity of destruction, the locusts, in the dimension protected by the Green Tower. One of the growth conditions for the Great Green Tower, achieve one great feat, has been fulfilled. One of the growth conditions for the Great Green Tower has been achieved. Although the reward was divided, the tower system acknowledged that the Green Tower had accomplished one great feat. This is unbelievable, achieving one of the conditions for the growth of the Green Giant Tower. Brachio was astonished after checking the alarm. Each tower's growth conditions differ slightly, and they are all difficult to fulfill. And Sejun achieved that difficult task so easily. As expected, Brachio realized once again that Park Sejun was an extraordinary tower farmer. He must be the best among the farmers of the 9 towers. But how did Park Sejun exterminate the locusts outside the tower? Grandma, actually, Sejun has a shop on the first floor of the tower. Ophelia told Brachio that Sejun had opened a shop on the first floor of the Green Tower. Really? Ha ha ha. Our Sejun opened a shop in our Green Tower? Brachio, holding back a burst of laughter, looked at the first floor of the tower through the crystal orb. It's true. Seeing the shop selling Sejun's crops, she smiled contentedly. Grandma, I sent the bosses of the 99th, 98th, and 97th floors to guard Sejun's shop. Ophelia quickly boasted about her good deed to Brachio. Good job, my granddaughter. I should send the boss of the 96th floor to the shop and ask if they need anything else. Grandma, can't I go and ask myself? You? Brachio was about to refuse. If Ophelia went down to the first floor, it would cause chaos in Sejun's shop. Actually, I've been to the first floor before. There's someone named Theo among Sejun's subordinates, and Theo can absorb my energy so it doesn't affect anyone else. Before Brachio could refuse, Ophelia quickly explained that it would be safe for her to go to the first floor when Theo was around. Really? Then only go when Theo is there. Yes. He. I love you, Grandma. Ophelia, having received permission to go to the first floor, hugged Brachio and acted cute. Green Tower, first floor. It's a disaster, meow. Theo was feeling dejected, looking at the unsold sturdy blade green onions. The extinction of the locusts was good news for everyone, but not for Theo, who needed to sell green onions. With the locusts exterminated in Nita, the Nita tribe hunters no longer needed the green onions, and Theo experienced his first no-bid auction. Since sturdy blade green onions were not edible, it was inevitable. Fortunately, all the other crops were sold out, but I boasted to the chairman before I left. I'm so depressed, meow. Theo was deeply saddened that he couldn't sell the largest volume item, the sturdy blade green onions. Well, see you tomorrow, meow. With his tail drooping, Theo returned to the Black Tower after work. Vice Chairman Theo, welcome back. Sejun, who was grilling a giant fish and sausages, greeted Theo. Meow? Theo was startled by Sejun's warm welcome. I didn't sell everything, this is bad, meow. Theo misunderstood, thinking that Sejun was grilling the giant fish to celebrate his complete sellout. Oh, why is he like this? Sejun was also confused, seeing Theo's expression. Normally, Theo would be clinging to his knee with a haughty attitude, demanding the giant grilled fish quickly. Did something bad happen? Seeing Theo so downcast made Sejun uneasy. Sigh, I wasn't going to praise him, but here, have some praise. He. Thanks to our Vice Chairman Theo diligently selling sturdy blade green onions in the Green Tower, the locusts were exterminated in Nita. Thanks to you, we achieved a great feat. This is all because of you, Vice Chairman Theo. You did very well. There's no one like our Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun praised Theo excessively. Then, meow? Theo was slightly surprised. But soon, pooh-hoo-hut, was that it, meow? Did I do something good again, meow? Theo's mouth twitched, and then he said, pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I'm hungry, meow. Hurry and bring out the giant grilled fish, meow. He put on a haughty expression and clung to Sejun's knee, shouting loudly. And then, coo-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee-hee-hee. Bring out the sausages. Ki-hee-hit. King. Ki-hee-hit. Please bring out the sausages. Quenji and Blackie followed Theo's lead, shouting loudly. I shouldn't have praised him. Sejun grumbled that he should have held back on the praise, unaware that the corners of his own mouth were turned up. Chapter 420. But why didn't you say anything? Black Tower, 81st floor. Follow me quickly. Yes, Iona, bringing along her slave No. The 8th Vice Chairman, Chad, arrived at the hideout of the faceless thief, Loon. I can sense traces of high-level illusion magic here, Iona said as she looked at the core of the illusion magic circle that Quenji had broken with force. And then, Chad, do you know what's installed here? Iona asked Chad as she approached the entrance of the building. What? Yes. This is a teleportation magic circle registered with multiple coordinates, Chad, speaking nervously while watching Iona's reaction. Fortunately, he wasn't the 8th Vice Chairman for nothing, his skills were indeed impressive. That's right. It's a teleportation magic circle that sends one person at a time to 5 designated places in sequence, though his explanation lacked a bit of detail. Cancel. Iona cancelled the teleportation magic at the entrance and headed straight to the laboratory. When she arrived at the laboratory, she was greatly surprised by the vast amount of research materials and the enormous amount of reagents in the laboratory. What kind of research materials are these? Swish! Iona picked up one of the research paper that had fallen on the floor and quickly read through it. The research paper was about high-level transformation magic. Swish! Iona picked up a few more research papers to examine them. Most of the content was about transformation magic, but there were also analyses and breakdowns of magic patterns here and there. Impressive! The understanding of magic by the one who wrote the research materials was very high. Such a highly skilled individual. If someone with such a high understanding of magic were to write reports for the Wizard Association. Iona laughed as she indulged in pleasant imaginations. But then, what is this? Her face turned sour as she saw Chad reading the research materials with a blank expression. You don't even know this? I'm sorry. As Iona's anger gauge rose, Chad immediately lowered his head in a bow. Looking at Chad, Iona decided that she had to make the faceless thief Loon work under her somehow. I want to make him the 0th Vice Chairman. Instead of sending him to prison, he would serve his sentence at the Wizard Association, and the compensation for the victims would be paid with his Vice Chairman salary from the association. That way, I can spend more time with Theo Nim. Iona, imagining herself clinging to Theo's tail and spending time with Theo, felt happy again. Power of space, grant me a new space. Void creation. She moved the entire laboratory into a new void space and transported it to the 75th floor of the tower. It was to accurately determine the amount of Loon's bounty to give to Theo, and to consult with other association chairmen to employ Loon herself afterward. Sejun's void storage. What is it this time? Loon, regaining his consciousness, quietly assessed his physical condition. While others would normally first try to figure out where they were, a blue-furred baboon, for Loon, it was more important to assess his own physical state. He needed to know what creature he had transformed into to move without getting hurt. A blue-furred baboon, strong, agile, and with powerful teeth, combat strength, mid to upper level. Quickly recalling the traits of a blue-furred baboon, Loon stood up. Clang! A gold coin fell from Loon's back. It was placed on his body, which had been transformed into a cicada by Sejun to prevent him from escaping. Where is this place? Loon, standing up, looked around. The area was filled with treasures from his own treasure trove and some agricultural products. Crunch! Crunch! Feeling hungry, Loon picked up a raw sweet potato and ate it hurriedly. But then, what is this? Why is it so delicious? The thought of eating just one quickly turned into eating his fill. I should take a few more. Loon, not just satisfied with filling his stomach, stuffed sweet potatoes and other crops into his vest. Only then did he look around to see if there was a way out. A void storage? He realized he was trapped in a void space completely cut off from the outside world, a space he couldn't escape unless the owner opened it. A void storage can be dealt with if I have the right equipment. Loon took out a cube-shaped magic device from his vest. Loon couldn't use magic. Whenever his body changed, he had to move his magic power differently, and by the time he adapted, his body would change again. So, he created his own magic devices that he could use regardless of his body changes. Click! When Loon pressed the coin-shaped button in the center of the device, the device began emitting a green light around him, scanning the void storage to find the magic pattern. Space magic had foundational magic patterns, and breaking even a part of that pattern could create a gap big enough for a person to slip through. Loon had learned all this by self-study. He was a genius with a remarkable understanding of magic, recognized even by Iona. The problem was he used it for thievery. The magic device scanned the void storage magic pattern for an hour. What's going on? Loon was baffled. The magical device that should have found and deciphered the pattern in 10 minutes was still searching for the pattern. No magic pattern? That can't be. For the first time in his life, Loon felt an insurmountable wall. It was natural. Sejun's void storage was completely newly created by Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr working together. Great dragons who wielded magic as easily as breathing. For them, there were no patterns like those used by wizards. They implemented magic by will as needed. After 10 hours passed with no progress, clunk! The door to the void storage opened. This is my chance. I'll overpower whoever comes through and escape. Loon rushed forward to subdue the figure opening the door. And then, who? A monkey? Sejun, who opened the door to get an egg fruit for breakfast, saw Loon. Luckily, Loon, who didn't want to harm anyone, felt relieved to see Sejun, someone he could easily knock out. But then, hack! Theo, clinging to Sejun's knee, hissed, Krueng, are you trying to attack? Seeing Quenji standing in front of Sejun with his front paws raised high and making himself look bigger, Loon's face froze. He remembered Theo and Quenji who had plucked his tail feathers and grabbed his collar when he had transformed into a blue phoenix, and, plop! Loon naturally knelt in front of Quenji as if that was his original intention all along. King? King, hey! Are you trying to fight? The great Blackie will punish you. Of course, Blackie also barked hard at Loon to protect Sejun, but his presence was weak. Moments later, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park's tuna churu is delicious, meow, coo hey hey hey. Krueng, hee hee hee. Delicious, kihit. King, hee hee. Tasty, Theo, Quenji, and Blackie were happily eating the breakfast Sejun had made. And today, there was one more person sitting at the table. Is it good? Ooh? Yes. It's very delicious. Loon, who was hurriedly eating scrambled eggs with ketchup and potato soup, answered brightly to Sejun's question. Not to mention the taste of the food, it had been so long since he ate with someone in such a happy and comfortable atmosphere. Since everyone avoided him like a monster because of his changing appearance, Loon didn't have a single friend to eat with. This is so happy. There's plenty, so eat a lot. Yes. Oh, by the way, if you want to eat a lot, you need to eat quickly. Sejun spoke as he looked at Quenji. The food in front of Quenji was quickly disappearing. Ah, yes. Understanding Sejun's words, Loon hurriedly ate the food and, fortunately, was able to get seconds. After the breakfast was over, you have fed a blue-furred baboon to fullness. Due to the effective title, Saint of Feeding, all stats increase by 0.2. A message appeared before Sejun. He's finished eating. Confirming that Loon had eaten enough, Sejun asked. Loon, you said you can't control your transformation ability, right? He asked Loon. Sejun had briefly heard about Loon's situation before breakfast. Yes, Loon answered in a depressed voice to Sejun's question. Don't worry. You don't have to worry anymore. I know an incredible expert. Poohoo Hut. That's right, meow. Just trust Chairman Park, meow. Loon, you don't have to worry anymore, meow. Krueng. If Dad says it can be resolved, then it's resolved. Theo and Quenji, agreeing with Sejun's words, clung to Sejun's knee and sighed. King, the Kirarong. Blackie, unable to overcome his food coma, fell asleep. Ah, so comfortable. But Vice Chairman Theo, aren't you going to work today? I'm not going, meow. I'm taking a day off today, meow. Theo refused to go to work, rubbing his forehead against Sejun's knee. All right. Knowing how Theo's pride had been hurt by yesterday's no-bid auction, Sejun patted Theo's head. Poohoo Hut. After sufficiently petting Theo, follow me. Sejun took Loon to the fountain where the dragons were having a drinking party. However, Sejun, that would be difficult. Even the dragons couldn't cure Loon's condition. What? Why? There's something the great dragons can't do. Seeing Sejun's disappointed eyes, the dragons wanted to say, there's a lot. We can't farm, we can't cook. That's why we're buying drinks from you. But they couldn't say that because of their great dragon pride. Ahum. Sejun, this is a side effect of trying to transform into a very high-level entity. To put it simply, it's like a cherry tomato trying to transform into a watermelon. Right. For a cherry tomato to become a watermelon, it has to reduce its density as much as possible to increase its volume, right? Then the cherry tomato would lose its own properties. It's similar to that. They explained to Sejun in detail why they couldn't treat it. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. In short, Loon's soul lost its true form trying to transform into a high-level entity. But, so why can't you treat it? Sejun still didn't fully understand. If his soul doesn't remember his original body, we can't help him find his original form. Yes. If we forcibly use magic to find his original form here, it will only cause more side effects. First, his soul needs to remember his original form. I see. Only after the dragons explained once more in detail did Sejun understand. Sorry, I got your hopes up for nothing. Sejun apologized to Loon as they walked away from the fountain. However, what did you say? Loon wasn't in a state to answer properly. Even if he weren't in his true forms, he had just faced for great dragon leaders, so it would be strange if his mind was clear. Honestly, he didn't remember a word the dragons had just said. Sejun and his party descended back to the ground. This leaves us with the last resort. Vice Chairman Theo, find something you're drawn to. With a hopeful heart, Sejun grabbed both of Theo's front paws and pressed one against Loon's body, shouting, Meow? Meow. Chairman Park, there's a pull, meow. Oh. Really? Where? As expected of Vice Chairman Theo. Here, meow. Theo confidently pointed to the bag he was carrying. Ooh? Vice Chairman Theo's bag? That's right, meow. Since when are you feeling the pull? Since we met Loon, meow. But why didn't you say anything? While Sejun looked at Theo in astonishment. Pooh hut. Didn't I tell you everything would be fine if you just trusted Chairman Park? Meow. Theo boasted loudly, sending Loon a look that said, isn't our Chairman Park amazing? Meow, feeling proud. What's going on? Chapter for 21, Unforgivable. You should have said it sooner. Who? Vice Chairman, made a mistake, meow. Even though he had a solution, he spoke too late, and Theo had to endure the punishment of having his cheek stretched by Sejun like Chapsal Teok. Thanks to this, Sejun was able to both punish and heal simultaneously. Vice Chairman Theo, so what's pulling you? Theo pointed to his bag when asked what was pulling him. It's this, meow. Theo pointed to his bag again. Yeah, I know it's in the bag. So what's exactly pulling you inside it? Meow? It's not inside the bag, meow. It's the bag itself, meow. Ooh, what does that mean? While Sejun was puzzled, try holding this, meow. What? Theo handed his bag to Loon, who hesitantly put his hand on it. The moment Loon placed his hand on the bag, he felt a slight tingly coolness flowing through his fingertips, and his head became clear and refreshed. Simultaneously, something emerged in his mind. I think I know who I am. Though it wasn't clear enough to explain in words, and everything felt hazy, Loon could grasp one characteristic of his true form. I had dark brown fur. SSSSH. What? Sejun noticed Loon's fur, which had turned into a blue-furred baboon, changing to a black sugar color. What's going on? Sejun knew it was because of Theo's bag, but was it a good thing? While Sejun was watching Loon, thank you so much. Thanks to you, I now know that my original fur color was brown. Loon smiled brightly and expressed his gratitude to Sejun and Theo. He was happy just to know his fur color. But, meow times. Watching Loon, Theo was deeply disappointed. Even though the person was happy, why? I can't get his stamp, meow times. Because Loon hadn't returned to his true form. Our determined Vice Chairman Theo still couldn't give up on the idea of making Loon a slave by getting his handprint. So, when Loon, who had thanked them, removed his hand from the bag, SSSSH, Loon's fur quickly returned to its original blue color. Who? Loon knew his fur was brown in his mind, but it wasn't on his body, an odd experience. It was like knowing how to walk, but not having legs. Times. Loon was disappointed by the vague sense of loss. While both Theo and Loon were disappointed for different reasons. What made Loon change? Sejun carefully reviewed the description of Theo's bag, the bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers. The ability to move to another tower wouldn't matter. Sejun thought for a moment. Then, is it the ingredients? He reviewed the 5 materials used to make Theo's bag. The Great Black Dragon Scale, a branch of the World Tree, Red Bone Club, the Staff of Disaster, and the Phoenix's Tail Feather. One of these might have caused Loon's color change. It probably isn't the Great Black Dragon Scale. If it were, Kaiser would have smugly handed it over right away. Red Bone Club, the Staff of Disaster, and the Phoenix's Tail Feather wouldn't have much to do with finding Loon's appearance. Then, is it the branch of the World Tree? What? A branch of the World Tree? Is this bag made from the World Tree's branch? Do you know where the World Tree is? Excited by Sejun's muttering, Loon bombarded him with questions. Before Loon was captured here, the key ingredient in the potion recipe he developed to return to his true form was the branch of the World Tree. The tremendous restorative power possessed by the World Tree's branch. Loon thought it would help him find his true appearance. It was indeed thanks to the branch of the World Tree that Theo's bag had changed Loon's fur color earlier. World Tree? Of course, I know. It's right there. Sejun pointed to Podori, who was the World Tree. What? That's just a grapevine, isn't it? Loon said, looking bewildered as he saw where Sejun pointed. Yeah, it's a grapevine and also the World Tree. What? Loon was shocked at Sejun's words. The 10-volume encyclopedia on the World Tree he had read clearly stated that raising a World Tree was extremely difficult. The World Tree was very sensitive, requiring attention to soil, water, air, and sunlight, and its temperament was said to be very finicky. Thus, obtaining its fruit was considered impossible, but the grapevine before his eyes was laden with bountiful grapes. It was growing well. It didn't seem picky at all. Typically, World Trees have a temperament even more finicky than described in books. Podori wanted to act difficult with Sejun too, but with Flamey watching with a fiery gaze, it didn't dare to show any attitude. And Sparky, having grown up under Flamey's care since childhood, grew into a World Tree that knew nothing of complaints. Of course, Sausage was soon to grow up the same way. While Loon was confused by the discrepancy between the World Tree he learned about in books and the reality before him. I'm going to take a few branches. Yes. Of course. Sejun approached Podori and cut a few branches. And, a World Tree gives its branches that easily. Loon was once again astonished. In the World Tree Encyclopedia, the section on obtaining branches alone spanned nearly 3 volumes. The book stated that to obtain a branch from the World Tree, you had to cater to its whims for about 10 years to become friendly, and then, with about 20 years of sincere dedication, you might get a chance to obtain a branch. But Sejun cut the branches too easily. 5 of them, no less. There were only 2 possibilities. The book was wrong, or the Sejun before him had an incredibly close relationship with the World Tree. Of course, the book couldn't be wrong. The World Tree Encyclopedia was written by the great sage, Wikis. So, the remaining conclusion was 1. Sejun Nim must have built a relationship with the World Tree over hundreds of years. While Loon was looking at Sejun with admiration. Podori, thank you. You're welcome. Bye. Meanwhile, Sejun, having cut 5 branches from Podori, thanked it and returned. However, Loon's admiring gaze cooled down when he heard the World Tree's name. Did he name the World Tree Podori just because it was a grapevine? It was because of Sejun's naming sense. Loon couldn't have imagined at that moment that he would be the next victim. Here, hold this. Sejun handed one of Podori's branches to Loon. Yes, Loon cautiously took the branch. Then, this time, the tingly cool sensation from the World Tree's branch was so strong it almost numbed his fingertips. The power of the freshly cut World Tree branch was vastly different from the branch that had lost much of its nature when it became part of the bag. A clear image of his true form emerged in Loon's mind. Squirm. Loon's form began to transform into the image in his mind. Loon's body gradually shrank, and he turned into a small, palm-sized brown hamster. Loon was originally a hamster, the same species as Iona. How? Despite transforming thousands of times, he had never found his true form. While Loon held the World Tree's branch tightly with his right hand and felt his body with his left hand in amazement. Pooh hut. As expected, Chairman Park is great, meow. There was one more being who was deeply moved. I can't miss this chance Chairman Park gave me, meow. Theo hurriedly took out a contract. Sejun Nim, thank you. Thanks to you, I found my true form. I'll never forget this favor. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Pooh hut. Then stamp it, meow, stamp. He got Loon's handprint while he was thanking Sejun. I did it, meow. With a satisfied look, Theo gazed at the contract. You have acquired 1 slave. All stats increase by 0.01 due to the effect of the title, Slave King. Thanks to this, Sejun's stats also increased. A moment later, Pooh hut. Loon, what are you good at, meow? Tell us quickly, meow, Theo asked Loon, who was standing in front of Sejun. I'm good at stealing, escaping, and infiltrating. In response to Theo's question, Loon answered earnestly, gripping the branch of the world tree with both hands as if he were an applicant in a job interview. Loon thought he had to prove his worth here to continue holding onto the branch of the world tree. Of course, Sejun had no such intention, but for Loon, who had lived alone in a harsh world, it was only natural. A fitting answer from Loon, the faceless thief. However, no one showed any interest in Loon's answer. This is bad. I also know a lot about transformation magic and can write in 100 different scripts. And I can make simple magical equipment too. Panicking, Loon started to hurriedly list anything he could do, hoping something would catch their interest. And then, oh. You can make magical equipment too. Yes. I made these as well. As Sejun showed interest in magical equipment, Loon quickly took out the equipment he had made from his vest to show them. However, is this all you've got? None of the magical equipment Loon had made caught Sejun's interest. Most of it was gear for escaping from locked rooms. Can't you make something like super strong healing magic equipment, super strong defense magic equipment, or equipment that can withstand super strong energy? If I could make such things, I wouldn't have been caught by Sejun Nim. My magical skills are lacking. Loon swallowed the retort that was on the tip of his tongue and answered rationally. Well, it's all right. You can improve your magical skills from now on. Iona will teach you well. Sejun planned to send Loon to Iona. What? You don't mean Iona, who is the chairman of the Wizards Association, Iona Nim? Yes, that's right. I don't think this is going to be all right. While Loon was flustered by the sudden news that he would be learning magic from Iona, now, there's something really important left. Everyone, listen up. Sejun spoke with a serious expression. Speak, meow, Krueng. Quenji will listen well. Kahit. King. King. He. Good. Wise Blackie will make the judge. Blackie, forgetting that Theo and Quenji were present, spoke arrogantly but quickly changed it to respectable language at the end, noticing their eyes. TL, it might not make much sense in English, but Blackie switched from speaking informally to formally to show more respect. As everyone's attention focused on Sejun, since Loon has found his true form, we need to give him a name that suits that form, don't we? I've thought of a few names, so tell me which one you like. Sejun got to the main point. Loon was a name for the criminal. Now that he had found his new form, he needed a new name. Thus, Sejun's naming shop opened. Black Seal, Black Tang, Black Ham, Black Stir. Choose one of these. Sejun, inspired by the brown sugar hamster, came up with 4 names. TL note, before reading further, let me explain a bit about the names and how Sejun came up with them, i.e., how they are inspired by a brown sugar hamster. The Korean Hangul for brown sugar is, which when romanized will be a Hugseoltang. The first part, if translated individually, means black. What Sejun has done is to keep the black's part constant and combine it with other parts like the first name, Black Seal, which is basically black seal, the first 2 characters from brown sugar hamster. The second name, Black Tang, which similarly is black Tang, so the first and last character from brown sugar hamster. The third name, Black Ham, where Sejun has taken black from brown sugar hamster and combined it with ham of hamster. In the last name, as you can guess by now, black from brown sugar hamster and stir from hamster, making it Black Stir. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, which one do you like, meow? Actually, I like Black Stir. Pooh hut. Then I vote for Black Stir too, meow. In response to Sejun's answer, Theo quickly raised his paw and shouted. It was natural, since Sejun was the best namer Theo knew in the Black Tower. I think the name Loon is still fine. Loon hurriedly tried to express his opinion, but Krueng. Then Quenji votes for Black Stir too. His voice was drowned out by Quenji's shout. Naturally, the best namer Quenji knew was also Sejun. All right. That's more than half the votes. Black Stir it is. Blackster, let's do well from now on. When Sejun extended his pinky finger to Blackster. Okay, Loon, now renamed Blackster, grabbed Sejun's pinky with both hands, wearing a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, he looked at Blackie with pleading eyes, seeking help. Please say something. Seeing that Blackie hadn't cast a vote, Blackster thought Blackie agreed with him about Sejun's poor naming skills. However, thump. Thump. King. King. Blackster, I can't forgive you. Your name is cooler than my name, Blackie. Blackie was stomping the ground with his front paws in frustration. Chapter 22, Our Sausage is Working Hard. Texas, USA. Keek. Currently, more than half of Texas has been occupied by the flesh-eaters. The movement of the flesh-eaters started changing strangely 2 days ago. The flesh-eaters, who were trying to cross the Mexican border, suddenly changed direction and began attacking the cities of Texas again. Around the same time, giant leeches that had spread around the world began gathering in Texas. It was because of Michael, who received control over Earth's calamities from Halfers. Michael had the giant leeches attack a feed factory that placed an order for the growth accelerator production, sending half of them to Texas. And the flesh-eaters, who absorbed the growth accelerator transported by the giant leeches, were rapidly increasing in number. White House, USA. As you can see from the video, the growth of the flesh-eaters has accelerated significantly, and their numbers are increasing rapidly. The Chief of Staff of the Army reported to the President while showing him a live satellite video. The video was full of flesh-eaters covering the ground. How much faster has it gotten? It originally took 15 days for them to grow to maturity, but according to experts, at the current rate, they will mature in 3 days. So, it's almost 5 times faster? Yes. And there is additional reporting on the mutant entities. Mutant entities? When the President made a confused expression. Yes. These are the entities that were reported during the Houston evacuation operation. The Secretary of Defense quickly showed a tablet displaying a monster with a cherry tomato head and human-like arms and legs. I remember now. Continue the explanation. Yes. I'll continue. We have found out where these mutant entities are being bred, produced? Not just growing? Until now, the flesh-eaters were thought to grow like seeds. The term breeding didn't fit. Yes. Please watch this. The Chief of Staff showed another video. A video running at 20 times the normal speed. In the video, there was a much larger flesh-eater than the others. Almost 30 meters in size. As time passed, the cherry tomato head split open and bloomed into a giant flower. And from the mouth in the center of the flower, something could be seen crawling out. A group of mutants. Yes. Those mutant entities are hunting and supplying nutrients to the mother body. Are there many of those? According to our current analysis, one such mother body appears for every 1 million flesh-eaters. Dealing with just the flesh-eaters is already tough, and now this. The President's face grew even darker upon receiving the report. So what's the plan? How are we going to deal with them? Mr. President, we request permission to use nuclear missiles. The Secretary of Defense spoke up in response to the President's question. Since the high heat could cause damage, using nuclear missiles could eliminate many of them. Nuclear missiles? No matter what, the President hesitated at the mention of nuclear weapons. It was natural to hesitate. It was the right thing to do, to use nukes, and on US soil at that. Even with a clear reason and justification, it was a decision that required careful consideration. If we rely on hunters and the military to stop the flesh-eaters, the damage will be too great. Moreover, given their current position, they are gradually moving eastward. Texas was already mostly destroyed by the flesh-eaters, so using nuclear missiles would not cause much more damage. As time passed, the number of flesh-eaters would increase, resulting in greater damage. The Secretary of Defense passionately argued the reasons and justification for using nuclear missiles, trying to persuade the President. Sigh. All right. I grant permission. But evacuation of the people living in Texas must be completed first. The President finally spoke after contemplating for a long time. Yes. Of course. We will complete the evacuation of all citizens in Texas within 100 hours. As soon as the President's permission was granted, the U.S. military immediately began the evacuation operation for the people of Texas. Time remaining until the launch of the nuclear missile, 100 hours. KCAC. So this is Korea. Michael had arrived at Gimpo Airport aboard a private jet to destroy the safe zone in Korea. He was carrying a cargo hold full of flesh-eater seeds. The only place on Earth with a safe zone. To completely conquer Earth, destroying the safe zone was the priority. Chairman, we will move the cargo to the designated location. Go ahead. For this mission, he had summoned half of the giant leeches on Earth to the East Sea. The moment the safe zone disappears, the giant leeches will enter Korea and supply growth accelerators to the flesh-eater seeds. Kekak. Then this small country will collapse in no time, and then they would immediately move to the continent to bring down China. Once the two most powerful nations on Earth, the United States and China, fell, everything else would be easy. A little later. Here it is. Thud. Michael arrived at the Black Tower on the very outskirts of the safe zone in Seoul and placed his hand on the tower. Then, disappear. As he infused the power of destruction into the tower, the Black Tower began to vanish. 75th floor of the Black Tower. All right. I will manage the faceless thief loon from now on. Understood. I will acknowledge that the compensation for damages owed by the faceless thief loon will henceforth be paid by the Wizard Association. Yes. Having received the agreement of the chairman of the Wandering Merchants Association, Mason, and the chairman of the Freelance Mercenaries Association, Hannibal, Iona was delighted. Kayut. Now my work will decrease. Imagining Loon diligently writing reports on her behalf, Iona cheerfully headed towards the 99th floor of the tower. When she arrived on the 99th floor, the members of the 99th floor were still the same. Theo was dozing off on Sejun's lap. Quenji and Blackie were sleeping against Sejun's butt. And then, Kayut! A hamster? Iona spotted a brown hamster holding a twig in one hand and eagerly accepting peanuts from Sejun. Kiu. How dare it to my park Theo Nim. Iona approached Blackster, drawing up her magical power. To think my name is Blackster. Blackster, having received a new name from Sejun, was filled with self-loathing. Crunch. Tasty. But eating these peanuts made him feel a little better. Then, suddenly, Blackster felt a ferocious aura enveloping him, making him shudder. What is this? I'm scared. Blackster hurriedly shoved the peanut into his mouth and dug into the ground under Sejun's leg to hide. His swift movement was fitting for a thief. Who is it? Peeking out from under Sejun's leg, Blackster searched for the source of the menacing aura. And then, Kiu. He saw a pure white hamster radiating a fierce aura approaching him. The Great Wizard of Destruction, Iona. Wait, she's at the 5th stage of Angrier Kiu. Why is she like this towards me? Recognizing Iona, Blackster trembled with fear. Pooh-hoo-hut. Iona, you're here. Meow. Theo, who had been dozing, woke up and greeted Iona. Kiu, yes. But Theo Nim, who is that hamster? Though Theo's greeting had calmed her anger considerably, Iona still asked angrily. Oh, that's Blackster. And by the way, he's a male. Understanding why Iona was angry, Sejun quickly cleared up the misunderstanding. Despite not being able to handle his own love life, Sejun was exceptionally perceptive in these situations. Kayut. I see. He's a male. Iona smiled brightly at Sejun's words and nestled into Theo's tail. Then, Sejun Nim, here is the bounty for the faceless thief loon. Iona handed Sejun the bounty she had received. He. Thanks. By the way, how much is the bounty? Sejun asked as he received the pouch with a bright smile. 750 billion tower coins. That's really a lot. Yes. He stole quite a lot. Sejun Nim, I want to hire Loon. I don't know if you're aware, the faceless thief Loon. Originally, Loon was supposed to repay the compensation and rot in prison for 100 years. However, she eagerly explained that if she hired Loon, he could work off the compensation for damages and that the other associations had agreed to overlook it. All right. Go ahead. I was actually thinking of sending him to Iona to learn magic. Really? I'll teach him well. Iona's face brightened at Sejun's response, as she had planned to personally train Loon for a few months to improve his magic skills. Blackster, go with Iona and learn a lot, okay? Yes. I will do my best. Perhaps because he was in front of Iona, Blackster responded in a tense voice. What? Blackster? She had asked to hire Loon, but suddenly it was Blackster? When Iona looked confused, Loon is Blackster, meow. Chairman Park gave Loon his new name, meow. Theo explained Loon's situation to Iona. Kayut. I see. It's a great name. Iona praised Sejun's naming skills. Hang in there. And looked at her fellow victim of Sejun's naming with a sympathetic expression. Then please leave Blackster to me. I'll teach him well. I'll be going now. With that, Blackster, holding the world tree branch tightly, said goodbye to Sejun and left with Iona. Now it's time to get to work. Sejun approached the sausage tree. He had harvested sausages 2 days ago, and already the tree was laden with sausages again. Our sausage is working hard. Sejun praised the tree, patting its branches, and began harvesting the sausages. You have harvested sausages. While he was diligently harvesting sausages, Sejun noticed not just the abundant sausages, but one particularly long and thick giant sausage that was glowing faintly. It's a giant sausage. Sejun hurriedly harvested the sausage, assuming it was a new variety. But instead, you have harvested the relic giant sausage staff. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 increases slightly. You gained 100,000 experience points. Relic? Is this a staff? Sniff sniff. It smells like sausage though? As Sejun sniffed the sausage in his hand, you have achieved the feat of harvesting a relic. As a reward for the achievement, the shelf life of the relic is doubled. Relics have a shelf life too? Sejun checked the options of the giant sausage staff. Giant sausage staff, a relic sent by the god of sausages, Vienna, who oversees all sausages. It is made of sausage and smells strongly of sausage, but it is hard and flexible. Vienna used to nibble on the giant sausage staff during battles to satisfy her hunger. When consumed, all stats increase by 20. Shelf life, 60 days. Usage restriction, strength 1000 or more, agility 1000 or more. Creator, Vienna, the god of sausages. Grade, S. Sent by the god of sausages, Vienna? Is there such a god? Although a bit skeptical. Thank you, Vienna Nim. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Vienna for sending him the relic and created a 3.3 square meters Vienna road. While Sejun was making the Vienna road, Wuong. Eileen checked the vibrating crystal orb. You have acquired an additional relic. It is a one-time use relic. It reduces the time required for the Great Black Tower's growth by 200 days. As expected of our Sejun, he's done something again. As Eileen rejoiced, the growth of the Great Black Tower is complete. The Great Black Tower's functions are activated. It will take 3 days to include Earth, the dimension currently managed by the Black Tower, in its management area. After 3 days, Earth will be temporarily incorporated as the 0th floor of the Black Tower. A black veil began to envelop Earth. Chapter 423, He. Guys, we can go to my house. Black Tower's administrator area. He. In 3 days, I'll be able to see Mother in person? What should I wear? Upon hearing that Earth would be incorporated into the Black Tower, Eileen hurried to her closet and began choosing outfits to wear when meeting Kim Mi-ran. Even though she couldn't descend to the 99th floor of the tower, Eileen temporarily forgot that fact in her excitement. At that moment, Woong! The crystal orb vibrated again. Kaiyang? Is there something else? Eileen quickly checked the crystal orb. Great Black Tower's administrator manual has been added. Manual? Eileen swiftly began reading through the manual. Since the Black Tower's 0th floor is temporarily incorporated, there is no land deed. Instead, only administrators, mid-level administrators, and those they permit can enter through the dedicated entrance of the Black Tower's first floor. Hihi. Great! Excited that she and Sejun could go to Earth, Eileen's mood changed. However, on the 0th floor, you can only stay in the safe zone created by the Black Tower, and to avoid affecting the 0th floor of the Black Tower, a stay fee must be paid. The stronger your ability, the higher the cost? As she read further, Eileen's expression darkened. If the total sum of all stats is 100, the cost is 100 million. If 1,000, it's 10 billion. If 10,000, it's 100 billion. If 20,000, it's 150 billion. If 30,000, it's 300 billion. Like a progressive tax, the cost increased as the amount of stats increased. Kaiyang. Mine is 10 quadrillion tower coins. TL, 10 quadrillions equals 10,000 trillions. Eileen was greatly shocked. And this was the cost per hour. Due to the premium for being a member of the Great Dragon race, there was an additional surcharge. Kaiyang, how am I supposed to gather that much money? Feeling depressed as she read the manual, Eileen decided to check on Sejun instead. She searched for Sejun using the crystal orb. 99th floor of the tower. Thwack! Thwack! Oh. This is good, Sejun exclaimed while swinging the giant sausage staff at a rock made using his land-moving skill. Even with a light swing, the sturdy rock shattered under the giant sausage staff. Tremendous destructive power. Despite its seemingly trivial appearance, the relic lived up to its name. After completing the test of the giant sausage staff, Sejun put it down for a moment. Kihihit. King. He. The great Blackie will take possession of the giant sausage. As soon as Sejun put it down, Blackie snatched the sausage and ran off. Hey! That's not for you to eat. Sejun hurriedly chased after Blackie. In the past, Sejun would deliberately not catch Blackie and play along, but Blackie had become somewhat stronger after creating a new core. Udadada. Kihihit. King. Hee. Here comes the swift Blackie. With his small body, Blackie skillfully navigated through the crops, making it hard for Sejun to catch him. As they continued their game of tag, Pooh Hut. Tomorrow, I'll earn 10 times more, meow. Theo was filling his bag with crops, burning with determination to sweep up all the tower coins from the green tower tomorrow. Coo hey. Sausages for dinner. Quenji was diligently harvesting sausages, imagining eating sausage for dinner. After a while, huff. You sneaky little thing. Running only through the crops if that's how you want to play, I've got a way too. Quenji, can you catch Blackie for me? Tired from running, Sejun stopped and asked Quenji for help. Krueng. Got it. Quenji used telekinesis to lift Blackie into the air. King. I lost him. Now I can hide and eat. Blissfully unaware, Blackie joyfully ran towards his secret stash. But, bump. King? What's this? Blackie was bewildered when he suddenly couldn't run forward anymore. Flailing about, he frantically moved his legs, but they didn't reach the ground. And then, grab. He. Got you, you rascal. In the end, while floating in the air, Blackie was caught by the scruff of his neck by Sejun and had to spit out the giant sausage staff. King, my giant sausage. Slurp. Blackie licked around his mouth with a regretful expression. Kihihit. King, he. Delicious. The taste of the sausage lingering on his tongue quickly lifted Blackie's mood. Ooh? There are teeth marks? Sejun remarked as he saw the teeth marks on the giant sausage staff after taking it back from Blackie. When I bit it, it didn't even leave a mark, but dragon teeth are different after all. After retrieving the giant sausage staff, Sejun and Quenji continued harvesting the remaining sausages. And once the sausage harvest was finished, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Theo, having packed all the items to be sold in his bag, walked over with Blackie on his back, exuding confidence. Kirarong. He must have picked him up from where he was sprawled out, sleeping on the floor. When Sejun lifted Blackie, King. Sleepy want to sleep. All right. Got it. When Sejun put the whining Blackie into his sling bag, Kirarong. He soon fell into a deep sleep. Pooh Hut. I'm so happy, meow. In the meantime, Theo clung tightly to Sejun's knee, hugging it. At that moment, the tower administrator says there is a way for you to go home. Eileen spoke to Sejun. Initially, Eileen had been disheartened that she couldn't go to Earth with Sejun. But watching Sejun, she realized how selfish she had been. Sejun must want to go home too, right? He always remained cheerful, but occasionally, he would stare blankly into space with a lonely expression. I've been too careless. So, she hurried to inform Sejun that he could go home. Who? Home. Sejun was startled by Eileen's words. I thought it was difficult for me to go because I've become strong. The tower administrator says there's no need to worry. The tower administrator says thanks to you, the Black Tower has grown into the Great Black Tower, allowing you to go home safely. Great Black Tower? The tower administrator says the Black Tower grew thanks to your efforts. The tower administrator says so. Eileen explained to Sejun that Earth had been temporarily incorporated as the 0th floor of the Black Tower, and shared the contents of the Black Tower manual she had read. Oh. So in 3 days, I can really go home. The tower administrator says you just need to find the land deed for the first floor of the tower to go home. He. Guys, we can go to my house. Sejun shouted to Theo and Quenji after hearing Eileen's explanation. Then, meow? Isn't this our home, meow? Krueng. We have another house? Both were puzzled. Ah. Not our house, my parents' house, meow? So we get to meet the chairman of Chairman Park, meow? Theo asked excitedly at Sejun's words. Ooh, the chairman of Chairman Park? Ah, he means my dad. As Sejun interpreted Theo's words. Krueng. Finally, Quenji get to meet Quenji's grandma. Grandma will make lots of delicious food. Quenji cheered and ran around in excitement. Calm down, you two. We need to find the land deed for the first floor of the tower first. Sejun calmed them down. Despite constantly searching, they couldn't find the location of the first floor land deed. Until now, there was no urgency to leave the tower, so they weren't desperate to find it, but now they truly needed it. Using every means possible, they needed to find the first floor land deed within 3 days. Let's go find the land deed. Sejun exclaimed, clenching his fist. Good, meow. Let's depart, meow. Krueng. Let's go. Theo and Quenji clung to Sejun, raising their front paws high. So, the three know, including Blackie and Peacebays, the five of them left the farm and headed to the waypoint. You have arrived at the 75th floor of the Black Tower. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats increase by 24. Sejun and his party arrived at the 75th floor of the tower. A moment later, hand over the land deed for the first floor of the tower, meow. Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's leg, brazenly held out his front paw to Mason, the chairman of the Wandering Merchants Association, demanding the land deed for the first floor of the Black Tower. What? Mason wanted to say, it's not like I'm holding on to it for you. How am I supposed to find the first floor land deed of the tower all of a sudden? However, he swallowed his words when he met Sejun's eyes, who was quietly waiting for his response. He feared provoking the wrath of the great black dragon by speaking carelessly. I'm sorry. I'll do my best to find it. And although it's not for the 35th floor of the Golden Tower, I have found 2 land deeds for the Golden Tower. Mason hurriedly pulled out 2 land deeds. Golden Tower's 22nd floor farmland deed. Golden Tower's 53rd floor farmland deed. Thank you. Sejun accepted the land deeds and then, clink. This is for the land deeds. You didn't have to thank you. Feeling guilty for continually receiving things for free, Sejun opened his void storage and handed Mason 2 fistfuls of gold coins. After Sejun and his party left, Mason appraised the gold coins with a monocle. Since the great black dragon had given them, he thought there must be something special about them. And then, this is? Mason was shocked when he saw the small engraving on the gold coin. It was a rare coin of which only 10,000 existed in the Black Tower. As expected, the great black dragon is truly generous. Mason carefully displayed the 23 gold coins, each worth over 5 billion tower coins, with a satisfied smile. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, where to next, meow? First, we'll go to the 79th floor of the tower, then to the 55th floor, Sejun replied to Theo's question. His plan was to visit the Kingdom of Cove and then the Red Ribbon Kingdom. And then, I'm sorry. We've been searching hard, but we've only found land deeds for the Brown Tower. Queen Prana of the Kingdom of Cove handed over 3 Brown Tower land deeds with an apologetic expression. They were for the 3rd, 32nd, and 34th floors of the Brown Tower. Thank you. This is payment for the land deeds. Sejun again took out some gold from his void storage. This time, he took out a palm-sized golden statue in the shape of an eagle. He just felt drawn to it. After Sejun left, Prana, thinking the golden statue seemed extraordinary, called an appraiser. Your Majesty! This is the golden statue of the first Queen Murmur of the Kingdom of Cove, which was stolen by the faceless thief, Loon. It's an honor for my family that I get to appraise this, the appraiser exclaimed in a voice filled with emotion. The statue was worth nearly 300 billion tower coins. Thus, scattering wealth like that, Sejun arrived at the 55th floor of the tower. Piak! Uncle, welcome! Choo-choo! Sejun Nim, welcome! Upon hearing of Sejun's arrival, Black Rabbit and Choo-choo greeted him at the main gate of the White Castle. Yeah, since it was evening, Sejun dined and chatted with the Black Rabbit couple. So, I'm able to go home now, and I'm looking for the first floor land deed of the tower. Black Rabbit, have you heard anything about the location of the first floor land deed? Piak! Piak, no. We've been looking hard too, but Black Rabbit signaled to his subordinates, who brought 7 scrolls in front of Sejun. They were land deeds for the 53rd floor of the Blue Tower, the 23rd, 68th floors of the White Tower, the 25th floor of the Green Tower, and the 22nd, 78th, and 94th floors of the Red Tower. Thank you. As Sejun thanked them while putting away the received land deeds. Piak, Uncle, when you go home, take me with you. I want greet Uncle's parents too. You'll take me, right? Black Rabbit asked for permission, saying he wanted to go to Earth too. Of course. Sejun, happy with Black Rabbit's touching request, started to agree, but then he noticed Black Rabbit flinching as he made eye contact with Choo-choo. Our Black Rabbit is still having a hard time. I'll definitely take you with me. As Sejun resolved to bring Black Rabbit to Earth. Rumble. A black hole appeared in the air, and the golden cart that had gone to the Golden Tower returned just after 2 days, having sold everything. Chapter 24. He. Is it time for our reaction master, Blackie, to take the stage? Were. The automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower slowly emerged from the black hole and approached Sejun. Meow? More precisely, it stopped in front of Theo, who was diligently licking his front paws to get rid of the fishy smell from the fish he had just eaten while sitting on Sejun's lap. "Ooh? Has it already sold everything?" As Sejun reached out to the cart. Pajijic. Ouch! That stings. The cart generated an electric shock, rejecting Sejun's touch. It was a loyal golden cart that only allowed its owner's touch. However, hark! You attacked Chairman Park, meow. Bad cart, meow. When Theo got angry at the cart instead, whir. The golden cart, sensing Theo's intention, immediately turned towards Sejun. And then, clunk! It opened its entrance, showing Sejun the inside of the cart. Inside, instead of the items originally placed, there were charred stones with golden streaks like lightning, and yellow mushrooms. Did it really bring only useless things? Just as Sejun was feeling disappointed, starting settlement. Letters began to appear on the cart's door. All items were sold for 11 million tower coins. Failed to purchase the land deed for the 35th floor of the Golden Tower as instructed. Purchased 75 pieces of lightning struck wood for 750 tower coins. Purchased 1,500 lightning stones for 300 tower coins. Purchased 3,000 stinging mushrooms for 1,500 tower coins. Purchased the order form from Banner Village for 0 tower coins. Looking at the purchase prices, it seemed like they really were useless items. But what's this order form? Sejun was puzzled by the unexpected item. Is it that? He noticed a white envelope among the items. Swoosh! When he picked up the envelope and took out the paper inside, Banner Village order form. Orderer, Village Chief of Banner Village. Ordered items, 20,000 magical cherry tomatoes. Order price, 5 tower coins each. The details were written on it. Looks like magical cherry tomatoes are popular in the Golden Tower. He had been selling them for 2 tower coins each, but the price had been increased by 2.5 times on its own. While Sejun was reading the order form, pew pew? Sejun Nim, are those lightning struck wooden lightning stones? Choo-choo, who was watching from behind, asked in a slightly excited voice. Yeah. How did you know? Pew pew. Pew pew. Those are extremely valuable. Magicians who handle lightning attributes go crazy for them. Me too, Choo-choo answered, suppressing her inner feelings. He. Really? Hearing Choo-choo's words, Sejun hurriedly checked the options of the lightning struck wood and lightning stones. Lightning struck wood, wood that has been struck by lightning, enhancing the flow of lightning attribute energy. When used to make lightning attribute equipment, it reduces magic consumption by 10%. Grade A. Lightning stone. A stone that has been struck by lightning multiple times, containing the energy of the lightning attribute. When used to make a weapon, it can be used to create a lightning attribute weapon. When used to make a staff, it amplifies lightning attribute attacks by 1.3 times. Grade S. Just as Choo-choo had said, these items were indeed prized by lightning attribute magicians. Combining these two would create a special staff for lightning attribute magic that would reduce magic consumption and increase attack power. Choo-choo, so how much are these worth? Sejun asked Choo-choo with an expectant look. Pew pew. Pew pew. At least the lightning struck wood would be around 10 billion tower coins, and the lightning stones about 300 million tower coins. Since there's no supply, they could be sold for even higher prices. Really? Pew pew. Yes. The cart bought the lightning struck wood for 10 tower coins, and the lightning stones for 0.2 tower coins. What is with the personality of those Golden Tower elves? Sejun praised the personalities of the elves from the Golden Tower as he picked up a stinging mushroom. Stinging mushroom, a mushroom that grows on the ceiling of dark caves in the Golden Tower, enduring the energy of the lightning attribute that flows through the ground when lightning strikes. When consumed, it gives a slight tingling sensation on the tongue due to its lightning attribute. Consumption increases resistance to the lightning attribute. Prolonged consumption can awaken the talent, lightning resistance. Shelf life, 60 days. Grade C. Oh. This is good too. If it increases lightning attribute resistance, it's definitely worth eating regularly. Munch munch. Sejun cut off a small piece of the stinging mushroom to taste it. Zap. Suddenly, his tongue felt like it was electrified and went numb. Ah. My Tegu if numb. His tongue was so numb that he couldn't pronounce words properly. Once the numbness subsided, he. I can't be the only one to have this great experience. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Guys, try this. He then gave the stinging mushroom to Quenji, Black Rabbit, and Choo-choo. He also offered it to Theo. No way, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, don't eat such things, meow. Of course, Theo refused. NOM. Thus, the three ate the stinging mushroom, excluding Theo. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It's a strange taste. Payak. It's tingly. Pew pew. It's a taste I've never experienced before. Contrary to Sejun's expectations, the three of them ate it comfortably because they already had a high resistance to the lightning attribute. TCH. No fun. When he didn't get the reaction he expected. Kirarong. Hee hee hee. Is it time for our reaction master, Blackie, to take the stage? Sejun brought the stinging mushroom close to Blackie's tongue, who was sleeping with his tongue slightly out. Then, keek. Keek. Nuke. Who dares to disturb Te Grap Blakey? An angry Blackie made a strange noise and looked around frantically. As expected of our Blackie, you never disappoint me. Blackie, did you have a bad dream? Quickly eat this. Satisfied with Blackie's reaction, Sejun hurriedly put a piece of dried sweet potato in Blackie's mouth. Then, King? Was it a dream? Blackie tilted his head in confusion, nominative nom, and started eating the dried sweet potato. After calming Blackie down. So, how much is all this worth? Sejun began calculating the money. There were 75 pieces of lightning-struck wood and 1,500 lightning stones. Then I've made over 1 trillion tower coins this time. Since Choo Choo mentioned the minimum price, if lucky, it could even go up to 2 trillion tower coins. Golden Tower is the best. While Sejun marveled at the greatness of the Golden Tower. Pooh-hoo hut. It's all thanks to me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Theo said, feeling proud. Hee hee hee. Yes, our Vice Chairman Theo is the best. When Sejun patted Theo's head and praised him. Krueng. Is Quenji not the best? Quenji looked at Sejun with a slightly sulky expression. King? King. How could you leave out the great Blackie? Quickly say Blackie is the best. Blackie barked eagerly, wondering how he could be excluded. Yes, yes. All of you are the best. Sejun hugged and comforted Theo, Quenji, Blackie, Black Rabbit, and Choo Choo. Vice Chairman Theo, load the cart with cherry tomatoes and other crops, and this time, also register the lightning-struck wood and lightning stones as purchase items. Pooh-hoo hut, got it, meow. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo hurriedly loaded the cart with crops. Since the stinging mushroom was something only he and Blackie would eat, it seemed there was no need for it for a while. A little later, earn lots of money, meow. Whir. With the cart fully loaded, Theo sent the golden cart back to the Golden Tower. Since the cart returned in just 2 days, there were still 28 days left out of the 30, meaning that to go to the Golden Tower right away, he had to pay 280 billion tower coins. But it was definitely not a loss, as he could make much more profit. Spending some money to go to the Golden Tower quickly and bring back the lightning-struck wood and lightning stones would be more profitable. As the golden cart headed back to the Golden Tower, here, take these. Sejun handed 10 pieces each of the lightning-struck wood and lightning stones to Choo Choo, who couldn't take her eyes off them. And then, we're leaving now, just as he was about to return to the 99th floor of the tower. Payak. Uncle, stay overnight. Black Rabbit held onto Sejun's clothes tightly. Shall we? Would you like to sleep together since it's been a while? Looking into Black Rabbit's eyes, Sejun couldn't refuse and decided to stay and sleep with Black Rabbit. Payak. Yes. Black Rabbit nodded enthusiastically at Sejun's words, sending a grateful look that said, Uncle, thank you. Golden Tower, 12th floor. Bang! As the golden cart running across the lightning-struck plains arrived near Banner Village. Oh. The golden cart is here. Hurry and inform Elder Banner. Got it. One of the elves guarding the village boundary quickly reported to Banner. Soon after, Woong. A protective barrier to block the lightning was created, and the elves hurriedly ran outside. Then, hurry up and pick up the lightning-struck wood and lightning stones. Following Banner's orders, they began their work. For trading, they needed something valuable, but most elves in the Golden Tower lived self-sufficiently in caves and had no tower coins. So, they sold items to the golden cart to make money. While these materials were very rare in the Black Tower, in the Golden Tower, lightning-struck wood and lightning stones were as common as dirt. Thus, the elves collected and sold the wood and stone scattered on the ground to earn money. Purchased 20,000 magical cherry tomatoes. They managed to buy the ordered magical cherry tomatoes. Wow! They pay us just for selling things we pick up off the ground. The golden cart is the best. Whir. The elves cheered as they watched the golden cart depart. The next morning. Payak. Uncle, take care. I'll come up in 2 days. Black Rabbit, whose complexion had visibly improved compared to the day before, saw Sejun off. On the way out of the White Castle to head home. Meow? Chairman Park, my front paws are being pulled, meow. Theo suddenly stretched out his front paws toward the front, exclaiming in an excited voice. Oh. Really? Sejun also looked ahead with an excited voice. And then, bar, a young golden sheep, unaware of anything, was humming a tune as it approached the White Castle. Oh. Isn't that Mima? Pooh Hut. Yes, it is, meow. Oh, such luck. Sejun didn't know what Theo was drawn to, but the chances of Theo getting that item from Mima were 100%. Mima, unaware that Sejun and Theo were watching her with smiles, continued walking. Blah. Sejun Nim and Theo Nim. Mima, the legendary merchant golden sheep, belatedly sensed the intense gazes and spotted Sejun and Theo in front of her. I need to run away. Feeling something ominous, Mima tried to turn away. Meow step. Theo, who rarely left Sejun's lap, appeared in front of Mima in an instant and, Mima, hand it over, meow. He confidently extended his front paw. What, BAA? Mima was greatly flustered by Theo's words. Pooh Hut. I know everything, meow. Hand it over quickly, meow, as Theo shouted confidently again. Sigh. Okay, BAA, I struggled for years to get this. Mima sighed and pulled out a box hidden in her golden fur, handing it to Theo. However, meow? What's this, meow? I'll gratefully accept it, meow. But this isn't it, meow. Shaking the box he received, Theo extended his front paw again. Bah, this isn't it. Then you should give it back. Mima, bewildered, looked at Theo with a pitiful expression. Pooh Hut. Hurry up and give it, meow. But Theo didn't seem to have any intention of leaving without it. Then is it maybe this? That's not it, meow. But I'll accept it gratefully, meow. Then this? No, meow. But I use it well, meow. Thus, Mima was completely stripped of all the items she had hidden in her fur. Then who? What's this? While rummaging through her fur, she found an old scroll that she had forgotten about. Pooh Hut. That's it, meow. Thanks, Mima, meow. Theo snatched the scroll from Mima's hand and disappeared in an instant. Chairman Park, take this, meow. It's my gift, meow. Theo thrust the scroll document he received from Mima and the other items into Sejun's arms. Chapter 25, Look Beyond the Face. Seed Shop Headquarters. Park Sejun, the Black Tower's tower farmer, has built a temple, 3.3 square meters, for the Vienna, the god of sausages. Divine power increases by 3. As expected, Park Sejun likes it. Vienna, the god of sausages, who received a temple after sending Sejun a giant sausage staff, cheered. You can't resist sausages after all. Mwahaha. It wasn't just because she was the god of sausages, sausages were truly a great crop. You could eat them and also use them as equipment. Good. Let's aim for 16.5 square meters with this momentum. Vienna was burning with enthusiasm. Drip. Drip. She plucked sausages from the ends of her hair. As befitting the god of sausages, Vienna's hair was a string of sausages. Vienna carefully connected each sausage she had plucked. She was currently creating a relic, the sausage shield of hunger. Enemies who smelled the sausage scent emanating from the shield would feel immense hunger and become obsessed with eating the source of the smell, the sausage shield. And while the enemies were busy eating the sausage shield, you just have to hit them hard. Moo-hoo-hoo. With this shield alone, Vienna became one of the top 5 tankers among the non-combat gods. Moreover, if she wielded the giant sausage staff, the set effect would intensify hunger and weaken the enemy's strength. Park Sejun, just wait a bit. I'll surprise you, a little later. Good. The handle is complete. As Vienna looked contentedly at the shaped curved sausage, I must get a temple from Park Sejun with my relic. With my relic, I should be able to get at least 9.9 square meters. Other gods were also busy creating relics to send to Sejun. However, sending a relic wasn't an easy task. The only reason Vienna could send her relic was that she knew there was a sausage tree with Sejun, and Flamey was growing the sausage tree into a world tree. Thanks to that, she could send the relic with minimal divine power to the exact location. Fortunately, there was another god here who met those conditions. Good. It's done. Uncle, the god of grapevines, sent his relic to Podori on the 99th floor of the tower. TL, here uncle is in English. Black Tower first floor land deed. I got this again in such a way. It didn't show up when he was looking for it, Sejun said as he looked at the land deed for the first floor of the Black Tower in his hand. And then, Sejun tightly gripped the land deed. In 2 days, he would finally go home. He was starting to feel the reality of being able to go home. But I can't let my guard down. Whenever something good happened, something bad always followed. Swoosh! As Sejun put the land deed into his pocket, collecting his thoughts. Chairman Park, open this. Meow. Theo handed over a box he first received from Mima. What is this? I don't know, meow. But Mima didn't want to give it, meow. So I didn't give it back, meow. As expected, he's a sly cat. Really? He. Is it something good? When Sejun opened the box. Ooh? Sunglasses? Inside were luxurious glasses, framed in gold, with dark black gemstones. Void's gaze. The name already sounded impressive. What is this? A grade legendary item or a relic. Sejun picked up the glasses with a face full of anticipation. Wow! He was surprised by the extremely lightweight as soon as he picked them up, and again by the stable balance and grip. It was definitely something crafted by a master craftsman. Just by holding it, he couldn't help but be impressed, making him very curious about its options. Sejun quickly checked the options. Void's Gaze. This is the third limited edition of the fifth piece created by the Black Tower's top designer, Amor Langer. Number 5-3. Amor Langer created this with the concept of I don't want others to notice my gaze when worn. Specially processed obsidian lenses allow the wearer to see others, but others cannot see the wearer's eyes. The gold frame is specially processed to reduce weight by hollowing out the interior, and the reduced strength is compensated by reinforcement magic. Only one is made per year. Usage restriction, none. Maker, Amor Langer. Grade, C. Sejun read it several times, but no matter how many times he read it, there was nothing special. What is this? It was so strange that he asked Eileen for an appraisal, but the tower administrator says this item is already appraised. Okay. Thanks. It wasn't an unappraised item. It was just a pair of sunglasses with no special abilities. It was surprising that it had a grade of C despite having no abilities. It was indeed a luxury item. While Sejun was examining the Void's Gaze, Sejun Nim, could you please return that? I've been waiting 5 years to buy it. Mima, who had come running at some point, looked at Sejun with a teary expression. Sure. Sejun put the sunglasses he was holding on Mima. Bahaha. Thank you, Sejun Nim. Mima, who received the sunglasses, thanked Sejun and hurriedly pulled out a mirror from her fur. Kia. So pretty. She began to admire his reflection wearing the Void's Gaze. By the way, who is Amor Langer? BAA? You don't know Amor Langer? He's a designer who became famous 100 years ago. But he's so popular now that you have to wait at least a few years to buy one of his items. Really? Where can I meet him? He has a studio on the 89th floor of the tower. Why? Nothing. Just want to meet him sometime. 89th floor of the tower, I should have him work with Blackstar later. Blackstar is good with magic, and Amor Langer has great craftsmanship. If the two of them make equipment together, it will definitely create amazing synergy. Mima, take this. Sejun returned Mima's items that Theo had brought. And this is the payment for the land deed. In exchange for taking the Black Tower first floor land deed, he gave Mima some of the lightning-struck wood and lightning stones. Thank you, Mima exclaimed excitedly upon receiving the items. As Choo Choo had mentioned, these two items were extremely difficult to obtain materials. By giving these items, Sejun could make future deals more advantageous. Well then, goodbye. After giving the items to Mima, Sejun and his companions parted ways with Mima. Goodbye. Mima waved enthusiastically until Sejun disappeared from sight. And once Sejun was out of sight, may he. Stylish golden sheep Mima is here. Mima, adjusting the Void's Gaze, entered White Castle with a swagger. To show off to Choo Choo. Choo Choo was the next person on the waiting list after Mima, who had reserved the Void's Gaze. Black Tower 99th floor. Ha. Did I tell you? Our Sejun turned the Black Tower into the Great Black Tower. You've said it more than 100 times, so stop it. Yeah, stop already. Ah, my stomach hurts. Kaiser's boasting irritated Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tia. But, ha. Did I say that? My apologies. To make up for it, when I become a VVIP, I'll give everyone a glass of gold and some Yangju. Kaiser's taunting didn't end. He acted as if he was already a VVIP. Ooh. To think we have to keep seeing this. If only Sejun was at our tower would have become the Great Tower. If only our Sejun was with us, while the other dragons were feeling regret. Oh. Our Sejun is here. Sensing Sejun's presence arriving at the waypoint, Kaiser went out to greet him. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Home. As soon as he arrived on the 99th floor of the tower, Clang. Chairman Park, I missed you. Meow. Krueng. It's Daddy. King. The Great Blackie has arrived. The void storage opened, and Theo, Quenji, and Blackie rushed to Sejun. Then, cling. Cling. Theo and Quenji clung to their usual spots, except for Blackie. King. Pick me up. Sejun picked up the barking Blackie from the floor and put him in his sling bag. At that moment, ha ha ha. Our Sejun, did you have a good trip? Kaiser greeted Sejun. Our Sejun worked hard. Ahoom. Our Sejun seems to have become a bit more handsome. Ramtur, have you no shame? No matter what, of course, the other dragons followed Kaiser. What's wrong with our Sejun? You should look beyond the face and see the inner self. Kaiser hurriedly tried to cover up, fearing Sejun would be hurt by Tyr's words. But Sejun felt even more hurt by Kaiser's cover-up. I'm back. Sejun greeted the dragons, who started arguing with each other, and, Minotaur King, can I copy one of your skills? He asked the Minotaur King, the strongest being in the Black Tower. He was very excited about what skill he might obtain. Moo. Moo. Yes. Feel free to copy. Thanks. Sejun placed his hand on the Minotaur King's leg. Would you like to copy a skill from the target? Yes. You will randomly copy one of the target's skills. What will it be? Sejun checked the message with a tense expression. You have copied the skill, Vegetarian, Master. The message appeared. Vegetarian? Is eating only plants a skill? Sejun, bewildered, checked the skill. Vegetarian, Master. This is a racial skill possessed by black minotaurs from birth. Your stats increase for every 1 kilogram of grass eaten within 3 hours. The stats that increase depend on the type of plants eaten. Oh, stats increase just by eating plants. I don't even need elixirs. This is good enough to be called a skill. Sejun nodded as he read the skill description. At the same time, he understood why black minotaurs ate plants so diligently. Good. Now, let's use the skill. Sejun gripped the skill copying stone and infused it with magic power to use the skill. You have used the skill, Vegetarian, Master. Your stats will increase every time you eat 1 kilogram of plants within 3 hours. And then, Minotaur King, I'll copy one more time. Moo. Okay. With an extra slot available, Sejun, feeling unsatisfied, copied another skill from the Minotaur King. However, you have copied the skill, Vegetarian, Master. He ended up with the same skill again. Sejun used the Vegetarian skill and copied skills multiple times. However, only one skill was copied each time. It was now clear. The only skill Sejun could copy from the Minotaur King was Vegetarian. Shall we go home? Toryong. Sejun called for Toryong to head home. Ha ha ha. Sejun, you'll be going home soon. Have you prepared gifts for your parents? No, I couldn't because I was busy getting the land deed for the first floor of the tower. I'm going to prepare now. Ha ha ha. Then leave it to me. I'll prepare something good for you, Kaiser said, flying alongside Sejun. Yes, thank you. Although doubtful, Sejun thanked him. Ha ha ha. Yes, just trust me. Kaiser remained confident until the end. I'm worried if he gives me something too powerful again, I'll be in danger first. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Sejun became. I should prepare my parents' gifts myself. A little later, Theo went to work at the Green Tower, and Quenji went to look at herbs. Then, Kirarong, you have harvested magical cherry tomatoes. Listening to Blackie's snores from the sling bag, Sejun harvested the crops he planned to take home. He planned to bring about 10,000 each of cherry tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn, etc. But how big is our house? Will there be enough space? Sejun pondered for a moment. I should put them in the space expansion pouch. As Sejun was putting the harvested crops into the space expansion pouch, Sejun Nim. Podori called out to Sejun. What is it? Take this. Someone sent it for you. Podori moved its vine and brought a small object hanging from the end of the vine in front of Sejun. A bracelet? A bracelet made of grapevines. Pluck. Sejun harvested the bracelet. Chapter 26, Pip Pip. I need to find a gift. Seed Shop Headquarters. World Tree, can you deliver this to Park Sejun? Uncle, the god of grapevines, initially thought it would be easy to send the relic. The World Tree was originally a grapevine, and on top of that, it had strong energy. However, who do you think you are? The World Tree immediately spoke informally. It was extremely rude. Just send it. Although he wanted to shout like this, the World Tree was an entity with a status equivalent to a demigod. In his current powerless state, he couldn't treat it recklessly. Ahoom. Maybe it doesn't know who I am. World Tree, I am Uncle, the god of grapevines. So he revealed his identity, but, oh. Uncle, how nice to meet you. You think being a god is everything. When I prayed so hard to have seeds when I became a seedless grape, you didn't show up, and now you appear because you need something. How can a god be so shameless? Who? It backfired instead. You should complain to Leah, the god of abundance. It was a believer of Leah, the god of abundance, who did that. World Tree, there seems to be a misunderstanding. At that time, I was in the process of recovering my strength, so I couldn't hear your voice. Besides, the one who made you seedless was. Uncle told Podori the truth, that it was Leah, the god of abundance, behind the king of farming, in order to save himself. Thus, the truth Sejun had kept quiet for everyone's peace reached Podori's ears. A believer of Leah, the god of abundance, made me seedless. Podori took revenge on the Leah, god of abundance, in the best way she could. It was road blocking. Quack! Guys, sorry, but please don't use this path for a while. Quack! Podori blocked the path of the mushroom ants with its branches, preventing them from passing through the Leah road. And then, give it. I'll deliver it to Sejun Nim. Grumbling, Podori received the relic sent by Uncle and delivered it to Sejun. You have harvested the grapevine bracelet of sealing. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has been filled, and the level increases. You have gained 100,000 experience points. Oh, finally leveled up. The harvesting skill that hadn't leveled up for a long time finally reached level 9. You have achieved the feat of harvesting a relic. As a reward for the achievement, the shelf life of the divine relic is doubled. The achievement message followed. This has a shelf life too. Sejun checked the bracelet in his hand after reading the achievement message. Grapevine bracelet of sealing. A relic sent by Uncle, the god of grapevines, who oversees the grapevines. A bracelet made by weaving multiple layers of grapevines. When you set a target, the grapevines grow and attach to the target. Uncle used this bracelet to seal the enemy's power and engage in battle. It seals the wearer's strength by up to 99%, it can seal up to a total of 15,000 stats. Shelf life, 200 days. Usage restriction, all stats 500 or higher. Maker, Uncle, the god of grapevines. Grade S. Nice. With this, I don't need to move around cautiously. Sejun looked satisfied after checking the options of the grapevine bracelet of sealing. Sejun had one dilemma. If he used the land deed to go down to the first floor of the Black Tower, what about the other hunters? Hunters who couldn't withstand Sejun's energy would be in danger if Sejun went down. The area outside the tower is a safe zone, but the first floor of the tower is not. So he had considered ordering his subordinates to vacate the first floor of the tower temporarily, but with this bracelet, there's no need for such measures. He could put the others in the void storage and go down to the first floor of the tower with his power sealed. And, I can become a hidden powerhouse. I'll pretend to be weak and then unseal to teach them a lesson. Just thinking about it makes my heart swell. As Sejun held the bracelet and chuckled to himself, lost in all sorts of imaginations. Pooh hut. It sold out, meow. Theo, who had arrived at the first floor of the Green Tower, sold out all the goods he had brought. Instead of the now unpopular sturdy blade green onions, Theo sold the vitality-infused fragrant grapes and the screaming pineapples. After demonstrating the power of the pineapple bomb, he was able to achieve 10 times the planned sales. Pooh hut. As expected, I, Theo Park, am the great legendary merchant second only to Chairman Park, meow. While Theo was proudly eating the grilled fish lunchbox Sejun had packed on the roof of the shop, Suddenly, a massive energy was felt from the sky. Meow, this is Ophelia's energy, meow. Theo hurriedly used energy drain to absorb Ophelia's energy so that other customers wouldn't be affected. And then, thump. Theo, I want to eat that too. Thanks to Theo's intervention, Ophelia, who could now move freely on the first floor of the tower, sat next to Theo and demanded the grilled fish that Theo hadn't touched yet. However, no way, meow. This is the grilled fish that Chairman Park painstakingly grilled just for me, meow. Theo refused. Even though the other party was the Great Green Dragon, he didn't hesitate for a moment. What? Ophelia's face hardened at Theo's rejection. How dare he refuse the Great Green Dragon, Ophelia Iorg's request? Not even a bite? No way, meow. Grr. Just as Ophelia was about to explode. Instead, eat this, meow. Thrust. Theo handed her a sausage skewer that was next to the grilled fish. It was a sausage skewer grilled after putting several sausages on a skewer. It had accidentally ended up in Theo's lunchbox instead of Quench's. What is this? Ophelia asked, taking the skewer with a pouty expression. It's a sausage skewer, meow. It's also something Chairman Park grilled with care, meow. Pooh-hoo hut. Of course, it's not as good as my grilled fish, meow. Theo's words were annoying. But, what's this savory and delicious smell? Ophelia, focused on the sausage skewer in her hand, didn't hear Theo's words. Pooh-hoo hut. Now she won't bother me, meow. Seeing Ophelia focused on the sausage, Theo began eating his grilled fish in earnest. And then, nom. Ophelia took a bite of one of the sausages at the end of the skewer. Crunch! The bouncy texture of the plump sausage, combined with its saltiness and the savory flavor of the meat, mingled in her mouth. It's delicious! Ophelia, amazed by the taste of the sausage she had for the first time in her 800-year dragon life, quickly ate the whole skewer. Theo, give me another sausage skewer. Ophelia extended her hand to Theo again. There aren't any more, meow. That was all, meow. The sausage skewer had accidentally ended up in Theo's lunchbox, so that was all there was. Theo, bring a lot of sausage skewers tomorrow. Got it? Pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow. But Ophelia also needs to work hard too, meow. Chairman Park said that slaves who don't work hard don't get to eat, meow. Okay. I'll work hard, so make sure to bring lots of sausages tomorrow. Got it? Got it, meow. And so, Ophelia agreed to receive sausages from Theo. Grow. Grow. As soon as she arrived on the 99th floor of the tower, she diligently sprinkled mugwort seeds and used her skills enthusiastically. West side of the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sniff sniff. Quenchi roamed around the herb field with his nose to the ground. Then, coo hey hey hey. Crueng. Hee hee hee. Found it. Thump. Quenchi dug deep into the ground with his front paw and unearthed a red kudzu root. Crueng. This is for Quenchi's grandma. Quenchi carefully put the kudzu root he had just dug up into his snack pouch. He was gathering herbs to give to Sejun's mother, Kim Mi Ran, as a gift. Thump. Quenchi continued to dig up kudzu roots diligently. A little while later, Crueng. Dad, Quenchi is back. Quenchi, who had gathered a lot of herbs, returned home. Quenchi's back? Quenchi's back, meow? Sejun, who had returned from work early, and Theo, who was hanging onto Sejun's lap, welcomed Quenchi. At that moment, Crueng. Crueng. Dad, look at this. This is a gift for Quenchi's grandma. Quenchi, who had arrived in front of Sejun, opened his snack pouch and proudly showed off the herbs he had dug up. Warmth kudzu root for blood circulation. Sturdy kudzu root. They all had effects like slightly raising body temperature, improving blood circulation, or making the body a bit sturdier, with all the grades being low, E or D. However, for a non-hunter, these were just right. Oh, my. Oh, my. Our Quenchi is so good. Did you dig these up for your grandma? Crueng. Yes, that's right. As Sejun patted Quenchi's bottom in praise for his commendable act. Meow? This is bad, meow. I haven't prepared a gift for Chairman's chairman, meow. Seeing Quenchi's gift, Theo suddenly became anxious. Chairman Park, I'll go find a gift too, meow. Theo hurriedly used Meow Step to go down the tower. Black Tower's administrator area. Mother, please take care of me. Eileen was going to learn cooking from Kim Mi Ran starting today. Sure. Let's do our best. Yes. Mother. Oh, by the way, Sejun will be leaving the tower the day after tomorrow. Really? So, he's coming home. Yes, then I should prepare some of Sejun's favorite foods tomorrow. Mother, I want to learn to make Sejun's favorite foods too. All right. Then tomorrow, I'll teach you the food Sejun likes. Yes. Thank you. The atmosphere between the two was very good. Until they started cooking. Eileen, the fire seems too strong. You need to reduce it. It should be just hot enough to feel warm. Kim Mi Ran commented, seeing the almost metal melting fire in the mirror. Yes. Just hot enough, right? Eileen, misunderstanding, increased the fire even more. For Eileen, the feeling of just hot enough was still far off. No, Eileen, I said to reduce the fire. The soy sauce has all evaporated. Yes, I'm sorry. No, there's no need to be sorry. Let's try again. Yes. Eileen spent the entire 3 hours allowed by the mirror of longing practicing fire control until the cooking lesson ended. It's urgent, meow. Theo was hurriedly going down the tower to find a gift. At that moment, Theo Nim, Where are you going? He ran into Pio and Uran, who were returning to the 99th floor of the tower. Pooh hut. Uran, lead the way, meow. Ooh? Where to? I don't know, meow. Just go wherever you want, meow. Where I want to go? At Theo's words, Uran turned his steps towards the place he wanted to go. Stop! Within 10 minutes, robbers appeared. Such was Uran's incredible misfortune. Pooh hut. Stamp it, meow. Theo quickly subdued the robbers. Press. Press. Pio followed behind, getting the robbers' stamps on the slave contracts. Even though they wandered around the tower late into the night with Uran leading the way, meow, it's a failure, meow. When I think of chairman's chairman, my front paws don't get pulled, meow. The golden paw, which only activated for Sejun, didn't work. Let's just go home, meow. Theo, disappointed, returned to the 99th floor of the tower. But Theo didn't know that he had already given Sejun's family a tremendous gift. Theo's share was considerable in the fact that Earth was not engulfed in destruction and that Sejun could leave the tower. Karora. Kirarong. Meow. Theo entered the bedroom where Sejun and Blackie were sleeping. Gorarong. He settled on Sejun's lap and fell into a deep sleep, then, pip pip. I need to find a gift. Pip step. This time, Peacebays hurriedly moved to find a gift for Sejun's family. Chapter 27, wasn't this only on Earth? 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Sejun opened his eyes. The seal of the Earth's jewel has been broken. Ha, the god of basalt, who was sealed within the Earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Ha, the god of basalt, repays the favor to the one who released his seal. Ha, the god of basalt, repays the favor by creating a basalt road on 3.3 square meters of land. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 8.91% complete. 0.1 magic power has been accumulated over 24 hours. Magic power increases by 0.1. Basalt Road? He. I'm looking forward to this. As Sejun smiled with anticipation. Gorarong. Kirarong. He heard the snoring of Theo and Blackie. Oh, Theo's here? Sejun stroked the head of Theo, who was sleeping on his lap. Meow. Theo smiled at Sejun's touch and rubbed his head against Sejun's hand. But didn't he say he was going to get a gift? I wonder if he found one? He disappeared so suddenly yesterday that he couldn't even catch him. Well, if it's Theo, he must have gotten it. It would be strange if he didn't with his luck. Pat! Pat! Sejun put Theo on his lap and slung the sling bag containing Blackie over his shoulder. Swoosh! And marked another line on the bedroom wall, starting the 409th day morning. First, I need to find the basalt road. When Sejun came out of the bedroom, Pirarong. Urarong. He heard the snoring of Pio and Uran from the guest room. Did they come up with Theo? Sejun carefully opened the door and went outside to avoid disturbing their sleep. And then, step. Step. He walked around the farm, letting the crops hear his footsteps. The magical peanuts thank the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. The potential of the magic stat increases from 4891 to 4892. He increased his potential and also looked for the basalt road that had been created somewhere. A moment later, is this it? Sejun discovered a road paved with black basalt. This is powder? For some reason, the god of basalt, had sprinkled a 10 centimeters thick layer of stone powder on the road. What is this? Is it edible? Sejun carefully touched the stone powder with his finger and cautiously put it in his mouth. Sejun was greatly surprised by the taste. Naturally, he had to be. How does a god know about Oreo? The stone powder tasted like Oreo, a snack from Earth. Wasn't this only on Earth? No, that's not what's important right now. Sejun hurriedly took out a shovel and scooped the Oreo powder into a leather pouch. He. It's rewarding to start the morning like this. While Sejun was pleased with the Oreo powder in the leather pouch, your soul is filled with satisfaction from obtaining good ingredients. Mental strength increases by 1. His mental strength increased. I'll give you 28.05 square meters, Nim. Sejun Maiden 28.05 square meters road. Eileen, how much time is left now? He asked Eileen how much time was left until Earth was incorporated into the 0th floor of the Black Tower. The tower administrator says there are 24 hours and 37 minutes left. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. By this time tomorrow, he would be able to leave the tower. Hum. Sejun headed to the kitchen, humming a tune that came out naturally. U.S. Department of Defense. With 25 hours and 10 minutes remaining until operation time, 98% of Texas residents have been evacuated. The face of the Secretary of Defense did not relax upon receiving the report. 2% may seem like a small number, but with Texas's population nearing 30 million, it meant that 600,000 people had yet to be evacuated. What about the remaining 2%? The remaining 2% of the citizens are too deep inside Texas, making rescue difficult, but we are doing our best. All right. Do your best until the very end. Yes, sir. After the subordinate finished the report and left, sigh, the Secretary of Defense, feeling heavy-hearted, let out a big sigh. He was the one who suggested using nuclear missiles, but he didn't want to use them on US soil. However, this was the best option for now. If the fully grown flesh-eaters began to move, the entire US would be in danger. Click! The Secretary of Defense picked up his smartphone and called someone. Hello, Director, have there been any updates from the CIA agents in Korea? The Secretary of Defense called his friend, the CIA Director, to inquire about the situation in Korea. Specifically, he wanted to know if the golden bat, which created the miracle in Austin, Texas, had appeared again. This was the last hope to avoid using nukes. Not yet, I see. Let me know as soon as you hear anything. Will do. Click. After hanging up, the Secretary of Defense took out a cigar from his drawer and lit it, quickly filling the office with a haze of smoke. All right. I've made 100 pancakes and 1,000 sotiok. Sejun prepared snacks for Eileen to eat and food to sell at Dragon Market while he was away. He even made snacks for the leaders occupying the fountain. With Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr managing the 99th floor of the tower, he couldn't neglect them. Since he was going home after a long time, he planned to stay on Earth for about 10 days. With the current money he had, about 7 trillion tower coins, it would be enough to take everyone with him. While Sejun was busy preparing to go to Earth, unaware of the lurking threat, Meow Chairman Park, did you make sausage skewers, Meow? Theo, who had just woken up, asked if Sejun had made Ophelia's sausage skewers as he mentioned yesterday. Yes, of course I did, Pooh Hut. Then did you make my grilled fish too, Meow? Theo, whose eyes were now sparkling, asked while looking at Sejun. Of course. Vice Chairman Theo, I'm grilling an especially big one for you. When Sejun showed Theo the fish grilling on the brazier, Pooh Hut. Very excellent, Meow. Theo smiled contentedly and began grooming himself. At that moment, Krueng, Dad, good morning. Quenji, who had woken up, rubbed his eyes and greeted Sejun in the kitchen. Yes. Did you sleep well, Quenji? Krueng. Yes, I did. Then help your dad a bit. Krueng. Got it. Quenji will help. I can get a 5-star stamp. The thought of getting a stamp made Quenji's eyes sparkle. Squeeze this. Sejun placed a basket full of cherry tomatoes, pineapples, and grapes in front of Quenji. Krueng. Got it. Quenji enlarged himself, picked up the basket, and dumping the fruits onto his palm. Then, squeeze. When Quenji pressed the fruits with both front paws, splash! The juice flowed into the large bottle Sejun had prepared. Thanks to Quenji, Sejun was able to make an enormous amount of cherry tomato, pineapple, and grape juice. Once the juicing was done, Krueng. Dad, stamp here. Quenji, who had shrunk back down, pulled out the stamp card from his snack pouch with an excited expression. All right. Here you go. Well done. Stamp. Sejun stamped Quenji's stamp card. Hey. Quenji folded the praise card neatly and put it back into his snack pouch with a satisfied expression. Once all the food for Eileen, the 4 leaders, Ophelia, and the dishes for Dragon Market were completed, Pio. Good morning, Sejun Nim. Good morning. Pio and Yoren entered the kitchen. Welcome. When everyone sat down, Sejun placed grilled fish in front of Theo, stir-fried peanuts in front of Pio, and bowls of just milk in front of Quenji, Blackie, and Yoren. Krueng? King? Ooh? The 3 were puzzled by Sejun's actions. Still, they trusted Sejun and waited a bit longer. He. This is called Oreo. Sejun scooped Oreo into their bowls, filling them up. You mix it with milk and eat it with a spoon. When Sejun demonstrated, the others cautiously picked up their spoons, mixed the Oreo with milk, and tasted it. Krueng. It's delicious. So sweet. Kihihit. King. He. It's delicious. I need to get more cores. It's really tasty. The 3 ate quickly with big smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, as the Oreo powder spread, the milk gradually turned black. Slurp. Quenji and Yoren, who ate quickly, started drinking the slightly darkened milk. He. They don't know. Sejun, watching them with a smug expression, poured more Oreo powder into the remaining milk. It's so delicious when you keep adding Oreo until the milk turns into chocolate milk. King, give me more too. All right. Here, Blackie, I'll pour more for you too. Hee. King. King. Hee. I'm happy. There's more. As the milk in Sejun and Blackie's bowls, which they hadn't drunk, gradually darkened and turned into chocolate milk. Krueng? Why is Dad's and Blackie's milk black? Yeah, how did you do that? Only then did Quenji and Yuren listen to Sejun's explanation and add more Oreo powder to their remaining milk to make chocolate milk. A moment later, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I'm off now. Meow. After finishing breakfast, Theo prepared to leave for the first floor of the Green Tower. Okay. We'll go down to the first floor of the tower after lunch, so come back early today. Sejun planned to restore the shop on the first floor of the tower to normal this afternoon and then head to Earth. Got it, meow. Theo responded energetically and left for the Green Tower. You guys go tell Black Rabbit to come up right away and bring some skeletons from the fourth floor of the tower. Sejun sent Pio and Yoren on errands. After everyone went off to do their tasks, Krueng? What about Quenji? What should Quenji do? Quenji, who was left alone, asked Sejun. Quenji, go take a bath and wash Blackie too. King? Why me? Krueng. Got it. King. Save me. With that, Quenji took Blackie to the bathroom. I should transfer the Samyangju. Sejun headed to the brewery. Today was the day to open the jars containing the golden Samyangju. Glug glug. Sejun carefully poured the golden Samyangju from the jar into the bottles. One jar could fill 100 bottles. And Sejun had a total of 10 jars of golden Samyangju. It's done. Once Sejun finished transferring, he had completed 1,000 bottles of golden Samyangju, each radiating a brilliant golden light. With 9 servings per bottle, a total of 9,000 dragons could have a cup each. First, I'll give 4 bottles to the dragon leaders. To avoid conflicts, Sejun chose to give each of the 4 dragons 1 bottle to maintain peace. With 996 bottles remaining, he. I can get 24 bottles of the growth elixir. Eileen, please sell these. The tower administrator says you can trust her with this. Of course. I always trust you, Eileen, Sejun replied and then had a simple lunch with Quenji and Blackie, who had finished their bath, before heading to the fountain to meet the dragons. And then, welcome, Sejun. Please have 1 bottle each. Sejun handed the golden Samyangju to the dragons who welcomed him warmly. Kwahava. Giving us each a bottle of golden Samyangju, our Sejun is indeed generous. Uhawaha. That's right, it's our Sejun after all. Fahawa. Indeed. Our Sejun is a big-hearted man. Dravaha. Our Sejun truly has an excellent inner beauty. Tiernim, are you picking a fight? While Sejun was contemplating whether to snatch Tier's golden Samyangju. Kwahava. Sejun, take this to your parents. Kaiser took out a small box. Click. When Sejun opened the box he received, there was a black diamond the size of a fist. Kaiser thought Sejun's parents, who had raised him with great effort, were definitely weaker than Sejun. Therefore, he believed giving them wealth rather than good items was safer. Sejun, I also prepared a gift. I, too, prepared a gift for our Sejun's parents. Sejun, I've prepared one too. The other dragons handed boxes of jewels to Sejun. Inside were transparent diamonds, red diamonds, and purple diamonds, each similar in size to the one Kaiser had given. I was a bit nervous, but they gave such normal gifts. Thank you. Sejun packed the boxes, thanked the dragons, and came down from the fountain. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, Vice Chairman Theo, am back. Meow. Theo, who had sold all the crops at the Green Tower, returned. Good job. As Sejun petted Theo, who was clinging to his leg. Payak. Uncle, I'm here. The final member going to Earth with them, Black Rabbit, arrived. All right, everyone, gather around. Sejun called his companions to go down to the first floor of the Black Tower. Chapter 28, Vice Chairman Theo, take care of it. Chairman Park, see you in a bit, meow. As Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Blackie entered the void storage, Theo looked at Sejun with a longing gaze from the storage door. Why are you being so wistful? We'll see each other again in less than a minute. All right. See you in a bit. Clunk. Sejun slowly closed the door, maintaining eye contact with Theo until the last moment. Then he took out a bracelet made of green vines from his pocket and put it on. At that moment, you have put on the grapevine bracelet of sealing on the target. How much of the power would you like to seal? A message appeared. No one's around, right? Sejun checked his surroundings before answering. If he sealed his power and someone was nearby, his weakened body might not withstand it and he could faint. Good. No one's here. Seal it to the maximum. Upon confirming that no one was around, Sejun spoke. Sealing 99% of power. Total of 11,583 stats will be sealed. As his power was sealed, Sejun's body staggered under the immense sense of depletion. His total stats had dropped from 11,700 to 117, the gap was too enormous. Phew. Sejun took a deep breath to adapt to his body's condition. Pretending to be a hidden powerhouse is going to be difficult. He was disappointed as he checked his stats. Even after sealing his power to the maximum, his total stats were 117. To have such stats, one would need to be at least level 30 as a hunter. It was tough to stay hidden. Such a pity. Sejun regretfully removed the equipment that he could no longer use due to the stat reduction. After putting the equipment into the space expansion pouch, Sejun then spread out the land deed of the Black Tower that he had prepared. The summoning function is activated for the initial engraving of the land deed for the Black Tower's first floor. Finally! Along with the message, Sejun vanished from the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Black Tower, first floor. The Black Tower you used to enter has been destroyed. The exit has disappeared, you cannot leave. What? The tower has vanished, what do you mean? How can the tower be gone when Korea has a safe zone? Hunters, who couldn't exit through the entrance, were bewildered by the message. Among them were foreign hunters who relied on the safe zones in Korea. What should we do? Even the Brazilian hunters couldn't leave until a new tower appeared in Korea. Will a new tower appear? The rate at which new towers are appearing has slowed down lately. Then we don't know when we'll be able to leave. As hunters were falling into panic. Hello. We are staff from the Korean Awakeners Association. For now, please rest at the accommodations we've prepared, and we will explain what we have found. Staff from the Korean Awakeners Association stepped in to calm them down and guided them away. As dozens of hunters followed the staff and left. Come and choose. Our shop has the lowest prices. Selling Heart of the Venomous Spider. The large open area near the exit where hunters had gathered became lively with the shouts of street vendors. At that moment, you have arrived on the first floor of the Black Tower. You have moved from the 99th floor, the highest floor, to the first floor. You have descended 98 floors. Due to the effective title, Retrogressor, all stats increase by 98. On the 409th day of entering the tower, Sejun quietly arrived at a corner of the large open area on the first floor of the Black Tower. The Grapevine Bracelet of Sealing seals 99% of your power. His total stats nearly increased by 400, but fortunately, with the power sealed by 99%, his total stats increased by 4. Finally, I'm here on the first floor of the tower. While Sejun was chuckling, clunk. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo slightly opened the void storage slightly door to prevent the energy from escaping and dashed out. King, catch me. Blackie followed closely, launching himself into the air. Grab. Catch. Sejun caught the flying Blackie and placed him in the sling bag while Theo clung to Sejun's face on his own. Meow. Sejun grabbed Theo by the nape and placed him on his knee. Quenji, are you okay? He asked Quenji, who was visible through the small gap in the partially open void storage door. Due to Quenji's difficulty in controlling his strength, he had decided to stay in the void storage until they returned to Earth. Sejun had arranged for Black Rabbit to keep him company so he wouldn't get bored. Krueng. Quenji is fine. Eating carrots with Big Brother is fun. Sitting on the floor, Quenji answered quietly while munching on carrots with Black Rabbit. Speaking loudly might unintentionally draw out his energy. I'm sorry. Sejun felt a pang of guilt as he watched Quenji trying to reassure him by enjoying his carrots more deliberately. But for now, there was no other option. Eat other things while you play too, okay? Krueng. Got it. Pip. Uncle, leave Quenji to me. I'll make sure he has lots of fun. All right. Clunk. After finishing the conversation with the two, Sejun closed the small gap in the door and looked around. Finally, I get to see this. Sejun surveyed the first floor of the tower with an expression full of emotion. Chandelier's lights illuminated the surroundings, the floor was paved with white marble, and the wide plaza was lined with shops selling equipment and potions, as well as training centers for warriors and mags to learn skills. Cheap! It's cheap! Come and take a look! Just browsing is fine, but I've never heard about there being street vendors. As Sejun looked curiously at the bustling street vendors. Who? Sejun. It's you, Park Sejun, right? One of the hunters, who had laid out a stall on the ground, waved at Sejun. Hack! How dare you call our Chairman Park by his name so casually? Theo, incensed at someone casually calling Sejun's name, was about to burst into rage. Vice Chairman Theo, calm down. Sejun quickly stopped Theo. Got it, meow. I'll stay calm, meow. With Theo quieted down. Who is that? Sejun cautiously approached the man wearing leather armor with a bow slung over his shoulder and a long scar on his face. Oh. As he looked closer, he realized the man looked very familiar. Are you Kyung-chul? Oh, Kyung-chul from C Electronics. Yeah, it's me. My face has changed a lot, hasn't it? Kyung-chul, Sejun's old colleague, scratched his head and spoke in a slightly dark tone. How have you been? Yeah, I've been fine. But what about you? You disappeared from the company and look like you've only been getting skin treatments. Why does your face look so good? He. Really? Sejun couldn't help but smile broadly at Kyung-chul's comment. After being told that his face looked rotten all the time, hearing that it looked good made him happy. But Sejun, how did you buy the ticket? Did you scrape together everything you had like I did? Ooh? Ah, yeah. I did the same. It was too complicated to explain his situation, so Sejun unconsciously agreed with Kyung-chul. But did you just awaken today? Kyung-chul asked, seeing Sejun without any weapons or armor. Having sealed his power and removed his equipment due to usage restrictions, Sejun appeared to Kyung-chul as a newly entered rookie hunter. Ah, that's great. I'm level 25, so I'll take you up to the 7th floor. Before Sejun could respond, Kyung-chul offered to help him level up. Ooh? You'll help me level up? You? Sejun was taken aback by Kyung-chul's words. I still have quite stats, don't I look strong? Sejun often forgot that his energy was well hidden due to his talent, insignificant presence, especially while being around powerful beings. Just then, excuse me, a hunter approached Kyung-chul's stall and called out to him. Ah, Sejun, I need to sell some items, so let's meet back here in 3 hours. Okay. As Kyung-chul returned to his stall to sell his items, Sejun decided to clear up Kyung-chul's misunderstanding later. Why isn't the land deed quest triggering? Hoping for a quest to appear, Sejun wandered around the first floor of the tower. The first places he visited were the warrior training center and the mage training center where one could learn skills, but you cannot learn skills as your job does not match. He was rejected. Next, he visited the potion shop. Lowest grade healing potion, 1 tower coin. Instantly recovers 5% of stamina upon consumption and slowly recovers 5% of stamina over 10 minutes. Lowest grade magic potion, 1 tower coin. Instantly recovers 3% of magic power upon consumption and slowly recovers 3% of stamina over 10 minutes. The effects are too poor. Having his own mugwort juice of life, Sejun had no interest in buying them. Next, he checked out the equipment shop, but it only had gear for beginners, so there wasn't much to see. After finishing his tour of the first floor facilities, Sejun checked out the street vendors. Most items were E or D grade, not particularly useful for Sejun, but occasionally he found some promising unidentified items. Oh. An unidentified item. When he found an item with a good feeling about it. How much is this? It's an unidentified item, but since it's a D grade sword, it's 5 tower coins. Come on, give me a discount. Then for 0.5? Come on, lower it a bit more. He haggled to lower the price before buying it. Though the price wasn't high, he just wanted to buy it right away. But to see Chairman Park haggle 3 times in person, what an honor, meow. With Theo watching with sparkling eyes, he couldn't just buy it without haggling. Eileen, could you appraise this for me? The unidentified item he bought after haggling 3 times was then appraised by Eileen. The tower administrator says it's an ordinary sword imbued with ice magic. After the appraisal, Eileen returned the item to Sejun. Oh. It's a B-grade item. Sejun smiled as he received the item. The D-grade sword had turned into a B-grade sword after the appraisal. He. It feels like treasure hunting. As Sejun continued to treasure hunt for unidentified items at the street vendors. Oh. This one would be perfect for Kyung-chul. A quite decent bow caught Sejun's eye. Longbow of infinite arrows. As the name suggests, it wasn't truly infinite, but it was a B-grade item where arrows would automatically appear on the bowstring when drawn, up to 1,000 arrows. How much is this? 1,000 tower coins. Perhaps because it was already appraised and of high grade, it was expensive for an item sold at a street stall. Of course, it was a cheap price for Sejun, but, pooh-hoo-hut. Watching Chairman Park's 3-time haggling technique is always an honor, meow. Don't you ever get tired? Give me a discount. Because of Theo's expectant eyes, Sejun haggled 3 times again before buying the bow. Now the timing is just right to go meet Kyung-chul. Sejun, with the newly purchased bow, headed to where Kyung-chul was. Bang! A commotion broke out in front of him. What's going on? As Sejun pushed his way through the hunters blocking his path. If you want to do business here, you have to pay a spot fee to our Black Bear gang. The heavily armed members of the Black Bear gang were threatening a hunter who was running a street stall without their permission. Sejun wasn't aware, but in order to do business here, one had to pay a spot fee to the Black Bear gang. Who are these guys? What floor are they from to be causing trouble here? As Sejun was looking at the Black Bears. Thud. Thud. You seem to buy a lot of stuff, must be rich, huh? How about sharing some of that? One of the Black Bear's members came up to Sejun and extended his paw. Then, a quest has been triggered. Quest, either deal with or negotiate with the Black Bear gang, who are illegally occupying the market and collecting spot fees to reclaim the land rights. Reward, recognition as the rightful owner of the market on the first floor of the Black Tower. He. A quest has appeared. Vice Chairman Theo, take care of it. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Sejun, looking at the land deed quest, spoke to Theo. Theo, laughing wickedly enough to be mistaken for a villain, disappeared from Sejun's knee. The market, along with the slaves who would manage it, came as a complete package. Chapter 29, I love you, Sejun. Great Black Dragon. I'm sorry. Please forgive us just this once. Pooh hut. Not a chance, meow. You guys are now Chairman Park's slaves, meow. What on earth is happening? Kyung-chul was bewildered as he saw dozens of black bears kneeling before Sejun, with a yellow cat scolding them. A moment ago, Kyung-chul was waiting for Sejun after selling all his goods and organizing his stall. There was a commotion caused by the Black Bear gang, but he didn't pay attention, fearing he might get entangled with them. However, even after waiting for over 30 minutes, Sejun did not show up. Could it be that Sejun got into trouble with the Black Bear gang? With a worried heart, he headed towards the place where the Black Bear gang was gathered. And there, Kyung-chul witnessed an unbelievable scene. Who were those black bears? They were the Black Bear tribe that ruled the 64th floor of the tower, a group so powerful that even the Phoenix Guild, the strongest force on Earth, pretended not to see their atrocities. But, my colleague Sejun made those black bears kneel? Until now, Kyung-chul had thought that the Park Sejun, who was the strongest on Earth and had saved the world by cultivating crops, was just someone who happened to have the same name as his company colleague Park Sejun. The colleague who worked at the same company, ate together, and drank coffee together couldn't possibly be that's Park Sejun. So, he also assumed that the cat hanging on Sejun's leg was just a doll of the wandering merchant Theo. Wandering merchant Theo's doll, along with Peacepays, was currently one of the most popular characters on Earth, and he himself owned a Theo doll, although he was too embarrassed to hang it on his leg. But then, stamp it, meow. Anyone who doesn't will get another hit from me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. The Theo hanging on his colleague Sejun's leg was not a doll. It was talking and even getting paw prints on a contract from the Black Bears. Is my colleague Park Sejun really that Park Sejun? Oh my god! Realizing that his colleague Sejun was the strongest person on Earth, Park Sejun, Kyung-chul got goosebumps all over his body. His heart swelled with pride. I'm colleagues with Park Sejun. Just this fact alone would easily get him a million likes on Stargram. While Kyung-chul was excited about getting likes on Stargram, Kyung-chul, Sejun called out to Kyung-chul, the strongest person on Earth, who made the Black Bear gang kneel, and his colleague called out to him in front of other hunters. I love you, Sejun. Why yes Sejun, is it okay for me to call him like this? As Kyung-chul hesitated to answer, take this. Sejun approached Kyung-chul and handed him the longbow of infinite arrows he had just purchased. This is the longbow of infinite arrows. Kyung-chul recognized the bow immediately. Its market price was 1,000 tower coins, an item he couldn't even dream of, having barely paid off half the loan he took to buy a ticket. Take these too. Sejun also gave Kyung-chul the items that had been appraised by Eileen while making rounds at the street stalls. Sejun, why are you giving me these? It's payment for the apples. The apples? Kyung-chul seemed to have forgotten about the apples he gave to Sejun, but it didn't matter. Whether the other person intended it or not, I was greatly indebted thanks to him. Yeah. Thanks to the apples you gave me, I got a great family member, because I met Flamey. So expressing my gratitude meant that I cherished Flamey that much. I don't remember, but I'm glad it helped you. Still, taking all of this is, as Kyung-chul tried to refuse the items other than the bow, Sejun and Nim, from afar, Han Tae-jun and Kim Dong-sik came running, calling out to Sejun. Theo Park appeared on the first floor of the tower. Wow! He's really cute. Come quickly. Hunters who recognized Theo during the clash with the Black Bear gang took pictures with their hunter phones and shared them with other hunters, spreading the news. This information also reached Kim Dong-sik, who was moving to explain the current situation to the hunters trapped in the tower with Han Tai-jun. And then, Master, it's Sejun Nim. Seeing Sejun next to Theo, Han Tai-jun and Kim Dong-sik hurried over. Had they been even 10 minutes later, hunters from other countries might have contacted Sejun first. Meow. Han Tai-jun, Kim Dong-sik, nice to see you, meow. Theo greeted them happily, raising his front paws as Han Tai-jun and Kim Dong-sik approached. Hello, Sejun also greeted them awkwardly. To think he was greeting Han Tai-jun, Korea's strongest hunter. Although he greeted much more formidable dragons every day, greeting Han Tai-jun made Sejun more nervous. Sejun Nim, we'll escort you. Let's go. Okay. They intended to guide Sejun to the Korean Awakeners Association branch on the first floor of the tower. All right. Kyungchul, I'll go for leveling up with you later. Ooh? I'm dying of embarrassment. I actually told Sejun I'd help him level up. Kyungchul recalled their conversation from a few hours ago, replying in a flustered voice. But, wow. Park Sejun said he'd help him level up later. I'm so jealous. The people around didn't think Kyungchul was the one helping with leveling up and chatted excitedly, making Kyungchul even more embarrassed, unable to lift his head. Click! Han Tai-jun entered his room in the Korean Awakeners Association branch and, greetings to the Earth Defense Force Commander and Deputy Commander. I am codenamed Captain K. He suddenly saluted Sejun with military precision. I am codenamed K6. Kim Dong-sik followed Han Tai-jun's lead, saluting Sejun as well. Poo-hoo hut. Great job, everyone has worked hard, meow. I am the Earth Defense Force Deputy Commander codenamed Yellow, meow. No. I'll change it to Gold, meow. Theo accepted their salute, but they didn't lower their hands, waiting for Sejun, their superior, to accept it. That's right. I am the Earth Defense Force Commander. I am codenamed Black Dragon. Sejun accepted their salute, making up a code name on the spot. No, meow. It's Great Black Dragon, meow. Don't leave out the Great, meow. All right. Great Black Dragon. Satisfied? Poo-hoo hut. That's right, meow. Chairman Park is the Great Black Dragon, meow. After finishing their codenames introductions, then, I'll brief you on the Earth's current situation. Kim Dong-sik stood up and explained the current state of the Earth. A short while later, what? Flesh-eaters? Sejun was shocked by Kim Dong-sik's explanation. Sejun had thought that locusts were extinct and leeches were almost dealt with due to the vitality-infused fragrant grapes. The news that the entire state of Texas in the US had been taken over by monsters called flesh-eaters was startling. The flesh-eaters first appeared in the Black Tower, and we suspect Michael McLaren, the chairman of the Global Food Corporation Gaggle, to be behind it. Michael is currently, Poo-hoo hut. Don't worry, meow. Now that Chairman Park is here, it's all over, meow. Yeah, don't worry. Sejun also spoke confidently, sure that his strength would be effective on Earth. I'll take care of the monsters in America, too, hee. I've never been to the US before, so I should do some sightseeing while I'm there. Sejun, excited at the thought of touring America. So, are you heading out immediately? No. I need to train the black bears and stabilize the market before I go. Sejun followed Han Tai-jun, putting the black bears into his void storage. Quenji would be bored, so he left the bears for Quenji to train. And since Earth couldn't be integrated into the 0th floor of the Black Tower until tomorrow morning, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He had tried briefly to exit through the official tower exit earlier. Black Tower farmer cannot leave the tower. He couldn't leave. Hunter Nim, did your exit disappear by any chance? What? As a result, he was misunderstood by a staff of the Korean Awakeners Association. Then we will go ahead and prepare the private jet for your trip to America and contact Sejun Nim's family in advance. Yes. Thank you. Ending the conversation that way, Sejun left the Korean Awakeners Association branch. Clank. Sejun cautiously opened the void storage slightly. Quenji, have you finished the training? He asked, peering inside. Krueng. Yes, that's right. Correct. When Quenji, holding a club, looked at the black bears. Yes. We have become completely good. We are very good black bears now. We have decided to become the Krueng gang that does not do bad things anymore. Krueng gang? Quenji, I told you to train them, not form a gang. Sejun looked at him with worried eyes. Krueng. Krueng. That's right. Our Krueng gang does not do bad things. If anyone does bad things, this is what happens. Quenji made a motion of hitting with the club, causing the black bears to tremble. Scary. Even Sejun shivered. He didn't think they would harbor any ill intentions. All right. Follow me. Yes. Sejun led the reformed Krueng gang's black bears to organize the market. Land moving. Sejun created stalls on half of the market area where they could do business, leaving the other half for hunters to trade as usual. Poohoo hut. For now, if anyone attack you, get their stamp. Meow. Yes. Get the seal stamp if they attack. Meanwhile, Theo was educating the black bears on how to handle anyone who disrupted business or caused trouble. Just then, clatter. 1,000 skeleton mags from the 4th floor of the tower arrived. Now, here you will appraise the items brought by the hunters and sell them at reasonable prices. Sejun deployed them to the stalls. With this, a 24/7 shop specializing in buying hunter items was established on the 1st floor of the Black Tower. Initially, hunters would sell directly, but eventually, they would realize that selling here at a fair price and going hunting was more profitable. As the market's business preparations were completed, the surroundings darkened. Sejun had a simple dinner, then went into the void storage to sleep with Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie. The next morning, clank! Sejun woke up, left the void storage, quickly washed up, and was inspecting the market when the tower administrator says that Earth's integration into the 0th floor of the Black Tower is complete. Really? So where's the exclusive passage? The tower administrator says to head straight north from where you are. Got it. Following Eileen's words, Sejun moved north and saw a black hole in the ground. So this is the exclusive passage. All right. Let's go. As Sejun reached out towards the black hole. Currently, 6 people are attempting to use the exclusive passage. Do you wish to pay the stay fee for 6 and move to the 0th floor of the Black Tower? A message appeared. Yes. When Sejun answered, the calculation for the stay fee began. Calculating the stay fee considering Theo Park's stats and class. The stay fee is 400 billion tower coins per hour. Calculating the stay fee considering Black Rabbit's stats and class. The stay fee is 300 billion tower coins per hour. Calculating the stay fee considering Quenji Park's stats and class. The stay fee is 500 billion tower coins per hour. Calculating the stay fee considering Peacebays Park's stats and class. The stay fee is 300 billion tower coins per hour. It was expensive, but within the expected range. And now, the only ones left were the weakest, Sejun and Blackie. In other words, the 2 who would cost the least. However, calculating the stay fee considering Park Sejun's stats and class. The stay fee is 100 billion tower coins per hour. Power, sturdy young dragon solid bones confirmed. An additional 1 trillion tower coins per hour will be added to the stay fee. What? Hey! The price suddenly skyrocketed from an unexpected factor. Still, if he sold all the jewels he had, he could probably manage to stay for 10 days. While Sejun held onto a thread of hope, calculating the stay fee considering Blackie Park's stats and class. Blackie's stay fee, the last in order, was calculated. The stay fee is 100 million tower coins per hour. Hee. As expected, it's the lowest. Our cute Blackie. Sejun was pleased looking at Blackie, who cost the least. Bloodline, Noble Wolf confirmed. An additional 1 quadrillion tower coins per hour will be added to the stay fee. Power, Noble Wolf Spirit confirmed. An additional 500 trillion tower coins per hour will be added to the stay fee. Power, Born Hunter confirmed. An additional 100 trillion tower coins per hour will be added to the stay fee. Power, Faster Than Light confirmed. An additional 900 trillion tower coins per hour will be added to the stay fee. The messages kept appearing endlessly. What the? Sejun screamed in frustration. King! King! Ahum! This is how great I am. This is the power of me, the great Blackie. Blackie was proudly showing off, completely oblivious to Sejun's feelings. Chapter 30, Isn't our Blackie still weak? Blackie, weren't you just a mixed breed dog? Kihihit. King. Hee. Explain my greatness more. More. Seeing Blackie yelling at the message, Sejun felt a deep sense of betrayal. I thought you were a dumb dog and a weak sunfish, but you turned out to be a noble wolf with numerous amazing powers. This is dangerous. His position, barely escaping being the weakest on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, was now under threat. I'm second from the bottom. Having Blackie below him had been Sejun's great joy, but now even Blackie was stepping on him to rise higher. As Sejun was lamenting this, Currently, you have 5 trillion tower coins. You are significantly short of money. Of course, it's not enough. Should I leave Blackie behind? I wanted to go together, but since I don't have the money, there's no choice. Blackie, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Sejun was thinking of leaving Blackie on the first floor of the tower, converting the treasures in void storage into cash. What are you selling? Even if you sell them, you have acquired 27 quadrillion 300 million tower coins. Oh, it seemed that the treasures of Blackster were worth more than he thought. Taking out 300 million tower coins in cash from Theo Park's bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers. Converting the treasures in Theo Park's bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers into cash. You have acquired 3 quadrillion. What was in Theo's bag? Sejun was curious, taking out 3,000 tower coins in cash from Quenji Park's pocket money pouch. Hey! You can't touch Quenji's pocket money. Our Quenji worked so hard to fill his stamp card with stamps, I'll have to sneak the money back later. When all the money from the group was gathered, currently, you have 30 quadrillion 5 trillion 300 million 3,000 tower coins. An unimaginable amount of money had been amassed. However, using 30 quadrillion of your money to stay on Earth for 3 hours. The time he could stay with that money was just 3 hours. What? Not 3 days, but 3 hours. There are so many things to do. I have to go to America, go to the amusement park with the kids, eat mom's home-cooked meals while catching up on dramas. Moving to Earth. Before he could protest, Sejun's vision turned black as he moved to Earth. 9 black towers were creating safe zones in Korea. However, with Michael destroying Korea's black towers, only 3 remained, located in Gangnam and Hannam-dong. Kakak. If I destroy just one more, the safe zone will disappear. As Michael approached the black tower in Gangnam with a sinister smile, stumble. Michael tripped over a tree root. Ah. So annoying. What kind of trees are they growing near the towers in Seoul to have so many roots? Michael grumbled as he approached the black tower again. What should I do? Should I intervene? Watching this, Flamey was stamping its roots anxiously. If she intervened, the surrounding area, at least Gangnam, would disappear. So she was watching and trying to obstruct Michael with roots. But as Michael tried to destroy the last remaining safe zone, Flamey had to make a decision. If the safe zone disappeared, Sejun couldn't come to Earth. Sejun Nim, please come quickly. While Flamey was nervously preparing to unleash her roots, hoping she wouldn't have to intervene. Earth! I'm back. Sejun appeared in front of Michael, shouting triumphantly. Who the hell is this guy? Michael, seeing Sejun suddenly appear in front of him, reached out as if to swat away an annoying fly. He intended to eliminate Sejun as the quickest way to complete his task. Until now, he had avoided conspicuous actions to make things easier. However, I don't need to do that anymore. Now, he just needed to remove the obstacle in front of him and destroy one more black tower to eliminate the safe zones on Earth. Then it's over. Don't be too sad. Everyone else will follow soon. As Michael reached out to Sejun, you have arrived at the 0th floor of the black tower. In the safe zone, the aura emanating from your body will not harm the surroundings. Starting destruction detection. Destruction detection is complete. Multiple sources of power of destruction detected within a 500 kilometers radius. A large amount of power of destruction detected 11,000 kilometers east in Texas, USA. A quest has been generated. Quest, quickly eliminate all detected sources of power of destruction. If the current state continues, Earth will be destroyed in 38 days. Reward, delay of Earth's destruction. Sejun was diligently reading the messages. I need to eliminate the destruction. But I can only stay on Earth for 3 hours. If I finish quickly, maybe I can at least have a meal at home? Lost in thought, Sejun noticed Michael's hand approaching him only when it was just 10 centimeters away. He could feel immense power from the approaching fist. I should have taken off the bracelet as soon as I arrived. As Sejun regretted. Meow. Thwack. Theo blocked Michael's surprise attack. Pooh hut. I am Theo Park, the loyal subordinate of Chairman Park with an impenetrable defense. Meow. As long as I, Vice Chairman Theo, am here, you can't lay a finger on Chairman Park's rotten face. Meow. Theo wore a triumphant expression. Kihihit. King? King. Hee. Were you trying to hit him? The noble wolf, the great Blackie will teach you a lesson. Plop. Blackie also leaped bravely towards Michael. And then, thud. After lightly headbutting Michael's forehead, keying, Blackie fainted and fell to the ground. The seal has been lifted. You can now use your abilities at 100%. Hee. Sunfish. Isn't our Blackie still weak? In the meantime, Sejun quickly caught the falling Blackie after removing the grapevine bracelet of sealing. Thwack! Thwack! Why did you mess with our Chairman Park, meow? I'll teach you a lesson, meow. Theo started to punish Michael. Ooh. Why can't I use Fenrir's power? Unable to use the power of destruction, Michael wore an aggrieved expression as Theo beat him up. Your expression is suspicious, meow. Naturally, Theo, feeling displeased, intensified his punishment. And then, kihihit. King? King, hee. Did you see? The power of the great Blackie. Blackie had done the significant task of summoning the thought contained in the core fragment to his mental world and annihilating it. But, yes, our Blackie, be great at least in your dreams. No one acknowledged it. After a while, Chairman Park, I found something good, meow. Theo, who had picked up Fenrir's core fragment that had come out of Michael's body, brought it to Sejun. Fenrir's core fragment, 10%. Ooh? A 10% fragment. Wow. I didn't know such a thing existed on Earth. This could have been disastrous. Vice Chairman Theo, you did a great job. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Well done, Sejun praised Theo while patting his head. Pooh-hoo-hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am always excellent and do well, meow. Theo, swelling with pride, was smug. Though it was annoying, Sejun decided to let it slide today. If the 10% Fenrir's core fragment from the fallen man in front of them had been misused, Earth would have been destroyed immediately. Eileen, purify this. Sejun called for Eileen to purify the core fragment, but there was no answer. Perhaps because Earth was temporarily incorporated to the Great Black Tower, it seemed he couldn't communicate with Eileen in the administrator's zone. Thus, Sejun kept the Fenrir's core fragment. Clang! Guys, come out! He opened the void storage and called Quenji and the Black Rabbit. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee. Can Quenji see Quenji's grandma now? Of course. Let's go eat grandma's kimchi stew. Krueng. Sounds good. Payak? Is this Earth? Yeah. Isn't it amazing? Payak. Yes. But it really got cleaned up. As he noticed the clean floor of the void storage, which had been thickly covered with jewels to convert to cash for staying costs, Sejun showed a regretful expression. At that moment, Sejun Nim, you're here. Han Tae-jun and Kim Dong-sik came running with 2 blonde men. They were CIA agents Robin and Peter, dispatched from the United States. Han Tae-jun had called them to coordinate the schedule for eliminating the flesh-eaters in Texas, USA. Kim Dong-sik, this man attacked our Chairman Park, meow, Theo said, dragging the unconscious Michael by his arm to Dong-sik. What? This is Michael. Who? This person was Michael. Yes. You're truly amazing. You already captured Michael. Pooh-hoo-hut. Kim Dong-sik, what did I say, meow? Didn't I say it would be over the moment Chairman Park stepped in, meow? Didn't I, meow? Chairman Park is great, meow, while Theo excitedly praised Sejun. Sejun Nim, hello. I'm CIA Agent Robin, hello. I'm CIA Agent Peter. Peter and Robin approached Sejun and greeted him in English. Yes. Nice to meet you. Oh. It works. Although he couldn't speak English, Sejun could understand it thanks to his talent, friend of nature. So, the US military is planning to launch a nuke in Texas to deal with the flesh-eaters? Sejun, who understood the situation in America directly from them without an interpreter. Yes. So please help us. There are still 200,000 people who haven't escaped from Texas. Just like the last time with Pei, as Peter tried to mention what Peacepays had done in the past. Pip. This is my first time coming to Earth like this. I'll be found out at this rate. Afraid that his plagiarism of his brother's skills would be discovered, Peacepays hurriedly cut off Peter. And then, Pip. Ah. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your conversation? But listening to it, Quenji Hyung's Quenji's step punch could solve this problem. He subtly suggested a solution while diverting the conversation. Krueng. That's right. Quenji will solve it with Quenji's step punch. As Quenji stepped forward, having heard Peacepays' words, Pip. Now no one will know. Peacepays felt relieved. If Quenji dealt with the flesh-eaters in Texas with his Quenji's step punch, even the traces of Peacebase's past actions would be cleanly erased. As Quenji stepped forward, Peter and Robin were bewildered. What is that bear? At that moment, Quenji, not that way, this way. Sejun, who could sense the location of the detected destruction, adjusted the direction of Quenji's front paw. And then, Krueng! Swish! Quenji swung his front paw powerfully. Of course, nothing happened in front of them. Instead, like a butterfly effect, disaster struck in Texas, USA. U.S. Pentagon Operations Room. Secretary, we have 30 minutes left. Do we really have to nuke our own soil? What about the remaining people in Texas? We still haven't been able to rescue 200,000 people. At the report from his subordinate, the Secretary of Defense sighed deeply. He knew that his decision would cost 200,000 lives, but they couldn't wait any longer. It had to be done. As the Secretary of Defense was about to make his final decision, buzz! A call came in from his friend, the CIA director. Normally, he wouldn't take calls during an operation, but he answered, thinking it might be important. Hello, Park Sejun has just appeared in Korea. What? Park Sejun came out of the Black Tower. Is that true? Yes. Our agents are on their way to persuade him. Provide them with the exact locations of the survivors. Understood. As the Secretary of Defense was about to call his subordinate, Secretary. Look at this video. The satellite footage of the skies over Texas showed a massive bear paw shape cutting through the clouds. Moments later, the giant bear paw precisely struck the flesh eaters, avoiding the areas where people were gathered. Then, another bear paw descended, leaving 2 enormous bear paw prints in Texas, completely annihilating the flesh eaters. Chapter 431, I'm back. Herbalist Quenji Park has defeated the flesh eater. You've gained 500 experience points, which is 50% of what Herbalist Quenji Park gained. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Oh. I leveled up. While Sejun was smiling at leveling up without lifting a finger thanks to Quenji. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng? He. Dad, did Quenji do well? Quenji rummaged through his snack pouch and pulled out his stamp card. Of course, you did very well. But how much pocket money has our Quenji saved up? Squish. Sejun, with a tense expression, stamped the stamp card. Krueng. Quenji saved a lot. Here it is. Excited to show off his hard-earned pocket money, Quenji quickly handed his pocket money pouch to Sejun. And then, oh. Quenji, look over there. It's a convenience store. There are lots of tasty things there. Shall we go have a look? After receiving Quenji's pocket money pouch, Sejun quickly suggested they go look at the convenience store. His plan was to refill Quenji's pocket money pouch with 3,000 tower coins while Quenji was distracted by the snacks at the convenience store. However, Krueng. No. Quenji want to quickly meet Quenji's grandma and ask her to make delicious food. Sigh. Although he was drooling, our Quenji was not one to give in to devious temptation. Excuse me, Dong-sik Sai, could you lend me your phone for a moment? Sure, here it is. Thus, changing his plan, Sejun borrowed Dong-sik's smartphone. Then, is it okay if I make a video call? Of course. Feel free to use it as you like. Sejun video called Kim Mi Ran. Hello? Mom, it's me, Sejun. Sejun. Have you finally come out of the tower? Yeah. But I think I'll have to go back in soon. How long will you be here? About 3 hours? Mom, just a moment. I'll let Quenji talk. Oh my. Quenji came out too. Mom, why are you more happier about Quenji coming out? Your son is starting to feel left out. Quenji, it's Grandma. When Sejun handed the phone to Quenji, Krueng. Quenji is happy to see Grandma. Holding the phone with both front paws, Quenji bowed to Kim Mi Ran. Ah Quenji, have you been well? Krueng. Quenji wants to eat the delicious food Grandma makes. Okay. Quenji, Grandma has made lots of delicious food, so come quickly. Krueng. Quenji is hungry. Quenji can eat a lot. Even though they didn't speak the same language, their conversation flowed smoothly. While Quenji was talking with Kim Mi Ran, hands are quicker than the eye. Sejun swiftly took out 3,000 tower coins and put them into the allowance pouch. Mom, we'll be there in about an hour, so tell Sedol to order all my usual delivery food. Okay. Hurry up. I want to see you. Okay. Although he felt like they were waiting for Quenji rather than him, Sejun ignored it and ended the video call. Then, wow. Our Quenji saved up 3,000 tower coins? he said in a surprised voice as he nonchalantly took out 3,000 tower coins from the pocket money pouch. Krueng! Krueng! That's right. Quenji is rich. Quenji proudly puffed out his belly instead of his chest at Sejun's words. Perfect. Everything went smoothly. Yes, our Quenji is rich. Skill, Quenji's step punch, O master, has been copied. While petting Quenji's belly, Sejun copied the skill. Through his research, Sejun found that the higher the closeness with the other person, the higher the probability of successfully copying the desired skill with the skill copying stone. Of course, the skill had to be usable. Thanks to this, Sejun was only able to copy Quenji's step punch. He planned to personally eliminate the power of destruction within 500 kilometers using Quenji's step punch. Because the destruction was in the sea, if Quenji used Quenji's step punch to eliminate it, the countries around the East Sea, West Sea, and South Sea might suffer enormous damage from giant tsunamis. Quenji's step punch, O master. This is a joint skill created by the Crimson Giant Honey Bear Quenji and his master, the Minotaur King, to strike enemies from a distance without causing harm to Quenji's dad. The skill evolved from Quenji's 100 steps punch and Quenji's 1000 steps punch, allowing attacks on distant enemies as long as they can be detected. The power of the attack decreases for every 1 kilometer of distance to the enemy. Usage requirement, all stats above 1000. Let's finish this quickly and go home. Quenji Park Step Punch. Whoosh. Sejun subtly attached his own name to the skill as he thrust his fist forcefully towards where he sensed the power of destruction. Naturally, nothing happened in front of him. Heh. Now a message should appear saying I've eliminated the destruction in the East Sea. Sejun kept waiting for the message, but no message appeared. Skill, Quenji's step punch, O master, has been copied. Whoosh. He used the skill a few more times on the nearby power of destruction, but no message appeared. Ah, I'm tired. Vice Chairman Theo, take this. In the end, Sejun, exhausted after using Quenji Park step punch 7 times, handed the skill copying stone to Theo to use the skill instead. Meow. Guard Theo Park has defeated the giant blood-sucking leech. You have gained 5,000 experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Guard Theo Park. Theo defeated the enemy. And then, Poohoo Hut. I've perfected a new skill, meow. Understanding the principles of the skill, Theo quickly created a new skill. Why can Theo create skills so easily while I can't? Sejun watched Theo with envious eyes. Chairman Park, since this is a combined skill, please name it, meow, Poohoo Hut. It would be nice if Chairman Park's name was in it, meow. Theo asked Sejun to name the new skill. Theo Quenji Park Meteor Step Punch Master, the paw that drops like a meteor on the enemy from a distance. Wow, I came up with this name. That's crazy. I just got goosebumps. Sejun was astonished by his own naming skills. Following Theo Quenji Park Drill Storm, another bizarrely named combined skill was born. Meow. Meow. While Theo was using the new skill Theo Quenji Park Meteor Step Punch Master to defeat the leeches, it's time to head home. Dong Sik Sai, by the way, where is our home? Sejun asked Dong Sik for the location of his family's home, as he didn't know the exact address of their new house. Follow me. I'll guide you. Okay. While Sejun and his party rode in Dong Sik's car to go home, Vice Chairman Theo, this time here. Got it, meow. Meow. Sejun grabbed Theo's front paw and swung it towards the leech. Guard Theo Park has defeated the giant blood-sucking leech. You have gained 5,000 experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Guard Theo Park. They defeated the giant blood-sucking leeches. You have eradicated the second calamity sent by Apostle of Destruction, the giant blood-sucking leech. You have achieved a great feat that no one has accomplished before. As a reward for your great feat, the second calamity of destruction, the giant blood-sucking leech, cannot invade Earth. He achieved a great feat as the giant blood-sucking leeches became extinct on Earth. As a reward for the great feat, the stay fee on the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 2%. Thanks to this, the stay fee was reduced by 2%. Only 2%, Sejun grumbled. But, 2% of 30 quadrillion is 600 trillion. He soon realized that it was a significant amount. Due to Blackie's high staying costs, even 2% was a substantial reduction. But what's this place? The remaining source of the power of destruction was not in the East Sea, West Sea, or South Sea, but in the north. It was also deep underground. Puzzled by the location of the power of destruction in a completely different area, Sejun said, Vice Chairman Theo, this time increase the size a bit when you hit. Got it, meow. He moved Theo's front paw. And then, Guard Theo Park has defeated the fire moths. You have gained 3,000 experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Guard Theo Park. You have eradicated the third calamity sent by Apostle of Destruction, the fire moths. You have achieved a great feat that no one has accomplished before. As a reward for your great feat, the third calamity of destruction, the fire moths, cannot invade Earth. Theo's giant paw print was deeply embedded near Mount Pictou, achieving another great feat. The fire moths, which had been secretly gaining strength underground, eventually disappeared from Earth without anyone knowing. As a reward for your great feat, the crops cultivated by Tower Farmer Park Sejun can now absorb a small amount of power of destruction as nutrients. As a reward for the great feat, the stay fee on the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 2%. This time, in addition to the 2% reduction in staying fee, the amount of power of destruction that the crops could absorb increased. And then, you have eliminated all detected power of destruction. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, the destruction of Earth has been postponed. The quest was finally completed. It's over. Now I can just relax and enjoy myself. Sejun, smiling brightly, hugged Theo, Quenji, and the Black Rabbit, excitedly. Yawn. Purarong. Pararong. Krueng. Kirarong. And he dozed off for a moment. Sejun Nim, we have arrived at your home. Kim Dong-sik parked the car in front of a massive mansion. Ah, okay. As Sejun hurriedly gathered his senses and got out of the car, his family was waiting in front of the house. Kim Dong-sik had informed them in advance. Mom, Dad, little brother. Seeing his family after a long time, Sejun couldn't help but feel emotional. The pent-up longing surged from his chest. Sejun, son, big brother. It was the same for his family. War. Mom, Dad, Sedol, my son, Sejun, big brother, as the family hugged and cried. Lick. Lick. Theo, the Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Blackie groomed themselves one last time to make a good impression on Sejun's family. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Nice to meet you, humans, meow. I am Theo Park, the right-hand man of Chairman Park, meow. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Quenji, ku-hey-hey-hey. Quenji is Dad's son Quenji Park. Payak. Payak. Hello. I'm nephew Black Rabbit. Kihit. King. King. He. I am the noble wolf, the great Blackie. As you are Park Sejun's family, I shall grant you the honor of serving me for generations. They each introduced themselves. Of course, Sejun's family could only understand Theo's words, so Sejun acted as the interpreter. Where do you get off acting so high and mighty when all you do is eat up my money? Thump. King. The arrogant Blackie had to endure a light flick on the forehead from Sejun. Please accept my bow. I'm back. Sejun gave a deep bow to his parents in the middle of the street. Then, thud. Following Sejun, Quenji hurriedly lay down and bowed as well. As Sejun got up, Quenji also stood up and extended his front paws towards Sejun's parents. Quenji thought Sejun had performed the New Year's bow. Quenji, this isn't for getting New Year's money. Krueng? Not New Year's money? Quenji made a disappointed face at Sejun's words. However, come on. Let's go inside. We've prepared a lot of food, okay. Guys, let's go in and eat. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Krueng. He. Finally, Quenji gets to eat the food Grandma made. So excited. Quenji soon smiled brightly at Sejun's words. As Sejun followed his family through the garden into the house, Phew. Flamey, who had been nervous about being caught by Sejun, sighed in great relief upon seeing Sejun go inside. Pip pip. Phew. It's a relief I wasn't caught by the Hyungs. Peacebays also sighed in relief beside her. Chapter 32, How do I deliver this to Master Sejun? Black Tower's administrator area. All right. Now that I've done as I learned, it should be perfect, right? Eileen was practicing making fried eggs as taught by Kim Mi Ran. At that moment, Wuong, the crystal ball vibrated. What is it? Eileen brought the crystal ball in front of her as she was making fried eggs. Park Sejun, the Black Tower's tower farmer, has achieved the great feat of eradicating the second calamity, the giant blood-sucking leech, for the first time in the dimension protected by the tower. As expected, our Sejun did it again. Eileen smiled brightly after reading the alert. The disappeared Black Tower entrances on the 0th floor of the Black Tower are being restored. Kaing? The entrances are being restored? What does that mean? Eileen was puzzled since she hadn't seen the alarm about the entrances disappearing. At that moment, Park Sejun, the Black Tower's tower farmer, has achieved the great feat of eradicating the third calamity, the fire moth. For the first time in the dimension protected by the tower, a safe zone is being created within a 100-meter radius around the tower on the 0th floor of the Black Tower. Messages kept appearing. Thanks to this, not only in Korea but also in other countries, a 100-meter radius safe zone was created centered around the tower. Sejun's house. Sejun scooped some king kai stew with its broth into a bowl of white rice, mixed it well, and took a big bite. This is it. As expected, Mom's king kai stew is truly the best. Sejun admired the king kai stew made by Kim Mi Ran. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get this taste in the tower. Payak! Payak! It's delicious! It's the best! Krueng! Krueng! That's right! Quenji's grandma's king kai stew is the best. Next to him, the Black Rabbit and Quenji, who were also eating the king kai stew, couldn't hide their excitement. The Black Rabbit was so delighted that his perked-up ears were trembling, and Quenji expressed his delight by shaking his hips. Kids, eat a lot. Kim Mi Ran, watching them warmly, got up from her seat and quickly started a new batch of king kai stew. Chairman Park's chairman, bring out the churu, meow. They said there are many flavors of churu on Earth, meow. I'm going to try all kinds of churu today, meow. Pooh-hoo hut. I've conquered Chairman Park's chairman's lap. Meanwhile, Theo lay flat on the lap of Sejun's father, Park Chun-ho, demanding churu. Ha ha ha. Vice Chairman Theo, wait a moment. Sedol went to buy churu and food for Blackie. Park Chun-ho answered and tried to stroke Theo's belly. Meow. Don't touch me, meow. No matter even if it's Chairman Park's chairman, only Chairman Park can touch my belly. Theo didn't allow his belly to be touched. That's too much. As a result, the cat-loving Park Chun-ho became sad. And then, King? Hey! Why am I not getting any food? While Sejun was engrossed in the king kai stew, Blackie, completely treated like a dog by Sedol, couldn't eat any human food. A moment later, Dad, I'm back. Why are you so late? Quickly give our Vice Chairman Theo his churu. Sedol, who hurriedly bought churu and dog food from the convenience store, handed over the churu to Park Chun-ho. Here. Blackie, let's eat. He poured the dog food into a bowl. Crunch. Blackie took a bite. But, Tui, how dare you give me something so tasteless? There was no way the dog food would suit Blackie's palate, who was already accustomed to Sejun's food. King, give me what he's eating, not this tasteless thing. Blackie overturned the food bowl, throwing a tantrum. Wow. A dog overturning a food bowl is so cute. Of course, to Sedol, Blackie's petty rebellion seemed even cuter. Ah. I'm full. Sejun, feeling somewhat full, said, Mom, Dad, Sedol, gather around for a moment. After calling his family while leaving the others still eating enthusiastically. This is a gift. Sejun handed his family a space expansion pouch containing the crops he had grown and herbs gathered by Quenji. And these are jewels. They were given by some acquaintances. Next, he took out 4 jewel boxes given by the dragons. He just said they were given by acquaintances, thinking his family would worry if he mentioned living with dragons. No, you didn't have to go this far. Yes, something like this. Click. Sejun's parents were speechless, seemingly stunned by the size of the jewels inside. Well, it was understandable. There were diamonds of rare sizes and colors, such as black, red, and purple, which couldn't be found on Earth. They would fetch a high price. But, Sejun, there's nothing in here? Inside the jewel boxes that his parents opened. What? They're empty. They were completely empty. It seemed that when liquidating assets for stay fee, the diamonds in the jewel boxes had all been cashed out too. It's okay. The jewels aren't what's important. Yes. As long as our son is healthy. Though they hurriedly tried to act like they weren't expecting much, their faces were filled with disappointment. Kihihit. King. Hee. This is delicious. You little rascal, Blackie. Sejun glared at Blackie, who was eagerly chewing on a dog treat. Near Bukansan Mountain. Crunch. Crunch. It seems the master didn't find this, so I should dispose of it. Flamey's roots wrapped around a container that Michael had brought in advance to plant when the safe zone disappeared. And then, you have absorbed a small amount of the power of destruction. Digesting the absorbed power of destruction to create nutrients. Flamey absorbed the power of destruction imbued in the seeds. Just as Flamey had almost completely absorbed the power of destruction inside the container. It's suffocating. It's stuffy. When will we grow? Faint voices, barely audible even when concentrating, began to be heard from inside the container. What's this? Flamey, curious, made a hole in the container and looked inside. I'm hungry. Isn't there anything to eat? I want to eat something stimulating. Inside were seeds emitting a pure white light. The power of destruction that the carnivorous seeds had possessed had vanished, causing them to evolve into new seeds. How do I deliver this to Master Sejun? Flamey fell into contemplation. A moment later, Pip Pip. Did you call for me? Peacebays, who had been sucking on a kiwi that Kim Ran had cut in the yard of Sejun's house, flew over hurriedly. Thanks to the disappeared tower being restored, the safe zone had widened again. Yes. Peacebays, please deliver this to Master Sejun. Flamey pointed to the container full of seeds. Pip Pip. Peacebays was flustered by Flamey's words. What should I say while giving it? If Peacebays took this, Sejun would undoubtedly be suspicious. Don't worry. If you leave it nearby, Theo will handle it. Theo often picked up things randomly, so if Theo brought it, Sejun wouldn't question where it came from or how it was found. Pip Pip. I see. Then I'll take it. Peacebays put the seeds from the container into the space pouch and flew back to Sejun's house. Ah. This isn't right. How can they end it like this when there's a decent ending in the original? Sejun, who had entered the tower with only 2 episodes left of the drama Reborn Rich, was furious at the ending while eating chicken. If they were going to ruin the ending like this, they should have done it from the start so I wouldn't have watched it. Not watching would have been the win. Ah. What a waste of time. 2 hours of his time on Earth were wasted watching the disappointing ending. Though, it wasn't too upsetting since he spent the time talking with his family and eating the foods he wanted, with the drama mostly just playing in the background. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, don't get angry over something like that, meow. Chairman Park is already the chairman of Sejun Company, which is much bigger than that, meow. Right. Theo, who had eaten his fill of churu, tried to calm Sejun while lying comfortably on his lap with his back, and Payak. Yapki Tiak Boki is the best. Krueng. Krueng. Chicken is also the best. Jajangmyeon is the best too. The Black Rabbit and Quenji sat next to Sejun, busy praising the delivery food they were experiencing for the first time. Then, meow, stretch. Suddenly, Theo stretched his 2 front paws forward. Vice Chairman Theo, what's wrong? I feel a pull, meow. Really? Could it be that among the items passed down in my family, there is a treasure? While Sejun was filled with anticipation, Dadada. Theo hurriedly ran outside. Who? Is it not inside the house? While Sejun was feeling disappointed, Pooh-hoo hut. This is it, meow. Theo came back holding a leather pouch. What's that? I don't know, meow. Theo proudly answered Sejun's question without knowing what it was. Right. Our Theo has always been like this. Blaming himself for asking Theo, Sejun opened the leather pouch. And then, what is this? Destruction Devourer seeds. He discovered seeds emitting a pure white light. What is this? Just as Sejun was about to examine the seeds. There are 15 minutes remaining of your stay on the 0th floor of the Black Tower. A message appeared, seemingly prompting him to prepare for departure. I think I should get going now. As Sejun put the pouch in his pocket and stood up, his family came out to the front of the house to see him off. Okay. So all the pizzas have arrived, right? Yes. We've received 100 pizzas of each type from Romano's Pizza R. The Kayakan chicken has just arrived too. We've loaded 1,000 boxes of each type of soda. It's all stacked nicely, right? Of course. Especially since you're paying us 1.5 times the cost. We've also loaded 1,000 boxes of each type of ramen. Outside, Han Tae-jun, Kim Dong-sik, Robin, and Peter were so busy directing the delivery people that they didn't even notice Sejun coming out. Since Sejun had limited time on Earth, he had planned to fill his void storage with delivery food before returning. However, Robin and Peter, who had received strong orders from the US to help with everything Sejun was doing, stepped in, and, not wanting to be outdone, Han Tae-jun and Kim Dong-sik joined in, and the 4 of them worked together to fill Sejun's void storage with delivery food and other edibles. However, Sejun's void storage was enormous. Even after 2 hours of clearing surrounding roads and emptying marts and restaurants, they hadn't filled even a tenth of the void storage. While they were diligently filling Sejun's void storage, Tae-jun Nim, please have the people leave. I think I need to get going. Already? Yes, understood. Withdraw. Following Sejun's words, Han Tae-jun hurriedly ordered the people in the void storage to leave. As the people exited the storage, I'll stay longer next time. All right. Take care, Hyung. Be careful. Park Chun-ho and Sedol said their goodbyes to Sejun. At that moment, Sejun, can't you tell Eileen not to cook? Kim Mi-ran held Sejun's hand tightly and spoke in a desperate voice. It seems she had a hard time when he heard about teaching Eileen how to cook. I've tried telling her, but she doesn't listen. I'll try to talk to her again. Sejun squeezed Kim Mi-ran's hand once before letting go. Then, I'll be going. Pooh hut. Chairman Park's family, it was nice meeting you. Meow. Payak. Goodbye. Krueng. Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, see you next time. Kihihit. King. Hee. Today's hospitality was satisfactory. I'll give you another honor of serving the great Blackie again. Pip. Goodbye. The time for your stay on the 0th floor of the Black Tower has ended. Returning to the Black Tower, Sejun and his companions disappeared while waving their hands. 1 hour after Sejun left, boom, 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 shockwaves suddenly came down from the sky above the East Sea, striking the sea surface. It was the delayed arrival of Quench's step punch that Sejun had used. Thanks to this, the fishing boats that had gone out to fish returned fully loaded with fish that had been stunned by the shockwaves. Chapter 33, Follow the Great Lord Blackie. The Outskirts of Destruction. Damn it! What the hell is Fenrir doing inside the Black Tower? Halfaz raged as he looked at the giant tower that had grown slightly taller after an upgrade inside the Black Tower. Although its appearance hadn't changed much, its aura had become several times stronger. At that moment, one of the orbs around, which had been dyed red halfway with destruction, quickly turned transparent. Who? Halfaz turned his head to check the orb. This is the place where Fenrir directly took control of destruction. Fenrir, you incompetent fool! You couldn't even destroy this small world and got pushed back instead. Due to the bitter memories of being utterly defeated by Fenrir in the past, it seemed Halfaz had overestimated Fenrir's abilities. Now he could no longer wait for Fenrir. Everyone, gather around! Halfaz summoned the other apostles of destruction. And then, send fragments to the Black Tower and find Fenrir. He ordered the apostles of destruction to bring Fenrir back. And if Fenrir has lost his power, you may annihilate him and absorb his core fragments. Yes! At Halfaz's words, the apostles of destruction began sending fragments to the Black Tower in a hurry. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. When returning, we come back to the 99th floor of the tower. Hey, Sejun said as he looked around. He was at the waypoint in the center. Come to think of it, it was fortunate. If he hadn't been wearing the grapevine bracelet of sealing and hadn't put the kids in the void storage when he went to the first floor of the tower, it would have been a disaster. Eileen, I'm back. Sejun immediately reported his return to Eileen. The tower administrator asks if you had a good time with your family. Yeah. It was great. Eileen, here's some food I brought from Earth. Try it. Sejun took out delivery food such as chicken, pizza, and tteokbokki from the void storage and sent it to Eileen. The tower administrator says she'll enjoy it. Let me know if you need more. I'll give you more. Eileen, by the way, I've heard you're learning to cook from my mom these days. Is it not difficult? Sejun was looking for an opportunity to tell her not to cook. Say it's hard. Say it's difficult. Please let me cook. Sejun prayed earnestly in his heart, but the tower administrator says it's not difficult at all. The tower administrator says it's so much fun. Sejun's prayers went unanswered. The tower administrator says she made some food for you. Ooh? Instead, a trial that betrayed Sejun's prayers arrived. The tower administrator says she made 100 fried eggs. 100? A huge trial. A plate with 100 fried eggs appeared in front of Sejun. And, phew. Thank goodness. Sejun, who had expected completely burnt, coal-like fried eggs, felt a great sense of relief when he saw the undercooked eggs. Normally, this level of cooking would be considered a failure, but Eileen didn't burn the food. My Eileen really worked hard. Perhaps because he had expected the worst, Sejun was greatly satisfied with Eileen's cooking. It's better to have it undercooked. Thinking of it as half-cooked fried eggs, it was quite edible. At that moment, the tower administrator nervously tells you to try it quickly. Eileen, anxious about whether her cooking was okay, urged Sejun to try the fried eggs. Okay. Sejun picked up a half-cooked egg and put it whole into his mouth. Though it was a bit raw and smelled a bit fishy. He. It's edible. The joy of not having to eat charcoal fried eggs made Sejun's lips curl into a smile. He. Sejun smiled while eating my cooking. It must be really delicious. Thanks to that, Eileen's confidence in her cooking soared. Mother is the best. I have to learn even harder. Eileen thought she should learn to cook even more diligently from Kim Mi Ran. Gulp. Without realizing that he had ignited Eileen's enthusiasm for cooking, Sejun swallowed the fried egg. Payak! Uncle, I'm going down now. The black rabbit was preparing to leave. Sejun thought he would stay a bit longer, but it seemed he missed Choo-Choo after not seeing her for a few days. Take this with you. Sejun packed some earth food for the black rabbit. Take care, meow. Krueng. Goodbye, big brother. King. I'll allow you to spread the word that you ate with the great Lord Blackie. After seeing off the black rabbit, Toryong. Sejun called Toryong and headed home. I'm back. As soon as he arrived, he went to find the dragons to let them know he had returned. Kwa ha. Did our Sejun have a good trip? Yes. Ha ha. Did you deliver our gifts well? Yes. Since Blackie, who went after selling the jewels, must have delivered joy to the parents with his cuteness. It must be so. Kirarong. How can you sleep now? Sejun glanced at Blackie, who was sleeping in the sling bag, while answering. This is food I brought from Earth. Sejun also shared Earth food with the 4 leaders. And then, finally, home. He went inside and threw himself onto the bed and, Karorara, fell asleep. The next morning. I slept well. Sejun stretched and opened his eyes. And then, the seal of the Earth's jewel has been broken. Safi, the god of sapphire, who was sealed in the Earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Safi, the god of sapphire, repays the favor to the one who released his seal. Safi, the god of sapphire, creates a sapphire path on a 3.3 square meters piece of land to repay his benefactor. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 9.22% complete. 0.1 magic power has been accumulated over 24 hours. Magic power has increased by 0.1. Sapphire? After checking the messages, Gorarong, Kirarong. He took the sleeping Theo and Blackie, who were sleeping, and got up to mark the date on the wall. Even though he had brought the hunter phone when he returned yesterday, he preferred marking the wall himself as he had gotten used to it. A little later, oh. It really is sapphire. Safinim, I'll give you 9.9 square meters out of 33 square meters. TL, 3 pyong out of 10 pyong is the actual numbers before conversion. Thunk. Sejun opened the space expansion pouch on his waist and took out the miler's hoe to create the Safi path. And then, land moving. Safi Road. Safi, the god of sapphire, who repaid us with sparkling sapphires. He was a cool god. After confirming the reward from Safi, the god of sapphire, Sejun created a 9.9 square meters Safi Road. In the past, he would have received only a 3.3 square meters reward, but, I need money. Since he brought almost all the food ingredients from Earth, money had become more important to Sejun now. He needed to save money to go back to Earth. Hence, the reward related to wealth had increased. Let's take out the rest of the equipment too. While taking out the equipment, Sejun put on the equipment he had taken off. Plop. While taking out the equipment, something fell out of the pouch onto the floor. Ooh? It was the pouch containing the Destruction Devourer seed that Theo had picked up yesterday. Right. I need to check this. Sejun opened the pouch and examined the seed. Destruction Devourer seed. The magical cherry tomato of Park Sejun, the Black Tower's tower farmer, evolved into a mutant cherry tomato under the influence of chemicals and further evolved into a flesh-eater after being contaminated by destruction. The seed of the flesh-eater has now evolved into a new form after being purified of destruction's power. It hates the power of destruction, and when the power of destruction is nearby, it devours and eliminates it. It digests the devoured power of destruction and emits the energy of creation. Grade E. What is this? Was this originally my magical cherry tomato? Sejun was surprised while reading the description. You have achieved an accomplishment by creating a new variety in the tower. Due to your job trait, all stats increase by 10. A message appeared indicating the achievement of creating a new variety. That's nice. A new variety that he gained for free. Sejun laughed and moved to the field to plant the Destruction Devourer seed. You have planted the Destruction Devourer seed in magic-infused soil. Your job experience has slightly increased. Due to Destruction Devourer seeds listening to the sound of the farmer's footsteps, the effect of magic seed sowing LV9 has been enhanced. With the effect of magic seed sowing LV9, the growth rate of Destruction Devourer seeds will double for the next 24 hours. Due to the effect of magic sowing LV9, some of the tower farmer's aura is infused in the Destruction Devourer seeds. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing LV9 has slightly increased. When Sejun planted the Destruction Devourer seed, SSSRK, the Destruction Devourer quickly grew and appeared above the ground. It was small, about the height of Sejun's instep, but it had everything the flesh eater had, from the red cherry tomato head to the moving roots. The grown destruction devourer looked around and then, "Kiki!" It giggled weirdly as if it found something, and started waddling toward the cornfield. Why is a crop moving? While Sejun was bewildered watching the walking destruction devourer, it arrived at the cornfield after walking diligently. Hap! Hap! It opened its mouth wide and began to devour something from the air. Is it eating the energy of destruction? It seemed to be consuming the energy of destruction emanating from the core fragment of Fenrir buried in the cornfield. After a while, the destruction devourer seemed to be full from eating the energy of destruction, as it grew slightly taller and its cheeks puffed up. Then, burp! The destruction devourer let out a big burp, releasing a blue mist. And then, you have achieved the great feat of creation by spreading the energy of creation into the world. A message appeared. Ooh, a burp that spreads the energy of creation? That's a bit gross. As Sejun frowned at the spreading blue mist. As a reward for the great feat of creation, the energy of creation begins to spread back into the world again. As a reward for the great feat of creation, the cost of staying on the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 7%. The achievement rewards appeared. Oh. 7%! Sejun was delighted as he read the message. Originally 4%, plus another 7%, makes 11%, right? It was getting easier and easier to go to Earth. While reading the messages, a quest has been generated. Quest, the energy of creation is still too weak. Please raise the number of destruction devourers to 1 million and spread the power of creation. Reward, 100 drops of growth elixir. Designate the destruction devourer as Calamity Guardians. A quest appeared. Whether Calamity Guardians are good or bad can only be known when the quest is completed. He. They're giving 100 drops of growth elixir? Sejun laughed and headed to the kitchen. He wanted to complete the quest quickly, but he needed to fill his stomach first. As Sejun was heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, Krueng, Dad, good morning. Quenji, who was walking from the opposite side, greeted Sejun when he saw him. Yeah. Quenji, are you hungry? Let's go eat. Krueng. Sounds good. Sejun arrived at the kitchen. What should we eat? Kim Kai stew, japchae, chicken, pizza, jajangmyeon, sweet and sour pork, etc. Having too many options was also a problem. No, I can just eat it all. He. Sejun took out all the foods he wanted to eat and placed them on the table, eating heartily with his companions. After breakfast was over, meow. Then I'll be going, meow. Theo packed earth food to give to Ophelia and left for work at the Green Tower, and you have planted the Destruction Devourer seed in magic-infused soil. Sejun planted the Destruction Devourer seed to complete the quest. SSSRK. As soon as it was planted, the Destruction Devourer started to grow. Kiki. The Destruction Devourers searched for the energy of destruction around them, so Sejun didn't need to move from his spot. While Sejun was planting the Destruction Devourer seeds in place, Kihihit. King. He. Follow the great Lord Blackie. Kiki. The Destruction Devourers were following Blackie closely in a line. Blackie, who had gained control by swallowing Fenrir's thoughts, was playing leader with the Destruction Devourers. Chapter 34. This is the perfect spot. Green Tower, first floor. Theo Nim won't be absent again today, will he? Meow. Don't say such unlucky things, meow. He will definitely come today, meow. The Tiger Tribe and Lion Tribe were worried that Theo might have given up on the unprofitable Green Tower since he didn't show up yesterday. After all, he hadn't come in the day after the sturdy blade green onions didn't sell well either. We've run out of grapes and pineapples, this is a big problem, meow. We are the same, meow. Recently, the Nita tribe had been using the vitality-infused fragrant grapes to lure giant leeches and then dealing with the gathered leeches with screaming pineapples. With just a few more grapes and pineapples, they felt they could eradicate the giant leeches like they did with the locusts. But at this crucial moment, Theo not coming to sell his crops made them anxious. This won't do, meow. When Theo Nim comes, our Tiger Tribe will buy his goods for twice the price, meow. Does the Tiger Tribe think they can monopolize Theo Nim's favor, meow? Don't make me laugh, meow. Our Lion Tribe will buy them for 3 times the price, meow. What, meow? Do you think the Tiger Tribe will lose to the Lion Tribe, meow? We will buy them for 4 times the price, meow. While the Tiger Tribe and Lion Tribe were fighting over who would pay more for Theo's goods, Pooh-hoo-hut. Nita Tribes, Vice Chairman Theo, have arrived for work, meow. Theo made a grand entrance, leaping from the roof, spinning 3 times in the air, and landing with a hero's pose. Then, Theo Nim has arrived, meow. Call the other tribes, meow. The tiger tribe and lion tribe, upon spotting Theo, quickly called the other tribes. Though they intended to win the auction, they wanted to show Theo how much the Nita tribes wanted his goods. Pooh-hoo-hut. I am indeed very popular, meow. Theo's mood improved as he saw the Nita tribe surrounding him. I will start the auction, meow. He excitedly sold his goods and sold out, meow. Pooh-hoo-hut. I earned 5 times more than before, meow. Chairman Park will be pleased, meow. Theo smiled broadly, thinking about bragging about the increased sales to Sejun and eating churu on Sejun's lap. At that moment, whoom, a powerful energy began to emanate from the sky. The Nita tribes weren't the only ones waiting for Theo. Vice Chairman Theo, why didn't you come? Ophelia, who had finished her sausage skewer, was also eagerly waiting for Theo. Meow, it's Ophelia Nim. The suckers are in danger, meow. In a hurry, Theo used energy drain to quickly absorb Ophelia's energy. Having absorbed Ophelia's strong energy several times before, Theo's ability to absorb energy had improved, making it much easier now. As Theo absorbed the energy, Vice Chairman Theo, why didn't you come yesterday? I worked really hard growing mugwort. Do you know how many mugworts I have? What is this smell? As Ophelia came down in front of Theo and started to complain, Theo grinned wickedly and began taking out food from earth from his bag. Vice Chairman Theo, what is that? Pooh-hoo-hut. This is food that only Chairman Park can get, meow. Chairman Park said to give it to Ophelia Nim, meow. Sejun did? That's right, meow. What is this called? Ophelia pointed at one of the dishes and asked. Its red color and spicy aroma stimulated her appetite. Pooh-hoo-hut. That's heavenly tteokbokki, meow. And this? That's heavenly fried chicken, meow. And this? That's heavenly jjajangmyeon, meow. After asking the names of all the foods, Ophelia started eating and, she realized that delicious food had the prefix heavenly attached to their names. A little while later, tell Sejun I enjoyed the meal. And here's the mugwort I harvested. Ophelia put the remaining food into her void storage and handed the harvested mugwort to Theo. Got it, meow. Ophelia Nim, harvest even more mugwort, meow. Okay. But bring more delicious food next time too. Got it? Pooh-hoo-hut. Of course, meow. There's plenty of this kind of food at Chairman Park's parents' house, meow. Theo puffed out his chest and spoke boastfully as if it were his own home. Really? Okay then, I'll be off. Reassured by Theo's confident words, Ophelia returned to the 99th floor of the tower. Ophelia was unaware of how difficult it was to visit Sejun's parents' house. 99th floor of the Black Tower. You have planted the Destruction Devourer seed in magic-infused soil. Sejun, who was planting Destruction Devourer seeds. What is this? Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Guys, come here. This is the perfect spot. Blackie, finding the spot with the strongest energy of destruction, called out to the Destruction Devourers. Kiki. Kiki. Sejun was stunned as he watched the Destruction Devourers toddle towards Blackie in response to his call. What's going on here? A herding wolf instead of a sheepdog? Surprisingly, the seemingly useless and overly powerful Blackie had an unexpected talent. Kihihit. King. Hee. Grow quickly by absorbing the energy of destruction and become the excellent subordinates of the noble wolf, the great Lord Blackie. Blackie, who no longer felt any guilt about team killing, had no intention of returning to destruction anymore. Because, hee. Why would I go back when it's so fun and exciting here? It's much more fun to play here. Hee. How cute! Sejun watched, amused, as Blackie barked and led the Destruction Devourers around while they followed him, making kiki sounds. Plop! You have planted the Destruction Devourer seed in magic-infused soil. Sejun planted another Destruction Devourer seed. Thus, the number of Destruction Devourers gradually increased. Kihihit. King. Hee. Follow me. Kiki. The Destruction Devourers followed Blackie to the areas rich in the energy of destruction and absorbed it to their heart's content. And then, burp! After digesting the energy of destruction, they began spreading the energy of creation around the 99th floor of the tower, gradually increasing its concentration. A little while later, yawn. I've planted them all. Sejun stretched after planting all 100,000 Destruction Devourer seeds that were in his pouch. I'm hungry. As Sejun took out a hamburger from the storage and started eating. Thump thump. Thump thump. King. Hey. Are you eating alone? Give me some dried sweet potatoes. Blackie, who was playing the leader with the destruction devourers, came running energetically towards Sejun. But then, thud, he tripped over a hole he didn't see. Kiki! The leader fell too. The destruction devourers were unsettled seeing their leader fall. Kihihit! King! Hee. Don't worry, guys. I'm fine. Blackie pretended to be strong in front of his subordinates. Phut! Sejun burst into laughter at the sight of Blackie's behavior. Thump thump. Thump thump. Blackie, pretending nothing was wrong, continued running to Sejun. Once he was out of the destruction devourer's sight, behind Sejun. King, my leg hurts. He lay down and whimpered to Sejun. Are you okay? After Sejun massaged Blackie's leg for about 10 minutes. Kihihit. King. Hee. The great Lord Blackie is revived. Blackie quickly got up. Then, King, I'm hungry. Give me the dried sweet potatoes, he barked, sitting in front of Sejun. All right. Here, Sejun took out some dried sweet potatoes from the void storage and gave them to Blackie. Chomp. 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 Kihihit. King. Hee. Delicious. Blackie settled down against Sejun's backside and started to happily munch on the dried sweet potatoes. While Sejun and Blackie were eating, Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Theo, having finished his work at the Green Tower, emerged from his bag and leapt at Sejun's face. Did you sell well today too? Pooh-hoo-hut. Of course, meow. Everything was sold out today as well, meow. Moreover, I increased the sales by 5 times, meow. Theo handed over the money he earned from the auction to Sejun with a smile. Oh, really? Vice Chairman Theo, you're amazing. Pooh-hoo-hut. It's only natural that I, Vice Chairman Theo, am amazing, meow. Now, give me some churu, meow. Theo, who received praise from Sejun, laughed arrogantly and sprawled on Sejun's lap to eat churu. At that moment, rumble, a black hole appeared in mid-air, and Theo's cart that had sold out its goods at the Golden Tower returned. This time, the cart came back after 3 days, spending an extra day compared to before. Clank! Starting settlement. The entrance of the cart opened, and text began to appear on the door. Sold all items for a total of 21.5 million tower coins. Although the earnings had doubled thanks to the increased price of cherry tomatoes, what mattered more was what the cart had bought from the Golden Tower. Hee. I wonder what it bought? Pooh-hoo-hut. Being as capable as its owner, me, Vice President Theo, it must have bought a lot, meow. As Theo boasted loudly, failed to purchase the land deed for the 35th floor of the Golden Tower, purchased 120 pieces of lightning struck wood for 840 tower coins, purchased 3,000 lightning stones for 450 tower coins, purchased 1 thunder spirit stone for 1,000 tower coins, purchased the order form from Glato village for 0 tower coins. The items the cart had bought began to be displayed on the door, as expected from Vice Chairman Theo's cart. Pooh-hoo-hut. Indeed, it's Vice Chairman Theo's cart after all, meow. Sejun and Theo nodded with satisfied smiles as they read the messages. The cart, recognizing that there were many lightning struck wood and lightning stones at the Golden Tower, had ruthlessly slashed the purchase prices. Thanks to that, the lightning struck wood, which used to cost 10 tower coins each, was bought for 7 tower coins each, and the lightning stones, which used to cost 0.2 tower coins each, were bought for 0.15 tower coins each. But why is this Thunder Spirit stone so expensive at 1,000 tower coins? Crackle! Sejun looked at the fist-sized stone inside the cart that emitted golden sparks about once every minute. Compared to other items from the Golden Tower, the price seemed excessively high. He didn't touch it for fear of getting electrocuted. Come to think of it, wasn't there Thunder Spirit stone among the materials used to make the cart? As Sejun was recalling the contents of automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower he had read before. Currently, there is 1 Thunder Spirit stone in the automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower, which can be used to upgrade it. Using 1 Thunder Spirit stone, you can expand the storage space of the automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower by 1.5 times. Do you want to upgrade the automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower using the Thunder Spirit stone? These messages appeared. It was worth it to expand the cart storage space by 50% and bring back more lightning struck wood and lightning stones for 1,000 tower coins. Yes, I'll use it. Crackle! As Sejun spoke, the Thunder Spirit stone disappeared in a flash of lightning, while the cart remained the same size but with expanded storage space. Sejun then took out the lightning-struck wood and lightning stones from the expanded cart storage. Oh, here's the order form. After clearing all the items, Sejun noticed an envelope on the ground and pulled out the paper to check it. It was an order for 50,000 magical cherry tomatoes. It seemed the residents of the Golden Tower really liked the magical cherry tomatoes. Vice Chairman Theo, load the items and send them off. Got it, meow. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo filled the cart with crops. Go earn lots of money, meow. Rumble. Theo sent the cart back to the Golden Tower. This time, it returned after 3 days, so he paid 270 billion tower coins. After the cart left, now it's time to harvest the corn. Sejun got up, taking Theo and Blackie with him, and approached the cornfield. At that moment, Kiki, one of the destruction devourers, which had been absorbing the energy of destruction in the cornfield, approached Sejun and, Tui, did I do well? It spat something out at Sejun's feet and looked proud. What is this? Sejun closely examined what the destruction devourer had spat out. This is destruction devourer seeds. There were 5 destruction devourer seeds. It seemed they spread their seeds this way. More plants that spit seeds? Kiki. At Sejun's question, the destruction devourers hurriedly walked over to him and, Tui. They started spitting seeds into Sejun's hand. And then, you have planted a destruction devourer seed in magic-infused soil. Sejun now had to plant 50,000 destruction devourer seeds again. Chapter 35, I'm the great noble wolf Blackie. I'm not scared. You have planted a destruction devourer seed in magic-infused soil. While Sejun was planting the seeds, Tui, the destruction devourers were spitting seeds everywhere, and, Kihihit. King, hee. Hey! There's more here. Blackie didn't control the destruction devourers at all and cheerfully barked to let Sejun know about the scattered seeds. Blackie, if the seeds are scattered like that, it'll be hard to collect them. Tell them to spit the seeds in one place, even though Sejun instructed Blackie, Kihihit. King, hee. I don't wanna. Blackie, feeling ecstatic about having so many subordinates, got excited and crossed the line. And then, hack, I don't like this, meow. Theo, who was picking up the seeds instead of Sejun who was busy planting them, started to ignite the first stage of his anger at Blackie's, who had greatly overstepped. It seems our youngest needs some mental education, meow. Although Sejun had told Theo to let Blackie off the hook since he was still a baby, but it seemed the effects of the previous mental education had worn off. As Theo approached to scold Blackie, Krueng, I'm back. Blackie, come here. Quenji, who had returned home after special training with the Minotaur King, saw Blackie fooling around and took a stick out of his snack pouch. Thus, Blackie, who was about to be dragged away by the two. But, King, guys, protect me. Blackie wasn't alone anymore. Kiki. He had 150,000 minions with him. Kihihit. King, hee. I have many minions now. Don't mess with me. Blackie confidently shouted while hiding behind the destruction devourers, but, hack! Move aside, meow, Krueng, move aside. As Theo and Quenji unleashed their energy, Ki, the destruction devourers slowly moved aside. King, guys, where are you going? Don't leave me. A rift formed between Blackie and the two like the parting of the Red Sea. Blackie, after briefly contemplating while making eye contact with the two, I'm the great noble wolf Blackie. I'm not scared. King. Kai King. I am the great Blackie Arg. He held on to his last bit of pride and received a thorough mental education instead. Kai King. Save Blackie. As Blackie was getting disciplined by Theo and Quenji, the destruction devourers trembled as they listened to their leader's screams while continuing to spit out the seeds. Tui. Seeds were spat out endlessly. And, I won't be able to finish this today anyway. Seeing the never-ending seeds being spat out, Sejun decided to call it a day. First, I should at least gather the seeds. If buried in the soil, the seeds would be hard to find, so Sejun took out a bowl and began collecting the scattered seeds around him. Then, Ki. Watching Sejun's actions, the destruction devourers started putting the fallen seeds into Sejun's bowl. They learned indirectly by watching what happened to their leader when acting thoughtlessly. Tui. The destruction devourers, now aware, started spitting the seeds directly into the bowl Sejun was holding. Here, you can spit them in here. Sejun, who found it easier now, put the bowl on the ground and, "It's already time for dinner. Everyone, eat this." Sejun sent some earth food to the tower slaves Arjux, Veronica, Zelga, and Auric. He had originally planned to send it at lunchtime but completely forgot while planting the destruction devourer seeds. After sending the food, about 5 minutes later, the White Tower slave is tearfully saying the food is delicious and he wants to see Sejun Hyung soon. The first message came from Arjux. "Hey, why are you crying? Your Hyung will get stronger quickly, and then you can see my face, silly." The White Tower slave is crying harder, saying that seems impossible. Arjux wept even more at Sejun's words. This guy. Thanks to this, Sejun and Arjux both cried for different reasons. The Purple Tower slave highly praises Sejun Nim's food, saying it never disappoints. The Blue Tower slave thanks you, saying they enjoyed it with their family. Messages from Veronica and Zelga followed. The Brown Tower slave wants to treat you to a traditional goblin dish as a token of gratitude for the delicious food. The last message was from Auric. No thanks. Is this repaying kindness with enmity? Sejun considered calling Auric for a proper lesson out of sheer indignation. No, it's not right to scold someone after feeding them. This will be saved for later. If Auric makes another mistake, he'll receive double the punishment. Just as Sejun finished reading all the messages from the tower slaves. Pooh hut. Now behave well, meow, Krueng. There'll be more mental education if you don't listen. King. Yes, Hyung Nims. Having been properly disciplined, Blackie carefully followed behind Theo and Quenji, cautious not to step on their shadows. Of course, it remained to be seen how long this mental education effects would last. And so, Sejun and his group ate dinner, played around, and ended the day. Black Tower's administrator area. Kahihi. Now that I've mastered fried eggs, it's time to move on to more difficult dishes. Eileen, gaining confidence from watching Sejun happily eat the fried eggs she made, decided. This time, it's spicy fish stew. Suddenly, she significantly raised the cooking difficulty level. Of course, Eileen herself wasn't aware of how much she had raised it. Spicy fish stew didn't seem that hard. When you know nothing, everything looks easy. HM. Humming a tune, Eileen took out a pot and threw an unprepared whole fish into it. Just as Sejun was about to face another crisis of encountering a fish head after Eileen's healthy soup. Eileen, where are you? We are here. Your Poby Oppa is here. Eileen, Sylvia Unnie is here too. The voices of Sejun's saviors were heard. Eileen didn't know, but today was the scheduled gathering day decided by the hatchlings' parents. All the parents had eagerly awaited this day, and no family was absent. The hatchlings, released in the Black Tower's administrator area, busily looked for Eileen. I need to practice cooking. Eileen had no choice but to put the fish back into her spatial storage to prevent it from spoiling and, welcome, Unnie, Oppa, she greeted the hatchlings. We played hide and seek last time, so what should we play today? Eileen pondered over how to entertain her older siblings. Then, that's it. A great idea popped into Eileen's head. Unnie, Oppa, this is called a superhero landing polymorph release. Explaining as she went, Eileen released her polymorph, soared high into the sky, and then, Giga lightning. Firestorm. Ice fog, boom. Using magic to create a dazzling effect, she descended toward the ground and landed in a superhero pose. Kahihi. This is fun. Originally, she had planned to just demonstrate and watch her Unnie and Oppas do it, but she felt an exhilarating thrill. Wow. That's so cool. I want to do a superhero landing too. Me too. Sylvia will do it first. The hatchlings felt the same way. Seeing the superhero landing made their hearts race. Thus, Eileen and the 6 hatchlings began intense training to create their own impressive superhero landings. The next morning. All right. Sejun woke up. The seal of the Earth's jewel has been broken. Pan, the god of gold dust, who was sealed within the Earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Pan, the god of gold dust, repays his favor by creating a gold dust panning site on 3.3 square meters of land. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 9.48% complete. 0.1 magic power has been accumulated over 24 hours. Magic power increases by 0.1. A gold dust panning site? Meow. Keying. Reading the messages, Sejun got up, placing both Theo and Blackie in their spots. And then, wow. Why are there so many seeds? The first thing Sejun noticed when he went outside was the bowl overflowing with destruction devourer seeds. They seemed to have spat them out late into the night, after collecting the seeds. But where are the devourers? Looking around, Kira Long. The destruction devourers were huddled together, dozing off in the cornfield. Burp! occasionally burping and emitting a blue mist. It seemed they were absorbing the energy of destruction even while sleeping. After confirming that the devourers were asleep, but where is the gold dust panning site? Sejun started looking for the gold dust panning site. Could it be near the pond? Remembering scenes from movies where people panned for gold using wide plates by the water, Sejun went to the pond inside the cave. And then, as expected, it's here. He found a 3.3 square meters gold dust panning site emitting a soft golden light. He, this looks fun. Sejun took out a large plate and filled it with soil mixed with gold dust, gently shaking it in the water. But, there's nothing here. Sejun couldn't find any gold even after all the soil on the plate washed away. The gold dust had flowed away with the soil. Extracting gold dust wasn't easy. This is hard. Sejun tried several more times but, I'm done with this. In the end, he couldn't obtain a single speck of gold and only wasted his time. Making me suffer like this, Pan Nim, you get 0.9 square meters. Despite receiving a gold dust panning site that generated 10 kilograms of gold dust daily, Pan only earned a 1 square meters Pan road. As Sejun was getting up from his failed attempt at extracting gold dust, he saw a huge black clam about the size of 2 palms put together next to him. It was a clam grown in the Pearl Oyster Farm created by Pearl, the god of pearls, as a token of gratitude. Shall I make grilled clams? Sejun licked his lips at the sight of the giant pearl clam. Let's make grilled cheese clams. And so the breakfast menu was decided, and, grab. He tried to pick up the pearl clam, but, the clam wouldn't budge. It didn't move an inch. What's this? Sejun tried again with all his might, but the clam didn't move. At that moment, Krueng? Dad, what are you doing there? Quenji poked his head out from the cave ceiling, having heard Sejun's grunts. Quenji, help me out. This clam is really heavy. Krueng, got it. Quenji will help. Thud. Quenji landed gracefully in a superhero pose and then, grab. He lifted the pearl clam effortlessly. It really was heavy? Sejun felt a bit embarrassed. It seems Dad is still very weak. Quenji resolved to gather many medicinal herbs to help strengthen Sejun. With Quenji's help, Sejun moved the giant pearl clam to the kitchen and made grilled cheese clams. What's this? Gravity-crushing black pearl. While eating the clam, Sejun discovered a black pearl the size of a fist. With this, we could make Iona's staff? As Sejun thought of Iona, Pooh-hoo-hut. We can make Iona's staff with this, meow. Theo also shouted, thinking of Iona. If they used the black pearl with the power of gravity as the core and added the hearts of the Yeti, King Giant Worm, and Albatross that they had already collected into the staff, we could make an item even better than the Staff of Disaster for Iona, meow. Moreover, if they used the precious branch of the World Tree in the staff, the grade of the resulting item would be unimaginable. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, let's go to the dragons, meow. All right, Sejun responded, trying to pick up the black pearl. But, he couldn't lift the black pearl. The clam wasn't heavy after all. Sejun hadn't read the description, so he didn't know that the black pearl had an option where greater gravity applied the less magic power one had. Of course, the pearl itself was also quite heavy. Quenji, can you? Krueng, got it. In the end, with Quenji's help, Sejun took the black pearl and went to find the dragons playing at the fountain with Theo. At that time, in the merchant passage connecting the 50th and 60th floors of the Black Tower, Pio, run away. Kuig. Pio and Uran were being chased by the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction that had entered the Black Tower. Chapter 36, No. The house is getting farther away. Today, as usual, Pio was gaining experience by collecting Uran's debts, aiming to become Theo's excellent right front paw. Hee. Today, I collected 1 billion tower coins. After tailing a debtor who claimed to be broke for several days, Pio discovered assets under another name and managed to collect the debt. Theo Nim will be pleased, right? With a joyful heart, Pio headed to the 99th floor of the tower where Theo was. However, there was something much more difficult than collecting Uran's money. Pio, as expected, Uran Nim is really unlucky. Kuik. Sorry, wherever Uran went, he constantly encountered fragments of the Apostle of Destruction. The types of Apostles of Destruction they met were varied. It seemed like they had encountered apostles from 3rd to the 12th seat at least once. Of course, if the two of them joined forces, they could easily defeat one, but if it's 3, it's a different story. The 4th seat of the Apostle of Destruction, Melpheus, the Demon of Ruin, the 7th seat of the Apostle of Destruction, Kruger, the Destroyer of Mountains, and the 10th seat of the Apostle of Destruction, Hydra, the 9-headed snake. Capture them. I sense Fenrir's aura from them. Stop. Explain the Fenrir's aura coming from you. Hand over the Fenrir's core fragment. They were currently being chased by fragments of 3 apostles of destruction. At first, there were 2, so they ran away, but while escaping, they encountered another one, making it 3. In typical unfortunate Uran fashion, he always seemed to go where the enemies were. Then, come quickly. Into the arms of me, Shosho, the queen of screams and ice. An enemy was blocking their path. Pio, Uran Nim, break through. With both ends blocked, breaking through was the only option. Got it. Turn to gold. Uran ran forward, extending his front paw to Shosho, who momentarily turned to gold. In that time, Pio and Uran escaped, and when Shosho returned to her original form, she tried to attack them. Die! Shosho, what are you doing? She attacked her comrades instead, and thanks to the collision between the Apostles of Destruction, Pio and Uran luckily managed to shake them off. After shaking off the Apostles of Destruction, the two ran for another hour before. Pio, that was really dangerous this time. Indeed, they took a brief rest. Pio? But didn't the Apostles mention handing over Fenrir's core fragment earlier? Yeah, I heard it too. Pio? Don't tell me you're a Nim, it's not you, right? When Pio looked at him with suspicious eyes. Me? No way. Uran strongly denied it, shaking both front hooves. However, could it really be me? With a nagging doubt, he rummaged through his belongings. And then, Pio, I'm sorry. Uran apologized as he pulled out Fenrir's core fragment. He had picked up some nice-looking stones, intending to turn them into gold later, and among them was Fenrir's core fragment. As expected, an unlucky person is unlucky no matter what they do. Pio, Uran Nim. $. At. Thanks to that, an immensely furious Pio scolded Uran so harshly that his white feathers seemed to turn red. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Hello, nice to see you, Dragon Nims, meow, Krueng. Hello, Dragon Nims. When Sejun, Theo, and Quenji visited the fountain where Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr were having a drinking party and greeted them. Kahawaha. We're always fine as long as our Sejun is healthy. Indeed. Thanks to our Sejun, my grandson even awakened ha ha ha. Puhawa. Thanks to our Sejun, the Red Tower has almost returned to normal. I hear our Purple Tower's living conditions have improved greatly thanks to our Sejun. The dragons were busy praising Sejun. Good. The atmosphere was perfect for making a request. No, it felt like they would listen to anything he said. Please make a staff with these materials. So Sejun boldly stated his request. A staff? With these materials? You, Sejun? It'll be difficult. The dragons, upon checking the materials, looked at Sejun with worried eyes. This was because if a staff were made that fully utilized the effects of the materials Sejun brought out, it would result in a staff that Sejun could never use. Moreover, it was strange that Sejun, who didn't know the Ma in magic, was asking for a staff he didn't even need. It's not for me, but it's a staff for Iona to use. A whom? You should have said so from the start. Don't worry about it. We will make the best staff. The dragons took the materials from Sejun, discussed for a while, and then, all right. I will guide the magic stream. Then I will neutralize the Yeti's heart with my power. After coming to some agreement, they positioned themselves around the materials. Let's begin. As the 4 of them infused the materials with their magic power simultaneously, Wuong, the shape of the Podori branch that Sejun had picked up on the way changed, forming the shape of a staff. The gravity-crushing black pearl, the Yeti's heart, the king giant worm's heart, and the albatross's heart merged into one and embedded themselves in the head of the staff. Simultaneously, 7 colors, black, white, blue, red, purple, yellow, and silver, exploded. Though we made it, it's quite excellent. Of course. Because we made it, the dragons praised themselves while looking at the completed staff. Given that the dragons, with their high standards, called it excellent, it seemed a truly remarkable item had been created. Staff of Suppressing Gravity. Is it legendary grade item? Sejun wondered while looking at the name of the staff. Here. Take it. Kaiser handed the staff with a black jewel embedded in it to Sejun. Thank you. Sejun thanked them and quickly examined the staff. Staff of Suppressing Gravity. A staff made using the branch of the World Tree, gravity-crushing black pearl, Yeti's heart, king giant worm's heart, and albatross's heart. It couldn't become a divine relic due to the lack of divine power. Specialized in gravity magic. The great black dragon and the great white dragon balanced darkness and light. The great red dragon used the power of fire to balance with the Yeti's heart. And the great purple dragon used the power of poison to create a balance between the king giant worm's heart and the albatross's heart. 7 attributes are in balance, and 2 strands of the 9 magic streams are connected to the staff. When equipped, 2 additional magic streams can be connected. Usage restriction, only those connected to 3 or more of the 9 magic streams. Creator, the Great Dragon Race. Grade, Skill, Suppression, Master. Suppression, Master, increases the gravity acting on enemies within a 1 kilometer radius. Gravity increases by 1x for every 1000 magic power difference between the skill user and the enemy. Gravity can increase up to 50x. Wow, it's really a cheat item. Just equipping the staff connected 2 magic streams, and the skill was excellent. I'm so jealous. Sejun was envious of Iona's item. What about me? Make me something like this too. When Sejun looked at the dragons with expectant eyes. Nope. Not happening. We won't make it for you. Get stronger and come back. The dragons shook their heads. Even if they poured their hearts into making it, Sejun couldn't use it due to the high usage restriction. And if they made equipment Sejun could use, it would obviously be a waste of materials. And the prime examples of such wasted items were the Dragon Horn's Return Bracelet and Dragon Horn's Summoning Bracelet. Kaiser had used tremendous magic power to forcibly remove the usage restrictions, but in exchange, the abilities of the materials were extremely reduced. So decisive, Sejun was disappointed by the dragon's firm attitude. Chairman Park, let's quickly go give the staff to Iona. Meow. Yeah. Okay. Then we'll be going now. Prompted by Theo, Sejun bid farewell to the dragons and decided to visit the Black Wizard Tower where Iona was. Just as Sejun and his party were about to leave the farm. King, I'll guard the house. Blackie insisted on staying behind to guard the house. Is it thanks to the mental education that Blackie is saying such praiseworthy things? You don't need to guard the house, though, King. King, no. Please let me guard the house. All right. Then I'll be back soon. Keep the house safe. Sejun decided to leave Blackie behind, feeling a sense of duty in Blackie's words. Kihihit. King. Hee. Have a safe trip. With Blackie's cheerful farewell, Sejun, Theo, and Quenji set off to give the staff to Iona. Top floor of the Wizard Tower. Iona's room. Shark. Sigh. Phew. Inside, only the sound of flipping papers and sighs could be heard. Kayung. It's another request for an increased budget. The sound of flipping papers came from Iona. Sigh. What was it again? I definitely remembered it. Hey, show me a bit. The sighs were from the 10 vice-chairmen. The escaped vice-chairmen had all been caught and brought back, and now they were taking daily tests on what they had learned from Iona the day before. However, SSSS. Unlike the vice-chairmen who were sighing and solving problems, there was one being who moved its pen effortlessly. Oh. This is what we learned the day before yesterday. This is too easy. Blackster was solving the problems Iona had given out with remarkable ease. A little later, Kiyu, I clearly explained everything, so why can't you solve this? Everyone except Blackster, follow me. Yes, the 10 vice-chairmen, who didn't pass, were dragged away by Iona and gravity control. Endure it. They had to withstand Iona's gravity magic, using defensive magic until their magic power was exhausted. While Iona was grilling the 10 vice-chairmen. Ooh? Where did Iona go? Sejun and his party arrived at Iona's room. Oh. Sejun Nim, hello. Blackster, who had been creating and solving new problems on his own, greeted Sejun. Blackster, how are you doing? Is Iona teaching you magic well? Yes. It's so much fun. Ah. This is a magic equipment blueprint I created using the magic knowledge I learned from Iona. Please take a look. Blackster showed a rectangular equipment blueprint. Would I even understand it? Can you just explain it instead? Ah. This is equipment that uses a technique I learned from Iona to increase magic efficiency and eliminates footstep sound. If you wear this, you won't be detected when infiltrating. I named it Sound Eater. TL, the name Sound Eater here is in English. As expected of a former thief, Blackster was creating infiltration equipment again. The name is no good. Let's call it Sagibi. Ooh? Sagibi? It's a combination of so, TL, equals sound, and Gabai, TL, equals eater. How about it? Clever, right? Poo-hoo-hut. As expected of Chairman Park, meow, ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng, he. Then Quenji is Gulgibi, TL, equals honey eater. Ionanim, please come back quickly. Black's tur showed the maximum resistance he could by not responding. Sejun's farm. After Sejun left with Theo and Quenji, Blackie was left alone. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Freedom. This is my world now. He was enjoying the freedom of not having to watch out for Theo and Quenji. And then, Kiki. The destruction devourers surrounded Blackie and tossed him into the air in celebration. Kihihit. King. Hee. Guys, go that way. Now, this way. Blackie sat firmly on top of the destruction devourers, giving them directions, and they moved en masse according to their leader's orders. At that moment, whisk. As if sensing something, the destruction devourers turned their heads simultaneously, in one direction, then, Key. They started running rapidly in that direction. King? Who? Guys, where are you going? As a result, Blackie, who was riding on the destruction devourers, was inadvertently taken along with them. King. No. The house is getting farther away. And so, Blackie unintentionally ran away from home. Chapter 37. What? Did you just call me a dog? Near the 97th floor of the tower. Pio. Kuik. Pio and Urin were being chased by the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction, who had persistently pursued them. Furthermore, Urin kept fleeing toward where the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction were, increasing the number of enemies to 5. For reference, after being pursued again, Urin had encountered the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction 3 more times. Thanks to Urin, Melfius and Kruger even powered up by merging with their own fragments that were usually difficult to encounter in the tower. However, they couldn't abandon the Fenrir's core fragment and flee. If they left the core fragment behind, the Apostle of Destruction who absorbed it would become even stronger. Even if they were lucky enough to evade the pursuit of the Apostle of Destruction, the enemy who absorbed Fenrir's core fragment could harm other innocent people in the tower. There was only one way to neatly deal with the enemy. Pio planned to lure the enemies to the 99th floor of the tower and annihilate them all at once. There were many strong individuals there who could easily deal with the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction. Thus, the two fled from the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction for a long time. But then, something Pio did not expect happened. Before they could reach the 99th floor of the tower, Urin collapsed. Pio! Urin Nim, hang in there. Just a little more, and we'll reach the 99th floor. Pio pulled on Urin's ear, who was so exhausted he was almost crawling, urging him on, but, no, I'm done for. Leave me and go. Urin didn't even have the strength to walk anymore. Each time they were on the verge of being caught by the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction, Urin had used a turn to gold's ability to escape the danger. But now he had reached his limit. This was because Urin's ability could only turn things to gold as much as he had eaten. Grumble. In other words, he was too hungry to move. At that moment, we finally caught these guys. This time, you won't escape. Hurry and explain why we can sense Fenrir Nim's energy from you. The fragments of the Apostle of Destruction chasing the two arrived. Pio? Urin Nim, what should we do? Can't we buy them off? Pio? Of course not. Then I'll try to hold them off as much as I can. You, Pio, go and call Theo Nim. Since it's my fault, I should take responsibility. Urin tried to face a cool end, but, Pio? What? You? You'll hold out well, I'm sure. Pio, stop thinking foolishly and come up with something useful. The smart Pio wasn't falling for it. Ha. How amusing to have a meaningless conversation with us right in front of you. Meanwhile, the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction had surrounded the two. Pio, Urin Nim, if you get reborn, make sure to be born as a lucky guy. I want that too. I'll definitely pay you back then. Pio, sure you will. As Pio and Urin were having this trivial exchange, preparing for their final, unwinnable battle against the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction, rumble, they heard the sound of a tremendous army moving, shaking the ground. Pio? Oh. It looks like someone's come to rescue us. We're saved. With hopeful expressions, Pio and Urin looked towards the source of the sound. But, Kihihit. King. Ha. The great Blackie is here. Kiki. Pio? Blackie? Cherry tomatoes? Seeing Blackie, the weakest of the 99th floor, arrogantly appear while riding the destruction devourer, Pio and Urin's hopes quickly dwindled. King, what should I do? The butler will be worried. At first, Blackie was confused by his situation, having been forced out away from the home. However, Kihihit. King. Hee. It's an adventure. Guys, let's go. He soon accepted his situation and decided to enjoy the present. Oh. Those guys? While Blackie was riding the destruction devourers and moving, he saw the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction and the surrounded Pio and Uran. What should I do? Blackie was in a dilemma. On one side were his original subordinates, and on the other side were the subordinates of his big brother, Theo. My brother's subordinates are also my subordinates. In other words, both sides were his subordinates. King. Hey! Stop fighting! So he stepped in to stop the fight between the two sides. In the past, no matter how much he shouted, he had no presence, but now, after creating a new core, he had gained some presence. And then, could you be Fenrir Nim? The Apostle of Destruction, Kruger, asked Blackie upon seeing him. Kruger was the most loyal apostle among the 12 Apostles of Destruction to Fenrir. Although Blackie's appearance had changed a lot, Kruger saw traces of Fenrir in his confident demeanor. However, King. I know. I am the great Blackie. If his identity was revealed here, his happy life would be shattered, so Blackie couldn't affirm it. Are you really not Fenrir Nim? Loyal Kruger asked once more, but, King. Kruger, I'm telling you, I am not the great Fenrir Nim. Blackie strongly denied it again. But how do you know my name? You must be Fenrir Nim. King? Who? Anyway, I'm not. I'm not the noble wolf who hunts gods, the great Fenrir Nim, the first seat of Apostle of Destruction. I'm the noble wolf, the great Blackie Park Nim. While Blackie was struggling not to reveal his identity, Kruger. How could you think that's Fenrir? It's just a dog. The fourth seat of the Apostle of Destruction, Melpheus, pointed at Blackie and said, What? Did you just call me a dog? Blackie got furious. At that moment, Melpheus, show some respect to Fenrir Nim. Kruger, who had a lot of grudges against Melpheus for not showing respect to Fenrir, got angry. HMPH. Kruger, wake up. Even after finding a fragment of Fenrir's core, you're saying such things. Fenrir is no longer the Fenrir of the past. Ha! I will absorb Fenrir's core fragment and become the third seat of the Apostle of Destruction. Melpheus said with a sneer, and, Melpheus, you bastard, you were so eager to swear loyalty in front of me. Blackie was enraged seeing Melpheus like that. Do you think I'll let that happen? I, Kruger the Destroyer of Mountains, will collect Fenrir Nim's core fragment and deliver it to Fenrir Nim. Rather, Kruger, who was usually blunt, turned out to be the true loyal servant. Kruger, I'll keep you as my subordinate from now on. While Blackie was thinking of bringing Kruger. What is this? I suddenly feel my strength draining. I feel the same. The fragments of the Apostle of Destruction were bewildered. Gulp. The destruction devourers, surrounding the Apostles of Destruction and eagerly devouring the energy of destruction, were the reason. At that moment, burp. The destruction devourers began to digest the energy of destruction and exhale blue mist. What is this unpleasant energy? The energy of creation is the polar opposite of the energy of destruction. The energy of creation interfered with the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction from using their power. It wasn't greatly uncomfortable yet, but if that blue mist thickened, the situation could become worse. Melpheus and Kruger, who had been arguing, sensed that the situation was not normal and, Kruger, let's deal with those things first. Got it. Everyone, attack! The fragments of the Apostle of Destruction, along with the other apostles, attacked the destruction devourers. Kiki! True to their nature of hating the power of destruction, the destruction devourers immediately counterattacked. But despite their large numbers, the combat abilities of the destruction devourers were too poor to contend with the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction. The destruction devourers quickly dwindled in number as they were killed by the fragments of the Apostles of Destruction. Kook! Turn to gold. Meanwhile, Uran, having filled his stomach, turned Hydra's fragment into gold. Pio! Messenger bird secret technique, horizontal flight. Pio flew swiftly, aiming to cut off the Hydra's neck, but, not a chance. Thud! Kruger intercepted Pio's attack with his rock-hard body. King! Don't touch my subordinates. The great Blackie will punish you. Blackie also boldly charged at the fragments of the Apostles of Destruction, but, bang! Kaiging! He couldn't get close and was flung away by the shockwave created by the fragment of the Apostle of Destruction. Blackie rolled and tumbled as he was thrown away. In Blackie's eyes, he saw a destruction devourer, with its head half severed, weakly shaking its leaves as if telling him to run away. King! A leader doesn't abandon their subordinates. I'll protect you all. I need strength. Blackie activated his core to its maximum capacity. Gather. He guided the power he had hesitated to gather until now into his core. SSSSSRK. In response to Blackie's will, the energy of creation started to move toward him. Being an apostle of destruction, the energy of creation was instinctively repulsive power to Blackie. But there's nothing better than this to fight those guys. He knew that the energy of creation was the best to counter the apostles of destruction. The energy of creation, which had been faintly spread around, almost invisible, began to gather towards Blackie, gradually intensifying in color. Whoa! The blue mist, which had become so dense that it would leave blue stains if touched, started to be sucked into Blackie's mouth. And then, good! As the energy of creation accumulated in his core, growling, King! King! Growling! You bastards! Stop immediately! Blackie roared and charged at the fragments of the apostles of destruction. You bastard! You called me a dog earlier. The first one he attacked was Melpheus, whom he had been targeting from the start. He was more upset about being called a dog than about the betrayal. Bang! Blackie strongly struck the back of Melpheus's head with his front paw. Goo! Melpheus, struck by Blackie, flew and crashed into a wall. However, is my strength still lacking? Blackie's expression was not good after hitting Melpheus. Even though he had absorbed the energy of creation, the amount was insufficient to take down Melpheus in one blow. You bastard! I'm joining in! Kruger decided that Melpheus alone couldn't handle Blackie and joined in the fight. You two, take care of those guys. I'll deal with these and join you. Shosho, the queen of screams and ice, froze the destruction devourers and shattered them with her scream, then shouted to Hydra and Leviathan. Although the situation had improved with Blackie stepping in, Blackie versus Melpheus, Kruger, Pio, Uran versus Hydra, Leviathan, 80,000 destruction devourers versus Shosho. None of the matchups were favorable. The problem was especially with Shosho slaughtering the destruction devourers, reducing their numbers. As the amount of the energy of destruction devoured by the destruction devourers decreased, the energy of creation they emitted also decreased, weakening Blackie's power. As Blackie, Pio, and Uran's injuries increased and the victory of the apostles of destruction seemed certain. Thud! Thud! A giant black figure with large horns and a massive build appeared with a ground-shaking vibration. It was the Minotaur King, who had followed Blackie. Kihihit. Kiki. Moo? That guy belongs to Sejun Nims? The Minotaur King, seeing the destruction devourers and Blackie descending the tower. If you go alone, it will be dangerous. Worried about Blackie, he hurriedly called his subordinates to guard the waypoint and followed after Blackie. Although he could have sent his subordinates, he wanted to get some fresh air after a long time and hoped to use the new technique he had developed through special training with Quenji if given the chance. And then, enemies. Seeing the opportunity to use his new technique, the Minotaur King quickly grabbed 5 fragments of the Apostles of Destruction and gathered them in his palm. Moo! Demon King Fist! Without hesitation, he thrust his fist towards the fragments of the Apostles of Destruction. Kwang! A powerful destructive force erupted, and the fragments of the Apostles of Destruction in his palm vanished without a trace, while the surroundings remained intact. He had blocked the shockwave from escaping his palm. I can teach this to Quenji now. The Minotaur King shook his tingling palm with a satisfied smile. At that moment, on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. What? Where did Blackie go? Sejun, having returned to the farm after handing over the staff of suppressing gravity to Iona, realized that Blackie had disappeared. Chapter 438. All right. I'll do it for my butler. Earth. A Korean TV program dealing with strange happenings. There's such a thing in the world. But, who would win in a fight between a cat and a bear? If you asked such a foolish question, everyone would laugh. Obviously, the bear would win. But after watching this video, you'll change your mind. Today, unlike usual, the program covered content from somewhere other than Korea. Along with the host's words, the screen showed huge cat and bear footprints found in China and the United States. The beings that left these traces are Theo Park and Quenji Park, the companions of Korean hunter Park Sejun. As you can see, they are a cute cat and a baby bear. Next, the screen switched to show CCTV footage of Theo and Quenji. Who do you think will win? Of course, Theo. No way. Quenji is just a baby. Quenji might not win now, but in a year, he'll definitely win 100%. Is our Theo playing around? Theo will get stronger too in a year. And our Theo will still be cute even after a year. I can't agree. Quenji will also be cute in a year. At the host's question, the guests fervently supported either Theo or Quenji, engaging in a battle over who was cuter. The opinions were almost 50-50. However, it wasn't just the guests who were divided in their opinions. Korea. No, people all around the world were divided into Team Theo and Team Quenji, sharing their opinions on who was cuter. We have Peace Bays too, of course. There were also a few supporting Peace Bays. Perhaps because they resembled Peace Bays, those cheering for Peace Bays also preferred to stay inconspicuous and didn't receive much attention. After the Minotaur King dealt with the Apostle of Destruction fragments. King? Guys, are you okay? Blackie hurried to check the condition of his subordinates. Kiki. Most of the surviving Destruction Devourers were unharmed. However, that was not necessarily a good thing. The Apostle of Destruction fragment's power was so strong that the Destruction Devourers who were attacked all died. At that moment, Kiki, the Destruction Devourers brought a dying Destruction Devourer with half its head severed in front of Blackie. It was the Destruction Devourer that couldn't close its eyes out of concern for its leader and had told Blackie to run away. Ki. Leader, it's a glad you're safe. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, Blackie understood the dying Destruction Devourer's final words. So, he was sad and furious at the fact that as a noble wolf and a great leader, there was nothing he could do. King! Hey! Get up! Your leader is giving you an order. What he could do was nothing more than a futile order disguised as a command. I guess I have to step in. As the oldest one here, the Minotaur King was about to explain to the sorrowful Blackie that some realities must be accepted. SSSSSRK. The energy of creation, which was faintly scattered around, began to gather at the head of the dying Destruction Devourer. It responded to Blackie's words. Just as dragons have dragon speech, Blackie had a similar power called destruction speech. TL, the actual translation of, would be something like destruction of the power of words, which is quite long, so I have translated it simply as a destruction speech. The power to infuse words with the power of destruction, ignoring the laws of the world and imposing one's will. Until now, Blackie couldn't use destruction speech due to the lack of destructive power. However, overcome with emotion, he unconsciously moved the energy of creation to use destruction speech. And then, Kiki, the head of the dying Destruction Devourer, returned to normal. Who? How is this possible? Blackie himself couldn't understand what he had done. But, that's not important right now. Kihihit. King? He. Did you see that? The leader's command are absolute. What mattered now was showing the Destruction Devourers the leader's dignity. Kiki. The Destruction Devourers lifted Blackie up and celebrated him. Kihihit. King. He. Lift me higher. As high as your respect for the great Blackie. Blackie was delighted as the Destruction Devourers treated him like a leader. This guy was hiding his abilities too. The Minotaur King nodded as he looked at Blackie. As expected, all of Sejun's companions are exceptionally capable. Theo, Flamey, Quenji, Black Rabbit, and others. The Minotaur King thought that Sejun had an excellent talent for finding capable individuals. While Sejun was being recognized by the Minotaur King for abilities he didn't even possess. Munch. Yoren was hastily filling his empty stomach after using Turn to Gold. Pio, we've hit the jackpot. Pio was collecting coins dropped when the Apostle of Destruction fragments disappeared. At that moment, King, surround that pig. Blackie, from atop the Destruction Devourers, pointed at Yoren and shouted. I can smell it. Because he could sense his core fragment from Yoren's body, he intended to show his subordinates the leader's dignity once more by finding the core fragment. Kiki. When the Destruction Devourers, following Blackie's command, surrounded Yoren, Kuik, Yoren, who was eating, was taken aback. Kihihit. King. He. Hand over my core fragment. As Blackie lunged at Yoren's pouch. What should I do? Yoren hesitated between the food in both hands and his pouch. Munch. Yoren naturally chose the food, and, Kihihit. King? He. Did you see that? The great Blackie is so fast that he couldn't even react. Blackie, having snatched Yoren's pouch, proudly pulled out his core fragment. Don't get cocky. He subdued his own consciousness embedded in the core fragment. And then, King, eat this. When he showed the core fragment to the Destruction Devourers, Kiki, chomp. The Destruction Devourers cheered for Blackie and then began to feast in earnest. Kihihit. Blackie felt proud watching this. King, but I'm sleepy. His eyelids grew heavy. He had overexerted himself using a lot of power all of a sudden. Thud. When Blackie collapsed on the ground. Grab. The Minotaur King picked him up by the scruff of his neck. Moo. Let's go back. Pio. Yes. Pio and Yoren moved to the 99th floor of the tower. Kiki! Kiki! The Destruction Devourers followed behind the Minotaur King, trailing after Blackie, who was dangling from the Minotaur King's hand. The 99th floor of the Black Tower. Blackie! Where are you? Blackie, meow. Krueng? Blackie? While Sejun, Theo, and Quenji were searching for Blackie, Sejun Nim, I know where Blackie went. Podori shook its branch and spoke to Sejun. Really? Where did Blackie go? He went that way earlier, riding on the Destruction Devourers. Podori pointed in the direction Blackie had gone with its branch. Oh. That direction is. It was the direction of the merchant passage that go down the tower. Don't tell me Blackie ran away because he was upset about getting mental education. A rebellious Blackie? This won't do. No matter what, running away is not okay. Guys, let's go catch Blackie. Got it, meow. Krueng. Understood. Sejun and his companions, who had just returned to the farm, set out again to bring back the runaway Blackie. At that moment, thud. Thud. King. Let go of me. Moo. No. Blackie, held by the scruff of his neck by the Minotaur King, could be seen struggling to break free from the Minotaur King's grip. Oh. Blackie. When Sejun called out to Blackie, King? King. King. Oh. Butler. I missed you. Blackie barked happily when he saw Sejun. However, King? Contrary to the warm welcome Blackie had expected, he found himself surrounded by Theo and Quenji. Blackie, you still haven't come to your senses, meow. Follow us, meow. Krueng. Follow us. You need more disciplining. Blackie was in danger of being taken back for more mental education by Theo and Quenji. King. 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 I've become stronger now. I won't receive mental education. Don't stop me. As Blackie tried to slip between the two by drawing on the power of creation. Pooh-hoo-hut. What are you doing, meow? Grab. King? He was easily caught by Theo. With such a small amount of energy of creation, Blackie couldn't overcome Theo and Quenji. King. Help Blackie. In the end, Blackie was dragged away to receive mental education again, and he learned firsthand that strong resistance is met with strong punishment. While Blackie was receiving mental education, chomp. Chomp. The Destruction Devourers diligently absorbed the energy of destruction from the Fenrir's core fragment that Blackie had dropped for their leader's sake. Burp. Burp. They emitted the energy of creation, but, kick. Blackie's screams did not stop. Key. The Destruction Devourers realized that it was difficult to save their leader with their own strength. Leader, we will quickly increase our numbers. Tui, Tui, Tui. They spat seeds in front of Sejun. 3 days later, you have planted a Destruction Devourer seed in magic-infused soil. Crack. As the seed Sejun planted rapidly grew, and a Destruction Devourer emerged. King. Subordinate. Come over here. There's plenty to eat here. Blackie called out while showing the core fragment with both his front paws. Kiki. The Destruction Devourer moved towards Blackie at his call. And then, you have successfully increased the number of Destruction Devourers to 1 million. Quest completed. Received 100 drops of growth elixir as a quest completion reward. As a quest completion reward, Destruction Devourers are designated as Calamity Guardians. A message indicating the completion of the quest appeared before Sejun, who had tirelessly planted Destruction Devourer seeds for 3 days. He. Great. Sejun laughed as he looked at the glass bottle in his hand containing 100 drops of growth elixir. And then, but what is a Calamity Guardian? He looked at the Destruction Devourers, who were cheering for being designated as Calamity Guardians. There didn't seem to be much of a difference. At that moment, appointing Blackie Park, who has control over the Destruction Devourers, as the third apostle of creation. King. How dare you? Blackie was furious as he saw the message in front of him. I'm the great Blackie who was once the first seat of the Apostle of Destruction. How can I be the third? He wasn't pleased with being the third. I don't want to. Just as he was about to refuse to become the Apostle of Creation, you have acquired the title, the Noble Wolf Protecting Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun. A message appeared following it. The Noble Wolf Protecting Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun? That sounds tempting. King. King. All right. I'll do it for my butler. Thus, without anyone realizing, Blackie become the third apostle of creation and, he. Blackie, I'm going ahead first. Gulp. You have consumed the growth elixir. You have gained 1 million experience points. Your lowest stat, agility, increases by 10. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV8 increases significantly. Sejun swallowed a drop of the growth elixir. And then, gulp, swallowed another drop of the growth elixir. Sejun's current level was 99. Upon reaching level 100, Sejun could no longer gain experience points due to the job quest, so he carefully drank the elixir drop by drop. I can't afford to waste even a single drop. After Sejun swallowed 5 drops of the growth elixir, you have consumed 10 drops of growth elixir. All stats increased by 100. An additional effect of the growth elixir appeared. He. Now the gap between me and Blackie has widened even more. Sejun was pleased that the gap between him and Blackie had grown larger. Gulp. Sejun continued to drink the growth elixir, and after consuming 80 drops, you have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Strength increased by 10. A quest has been triggered. Job quest, receive recognition from Harmer, god of farming, Patrick, god of earth, and Leah, god of abundance, and upgrade the tower farmer rank to S. Reward, all job skill levels 1 job new skill. Finally, upon reaching level 100, Sejun's job quest appeared. And then, Leah, god of abundance, acknowledges Park Sejun, the Black Tower's tower farmer, as the first. Leah, god of abundance, quickly acknowledged Sejun as the first. Chapter 39, I can't resist gossiping. Seed Shop Headquarters. It's already been a week. Leah opened her mouth with a look of despair as no one had visited her temple for a week. Leah still didn't know that Podori had blocked the Leah Road. What's going on? Why is Park Sejun mad at me? What did I do wrong? Leah pondered the reason for Sejun's anger. And then, could it be that? She thought of one reason why Sejun might be angry. Could he be mad because I delayed the creation of the divine relic? These days, every time a god seal was broken, they'd throw a party, eating, drinking, and having fun. I've been partying almost every day. No wonder he's mad. But how do I make Park Sejun forgive me? While Leah was contemplating, Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun has received a job quest. Please test Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun to verify his farming skills, and if you're satisfied with Park Sejun's farming skills, say I acknowledge. A message appeared. A test for Park Sejun. This was an opportunity to show how much she trusted Park Sejun. There's no need for a test between us. I trust you completely, Park Sejun. I acknowledge. So, without even giving a test, she quickly acknowledged him. You are the first to acknowledge Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun's farming skills. Oh. First place. He. Now Park Sejun's anger will subside a bit, right? Please forgive me quickly. Leah clasped her hands together and prayed for divine power to gather. And then, Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun has expanded your temple by 50 square meters. Divine power increases by 50. Third Apostle of Creation, Blackie Park, passed through your temple. Divine power increases by 10. 1,000 Calamity Guardian Destruction Devourers have passed through your temple. Divine power increases by 5. Along with the message that Sejun had expanded the temple, Blackie and the Calamity Guardian Destruction Devourers passed by, increasing Leah's divine power. Park Sejun. Park Sejun. Park Sejun, you generous man. I knew I could trust you. Leah chanted Sejun's name, who had quickly forgiven her. Who? Third Apostle of Creation, Blackie Park. There is a third one. Then who is the second? She belatedly noticed Blackie's name and was puzzled. The only Apostle of Creation the gods knew was Emila Ibeans. That's not the important thing right now. She had to prevent Park Sejun from getting angry again. Leah hurried to create the divine relic. Black Tower, 99th floor. First one should be rewarded. Sejun decided to expand the Leah Road as a reward for Leah, who had acknowledged him first. So he went to where Leah Road was. Land moving. Using the skill with Mila's hoe, he expanded Leah Road by 33 square meters. And then, Leah Road. Leah, god of abundance, who will make our pockets abundant with the harvest elixir. She was a good god. Acknowledged first for the level 100 job quest. He inscribed another line in the achievement. While Sejun was expanding Leah Road, Kihihit. King. He. Guys, follow me. Kiki. Blackie, with the Calamity Guardian Destruction Devourers, was playing around Sejun. He had been subdued for a while due to mental education, but after becoming an Apostle of Creation, Blackie had become arrogant again. Especially after acquiring the title, the Noble Wolf protecting Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun. I'll protect my butler. He felt a sense of duty to protect Sejun even more. So Blackie led his subordinates and circled around Sejun. Blackie and the Calamity Guardians naturally stepped on Leah Road, increasing Leah's divine power. And then, I absolutely must not get caught. Podori, which had been blocking Leah Road, hurriedly pulled back its roots to avoid being discovered by Sejun. Having vented some of its anger, it felt it would be in trouble if Flamey found out it had been blocking Leah Road. It would face severe scolding along with having to consume a massive amount of nutrients. Done. Sejun finished expanding Leah Road. But how do I get recognition from Hama, the god of farming? He suddenly wondered. Patrick, the god of the earth, was sealed on the 35th floor of the Golden Tower, so he could get his acknowledgement in exchange for unsealing him. But there was no information at all about Hama, the god of farming. Well, I'm sure he'll show up eventually. Sejun put aside issues he couldn't solve immediately and, guys, let's eat. Headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. What should we eat today? Sejun pondered over today's dinner menu as he looked around the void storage. We've been eating delivery food continuously these days. Today, we'll eat light. As Sejun passed by the section of delivery food and entered deeper, he saw fresh beef, pork, and chicken. Then, should we have samgyeopsal lightly today? Samgyeopsal would be lighter than ogyeopsal. It should be. After picking up the samgyeopsal, Sejun grabbed some lettuce and perilla leaves that weren't in the farm and came out of the void storage. Sizzle. As Sejun grilled the samgyeopsal, Chairman Park, are you grilling my grilled fish too? Meow. Theo, who had been sleeping while clinging to Sejun's leg, woke up and asked. Yeah. Of course. Can't you see it's grilling here? Sejun showed the skewered fish being grilled golden brown beside the grill where the samgyeopsal was being cooked. Poo-hoo-hut. Theo watched the grilled fish with a satisfied expression when, Krueng. It smells delicious. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Butler. Please give me food. Quenji and Blackie came in. Blackie, still somewhat affected by the mental education, hastily asked in a respectful way, watching his older brothers. A little while later. All right. Let's eat. When Sejun placed the grilled samgyeopsal on a plate and put it in the center of the table. Krueng. Quenji will wrap Sam for Dad. Quenji, who had eaten samgyeopsal once before, boldly started wrapping Sam. On a piece of lettuce, he placed 2 perilla leaves, 5 pieces of samgyeopsal, 3 garlic cloves, 5 slices of Kianyang chili pepper, and 3 spoonfuls of white rice. Who? Quenji, isn't that a bit too big? Sejun said in a worried voice. But, Krueng, it's okay. It tastes best this way. Quenji added a handful of shredded green onions, half a spoonful of gochujang, topped it with 5 more pieces of samgyeopsal, and wrapped it with lettuce and perilla leaves, going his own way with the Sam wrap. And then, Krueng, all done. He presented the gigantic Sam to Sejun. Wow. It looks delicious. Thank you, Quenji. This isn't Sam, it's more like a rice ball. Unable to say what he was really thinking, Sejun accepted the Sam. Krueng. Dad, you have to eat it in one bite. Unable to ignore Quenji's expectant gaze, Sejun stuffed the gigantic Sam into his mouth. Crunch. Crunch. It was difficult to fit in his mouth, but it tasted good. Thumbs up. When Sejun gave Quenji a thumbs up, Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee. Now it's Quenji's turn. Quenji, satisfied, made his own Sam with 3 times the content he had put in Sejun's. Of course, it was also 3 times larger too. Krueng. After giving a spirited shout, Quenji put the Sam into his mouth. Even while eating, he showed his fighter spirit, befitting the winner of the food fighter competition. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. The great Blackie can't lose. I'll eat in one bite too. I used to eat well too. Feeling competitive at Quenji's sight, Blackie put a whole piece of samgyeopsal into his mouth, lifting his head. He planned to swallow it all at once. But, who? The samgyeopsal, too large for Blackie's throat, got stuck, blocking his airway. Kek! Hey! Why are you trying to swallow that whole? Seeing Blackie struggling, Sejun quickly assessed the situation and performed the Heimlich maneuver by pressing on Blackie's belly. Kayak! With a strange sound, Blackie coughed up the piece of samgyeopsal stuck in his throat. Blackie is banned from meat for a week. King! No! As Blackie despaired over being unable to eat meat, I'll give you some dried sweet potato instead. When Sejun took out the dried sweet potato, Kihihit. King! Hee. Great! Give them to me quickly. Blackie instantly recovered from his despair and wagged his tail vigorously. In the head wizard's room of the Black Wizard Tower. Kayut. I like it very much. Iona smiled contentedly as she looked at the staff of suppressing gravity she held in her hand. Recently, the atmosphere in the Black Wizard Tower was at its best. Thanks to this, the 10 vice-chairmen who took tests every day were very happy. In the past, they would have been dragged away and subjected to gravity torture until they fainted. Coyote. I explained this yesterday. Look at this and try solving it again. Yes, these days, Iona gave several hints and chances until they solved the problems. While the 10 vice-chairmen were taking their tests, what might Sejun Nim need? Iona pondered about a gift for Sejun. Although Theo also contributed to making the staff, Iona was only thinking about a gift for Sejun. There was a reason for this. Even if she gave a gift to Theo, he would give it to Sejun anyway. Moreover, coyote. To capture Theo Nim's heart, I must first capture Sejun Nim's heart. If Sejun, who was Theo's mental pillar, liked it, Theo would naturally like it too, making it a win-win. While Iona was thinking about a gift for Sejun, scribble. She heard the sound of something being written enthusiastically next to her. Coyote? When Iona turned her head, she saw Blackster, who had already passed the test, drawing a blueprint. Blackster, what is that? Oh, this? These are the magic equipment designs Sejun Nim requested from me last time. A few days ago, while Sejun was waiting to give Iona the staff, he told Blackster the options he wanted for his magic equipment. Coyote. Really? Magic equipment that Sejun wants. Coyote. There is no better gift than this. Hearing Blackster's words, Iona examined the blueprint closely. Iona carefully scrutinized the blueprint. Impressive. As expected of Blackster, with his high understanding of magic, the equipment designs were highly efficient. However, Coyote? What does this Jangsugen mean? There were some unfamiliar words on the blueprint. It's short for super strong gauntlets. Then what about Jangsabu? It's short for super strong boots. Then Jangsabella must be short for super strong belt. Did Sejun Nim name these? The names seemed quite haphazardly given. Iona thought of Sejun the moment she heard them. Yes, that's right. Honestly, these names make me not want to make the equipment. Coyote. I understand. Honestly, Sejun Nim's naming sense is. Having witnessed Sejun's terrible naming skills several times, Iona understood Blackster's feelings. Right. Isn't it strange, Iona Nim? It's not just me, right? Coyote. Of course. To be honest, Blackster's too. Sniff. I'm so glad you understand. As Iona and Blackster were badmouthing about Sejun's naming skills, I can't resist gossiping. But didn't that yellow cat who came a few days ago seem a bit slow? Grun, the 7th vice-chairman, who had been twitching his mouth wanting to speak, finally opened his mouth and, "You idiot! That's not it." Blackster, sensitive to the mood as befitting a thief, shook his head and signaled to Grun, trying to give him a hint as he noticed Iona exuding an icy aura. But the wizards, who only studied magic and hadn't learned to read the room, not just a bit, he seemed really slow, right? Even his laugh, Puhuhat, is so frivolous. Unaware that the atmosphere was turning cold, the other vice-chairmen began to badmouth Theo. Guys, read the room. Blackster kept trying to give them hints with strong eye contact, but the wizards didn't notice. And then, who? Why does the atmosphere feel like this? By the time the 10 vice-chairmen realized something was wrong, it was already far too late. Ki, everyone except Blackster, follow me. In the end, they were dragged away by Iona. Ki, how dare you insult Theo Nim? Suppression, Ark. We're sorry, Iona Nim, please spare us. They became the first testers of the staff of suppressing gravity. Chapter 40, Did you just insult my master? Sejun, who had fallen asleep after drinking alcohol in the mood of eating samgyeopsal yesterday, opened his eyes. And, the seal of the Earth's jewel has been broken. He checked the messages. A moment later, today it's maple syrup. Maple Nim, I'll give you 3.3 square meters. Sejun spoke with a slightly disappointed voice after checking the reward from Maple, god of Maple, contained in a huge jar in the kitchen. But it was okay. You have lifted the seals of 5 gods. Quest conditions have been met. As a reward for meeting the quest conditions, you have obtained 5 drops of the growth elixir. Today was the day to lift the seal of the 5 gods and receive the growth elixir. Since he had 20 drops left from yesterday and received 5 more drops today, 25 drops? Sejun laughed as he collected the growth elixir as a reward. But why is there no news of the growth elixir given every time I lift the curse of the 1,000 dragons? As Sejun wondered, the tower administrator says not to worry. The tower administrator says it's because she sold a glass of golden samyangju for 500 billion tower coins. Eileen answered Sejun's curiosity. The great dragons were busy earning money to buy one glass of golden samyangju. That's why not a single glass of golden samyangju had been sold. 500 billion tower coins. Isn't that too expensive? No wonder the quest isn't being completed. As Sejun spoke in a surprised voice, the tower administrator says that although it will take time, they can make an enormous amount of money. Eileen showed strong confidence. To lift the curse of forgetfulness, the great dragons must drink a glass of golden samyangju. So Eileen set the price for one glass very high. Because from the second glass, it just becomes regular alcohol. But it's still too expensive. Eileen, let's lower it to 10 billion tower coins. Honestly, Sejun thought even 10 billion tower coins was expensive. Eileen, who usually followed Sejun's opinions. However, the tower administrator says that's too cheap. Today, she did not. I need 100 quadrillion. Because she needed money, Eileen wanted to sell the golden samyangju at a high price to cover her stay fee for going to Earth with Sejun. Of course, even selling a glass of golden samyangju for 500 billion tower coins was far from enough to reach 100 quadrillion. Eileen, let's not do that and lower the price. In Sejun's view, taking advantage of someone's weakness to take exorbitant profits was not a good approach. Even if you eat in moderation. If she made excessive profits like this, not only would it be bad for her, but there was a possibility that Eileen's reputation among the dragons might worsen later. He couldn't let Eileen be cursed by other dragons. The tower administrator says, since you insist, then she'll lower it to 250 billion tower coins. Let's lower it a bit more. Sejun continued to persuade Eileen. The tower administrator firmly says they can't lower it below 50 billion tower coins. All right. Thank you for listening to me. The price of golden samyangju was lowered to a level where dragons could afford it. Thanks to that, golden samyangju started to sell, and, what? It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. 50 billion tower coins. Why did Eileen suddenly do that? Eileen, you've become so kind. Eileen's reputation among the dragons improved. While Sejun was persuading Eileen, Krueng, Dad, did you sleep well? Quenji came to Sejun to greet him in the morning. Krueng, and Quenji is hungry. It's already this late. Eileen, is there anything you want to eat? Eileen felt quite upset about lowering the price, so Sejun asked to cheer her up. The tower administrator says they want to eat the 10-layer pancakes you make. All right. I'll make them super delicious, Sejun shouted confidently. Previously, he only drizzled honey over the pancakes, but now he had access to all the ingredients. He. Now I'm a man who has all the ingredients. Sejun's void storage, stocked with items he had brought from the supermarkets on Earth, was filled with ingredients like whipped cream and ice cream. Sejun cooled the pancakes after grilling them, then stacked them 10 layers high, generously spreading whipped cream between each layer. On the topmost layer, he placed a scoop of vanilla ice cream and decorated the surroundings with blueberries and strawberries. Thus, 5 10-layer pancakes were completed. 1 each for Eileen and Arjux, 1 for Sejun and Blackie, and the remaining 2 for Quenji. Eileen, enjoy your meal. Sejun sent the pancakes to Eileen first. The tower administrator says the pancakes looked so beautiful that it's almost a shame to eat them. He. Just eat them. I'll make more for you next time. The tower administrator nods and says okay in a happy voice. Sejun, after delivering the pancakes to Eileen. Arjux, enjoy your meal too. This time, he sent pancakes to Arjux. The White Tower's slave joyfully exclaims that Sejun Hyung sent him pancakes, raising his hands in triumph. Now, let's eat. Krueng, I'll eat it deliciously. Sejun started eating after sending the pancakes to Arjux. Pooh hut. As expected, the grilled fish made with Chairman Park's care is delicious, meow. Of course, Theo was eating the grilled fish Sejun had prepared for him today as well. Ku hey. Krueng. He. It melts when eaten with milk. Kihihit. King. He. It's delicious. Quenji and Blackie ate the pancakes with milk, and slurp. Ah. This is good. Sejun ate the pancakes with coffee he had brewed himself. After a while, Krueng. Quenji will clean until they make a squeaky clean sound. While Quenji was doing the dishes, meow. Chairman Park, the cart has returned, meow. Theo, with his ears perked up, looked in one direction and shouted, and rumble. A black hole appeared in the direction Theo was looking, and the automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower after selling out its goods returned. The return time is getting later and later. Initially, it took 2 days, then 3 days, and now it took 4 days. It's not because there's no demand since there aren't many items yet to be sold. It seemed like there was another reason. While Sejun was lost in thought, clunk! Starting settlement. The cart door opened, and the settlement began. As expected, sales weren't high this time either. However, 5 Thunder Spirit Stones, 200 Lightning Struck Woods, 3,000 Lightning Stones. What mattered were the purchased items. Upgrading the storage compartment significantly increased the amount of purchased goods. And, order form from Helic Village. 1 order form. Is it cherry tomatoes again this time? Sejun checked the order form. Order form from Helic Village. Orderer, Koi, Chief of Helic Village. Ordered items, 10 million magical cherry tomatoes. P.S. We will pay with the land deed of the 35th floor of the Golden Tower. Our village and 1,000 surrounding villages are starving. Please send us the cherry tomatoes. Who? As expected, it was an order for magical cherry tomatoes, but the quantity and payment method exceeded Sejun's expectations. In a good way. Found it. He finally got the opportunity to obtain the land deed for the 35th floor of the Golden Tower. But I'll need to go 5 times. Given the current size of the cart storage space, it can barely hold 2 million cherry tomatoes. Of course, this was before the upgrade. Currently, there are 5 Thunder Spirit Stones in the automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower, which can be used to upgrade it. By using 5, 2, 3 Thunder Spirit Stones, you can expand the storage space of the automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower by 2.25 times. Do you want to upgrade the automatic cart wandering between the Black Tower and Golden Tower using the Thunder Spirit Stones twice? The number of Thunderstones needed for each upgrade increases by 1. Yes, as the storage space gets bigger, more items from the Golden Tower can be purchased, so it was a no-brainer. With Sejun's answer, the storage space of the cart was expanded by 2.25 times. Vice Chairman Theo, only fill the cart with cherry tomatoes this time. Got it, meow. Sejun instructed Theo and then went to harvest the cherry tomatoes. Since magical cherry tomatoes were a steadily selling item on Earth and the Green Tower, there wasn't a large stock. To fill the cart with 4.5 million cherry tomatoes, they might not have enough. As Sejun harvested the cherry tomatoes and Theo loaded them onto the cart. Ki-hit. King. Hee-hee. Guys, move them. Ki-ki. Ki-ki. For the first time, Blackie helped on the farm, lining up the destruction devourers in 2 rows to hand the cherry tomatoes harvested by Sejun to Theo. And then, Krueng. I'll go gather herbs and receive special training from teacher Minotaur King. Quenji, who had finished washing the dishes, headed towards the herb field. 1st floor of the 10th tower. Park Sejun, you scoundrel. Why aren't you coming? Stella was frustrated as she waited for Sejun today as well. She wanted to send him all kinds of curses via a voice message orb, but she had no materials left to make another voice message orb. There were no stones here, only soft soil. Park Sejun. You rotten $. As she vented her anger at Sejun alone. Crack. A small, 5 centimeters brown root poked out from the soil and looked around. Did someone just insult my master? It was Flamey, who had finally arrived at the 10th tower after absorbing the thick red mist surrounding the area. You? Did you just insult my master? Flamey demanded, looking at Stella who had cursed Sejun. What? You? How dare you call the great silver dragon Stella his you? Whoosh! As the enraged Stella gathered her energy, a massive wind blew, shaking Flamey's root in response to her fury. However, quickly take back the insult to my master. Flamey, who had deeply planted her roots into the earth of the tower, didn't budge. No way. Why should the great silver dragon like me do that? He kept me waiting for so long, of course, he deserves some insults. As Stella drew more energy, a dragon wind was created. If you don't take it back, I won't let this go. Rumble. Flamey didn't back down and raised her massive root that had been buried in the ground. There was no one here. There was no chance of being caught by Sejun, and no one would be harmed by her using her power. What will you do if you don't let it go? Wind, tear it apart. As Stella commanded the wind with her dragon words, it started grinding Flamey's root like a shredder. However, HMPH. That won't do anything to me. So take back the insult to my master. Crack. Flamey's root regenerated almost instantly as it was being shredded. The area around the 10th tower was filled with the energy of destruction, and Flamey used the abundant nutrients to regenerate her root. Don't get cocky. Wind, engulf and crush. Stella drew more energy and attacked Flamey again. This time, the wind transformed into the shape of a giant dragon and swallowed Flamey's roots, turning them into dust. However, quickly take back what you said about my master. Rumble. With Flamey's shout, hundreds of massive roots surged from the ground, surrounding Stella. Eek! No way! What is this thing? Roar. As the cornered Stella panicked and fired a silver breath towards the roots. Take it back. Crack. Flamey blocked the breath with her roots and started pressuring Stella. And then, oh. A fight! The administrator of the 10th tower watched their fight with great interest. Chapter 41, Dad isn't going to be weak forever. Green Tower, 1st floor. Pooh-hoo hut. Sold out, meow. And starting today, I'll be selling new items, meow. After having breakfast and arriving at the Green Tower, Theo, who had sold out the auction, shouted. New items? What could it be? Theo's announcement piqued the interest not only of the Nita tribes, but also of the Immortal Clan members who worked as slaves in the store. The Immortal Clan members, though called slaves, were living a happier and more relaxed life than when they were organization members. Their slave salary was higher than when they were part of the organization, and they would buy some crops sold at Sejun's store with the salary they received. They would then take them to the upper floors to sell during their off hours, earning quite a decent side income. Thus, it was only natural that they showed interest in the new items Theo was selling. As everyone's attention was focused, this is it, meow. Theo brought out the lightning-struck wood and the lightning stones. If the goods from the Golden Tower were only supplied to the Black Tower, their rarity would quickly diminish. That would lower the market price, so Theo, following Sejun's instructions, released some of the Golden Tower items in the Green Tower. And then, those are lightning-struck wood and lightning stones. Egil, the Saintess of Destruction, the 97th floor boss of the Green Tower, got excited seeing the 50 pieces of lightning-struck wood and 500 lightning stones Theo had taken out. The divine power Egil used was greatly influenced by the lightning attribute. Therefore, she had been looking for lightning-struck wood and lightning stones to make equipment to amplify her divine power. However, even with a lot of money, there were hardly any available, so she hadn't been able to gather the necessary amount for years. But now, Pooh-hoo hut. This isn't an auction, I will sell them at a fixed price, meow. A benefactor appeared who would sell a large quantity of lightning-struck wood and lightning stones right before her eyes. The lightning-struck wood is 15 billion tower coins, and the lightning stones are 400 million tower coins, meow. Theo Nim, I'll buy them all. Although the price was more than 50% higher than the Black Tower's market price, Egil had saved enough money, so she bought all the stock Theo brought. She bought far more than she needed for the equipment, but the rest could be used to make equipment for her subordinates. Meow? Thanks to this, Theo sold out all the lightning-struck wood and lightning stones he had planned to sell in the store. Pooh-hoo hut. Today is an early day off, meow. I'll quickly go and boast to Chairman Park, meow. Theo returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower with more than 1 trillion tower coins. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. As soon as Theo quickly got out of his bag and threw himself towards Sejun's face. You're back early? Sejun caught Theo's body with his face. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I, Vice Chairman Theo, sold all the items I took today, meow. I earned a lot of money, meow. You sold everything? Sejun asked as he grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck and pulled him off his face. That's right, meow. Theo boasted, showing off the money pouch in his hand. Well done, Pooh-hoo hut. Of course, I'm good at this, meow. As Sejun petted Theo's head hanging on his knee. You can praise me more, meow, Theo said, rubbing his head vigorously against Sejun's hand. Thanks to this, Sejun took a short break while petting Theo's head. Abundance, power, abundance has been applied to the magical cherry tomatoes. The quantity of the next harvest of the magical cherry tomatoes has doubled. Sejun drank the red mugwort potion and used the power to increase the harvest of the cherry tomatoes. This was because the storage was empty after sending a large batch of cherry tomatoes to the Golden Tower. After increasing the production of cherry tomatoes, Blackie, let's have lunch. He called out to Blackie, who was playing with the destruction devourers nearby. Ki-hee-hee. King. Hee-hee. Give me something delicious. Blackie hurried over at Sejun's call. Chomp chomp chomp. Theo ate churu. Blackie, just wait a moment. Sejun unwrapped a convenient store triangular kimbap. King. Give me more. Feeding it into Blackie's mouth, they had their meal together. After finishing their meal, abundance, Sejun began to use his power to increase the soil's fertility. And then, Kiki. Kiki. The destruction devourers called for their leader. King? What is it, subordinates? When Blackie went to where his subordinates were calling him, Kiki, the destruction devourers pointed to a fully purified core fragment they had absorbed the power of destruction from. Kihihi. King. King. Hee. Well done, guys. Now let's go over there. I'll feed this to the butler later. Blackie, who had picked up the core fragment, led the destruction devourers to a field with strong energy of destruction. Western region of the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Krueng. It's medicinal herbs. Crack. Quenji was digging up medicinal herbs to give to Sejun today. Quenji spent the entire morning tending to or digging up medicinal herbs. Krueng. It's time for lunch. He took out a small, black three-tiered lunchbox that Sejun had packed for him from the snack pouch. The lunchbox was made by Eileen from Black Dragon Scales at Sejun's request and naturally had preservation and space expansion magic on it. Hey. Krueng. Hee. I'm excited to see what Dad packed today. Click. With a happy face, Quenji opened the lunchbox lid. Krueng. It's soy sauce butter bibimbap. The top tier was filled with soy sauce butter bibimbap covered with dozens of soft-boiled eggs. The second tier was packed with pork cutlets, and the third tier was filled with sausages. Hey. Quenji picked up a spoon with his right hand, scooped up the soy sauce butter bibimbap with egg yolk with his right hand and put it in his mouth. Crunch! He grabbed an uncut pork cutlet with his left hand, dipped it in the sauce, and put it whole in his mouth. Hey. Krueng. Hee. It's delicious. Quenji shook his bottom and danced a happy dance as he ate. A little while later, Krueng. Now it's time for dessert. Quenji put the empty lunchbox back in the snack pouch and started eating a large 10L chocolate ice cream. And then, Krueng. Now I have to go for special training. After finishing the ice cream, Quenji went to find the Minotaur King for special training. Krueng. Teacher, Quenji is here. Moo. All right. The Minotaur King, who was waiting in advance, greeted Quenji. Moo. Let's start right away. Draw up your energy. Krueng. At the Minotaur King's words, Quenji shouted with determination and clenched his fists and drew up his energy. Moo. Draw up more. Krueng. Moo. More. Krueng. Goo. When Quenji had drawn up to 70% of the power he could exert, Quenji felt his heart drop and instinctively let go of his power hurriedly. Moo. Again. Krueng. The Minotaur King made Quenji draw up his energy again while watching him. But, this time too, Quenji couldn't exert his full power and released it midway. Moo. Again. Krueng. This is difficult. The Minotaur King fell into deep thought while watching his disciple Quenji, who kept releasing his power before exerting his full strength. It was only a few days ago that the Minotaur King realized Quenji wasn't exerting, or rather couldn't exert, his full strength. He had been teaching Quenji how to overpower an enemy with energy, but, Krueng. Strangely, Quenji would release his power when it reached a certain level while drawing it up. Moo? Disciple, why do you release your power? The Minotaur King had a deep conversation with Quenji about the strangeness. Krueng, I'm scared of hurting Dad when I draw up power, and he learned the reason. The fact that Sejun had fainted several times because of him had become a trauma for Quenji. So, Quenji developed a habit of releasing his power whenever he felt it might harm Sejun. The fear of potentially hurting his dad was imprinted in Quenji's subconscious, and, whenever Quenji drew up his power beyond a certain point, the subconscious fear made his body release the power, preventing Quenji from using it. Moo. Again. Krueng. Today too, Quenji was working hard in special training to break through his limit. Early morning. King, I'm sleepy. Waking up from sleep, Blackie, with sleepy eyes, came outside and, dig, dug the ground hard to retrieve the purified core fragment he had hidden during the day. And then, hop. With the core fragment in his mouth, he climbed onto the bed. Kihi. Put the core fragment into Sejun's mouth. Chomp. And pushed it in hard with both front paws. Then, gulp. The core fragment smoothly passed down Sejun's throat. Ooh. Sejun felt a brief pain, but since it was only 0.01%, the pain didn't last long. Kihihi. King. Hee. Done. Satisfied, Blackie climbed onto Sejun's chest, and fell asleep again listening to Sejun's heartbeat. A few hours later. Blackie, wake up Ack. Sejun woke up from a nightmare of being crushed by a giant Blackie. And then, you have forcibly consumed a purified Fenrir's core fragment. You have absorbed a core fragment containing 0.01% of Fenrir's power. It combines with the power of the existing Fenrir's core fragment. 0.0129% of Fenrir's power accumulates in your body. He checked the messages. Is this Blackie's doing again? Kirarong, Sejun said as he looked at Blackie sleeping on his chest. Sejun had asked Peacebase to find out who was constantly feeding him the purified Fenrir's core fragments. Sejun knew it was Blackie, and discovered that Blackie was the culprit. Why is he feeding me this? Although Sejun didn't know what Blackie had done, the Fenrir's core fragments were something he couldn't consume alone due to usage restrictions. Since it also helped strengthen his power, it wasn't bad. I might as well get up. Even though the sun hadn't risen yet, it was a bit too late to go back to sleep. Swoosh! Meow! Suddenly feeling playful, Sejun got up and unwrapped Theo's front paws, which were hugging his knees, pulled out his knee, and king. Then he placed Blackie in that spot. Hee. I wonder how they'll react later. After watching the two sleeping embraced, Sejun went outside and was strolling around the farm when Kuang! Krueng! From afar, he heard the sounds of Pink Fur and Quenge's shouts. Normally, both of them should be asleep. What are they doing at this hour? Curious, Sejun walked towards the source of the sound. As he got closer, Kuang! Krueng! Goo! He saw Pink Fur and Quenge shouting with effort and spreading their energy around. At that moment, achoo! Sejun sneezed, perhaps due to the cold air making his nose itchy. And then, Krueng! Startled, Quenge, who was doing extra practice with Pink Fur early because yesterday's training results were poor, noticed Sejun had gotten quite close. This is bad. Mom is using her power. Dad will faint. Quenge panicked. However, sorry. I sneezed suddenly. But what are you two doing? Sejun asked them in a calm voice. Krueng, Dad didn't faint. Big brother isn't here, but Dad withstood Mom's energy. Quenge was shocked by this realization. Sejun was no longer the weak Sejun that Quenge had been worried about. Especially after obtaining the power, sturdy young dragon's solid bones, his resistance to external energy had significantly increased. Of course, he was still the weakest and a sunfish on the 99th floor of the tower, but he was no longer so weak that he would faint from being exposed to strong energy. That's right. Dad isn't going to be weak forever. Dad is growing too. Thanks to this, Quenge had a great realization. Krueng! Goo! With the assurance that raising his power wouldn't hurt Sejun, Quenge began to use 100% of his energy. An explosive energy bruised out. The power that had been suppressed until now burst out at once. An energy much stronger than Quenge originally possessed gushed out and, I feel like I'm going to faint. Sejun quickly retreated to avoid Quenge's energy. Although he didn't faint, it was still painful. Thus, Quenge magnificently overcame his trauma. The novice herbalist Quenge Park, who gained enlightenment, has acquired the power, calm before the storm. Thunder, god of storms, is watching Quenge Park. He gained a powerful ability and caught the attention of Thunder, god of storms. Chapter 42, should I recruit him as an apostle of destruction? Combat shop headquarters. There isn't a warrior to my liking. Thunder, the god of storms, grumbled as he surveyed the warriors who had entered the tower. Unlike other gods of war, Thunder, who was especially proud, only sold weapons and skills to warriors he approved of. Then, a being who has awakened the power of the storm on their own and obtained power, calm before the storm, has appeared in the tower. A message appeared before Thunder. What? They obtained power, calm before the storm on their own. In his tens of thousands of years of life, he had never seen a talent who gained a power on their own through enlightenment. Where are they? Thunder hurriedly began to search for the warrior mentioned in the message, fearing that other war gods might snatch them away. Thus, Thunder quickly sought out the warrior with power, calm before the storm, and found them. He found Quenge on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. The rough energy and giant body that made one think they were born to be a warrior. You're the talent I've been searching for. Seeing Quenge in person, Thunder became even more certain. You were born to be a warrior. Ha ha ha. I will train you to be the greatest warrior. I am Thunder, the god of storms. Warrior, what is your name? When Thunder asked Quenge in a solemn voice. Thunder Nim, greetings. Quenge's name is Quenge Park. Nice to meet you. Quenge, who had been well educated in manners, responded politely. All right. Nice to meet you too. Quenge Park, I'll specially give you the chance to buy my weapons and skills. True to his warrior nature, Thunder got straight to the point. He then showed his divine weapons and skills, but, then give me a discount. Quenge, who had learned from Sejun and Theo that items should be bargained for 3 times before buying, asked Thunder for a discount. What? A discount? Hey now. A warrior should not disgrace themselves by haggling. It's okay. Quenji isn't a warrior, Quenji is an herbalist. So give me a discount. A herbalist. You have the ability to become the greatest warrior, but you're an herbalist. Quenji Park, why are you wasting your talent? Quit being a herbalist immediately. Become the greatest warrior. No. Thunder Nim, you insulted herbalists. I won't talk to you anymore. Quenji Park has blocked conversations for 3 days. Did I just get rejected? No way. Quenji, you are destined to be a warrior. At Thunder's desperate cry, the sky darkened with storm clouds and a storm began. And then, rumble. Ooh? Why did it suddenly get dark? I was almost done. Leah, who was focusing on crafting the divine relic for Sejun, looked outside. The sky was gloomy, as if a thunderbolt could fall at any moment. Did someone anger Thunder again? Leah muttered as she looked at the sky, then went back to crafting the divine relic. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Thunder Nim insulted herbalists. Thunder Nim is bad. Quenji, who had blocked Thunder for belittling herbalists. Hey. I should quickly brag to Dad. As Quenji laughed and looked around to find Sejun, he saw Pink Fur and Sejun hiding behind Pink Fur. Pink Fur stood in front to block Quenji's overwhelming aura, protecting the struggling Sejun. Krueng! Mom, Dad! Quenji got a power. Quenji can now control his strength. Koom! Pink Fur tightly hugged Quenji, who was proudly announcing his achievement. That's great, congratulations, my son. Sejun, who was exhausted from enduring Quenji's energy release, congratulated Quenji in a weak voice and checked the power Quenji had obtained. Power, calm before the storm, maintains a state of calm, compressing power without letting it leak, and then releases it all at once to amplify the power like a storm. The longer the state of calm is maintained, the greater the amplification due to the expansion of power when released. The maximum amplification is 100 times. Wow, Quenji is so lucky. Sejun sighed with envy as he examined the power. It was a power that could amplify strength by compressing energy, storing it up, and releasing it at the desired moment. I wish I could store up energy too. While Sejun was enviously looking at Quenji, growl. A loud sound came from Quenji's stomach. Since he had been up since dawn for special training, he was hungrier than usual. Krueng! Dad, Quenji is hungry. All right. Let's eat. Hee. I'll also throw a party to celebrate obtaining your power later tonight. As Sejun planned the party for the evening, he began to take out food in front of Quenji and Pink Fur. He gave Pink Fur 100 pieces each of pizza, hamburgers, and chicken. It wasn't enough to make them full, but just enough to taste. The rest was managed by using the crop gigantification skill to provide quantity. And then, here. This is for Quenji. Krueng! So excited! It's jjajangmyeon and tangsuyuk. Quenji and Sejun ate jjajangmyeon and tangsuyuk for breakfast. While the three of them were enjoying their breakfast, hark! Kiak! They heard the angry cries of Theo and Blackie from the direction of the house. Phut! Looks like they just woke up. Sejun burst into laughter, imagining Theo and Blackie surprised by each other's faces. A little later, Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo, who had used Meow Step to find Sejun, appeared in an instant and clung to Sejun's face. Grab. Meow. As Sejun grabbed Theo's neck from his face and put him on his knee. Thump. King. Hey. Take care of me too. Who? Did you eat delicious food without me? Blackie, who was late, also ran towards Sejun, barking angrily. You can eat too. When Sejun stuffed a piece of tangsuyuk into Blackie's mouth, hee. Blackie immediately started laughing. Hee. Easy fellow. Sejun also smiled as he continued eating, giving Theo some churu. Merchant passage connecting the 70th and 80th floors of the Black Tower. I must find Fenrir and Nim quickly. Unlike other Apostles of Destruction, Kruger's fragment had infiltrated again to inform that the Apostles of Destruction were targeting Fenrir. But no matter how much he searched the tower, he couldn't find any clues about Fenrir. At that moment, Pio, Kuik, Pio and Uran, singing happily, passed by Kruger, who was disguised as a rock. The two were tracking down those who had swindled Uran's money again today. They're Fenrir Nim's companions. If I follow them, I should be able to meet Fenrir Nim, right? Kruger, recognizing the two, cautiously tailed them. And then, what's with that guy? Kruger, who was following the two, was greatly surprised by Uran, who seemed to find only places with robbers, traps, and other Apostles of Destruction. An incredible talent. If that guy was thrown into a normal dimension, it seemed he could easily destroy a planet by attracting all sorts of misfortunes without even having to send calamities. Should I recruit him as an apostle of destruction? Later, Kruger thought to recommend Uran as a candidate for apostle of destruction while continuing to follow the two. Then, thump! Unable to get a rest for a moment, the two disappeared into Jormungander's mouth. As expected, he's a talent. Kruger hid himself and waited for the two to come out. Seed Shop Headquarters. Finally, it's complete! Leah, god of abundance, cheered as she finished creating the divine relic. And then, my believer, she called the ungrateful believer king of farming, who hadn't been praying often lately, and made him go find Sejun to deliver the relic. Although there were other ways to send the divine relic, Leah deliberately sent the king of farming to the 99th floor of the tower. She absolutely didn't have any ill feelings. He. It's only through such hardships that faith grows. Indeed, that's right. Well, maybe just a little bit. Thus, Leah imposed the tremendous ordeal of going to the 99th floor of the tower on the king of farming. Shall I go see hell after all these years? Leah left her quarters and went to a secluded corner of the Seed Shop headquarters. In the corner was a small side door. When Leah opened the side door and stepped outside, she saw a splendid building made of gold. A small, splendid building nestled between the large, magnificent combat shop headquarters and the large, shabby Seed Shop headquarters. Slide. When Leah opened the door of the building made of gold and went inside. Ark! Why do you keep offering money? Theo, you fool! She saw a blonde woman fuming with anger. Hell, what's going on? Leah hurriedly asked Hell, recognizing the familiar name. Leah? What brings you here? Did you come to borrow some divine power? He. No, we are now earning our own divine power. Really? Congratulations. He. Thank you, but how are you earning it? Oh, that's... Leah explained the process by which she obtained the divine power. What? That rascal Park Sejun is building temples for you. Yes. Hell, do you know Park Sejun? Of course I know him. He's the wicked guy exploiting the naive Theo. What? Park Sejun is exploiting Theo? Yeah. Leah, listen to me. That rascal Park Sejun, Hell, her face red with anger, started to complain to Leah. Hell, god of merchants, cherished talented merchants. To Hell, Theo was an oddball. Initially, she thought Theo had no talent, but soon he began making money with remarkable skill. At first, she found it endearing that Theo, who seemed untalented, grew into an excellent merchant. However, seeing Theo offering all his earnings to Sejun, a farmer, made her uncomfortable. She was sure that the rascal Park Sejun was exploiting Theo by sweet-talking him. Otherwise, it didn't make sense for a merchant to give all his money away. Moreover, she became even more enraged seeing him use Theo to exploit Uran and Mima, whom she cherished, as subordinates. Thus, during the legendary merchant exam, she even interfered by making them obtain impossible ingredients to prevent further exploitation. But Park Sejun, showing off, provided Theo with the necessary ingredients, ultimately making Theo a legendary merchant. He was now extending his evil clutches to other towers and exploiting even more severely. Hell didn't like how Sejun was exploiting the legendary merchants. Hell, you're misunderstanding. Park Sejun is a kind and capable farmer. And it would be good for you to side with Park Sejun too. What? Park Sejun, a kind guy? That can't be true, but even if it were, I'm the god of merchants. I have my pride. How can I, the god of merchants, side with a farmer? Does pride put food on the table? As the god of merchants, you should know better. Helping during tough times brings greater rewards. Park Sejun is someone who will become great. He's still in the baby step stage. You have to grab to him before he takes off. Leah strongly defended Sejun and tried to persuade Hell. If Hell stepped in, it would be a great help to Sejun. I'll have to tell Park Sejun later that I persuaded her. Leah, hoping to receive an even larger temple from Sejun, spoke more fervently. Really? It seemed Leah's persuasion was working as Hell began to ponder. Yes. Trust me and invest in him a little. If Leah is so insistent, maybe I'll invest a little. The god of abundance is the one who governs prosperity. If she was this insistent, it was worth doing. A farmer, who? This should be good. Hell took a glass vial containing the harvest elixir from the items displayed on the wall. Yes. That would be great. Leah nodded with a smile. The growth elixir Hell possessed was an item Leah had pawned while borrowing divine power, but had failed to reclaim on time. The wall was full of items that other gods had put up as collateral and lost for failing to repay divine power. Legendary merchant Theo, receive my item and deliver it to Park Sejun. Hell sent 10 drops of the harvest elixir to Theo. And then, Black Tower's legendary merchant Theo Park demands more, saying 10 drops are too stingy. What? Stingy? This guy is too shameless. Was he really being exploited by Park Sejun? Hell, who had felt sorry for Theo, began to doubt him. Chapter 43, Theo Park, you scoundrel. Meow meow meow. Theo was spending a blissful time lying on Sejun's lap before going to work. At that moment, Hell, god of merchants, bestows 10 drops of harvest elixir. A message sent by Hell appeared before Theo. Even though 10 drops of harvest elixir were worth nearly 1 trillion tower coins. Meow? Not enough, meow. Frowning at the small glass bottle held in his front paw, Theo was displeased. Theo had always disliked how the great chairman Park struggled over getting a few drops of harvest elixir. Pooh-hoo heart. Hell, god of merchants, nice to meet you, meow. Then it's a battle, meow. I will defeat you with the skills passed down by the great chairman Park, meow. Suddenly burning with competitiveness, he challenged Hell to a match. Stingy, meow. Give me more, meow. It was Vice Chairman Theo's pestering technique, adapted from Chairman Park's secret technique of haggling 3 times. So he used his secret technique to pester for more. He did not make any sound outwardly. It was to show off to Sejun after he defeated Hell, god of merchants. Then, Hell, god of merchants, gets angry and says that you have been so exploited by Park Sejun that you have lost your sense, and 10 drops of harvest elixir are more than enough. Hell responded angrily, did you just disrespect the great Chairman Park, meow? Moreover, Chairman Park doesn't exploit me, meow. Furious at Hell for calling Sejun a bad person, Theo's chest burned with anger. Who was it that gave me grilled fish and churu when I was just a worthless wandering merchant cat who had been scammed, meow? Who was it that offered their lap, meow? Who was it that made me a legendary merchant, meow? It was none other than the great and glorious Chairman Park, meow. And you dare insult such a great Chairman Park, meow. Unforgivable, meow. Hack. 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 You've done terribly wrong, so sign this contract, meow. Theo, fuming with anger, pulled out a slave contract. Of course, the slave contract Theo brought out didn't get delivered to Hell. How can there be a guy like this? It was enough to startle Hell. What being would dare to present a slave contract for a god to sign? Could it be that Park Sejun is just a puppet chairman and this cat is the real mastermind? While Hell was suspecting Theo as the mastermind, I'll punish you, meow. But how should I punish you, meow? Theo was pondering how to punish Hell, god of merchants. Meow. That's it, meow. I'll impeach Hell, god of merchants, meow. Since he couldn't punish the other party because they were a god, he decided to first make them step down from being a god. And then, Black Tower's legendary merchant Theo Park attempts to impeach Hell, god of merchants. Slaves Black Tower's legendary merchant Mima and Black Tower's legendary merchant Uran automatically agree with Black Tower's legendary merchant Theo Park's opinion. A legendary merchant's vote counts as 2 votes. 3 legendary merchants of the Black Tower agree to impeach Hell, god of merchants, resulting in 6 votes in favor. 6 votes, which is over 25% of the total 20 votes, are in favor of impeaching Hell, god of merchants. Voting for the impeachment of Hell, god of merchants begins. If 5 more votes are cast in favor within a year, Hell, god of merchants, will be impeached. In an instant, the impeachment vote for Hell began. You crazy bastard! What did I do wrong for you to impeach me? Hell, god of merchants, was dumbfounded. But at the same time, she felt an immense sense of crisis. There are 16 legendary merchants in the 9 towers, 4 in the Black Tower, and 12 in other towers. But what if Theo makes the remaining Black Tower's legendary merchant his slave, and goes to other towers to make 3 more legendary merchants his slaves? I'll really be impeached. Hell, god of merchants, pleads you to cancel the impeachment in exchange for all the harvest elixir she has. Give it quickly, meow. Pooh-hoo heart. I won, meow. Hell hurriedly transferred all the harvest elixir she had to Theo. Hell, god of merchants, bestows 45 drops of harvest elixir. And then, pooh-hoo heart. I will cancel it, meow. Theo cancelled the impeachment of Hell. Hell, god of merchants, thanks you. Thus, the tables turned between Hell and Theo. Pooh-hoo heart. Now, pay the price for slandering the great Chairman Park, meow. The final part of the pestering technique was left, meow. Theo ramped up his efforts for the last pestering. Hell, god of merchants, complains that the harvest elixir she just gave is already of tremendous value. Pooh-hoo heart. Then it's impeachment, meow. Theo, who could always exercise 6 votes including Mima and Uran's votes. Black Tower's legendary merchant Theo Park attempts to impeach Hell, god of merchants. He could start an impeachment vote that could impeach Hell at any time. Hell, god of merchants, sighs and says that this is really precious. So Theo was the mastermind after all. Finally realizing the situation, Hell, with a tearful face, sent an item from her closet to Theo. Hell, god of merchants, bestows the thunder, god of storms divine relic thunderbolt staff. Pooh hut. Negotiation successful, meow. Although it was clearly a case of threats and intimidation, Theo proudly called it a negotiation, a statement that would have made Hell feel unjustly treated if she had heard it. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, look at this, meow. Theo handed Sejun the glass vial containing 55 drops of harvest elixir and a golden metal staff he received from Hell. This is harvest elixir? Who? 55 drops. And this is a divine relic. Vice Chairman Theo, where did you suddenly get these? Sejun asked in great surprise when Theo, who had been playing on his lap, suddenly handed over such amazing items. Thunderbolt staff, a divine relic used by Thunder, god of storms, in battle. It contains the first thunderbolt and can harness the power of lightning at will. When placed where lightning strikes, it absorbs the lightning to recharge its power. Current charge, 10%. Usage restriction, those with power, calm before the storm. Creator, Thunder, god of storms. Grade. It seemed that the divine relic Thunderbolt staff was made especially for Quenji, who uses clubs. Pooh hut. I won against someone called Hell and received these, meow. Hell? Yes, meow. Hell is the god of merchants, meow. Really? But since she's a god, you should call her Hell Nim out of respect. Hee. Considering she gave such nice things, attaching a Nim to her name is the least we can do. Got it, meow. I will call her Hell Nim from now on, meow. As expected of Theo, who listened well to Sejun, immediately changed the way he addressed Hell. I should make something for Hell Nim. She gave such amazing things, but Hell Road feels a bit lacking. Sejun contemplated a new temple for Hell, and, all right. This time let's go with a monument this time. Land moving. Sejun used his hoe to erect a 3-meter-tall monument next to the Creator God's tablet. Hell Monument. Hell, god of merchants, who gave us 55 drops of harvest elixir and the divine relic Thunderbolt staff. She was a god who knew business ethics. He inscribed Hell's achievements in words in front of the monument. At that moment, Hell, who had been extorted of immensely valuable items due to Theo's threats. Leah, it's all your fault. I got totally extorted by Theo. Theo, you scoundrel. Hell yelled in frustration at Leah, who had encouraged her to invest in Sejun. Hell, just wait a little. I'm telling you, Park Sejun will do something. No. As long as that scoundrel Theo is around, I'm doomed. Soon, Theo will extort everything and I'll end up a beggar. Wah! As Hell was crying and whining to Leah, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, has built a temple for you. Divine power increases by 100. The amount of divine power gain doubles due to receiving the Creator God's blessing as the temple's location is next to the Creator God's tablet. 10,000 mushroom ants, tenant farmers of Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, have seen your temple. Divine power increases by 2. The third apostle of creation, Blackie Park, has seen your temple. Divine power increases by 4. 100,000 Calamity Guardian Destruction Devourers have seen your temple. Divine power increases by 1,000. Messages appeared. Unlike with the roads, the monument increased divine power just by being seen, without needing to be stepped on. Who? What's this? At the same time, an enormous amount of divine power entered Hell's body, making her body shine brightly. See? I told you investing in Park Sejun was a good idea, right? Phew. I'm saved. Park Sejun, I knew I could trust you. Leah, who had been slightly anxious, sighed in relief and asked Hell boastfully. Yes. Park Sejun is the best. What incredible divine power. Hell, who had stopped whining by now, gave a thumbs up and grinned widely. And, the returns on investment are quite impressive. Hell started rummaging through items to invest in Sejun while mentally calculating with an abacus. Sejun, who had obtained 55 drops of harvest elixir. I should use this harvest elixir on. I should use it on harvest elixir on the thick darkness cherry, sunflower seed, and sundred red pepper. The thick darkness cherry and sunflower seed were to restore the power of darkness and light to the black dragon and white dragon, respectively. If I bring 10,000 sundred red peppers to the White Tower, they'll tell me the location of the sealed sun, right? The 100 red peppers were to bring daytime to the White Tower, which only had night. Thus, Sejun used 20 drops on the thick darkness cherry, 20 drops on the sunflower seed, and 15 drops on the 100 red pepper. You have harvested 100 red peppers. By evening, he harvested 30,000 100 red peppers. After a while, all right. Arjux, are you ready? The White Tower's slave says he's currently with Grandpa in the White Tower's administrator area. Since Sejun couldn't meet Arjux due to his awakening, so he sent Arjux to the administrator's area. Okay, move. Upon hearing Arjux's response, Sejun used waypoint to move to the 99th floor of the White Tower. And then, you have arrived on the 99th floor of the White Tower. The surrounding area is filled with magic power. Sejun was exposed to the immense magic power emitted by Arjux to cultivate the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. In the past, Sejun would have struggled even to breathe, but, oh, I feel energized? Now, he had reached a level where he could leisurely enjoy such an environment. The efficiency of talent, accumulating magic circuit increases, accelerating the speed of accumulating magic power. Magic power accumulates permanently by 0.1 every 3 hours. Thanks to this, the speed of accumulating magic power also increased. Then shall I take them out? Sejun took out 10,000 100 red peppers from the leather pouch tied to his waist. Then, you have brought 10,000 100 red peppers to the White Tower. The quest has been completed. You have received 5 drops of harvest elixir as a quest completion reward. 10,000 100 red peppers burn brightly to find the location of the sun sealed in the White Tower. With the message, the 100 red peppers began to burn vigorously, brightening the surroundings. After about 10 minutes, the location of the sun sealed in the White Tower has been found. The sealed sun is on the 67th floor of the tower. A message appeared, and a quest has been generated. Subsequently, a quest appeared saying that breaking the sun seal would achieve a great accomplishment. The reward was 10 drops of harvest elixir. Let's head back for now. Since he first needed to find the land deed for the 67th floor of the White Tower, Sejun returned to the Black Tower, and spent 3 days in his ordinary routine. The first floor of the 10th tower. Huff so persistent. After fighting Flamey for 5 days, Stella, who had no decisive blow to completely subdue the infinitely recovering Flamey, was exhausted. Are you going to continue? I can fight for another 100 days. Hurry up and take back what you said about my master. Huff all right. I take back what I said about Park Sejun. I take it back. In the end, exhausted and unable to move, Stella surrendered to Flamey, who had been strangling her with roots. To be precise, no matter how much Flamey strangled her, it did no damage, but Stella just surrendered because it was annoying. Thus, Flamey who had obtained Stella's surrender. But who is that person? She asked, looking at the man who had been watching her and Stella while eating popcorn for a while. Chapter 44. How about Yondel then? First floor of the 10th tower. Me? Can you see me? When the man eating popcorn pointed at his own face in response to Flamey's question. Yes, you. Nod. Flamey shook its roots up and down. Is someone there? Stella asked, focusing on the direction Flamey's roots were pointing. But, there's nothing there? Stella couldn't see anything. You're not teasing me because you won, are you? Stella glared fiercely at Flamey. What? Can't you see the person eating popcorn over there? Flamey said, sounding frustrated. Popcorn? What's popcorn? Popcorn is made when you apply heat to stamina corn grown by the master, and the inside bursts her. How are you eating the master's popcorn? Did you steal my master's crops? Flamey, who was explaining popcorn to Stella, became angry and showed hostility towards the man. Don't misunderstand, I didn't steal it. But it's impressive that you can see me. Is it because you're Park Sejun's tree who cleared the 10th tower's trial? The man hurriedly explained, seemingly wanting to clear up the misunderstanding. Who? That voice is the administrator? Stella reacted to the man's familiar voice. Yes. Let me formally introduce myself. When the man turned off the observer mode, a man with brown hair holding popcorn appeared in Stella's eyes. I am Harmer, the administrator of the 10th tower, and the god of farming. When Harmer introduced himself to the two. Oh. Are you really Harmer Nim? Flamey looked at Harmer as if she was looking at a celebrity. Ho. Yes. I am Harmer, the god of farming, as Harmer felt proud due to Flamey's attitude. Harmer Nim. Quickly acknowledge my master's farming skills. If Harmer Nim acknowledges, then master only need Patrick Nim's recognition. Flamey grabbed Harmer's legs with her roots and started pleading him to quickly acknowledge Sejun. No. I can't acknowledge him so easily. Why not? My master is really good at farming. Of course, I know that. Hama, being the god of farming, already knew well about the farming skills of Sejun, the tower farmer. Then why don't you acknowledge my master? This is a sacred test of the gods. It can't be rushed. There are procedures to follow, but, hey now. I said wait, Hama shouted loudly at Flamey. Park Sejun. The popcorn is running low. Harvest the stamina corn. He started fulfilling his selfish desires while giving Sejun a quest. And then, Leah Nim recognized him right away though. Flamey looked at Hama with suspicious eyes. It seemed like Flamey might hit Hama soon. Morning at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Theo went to work at the Green Tower, and Quenji went to tend herbs in the Western Forest, and you have planted Destruction Devourer seeds in the magic-infused land. Sejun was planting the Destruction Devourer seeds that he had collected so far. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Guys, follow the leader. Kiki. Blackie, who was playing the leader role with the Destruction Devourers under the pretext of protecting Sejun, was doing so again today. As Sejun was planting seeds, Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. At lunchtime, Theo, who had sold out all the goods at the Green Tower, returned. Vice Chairman Theo, good job, Pooh Hut. Of course, I did a good job, meow. Theo emphasized how hard he had worked, as if he had been waiting for Sejun's words. Praise me quickly, meow. It was to receive praise from Sejun. Yes. Our vice chairman did a great job. Sejun gave Theo some churu and petted his belly as he climbed onto his lap. Pooh Hut, slurp slurp slurp. As Theo began to eat the churu with a bright smile in response to Sejun's praise. King? Hey. What about me? Give me food too. Blackie, who had been playing the leader role, hurriedly ran over and sat in front of Sejun. Here. Blackie, you get some dried sweet potatoes. Kihihit. Chomp. After feeding the two, Sejun also took out a few convenient store triangular kimbap and started eating them one by one. At that moment, Kihihit. Blackie quickly ran away with a triangle kimbap that hadn't been unwrapped yet. Hey! It's dangerous if you eat the plastic wrap. Sejun hurriedly tried to stop him, but, Kihihit. King. Hee. I'm going to unwrap and eat it myself. And the great Blackie can digest anything. Ignoring Sejun's words, Blackie ran away quickly, but then, flailing. King? Blackie, who was running hard, suddenly realized he was running in midair. And then, bang! Crackle! Bang! Crackle! He saw Quenji slowly approaching him, hitting his own front paws with the Thunderbolt staff. Caught in Quenji's telekinesis, Blackie couldn't move in midair. Krueng? Blackie, are you ready to get a taste of justice? Blackie shook his head vigorously in response to Quenji's question. Krueng. Then handed over. When Quenji extended his front paw, King, Blackie reluctantly spat out the triangular kimbap with a regretful face. Thus, Blackie's attempt at stealing the triangular kimbap ended in failure. If you wanted to eat it, you should have just asked. Blackie listened to Sejun's nagging. King, I wanted to unwrap it myself. Oh. Is that so? Then go ahead and try. Realizing why Blackie had tried to take the triangular kimbap, Sejun handed it to Blackie to let him unwrap it. Kihihit. King. Hee. The great Blackie will unwrap it. Excited with Sejun's permission, Blackie began unwrapping the triangular kimbap. But, rustle. Blackie's mouth structure made it too difficult to unwrap the triangular kimbap's packaging. Moreover, every time Blackie, who had dragon teeth, applied a bit too much force, small holes appeared in the triangular kimbap. King? Damn it! Why isn't this working? Blackie got irritated when the packaging wouldn't unwrap even after struggling for a while. Fine. I'll just eat it whole. As Blackie was about to take a big bite of the triangular kimbap with the wrap still on. Hey. Krueng. Hee. It's easy if you unwrap it step by step from the first part. Quenji, who was watching Blackie while unwrapping and eating his own triangular kimbap effortlessly, said, Krueng. No, you can't do that. Quenji lightly swung his thunderbolt staff to stop Blackie. Thwack! Crackle! Kiki-eat! Blackie, struck by the thwack. Crackle, shivered and convulsed. That's why you should just eat what I have unwrapped for you. Why are you being so stubborn? As Sejun was looking at Blackie pitifully, a quest has been triggered. Quest, Harvest 1,000,000 stamina corns and get recognized for your farming skills by Hama, god of farming. Stamina corn, 0 to 1,000,000. Reward, recognition from Hama, god of farming, 1 drop of enhancing elixir. Hama's quest appeared. Hama has the power, Harvest Thanksgiving, which allows him to receive 1% of the crops harvested by tower farmers. Therefore, to replenish his diminishing popcorn supply, he issued a quest to Sejun to harvest the stamina corn. 1,000,000? It was a large number, but for Sejun, who harvested tens of thousands of crops daily, it wasn't much. Maybe it'll take about 3 months. It was just a matter of time. You have harvested stamina corn. After having lunch, Sejun spent the afternoon harvesting corn. He did not use the 5 drops of harvest elixir he received upon completing the White Tower's quest on the corn. Each corn seed produced only about 20 ears of corn, and since corn is an annual plant, it had to be harvested by cutting down the entire stalk, making the use of harvest elixir extremely inefficient compared to other crops. 3 hours later. Guys, clean it. Moo! The black minotaurs began to happily eat the remaining corn stalks in the harvested cornfield. And then, you have planted stamina corn seeds in magic-infused soil. After the black minotaurs cleaned up the cornfield, Sejun started planting corn again. While Sejun was busy planting corn, Kiki, 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 Kiki. Suddenly, the destruction devourers, sensing something, began running in one direction. King? Guys, where are you going? Blackie, who had been playing on top of the destruction devourers, naturally moved along with them. Thus, Blackie went on another unintentional adventure. The merchant corridor connecting the 90th and 99th floors of the Black Tower. Pio! Pio! Nim, we're almost there. Hang in there. Yes, Pio, sitting on Uran's shoulder, cheered him on. They were moving to the 99th floor to deliver the money they had collected to Theo. And then, are we finally going to see Nim? Kruger, who had been secretly following them for several days, was filled with anticipation at the thought of meeting Blackie. But, stop! Hand over everything you have. As expected, Uran's misfortune didn't disappoint. A robber appeared and blocked their path. Pio! Nim, this is really getting tiresome. He. Sorry, Pio. Pio, forget it. Let's deal with them quickly. Okay. Pio flew swiftly toward the robbers, with Uran following closely behind. Can we just get going already? Kruger, also annoyed, moved the ground slightly to catch the robber's foot, assisting in the battle. Although he didn't want to help, he had no choice but to intervene to avoid further delays. A little while later, Pio, stamp here. Pio smiled and received the robber's stamps after subduing them. Following Theo's example, no matter how long it took, he always made sure to turn anyone who attacked him into a slave. Thanks to this, Sejuan's stats continued to rise even when Theo was resting, due to his title, Slave King. As they finished getting all the stamps and were about to move again, rumble! A massive number of destruction devourers approached. And then, Kihihit! King! He! The great Blackie is here! Blackie barked arrogantly from atop the destruction devourers. Pio? What's this? Pio and Uran were puzzled as they watched Blackie and the destruction devourers. Kiki! The destruction devourers surrounded Kruger, who had been in disguise. Sensing the aura of destruction emanating from Kruger's fragment, they had come rushing. Burp! Nearly 2 million destruction devourers began to absorb Kruger's aura. Rumble! Kruger had no choice but to reveal himself. King? Kruger? Blackie barked upon recognizing Kruger. Nim. This is bad. Other apostles of destruction are. Kruger, seeing Blackie, hurriedly tried to convey that other apostles of destruction were targeting him. King! Hey! Quickly take out your core! Blackie shouted at Kruger. Yes! Crunch! Without a moment's hesitation, Kruger's fragment put his hand into his chest and removed the core at Blackie's command. King! Throw it over there! Yes! True to his loyalty as a subordinate of Fenrir, Kruger threw his core to the destruction devourers, causing his rocky body to collapse as his power faded. Pio? Who? The Apostle of Destruction has fallen on his own. Pio, who had been watching while recovering his strength to fight Kruger, exclaimed. He. We got lucky this time. Pio, Nim, don't say things like that. It's irritating. Sorry. As Pio and Uran were feeling relieved looking at Kruger who had suddenly collapsed on his own. King! Blackie went into the cracks of the fallen rock that was Kruger's body and came out carrying something on his back. To be carried on Fenrir Nim's back, it's truly an honor. Kruger, now the size of a thumb due to his lost power, spoke in a voice full of emotion. King Kruger, from now on, call me the Great Blackie Nim. Yes. Great Blackie Nim. Thus, Kruger joined the 99th floor of the Black Tower, not knowing that he would soon receive a new name from Sejun. A little while later. Nice to meet you. You don't have a name? How about Eomdol then? Since you're the size of a thumb, let's call you Eomdol. Sejun's bad naming sense strikes again. Basically, it's a combination of thumb and stone, so the literal translation would be thumb stone. How dare you call Kruger, the seventh seat of the Apostles of Destruction and the Destroyer of Mountains, Eomdol? Should I kill him? Can I kill this guy? Kruger sought permission from Blackie with his eyes. And then, King? Eomdol, bow your head. Yes. When Sejun wasn't around, Eomdol, who was dragged away by Blackie, received a severe scolding. Chapter 45, Run Away. Theo is a scoundrel. Black Tower, 99th floor. All right. As Sejun woke up and opened his eyes, the seal of the Earth's jewel has been broken. Fossil, the god of fossils, who was sealed in the Earth's jewel, is released from the seal. Like in the previous cases, the name fossils is in English and god of fossils is in Korean. Fossil, the god of fossils, repays the favor to the one who released his seal. Fossil, the god of fossils, buries a fossil he cherished in a 3.3 square meters area of land to repay his benefactor. Messages appeared. A fossil? It obviously won't be a gem, and it's not something to eat either. He didn't expect much at all. But I still have to check. Meow, King. Sejun got up, taking Theo and Blackie. For reference, Eomdol was sleeping, clinging to Blackie's fur. Swish! Marking the date on the wall, Sejun started the 421st day morning. So, where might the fossil be? Sejun went outside and wandered around the farm to find where the fossil was buried, but I can't see it. The fossil was buried in the ground, so there was no sign of it from the outside. But he couldn't dig up all the land where crops were planted just to find the fossil. Why did you bury it in the ground, making it hard to find? Fossil Nim gets 0 square meters. Thus, the first god who repaid the favor but didn't receive a temple was born. A little later, Krueng. Dad, good morning. Gurgle. Quenji gave a morning greeting along with a loud stomach growl, and, wait a moment, Sejun hurriedly prepared breakfast. All right. Let's eat. Today he simplified the menu with grilled fish. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park, is it a grilled fish party today? Thanks to this, Theo was even more excited than usual, seeing the pile of grilled fish in front of him. And then, meow? Why isn't Eomdol eating grilled fish? Meow. Theo asked Eomdol, who was standing idly next to Blackie. Me? I usually don't eat. Eomdol, whose body was made of rock, didn't need to eat. He could just absorb things around him to grow when he wanted to. However, meow. What nonsense you are saying when you have a mouth, meow. Join the grilled fish party quickly, meow. Theo, who didn't like that Eomdol wasn't participating in the grilled fish party, forcibly put a small piece of grilled fish into Eomdol's mouth. Who? Eomdol tried to refuse, but Theo's front paws were incredibly fast, and Eomdol was surprised when grilled fish suddenly entered his mouth. Poohoo hut. Eomdol, how is it? Meow. It's delicious? Why is it delicious? No, before that, why can I taste it? Eomdol answered in a voice filled with both joy and confusion. Unbeknownst to Eomdol, Blackie had created a new core for him with the power of creation, replacing his lost core. And that gave Eomdol the ability to taste. Poohoo hut. Of course, meow. It's delicious because it's grilled fish made with Chairman Park's sincerity, meow. Eat more, meow. Feeling proud to have introduced Eomdol to the delicious taste of grilled fish, Theo placed a whole grilled fish in front of him. Kihihit. King. Hee. Eomdol, eat this too. Blackie also sneakily passed Eomdol the parts he found annoying to eat. So, everyone enjoyed their grilled fish. Chairman Park, Vice Chairman Theo, am going to work, meow. Krueng. Dad, Quenji is also going to work too. Theo and Quenji each set off to their respective workplaces. Kihihit. King. Hee. Hey. I'm going to work too. Eomdol, let's go. Yes. Although they were just going to play with the destruction devourers nearby, Blackie also claimed he was going to work, dragging Eomdol along. All right. Have a good day at work. Sejun responded to Blackie's words and began planting the destruction devourer seeds. First floor of the Green Tower. Poohoo hut. Nita tribes, I have arrived, meow. Theo, having arrived at the Green Tower, announced his arrival. Let's start the auction, meow. I'll sell quickly and return to Chairman Park, meow. To leave early, Theo immediately began auctioning off the crops he brought. And then, all sold out, meow. Once again, Theo the sellout king easily sold out all the crops. Poohoo hut. As expected, I, Vice Chairman Theo, am excellent, meow. As Theo was feeling proud, putting his front paws on his waist. Theo Nim, meow. Egil, why did you call me, meow? Egil, the Saintess of Destruction and boss of the 97th floor of the Green Tower, approached Theo. I think I'll have to return to the 97th floor of the tower soon, meow. What's the matter, meow? Could she be running away, meow? Theo looked at Egil with a fierce expression. Actually, Egil began to explain the reason. Fortunately, it wasn't about running away. Recently, a force that had come up from the 93rd floor of the tower was encroaching on Egil's territory, so she was planning to go to war. In the past, Egil would have opted to invade the 93rd floor of the tower herself, but recently the forces on the 93rd floor had grown too strong. Poohoo hut. Egil, don't worry, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo will solve it, meow. Theo hurriedly shouted after hearing Egil's story, not because he wanted to solve an employee's problem as Vice Chairman, but, meow. I remembered, meow. He recalled what the Immortal Clan members had said about the real power on the 93rd floor of the tower. He couldn't miss the opportunity to acquire a large number of slaves. Moreover, Poohoo hut. This time, it's going to be a teamwork between Chairman Park and me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Theo was excited at the thought of going to the 93rd floor with Sejun to make many slaves. Quickly get the land deed for the 93rd floor of the tower, meow. He sent out members of the Immortal Clan to get the land deed for the 93rd floor of the Green Tower. As Theo was about to leave after arranging for the land deed, Theo Nim, I know a merchant who has many land deeds. Should I call him? He's on the 35th floor of the tower, so he should be here soon, Agni asked Theo. Poohoo hut. Call him, meow. The more land deeds, the better, meow. Theo postponed his return home at the words that the merchant would arrive soon. 3 hours later, the merchant Agni had called still hadn't arrived. Thanks to this, Theo's return time was greatly delayed. Meow. It's taking too long, meow. It was long past the time to return to Sejun's lap, so he became very irritated. At that moment, Agninim, why call me to such a shabby shop? A turtle grumbled as it slowly walked over. Meow. Did he just call the great Chairman Park's shop shabby, meow? Already annoyed by the waiting, Theo was furious that the turtle insulted the shop he had diligently maintained so that the great Chairman Park wouldn't be insulted. Thunk. Theo, enraged, jumped off the roof and landed in front of the turtle with a superhero landing pose. What is this? How dare you block the path of the legendary merchant, Golden Land Turtle Turbo? Turbo shouted angrily at Theo, who suddenly blocked his way. You're the one who dared to call the great Chairman Park's shop shabby, meow. I'll teach you a lesson, meow. Snap. As Theo shouted while extending his dragon claws. HMPH. You can't even scratch my shell with those thin claws. My shell is the strongest shield and weapon. Not knowing that Theo's claws were dragon claws, Turbo confidently removed his shell and wore it like a shield, then charged at Theo. And then, Poohoo hut. Sign it, meow. Yes. I'll sign. Seeing his shell torn like a piece of paper by Theo's dragon claws, Turbo hurriedly stamped the slave contract. Seed shop headquarters. Sniff, sniff. It's really a precious fossil. Why? Fossil, just wait a little longer. It's because Park Sejun hasn't discovered the fossil yet. Sniff. When Park Sejun eventually finds my fossil, he will build a temple for me, right? Of course, even Pearl, Leah comforted Fossil, who had not received a temple from Sejun. Leonim, thank you. I feel a bit better now. All right. Now go hang out with others. Yes, as Fossil went to join the other gods, I should pay back some of the divine power today. Leah, having excess divine power for the first time, left the seed shop headquarters and went to find Hell, the god of merchants. Slide. Opening the door to Hell's building. Turbo, no. Run away. Theo is a scoundrel. She saw Hell screaming. And then, no. Even you, Turbo, have fallen into Theo's evil clutches. Something seemed to have gone wrong, as Hel grabbed her head in despair. I should come back later. Leah quietly closed the door and left. After Leah had left, this won't do. I need to warn the remaining legendary merchants about Theo, as Hel decided to issue a Theo alert to the legendary merchants of the tower. Bang! Hel! Give me back my divine relic! A giant man burst through the door opposite the one Leah used and shouted loudly. It was Thunder, the god of storms, who had pawned his divine relic, the Thunderbolt staff, at Hel's pawn shop. Quenji Park has blocked conversations for 3 days. Thunder had been blocked for the 3rd time after telling Quenji to stop being an herbalist. HMPH. A true warrior's blood boils at the sight of an excellent weapon. He planned to show his greatest divine relic, the Thunderbolt staff, to awaken the warrior's blood flowing in Quenji once the block was lifted in 3 days. Of course, it was a completely futile effort. Even with the Thunderbolt staff, Quenji had no intention of becoming a warrior. The Thunderbolt staff? I don't have it. What? Then where is it? I sold it. Hel couldn't bring herself to admit that it had been taken away due to her pride. Why did you sell my divine relic without permission? You should have repaid your divine power debt on time. Tell the other war gods that if they don't repay their divine power debts, I'll sell all their divine relics too. Hel showed a very cold attitude, unlike when she was dealing with Theo. As expected, she wasn't the god of merchants for nothing. Damn it! Bang! After Thunder slammed the door and left. Legendary merchants, if you encounter a yellow cat, run away immediately no matter what. Hel sent a warning to the legendary merchants who had not yet become Theo's slaves. 99th floor of the Black Tower. You have harvested the exploding stamina corn. Sejun, who had spent the morning planting destruction devourer seeds, harvested corn in the afternoon. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Guys, follow me. Yes. Follow the great Blackie. Kiki. Blackie, leading Eomdol and the destruction devourers, was engrossed in playing leader. At that moment, sniff sniff. There's something here. Blackie's nose caught a suspicious scent. It's something good. Swish swish swish. Reacting to the pleasant smell, Blackie's tail wagged vigorously. King! It's here! Thwack thwack thwack. Blackie began digging into the ground with his front paws. A moment later, hey! Who said you could dig holes in the field? Sejun ran over to scold Blackie, who was digging a hole in the middle of the sweet potato field. However, Kihihit. King! Hee. Ha! Look at this! I found it! Unlike usual, Blackie barked proudly instead of running away. What is it? When Sejun looked down at the hole Blackie had dug, this must be the fossil. He saw shining yellow gemstones. They were amber. And amber containing a plum seed. One of the many amber pieces caught Sejun's eye. Amber containing a plum seed. This amber was formed by the solidification of sap with a plum seed inside it. The preservation state is good, so the plum seed can germinate if planted. Grade C. Oh, it's plum. Fossil Nim, I'll give you 16.5 square meters. Sejun decided to make a 16.5 square meters fossil road for fossil. After gathering the amber and covering the ground again. Kihihit. King? Hee. I did well, didn't I? Don't I get anything? Blackie looked at Sejun with eyes full of expectation. Yes, you did well. Here, Sejun gave him some dried sweet potato slices. Munch. 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 Blackie ate them happily. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I have returned, meow. Now it's time for teamwork, meow. Theo, who had taken the land deeds from Turbo, the golden land turtle of the Green Tower, returned. Chapter 46, Uncle, thank you so much for calling me. 93rd floor of the Green Tower. Are you ready to open the passage? I'm sorry. The immortal clan that was in charge of the lower floors suddenly disappeared. At the cold voice coming from the giant throne, Blethen, the boss of the 93rd floor of the tower, answered with a voice filled with fear, prostrated on the ground. 10 days. Finish it within 10 days. If you don't finish it within that time, your life will end. Yes. As Blethen hurriedly disappeared, Hel, the god of merchants, says there's a demon that turns legendary merchants into slaves, and if you see a yellow cat, run away no matter what. A message appeared before the being sitting on the throne. HMPH. Run away no matter what when you see a yellow cat? Ridiculous. Hel, you should worry about your own life. Anyway, everything will be annihilated once destruction comes. Cook. Shark, a legendary merchant working for destruction, who had been promised a world after destruction, laughed sinisterly. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, look at this, meow, whoosh. Theo took out a pile of scrolls from his bag. Oh. Land deeds, that's right, meow, a total of 10 land deeds. There were 7 land deeds from the Green Tower, and 1 each from the 40th floor of the Golden Tower, the 53rd floor of the Red Tower, and the 27th floor of the Blue Tower. Of course, among the 7 Green Tower land deeds, the one Theo wanted, the 93rd floor of the Green Tower, was included. Wow! Vice Chairman Theo, where did you get these? No one would just give away so many land deeds. Did he take them from someone? Sejun deduced the most reasonable conclusion. But, Pooh hut. Turbo gave them to me, meow. Contrary to Sejun's reasonable conclusion, Theo proudly said that Turbo gave them to him. Turbo? Who is that guy to give these to Theo? He's a new slave I made, meow. Well, that makes sense. He didn't give them, you took them. As Sejun was thinking that his assumption was correct. Chairman Park, there's no time to waste, meow. We need to go to the 93rd floor of the Green Tower, meow. Theo urged Sejun. The 93rd floor of the Green Tower? Why are we going there? Chairman Park, listen, meow. Egil is. Theo explained the situation of Egil being threatened by the power on the 93rd floor of the tower. So we're going to the 93rd floor of the Green Tower to make slaves, meow. There are many slaves there, meow. Although it started with the idea of helping Egil, it somehow ended with the slave hunter Theo talking about slaves, and, okay. I got it. We received help, so we should help too. He. Slaves are just a surplus that occurs in the process. Sejun, the slave king. Everyone, gather. Summon Quenji. As Sejun called his companions to use the land deed, he summoned Quenji with the dragon horn's return bracelet, and, summoning the designated target. Krueng? Who? Quenji, who appeared in front of Sejun along with the message, was startled. He was holding the thunderbolt staff high and swinging it forward. Quenji was summoned while sparring with the Minotaur King. Krueng! Quenji used all his telekinetic power to turn his body around, and, quagwang! Fortunately, no one got hurt. Instead, the house and 330,560 square meters of detoxifying green onion field were destroyed. I survived. From now on, I should summon more carefully. For Sejun, who had saved his life, that much damage was no problem at all. All right. Go in. Sejun had his party enter the void storage. And then, Ophelia, come out. Over. He called Ophelia and, Ophelia, we're going to the 93rd floor of the Green Tower. He informed Ophelia in advance to get help in case of unexpected situations. The Green Tower slave asks for 1,000 sausage skewers in return. Got it. The Green Tower slave says you and your companions will not get hurt in the Green Tower, so don't worry. While Sejun was taking out Great Green Dragon insurance with 1,000 sausage skewers. Kiki. Following Blackie, the Destruction Devourers clung to the void storage, asking to be taken along with him. Kihihit. King. He. Sure. I'll let you in. Without Sejun noticing, Blackie started letting the Destruction Devourers into the void storage. Ophelia, and later, please clear the 99th floor of the tower for a moment. I need to set a waypoint there. The Green Tower's slave says okay. Unaware, Sejun continued his conversation with Ophelia. Recently, Kaiser had modified the return bracelet again, allowing the return magic to be used with both relative and absolute coordinates. So, Sejun planned to set a waypoint on the 99th floor of the Green Tower to obtain the title The One Who Reached the Summit of 3 Towers. With the title The One Who Reached the Summit of 3 Towers, the waypoints of the 99th floors of the towers would be connected, allowing Sejun to travel to the Green Tower. Although he wouldn't need to go there often, it was wise to keep the route open just in case. Finishing his conversation with Ophelia. He. It's finally time to wear it. Clink. Sejun put on the Red Dragon full body scale armor that he had been using as a scarecrow. Now he could fully wear it as he satisfied all the usage conditions. After fully equipping the armor, Eileen, I'm heading out. The tower administrator says to be careful. Okay. Don't worry. I'm going now. Swoosh. After saying goodbye to Eileen, he unfolded the 93rd floor Green Tower land deed. And then, the summoning function is activated for the initial owner inscription of the 93rd floor Green Tower land deed. With the message, Sejun disappeared. You have arrived at the 93rd floor of the Green Tower. Swish. Everyone, come out. As soon as Sejun arrived, he called his companions in a quiet voice while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Fortunately, it was a barren wasteland with nothing around. Clank! Pooh hut! Chairman Park, I missed you. Clink! As the void storage opened, Theo rushed toward Sejun's face, opened the helmet visor, and, meow, he clung to Sejun's bare face. Hey! Why do you always rub your body on my bare face? Because Chairman Park's face is rotten, meow. It's not rotten, it is rotten, meow. While Sejun was bickering with Theo, Krueng, Quenji flew around in the sky, scouting the surroundings. Kihihit! King! Come out, everyone! Yes, Kiki! Kiki! Blackie let out Untold and the destruction devourers from the void storage. Who? These guys? Blackie, did you bring them? Kihihit! King! King! Hee. Of course. They are my subordinates. As Sejun saw the endless number of destruction devourers coming out of the void storage and asked Blackie, Hap! Hap! The destruction devourers opened their mouths toward the air and started devouring the energy of destruction. Who? There was energy of destruction here? On the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun had deliberately planted Fenrir's core fragments in the ground, so there was energy of destruction, but not here. What is this? Is there an apostle of destruction nearby? Sejun kept a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Hey! If you stay there like that, they'll come. Quickly, hide over here, a voice called Sejun, opening a small cover on the ground. But, quagwagwang, crackle, herbalist Quenji has defeated the fifth calamity, giant poisonous snail. Any threats to Sejun were already being dealt with by Quenji with the Thunderbolt staff. Who? Why is the fifth calamity appearing here? Ophelia, didn't you know a calamity had entered the tower? Sejun scolded Ophelia, but no answer came. Are you trying to communicate with other places? Then it's useless. I don't know what they did, but communication is blocked. Ah, my name is Ari. A green meerkat named Ari, who had come out of the underground tunnel, looked up at Sejun and spoke. They? Yeah. About a year ago, they suddenly appeared, made the boss of this place, Blethen, their subordinate, and have been turning the residents into slaves. Meow. Did you say slaves? Meow? Theo, with his nose flaring in excitement, asked in an eager voice at Ari's words. Why yes. Then are the snails also under their control? Yes. The snails are capturing the residents of the tower. That's why we are hiding underground. I see. Just as Sejun was listening to Ari explain the situation on the 93rd floor of the tower, a quest has appeared. Quest, the mangosteen farm on the 93rd floor of the Green Tower has been eroded and disappeared due to the energy of destruction. Remove the energy of destruction that has spread on the 93rd floor of the tower. Reward, 1 mangosteen tree, recognition as the rightful owner of the land deed. A land deed quest appeared. So this was originally a mangosteen farm. Thanks to this, Sejun learned what kind of farm this place used to be. Ari, where is their main base? As Sejun was asking Ari about the enemy's main base. Key. Kihihit. King. Hee. Guys, charge. Great Blackie is on the move. Make way. The destruction devourers, carrying Blackie and Untold, started running north. Hey, Ari belatedly pointed in the direction where the destruction devourers were heading. Hey. Let's go together. Everyone, let's go. Okay, meow, Krueng. Got it. Thus, Sejun, Theo, and Quenji, worried about Blackie, hurriedly followed behind. But, King, attack! Key. There was no need to worry much. The fifth calamity, the giant poisonous snails, were surrounded by the destruction devourers. Thud. Thud. The giant poisonous snails, sucked out of their energy of destruction, began to fall one by one. To the destruction devourers, the calamities were just excellent food with great nutrients. And then, burp! The destruction devourers burped, emitting a blue mist. You have achieved the great feat of spreading the energy of creation in the Green Tower. As a reward for this great feat, the cost of staying on the 0th floor of the Black Tower will be reduced by 1%. Messages appeared simultaneously. Oh, it's a 1% reduction. If the stay cost decreases by 1% every time the devourers burp in another tower, and there are 7 towers left. Hee. I can reduce it by an additional 7%. That would bring the stay cost down to 19%. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to reduce it to 0%. And then, I believe in you, Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun had Theo, who had the golden front paw of great luck that never failed to bring good fortune. Meow? Chairman Park, you believe in me, meow. Got it, meow. Just believe in me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Pooh-hoo hut. The great Chairman Park said he believes in me, meow. I'm so happy, meow. Theo's chest swelled with emotion at Sejun's words. Chairman Park, it's that way, meow. I suddenly feel a pull from that direction, meow. Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's knee, pointed west with his front paw. Really? Then we should split up. Sejun could always trust Theo's intuition. For his safety, Sejun planned to move with Theo and Quenji. I'm a bit worried about Peacebase alone. Summon Black Rabbit. To protect Blackie, Untold, and the Destruction Devourers, Sejun used the Dragon Horn's return bracelet to summon Black Rabbit. Will it work? Considering the communication cut off with Ophelia, the summoning might not work. Summoning the designated target. It worked. Payak. Uncle, thank you so much for calling me. Fortunately, the summoning of Black Rabbit was successful. But why is he so grateful, as if he had a narrow escape from death? Black Rabbit, protect the others along with Peacebase. Payak. Payak. Uncle, don't worry. You can count on me. Pip. Don't worry. Leaving Blackie and his subordinates to the overly enthusiastic Black Rabbit and Peacebase. Vice Chairman Theo, is it that way? Pooh-hoo hut. Yes, meow. It's that way, meow. Krueng. Quenji will give you a ride. Sejun and Theo got on Quenji's back and flew quickly in the direction Theo pointed. And then, help us, thud. 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 They saw Shark, the legendary merchant working with destruction, was wearing a black hood and stamping the foreheads of lined-up tower residents. Meow. It's him, meow. Theo moved in an instant with meow step. Who? Snatching the red stamp Shark was holding. Chairman Park, catch this, meow. Theo quickly returned to Sejun with meow step and handed over the stamp that Shark was holding. 32nd floor of the Black Tower. Sigh. When will I get there? The king of farming, who had received the trial of Leah, god of abundance, sighed deeply as he continued his arduous climb towards the 99th floor of the tower. Chapter 47, It may be unfair, but it doesn't lie. Seed shop headquarters. King of farming, hurry up. Park Sejun is waiting for my divine relic. He. You need to hurry so that I can get my monument as well. Leah urged the king of farming, unaware that Podori harboring resentment towards the king of farming was on the 99th floor of the tower. And, oh, God. I'm doing my best too. Don't rush me. The king of farming was slightly irritated by Leah's urging. Whom? I see. Then take your time. Leah, the god of abundance, quickly tried to appease the king of farming. HMPH. Later, I'll tell Park Sejun that the king of farming dawdled, delaying the delivery of the divine relic. Thinking inwardly about telling Sejun later. Leah, who inadvertently annoyed the king of farming while urging him. I should go pay my debt, went back to find hell again. But, Shark! I told you to run away no matter what when you see a yellow cat. Hell was screaming again today. What's wrong with her lately? Did I make a mistake by advising her to invest in Park Sejun? Hell seemed to be getting worse ever since she invested in Sejun. While Leah was worrying about Hell, Theo Park, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower, has discovered that the Green Tower's slave seal, a legendary merchant item belonging to Shark, has been corrupted by the power of destruction. A message appeared in front of Hell. What? The legendary merchant item of Shark has been corrupted by the power of destruction. Legendary merchant items are bound to their owners. Then does this mean Shark has betrayed us? Hell was greatly shocked by the message. To think that a traitor who sided with destruction would appear among the legendary merchants. To avoid my gaze, only the legendary merchant item was corrupted. This was a very serious situation. There could be more traitors among the legendary merchants who sided with destruction. If she had found out too late and the traitors supporting destruction impeached her and became the god of merchants, the seed shop headquarters and the combat shop headquarters would all be contaminated by the power of destruction. But, Shark, you messed with the wrong person today. Theo will immediately make Shark his slave, right? For today, it was extremely fortunate that Shark met Theo. And, the legendary merchant Theo Park of the Black Tower is making the legendary merchant Shark of the Green Tower his slave. Just as Hell had predicted, Theo made Shark his slave. Phew. That's a relief. Thanks to Theo, Hell cleanly dealt with the traitor. Thank you, Theo Park, for making Shark a slave. Hell thanked Theo with a sigh of relief. Theo Park, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower, demands that if you're grateful, show it with a reward, not just words. Theo boldly demanded a reward. Sure. As expected of a legendary merchant, your calculations are clear. Okay. I'll give you this. Normally, Hell would only give a reward after being threatened, but today, she was so grateful that she happily gave the reward with a smile. As Hell sent the reward to Theo, Hell, I'm here. Leah, who had been watching from outside, entered the building when she saw Hell's condition improving. Leah? Come in. Should I lend you some divine power? No, I'm here to repay some divine power today. Really? You must be earning a lot these days? Well, thanks to Park Sejun, I've also accumulated quite a bit of divine power lately. See? I told you investing in Park Sejun was the right decision, didn't I? Yes. I guess I was right to listen to you. At first, there were some regrets because of Theo, but thanks to Theo, he caught the traitor and things turned out well in the end. Here, 10 divine power. Okay. Now you only need to repay 91,281,000 more divine power, although there was still an enormous amount of divine power to repay. Got it. I'll repay more soon, Leah responded energetically. Until recently, she had been struggling to pay even the 0.001% interest. Now that Leah could repay the principal, she was very happy. Then, I'll be off. Okay. Take care. Shortly after Leah left the building. Knock. Knock. Hello, Hellnim. Pearl, welcome. Are you here to repay divine power too? Yes. Here is 0.2 divine power. Pearl, the god of pearls, also came to repay divine power. Knock. Knock. Following that, other non-combat gods visited Hell to repay their divine power, making Hell busy for the first time in a while. This is nice. Although Hell had received less than 1% of the divine power lent to the non-combat gods, she smiled contentedly. Seeing the non-combat gods, who had struggled without divine power, now more comfortable, put her mind at ease. Park Sejun is really amazing. No. It's all thanks to Theo Park, the legendary merchant. Birds of a feather flocked together. Hell defended Theo, a fellow legendary merchant. At that moment, Theo Park, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower, is trying to bind the legendary merchant item 5 Tower slave seal belonging to Shark of the Green Tower. Do you allow it? Theo tried to bind Shark's legendary merchant item, whose name had changed. 93rd floor of the Green Tower. Green Tower slave seal? Sejun examined the seal Theo handed him. Green Tower slave seal, a seal created during the legendary merchant promotion test of the Green Tower. Materials used, Babel's Codex, Shackles of Confinement, 1,000-year-old tree roots, Advanced Magic Stone, 1,000 slave contracts. The slave seal was enhanced using the Babel's Codex, Shackles of Confinement, and 1,000-year-old tree roots as materials. Corrupted by the power of destruction. When stamped on the body of an opponent belonging to the Green Tower, it imposes a debt of 100 billion tower coins. Failure to repay will result in eternal slavery. Can only be used once per target. Bound to the legendary merchant Shark. Usage restriction, legendary merchant, magic power 5,000, affiliated with destruction. Creator, Hell, god of merchants. Grade, while Sejun examined the item. You bastards! Give me back my item. Shark, having his legendary merchant item taken, rushed at Sejun, but, Krueng! Krueng! Daddy is focusing right now. Don't disturb him. Bang! Crackle! Ah! Struck by Quenge's thunderbolt staff, Shark fainted. A moment later, wow, this guy is really bad, Sejun spoke after examining Shark's legendary merchant item. To impose a debt of 100 billion tower coins just by stamping on the opponent's body without a contract, and to make them an eternal slave if they can't pay. At least we let them go if they pay the debt, but eternally. Even Sejun, who worked in the same industry, clicked his tongue at the cruelty. Vice Chairman Theo, this item is corrupted by the power of destruction. Meow? Then that guy is a bad person, meow. Theo grinned and pointed at the fainted Shark. Yes, poo-hoo-hut. Then can I make him a slave, meow, he. Of course, the reason Sejun and Theo personally came to the 93rd floor of the Green Tower was to create many slaves. And luckily, they met the master of the slaves right away. By enslaving the master who owned a large number of slaves, they could gain many slaves with little effort. Go. Vice Chairman Theo, poo-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. Responding energetically to Sejun's shout, Theo ran to the fainted Shark and removed his hood. Then, press. He pressed the hand stamp of Shark, who had a shark's head on a human body. You have hunted one slave. Confirmed 51,231 slaves owned by the slave. Due to the effect of title, Slave Hunter, all stats increase by the maximum value of 10,000. Thanks to this, Theo's stats increase significantly. Meow Chairman Park, I hunted over 50,000 slaves, all my stats only increased by 10,000, meow. Theo sulked. Over 50,000 slaves. Then I, Sejun anticipated the messages that would appear in front of him. But, you have acquired one slave. All stats increase by 0.01 due to the effect of title, Slave King. What? Unlike Theo, Sejun's stats only increased based on the slaves captured by Theo. Damn you, system. Once again, Sejun was furious at the system that seemed to be against him. While Sejun was fuming, you can purify and enhance the corrupted Green Tower's slave seal using Fenrir's power in your body. Do you wish to use Fenrir's power? Another message appeared in front of Sejun. Fenrir's power can purify the power of destruction? Isn't Fenrir an apostle of destruction? It didn't make sense that the power possessed by an apostle of destruction would purify the power of destruction. But the system doesn't lie. It may be unfair, but it doesn't lie. I'll use it, using 0.005% of Fenrir's power to purify and enhance the corrupted Green Tower's slave seal. As Sejun spoke, a dark blue energy flowed from his body into the seal. And then, 5 Tower slave seal. It was upgraded to a seal that could make residents of not only the Green Tower, but also the Black Tower, White Tower, Golden Tower, and Brown Tower into slaves. Instead, as the power of destruction was purified, the debt created when stamped was reduced to 50 billion Tower coins, and the option changed so that one could be freed from slavery if they repaid the debt. Sejun, having enhanced the legendary merchant item, Vice Chairman Theo, used this. Imagining Theo enslaving people with this seal made his heart swell with pride, making him momentarily forget it was a bound item. Pooh-hoo heart. Thank you, meow. Chairman Park, use this in return, meow. As Theo received the seal, he handed Sejun a pearl he had received from hell as a reward. Heart of courage? I'll check it later. For now, we should go back. As the work concluded, Sejun hurried to return to where the rest of the group was. Somehow, he had a bad feeling. Quenji, let's go back. Krueng. Got it. As Sejun and Theo rode Quenji back to their group, Hell, God of Merchants, does not allow the use of bound items belonging to other legendary merchants. Hell's message appeared in front of Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's knee. Meow? Chairman Park gave it to me, meow. I'm going to use it, meow. The God of Merchants Hell explains that if legendary merchant items are concentrated on one person, it will cause problems with the economic balance of the 9 towers. Hell tried to persuade by explaining the economic logic, but, hack! Hell Nim, if you refuse, it's impeachment, meow. Theo Park, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower, initiates an impeachment vote against the God of Merchants, Hell. Theo, you rascal! Hell, God of Merchants, permits the binding of the 5 Tower slave seal to Theo Park, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower. Hell had no choice but to concede due to Theo's impeachment threat. At the moment when the slave hunter Theo acquired the excellent 5 Tower slave seal, Ki-hey-hey. King. Hee-hee. We won. Congratulations, great Blackie. Kiki. Kiki. Blackie and his subordinates, who had only been chasing the enemy but ended up occupying their main base thanks to the efforts of Black Rabbit and Peacebays, celebrated their victory. Meanwhile, Abyss of Destruction. During this time, Black Rabbit and Peacebays discovered the location from which the 5th calamity, the giant poisonous snail, were coming from in the enemy's main base. A red hole with a diameter of 100 m and a bottom that couldn't be seen, like an abyss. Just looking at it was creepy and gave goosebumps. Pyak? What is this? Pip pip. This feels ominous. Black Rabbit and Peacebays hesitated, unable to approach the Abyss of Destruction. Hap! Hap! The Destruction Devourers approached the Abyss of Destruction and diligently absorbed the energy of destruction, and burp! Burp! They exhaled the energy of creation, gradually shrinking the Abyss of Destruction. Thanks to this, everyone was able to feel at ease. Who dares to interfere with my work? An eerie voice that froze everyone came from beyond the Abyss of Destruction. And then, thump! Thump! A giant spider crawled up the Abyss of Destruction as comfortably as if walking on flat ground. The main body of Alice, the mesmerizing spider, the 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction, appeared on the 93rd floor of the Green Tower with half of its power. Chapter 48. This is Eomdol. Can you hear me, main body? Outskirts of Destruction. Rustle. Rustle. Alice, the mesmerizing spider, 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction, was diligently producing spider webs. At the same time, she used her 8 legs to weave the spun web using her power. It's almost done now. She took the woven web and attached it to the wall inside a red hole, expanding the hole. A small crack, the thickness of a pinky finger, had accidentally formed on the outskirts of destruction. Usually, such cracks are highly unstable and disappear almost instantly, so 99.99% of the time, they go unnoticed. But Alice, lucky enough to discover the crack before it closed. I can feel the energy of the tower. Recognizing the tower's energy coming from the crack, she quickly inserted her web into it, preventing it from closing. Then she began to push her web through the crack continuously. The first task was camouflage. Using a mesmerizing camouflage screen made from her web, she wrapped the 93rd floor of the green tower, preventing the energy of destruction from leaking out and making it appear as if nothing was amiss, deceiving the dragons. Once the camouflage work on the 93rd floor of the green tower was complete, Alice began to expand the crack, creating a passage large enough for her to pass through with her full strength. The moment she could enter the tower through this completed path, everything will end. Alice smiled sinisterly, imagining the tower being corrupted by the energy of destruction and being destroyed. At that moment, snap! Snap! Suddenly, Alice's spider web started breaking, and the passage Alice was creating gradually became smaller. What the? Alice quickly put her legs on her spider web and read the vibrations transmitted through the spider web to assess the situation. There are strange creatures beyond the passage absorbing the energy of destruction. Damn it! Just one more day and it would have been complete. Alice, seeing the passage that had now shrunk to the point where it could only handle half of her power, contemplated. I have no choice. She decided to go through. If 10% more of her web snapped, the passage would completely collapse. Thud! Thud! Having made her decision, Alice entered the passage connected to the 93rd floor of the Green Tower. Green Tower, 93rd floor. Crueng! Sejun and Theo, riding on Quenge's back, were moving towards where their companions were. Ah! I can see the devourers over there. When Sejun spotted the destruction devourers surrounding the abyss of destruction. Boom! With a massive ground tremor, the destruction devourers vanished instantly, and a black mountain, about 70 meters high, rose. Simultaneously, a blood-red mist spread around the mountain. Why is there suddenly a mountain? As Sejun was looking at the mountain in confusion. Apostle of Destruction, 9th seat, mesmerizing spider Alice. He noticed the name atop the mountain. And then, you have achieved the great feat of witnessing the main body of an Apostle of Destruction. As a reward for achieving a great feat, you have acquired title, Witness of the Apostle of Destruction. Due to the effect of title, Witness of the Apostle of Destruction, your resistance to the power of destruction increases slightly. A message appeared. That's the main body of the Apostle of Destruction, not a mountain. Sejun, who had naturally thought it was a mountain, was shocked by the message. No wonder I had a bad feeling. Why are bad premonitions always right? Ah. Then what about the kids? Summon Black Rabbit, summon Peacebays, summon Blackie, summoning the designated targets. Sejun hurriedly used the Dragon Horn's return bracelet to summon all his companions in front of him. Fortunately, all the companions were safe, and Eondol, who was clinging to Blackie's fur, was also okay. Pyak! Pyak! Uncle! I missed you. I thought I was really going to die this time. Pip pip! Sejun Nim, it was really scary. Kihihit. King. King. Hee hee. You cowards. The great Blackie is never scared. Of course. The great Blackie Nim would never be scared of someone like Alice. Eondol, look at Blackie's legs before you speak. Tremble. Tremble. Blackie's legs were shaking like a vibrating smartphone. Of course, Blackie, the first seat of the Apostles of Destruction, wasn't actually scared of Alice. He was just exerting all his strength to withstand Alice's energy, but Sejun didn't know that. Let's go to the 99th floor of the Green Tower and inform Brachio Nim. Brachio Nim, who ate the Transcendence Black Bean, should be able to handle it. So, Sejun used the Dragon Horn's return bracelet, setting the coordinates and activating the return magic. However, the return magic engraved on the Dragon Horn's return bracelet is activated, calculating the distance between the current coordinates and the return target coordinates. The surroundings are cut off from the external space. Return magic cannot be used. Alice had already completely blocked the 93rd floor of the tower with her web. What? We can't get out of here. This is bad. What should we do? Hide? Sejun looked around, searching for a place to hide. But, kikikik. Trying to escape from me, how foolish. Thud. Thud. Alice quickly found the companion Sejun had summoned from several kilometers away and was rapidly approaching them, so hiding or escaping didn't seem like a good option. You don't want to talk, right? Then, is fighting the only option left? This was really the worst. To fight an enemy that even the dragons find difficult, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit at all. But this wasn't a matter of choice. It was a realm of results, where success and failure were the only options. And he had to succeed. Enter the void storage. Vice Chairman Theo, grab the money. Quenji, grab the food. Sejun made them gather the money and food needed to bring their combat power to the maximum. Chairman Park, understood. Meow. Krueng, understood. In response to Sejun's words, they hurried into the void storage to gather money and food. Transcendence black bean, sturdy stamina red bean, sturdy strength yellow bean. Meanwhile, Sejun took out the transcendence black bean and the other 4 beans from his leather pouch. You know how to eat this, right? He distributed 5 sets of beans and mugwort juice potions to his companions. And then, you have planted destruction devourer seeds in the ground infused with magic power. He suddenly started planting destruction devourer seeds. You have been exposed to strong energy of destruction. For every minute of exposure to the strong energy of destruction, your vitality decreases by 10% and all stats permanently decrease by 10. It was because of the energy of destruction emitted by Alice from several kilometers away. If the destruction devourers didn't absorb the energy of destruction, the situation would become increasingly disadvantageous over time. After planting 10,000 seeds of destruction devourers, thud, thud, the distance to Alice had narrowed to 1 kilometer. Vice Chairman Theo, open your mouth. Understood. Meow. Theo opened his mouth without any suspicion at Sejun's call. Swoosh. Sejun placed a set of beans mixed with churu into Theo's mouth. Theo would never eat anything other than fish and churu, so Sejun made him eat the beans along with churu. Poohoo hut. It's delicious. Meow. I'm overflowing with power. Meow. Thanks to eating the set of beans with churu, all of Theo's stats increased 16 times for 4 minutes. Vice Chairman Theo, deploy. Poohoo hut. Leave it to me, Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. I'll teach her a lesson. Meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Theo, moving quickly above Alice with meow step, began his meow meow storm fist and unleashed a flurry of attacks on Alice. And then, Krueng, Ku, Bang, Crackle. Quenji also ate the bin set and attacked Alice with the thunderbolt staff. You bastards! Alice staggered every time she was hit by their attacks. It seemed their attacks were effective. Payak! I'll turn you into rice cakes. Black Rabbit also used the ultimate skill of the Rice Cake Master and, along with 11 former Rice Cake Masters, pounded Alice with rice cake mallets. Pip Pip Storm Fist. 1 Pip Slash. Peacebays attacked Alice's belly from below, where he couldn't be seen by his brothers. While these intense attacks were being unleashed, Sejun approached Alice. You have encountered an Apostle of Destruction. Title, Hunter of Destruction is activated. Reduces the abilities of an Apostle of Destruction within 100 meters by 20%. Good. Using the title, Hunter of Destruction, Sejun weakened Alice's abilities. Although it didn't directly help in the battle, it was a way to support his companions. As Sejun, who had debuffed Alice, was climbing up her back to his next destination, Poohoo hut. Here, meow, Ku hey hey hey, Payak, Payak, Pip Pip. Here. The companions distracted Alice to allow Sejun to safely climb onto her back. Arrived. Sejun, who had reached Alice's back, started planting the seeds of the Destruction Devourer in the cracks that had formed as her shell broke. Your field LV2 is activated. You have planted Destruction Devourer seeds in the body of the mesmerizing spider Alice, the 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. Your job experience has greatly increased. Your proficiency of your field LV2 has greatly increased. You have planted the seeds in the best environment for Destruction Devourers to grow. Destruction Devourers absorb the energy of destruction 3 times faster. Destruction Devourers rapidly grow by absorbing the life force of the mesmerizing spider Alice, the 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. Planting Destruction Devourers with the Eurofield skill not only steals the enemy's life force but also reduces Alice's power of destruction, achieving 2 goals at once. As Sejun was planting Destruction Devourer seeds, special effect, Hatred of Destruction is activated. With this message, instead of absorbing the energy of destruction in the air, the Destruction Devourers, Chomp, Chomp, started directly biting and eating Alice's body to absorb the power of destruction. As a result, Alice's life force was depleted even faster. Meanwhile, the Sejun's companions had been pouring out attacks on Alice for a total of 4 minutes while using 1 set of beans. However, this is fun, to Alice, who hadn't even released one of her 4 seals yet. Sejun and his companions' attacks were not threatening at all. Release seal. Just by Alice releasing the first seal, Sejun felt an immense pressure. Although he managed to endure it, that was all. It was as if he was immobilized by an overwhelming gravitational force. Meow. Then Vice Chairman Theo will release his seal too. Meow. In response to Alice's seal release, Theo ate churu and burned money. Theo shone so brightly it was blinding. Krueng. Quenji will also release his seal too. Quenji ate the bean set and released his calm state, exploding his compressed power. And then, one meow finger attack. Meow. Krueng. Quenji's 10,000 step punch. The companion started attacking Alice again. At that moment, Kiki. Kiki. The destruction devourers planted on Alice's back started to cheer energetically and began eating Alice's now more delicious body. When Alice released her seal, the destruction devourers planted in her body also received the seal release effect, enhancing their abilities. Oh, total jackpot. Thanks to this, the destruction devourers, having absorbed an even stronger energy of destruction, burp, spewed out more intense energy of creation, relieving the pressure on Sejun's body and allowing him to move again. Your field LV2 is activated. Sejun started diligently planting destruction devourers on Alice's back again. While everyone was fighting, Sejun was farming alone. TL, so this is what author meant by farming alone, as everyone was busy moving around. This is Eondol. Can you hear me, main body? Eondol spoke to the main body through the passage Alice had created. Chapter 49, because of you, he fainted. Outskirts of destruction. Is Fenrir Nim okay? Kruger looked at the Black Tower, worrying about Fenrir. Although Kruger's fragment, Eondol, had already met Blackie, the main body had not yet received the latest information from Eondol. By the way, they are really sending a lot. Currently, other apostles of destruction were sending an enormous number of fragments into the Black Tower to claim Fenrir's core fragment. But isn't that too many? Aren't they going to get caught like this? Kruger spoke as he looked at the Apostle of Destruction fragments approaching the Black Tower. To enter the Black Tower, the Apostle of Destruction fragments needed a deceptive camouflage veil created by the mesmerizing spider, Alice, to hide the power of destruction. However, the size of the veil was not infinite, and over 10,000 Apostle of Destruction fragments were barely hiding within the veil, clumped together. No, it would be better if they got caught. How dare they target the great Fenrir Nim's core fragment? Although they were on the same side, Kruger was cursing rather than cheering them on. Then, who? Did they really get caught? Suddenly, a small black dragon emerged from the Black Tower and, the small body unleashed a powerful breath on the clumped Apostle of Destruction fragments, destroying them in one blow. Ah, that feels so refreshing. The kid knows how to use breath attacks. As Kruger felt relieved watching the Apostle of Destruction fragments melt away in the intense breath. This is Eondol. Can you hear me, main body? A voice echoed in Kruger's head. Who is Eondol to call me the main body? Ah. Wait a moment. At the main body's response, Eondol hurriedly sent its memories to the main body. Thus, Kruger, now updated with Eondol's memories, or rather, Eondol itself. To think that I'm Eondol, this is really bad. The main body frowned upon hearing its new name. Moreover, to give such a vulgar name like Blackie to Fenrir Nim, the noble wolf who hunts gods. Park Sejun, I really don't like you. It was the first time in its life that it felt murderous intent just because of a name. All right. Then I'll send a part of my soul to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. The method of splitting the soul and sending it into a fragment was extremely dangerous, as there was a high chance of losing that part of the soul in the process. However, since this was the fastest way to get to Blackie, Kruger made the bold choice. Main body, there's no need for that. You can come comfortably through the passage Alice created. The passage Alice created? That's right. And Blackie Nim is in danger because of Alice, so it would be good if you come quickly. The great Blackie Nim is in danger. Got it. I will come quickly. Eondol hurriedly searched for the passage Alice had created. Here it is. Following the signal from his fragment and the unfamiliar energy, which was not the energy of destruction, he quickly found it. The great Blackie Nim, please wait a moment. Your loyal Eondol will come quickly. Eondol's main body hurled itself towards the passage leading to the 93rd floor of the Green Tower. Green Tower, 93rd floor. Kira wrong. You're falling asleep in this situation? How can you sleep here? Sejun looked at Blackie in disbelief. Ah, Blackie, you fainted? Ha ha ha. You sunfish. He chuckled happily and put Blackie in the void storage. But then, meow. Quenji, Theo Krueng Park Drill Storm, meow, Krueng. Got it. Payak. 108 rice cake hammer combo. Quagwang. You're a field LV for is activated. Sejun, who was leisurely planting destruction devourer seeds on the back of Alice, the mesmerizing spider, and ninth seat of the Apostles of Destruction, near his companions who were in the midst of an intense battle, wasn't normal either. Of course, it was his mind that was leisurely, while his hands moved so fast that they were impossible to track with the human eye. Sejun was planting 10 destruction devourer seeds per second. This meant that the process of digging the ground, burying the seed, covering it with soil, and watering it was happening in 0.1 seconds. An incredible speed. This was thanks to eating the Transcendence black bean, which increased all his stats by 16 times. As Sejun was planting the destruction devourer seeds with a relaxed mind, unlike his comrades. Not bad. I should put in a bit more effort too. Release seal. Alice released the second stage seal. At the same time, Sejun felt an excruciating pain as if his entire body was being crushed by Alice's aura. In reality, if not for the power, sturdy young dragon's solid bones, all the bones in his body would have shattered. However, a crack forms in the sturdy young dragon's solid bones. It was impossible to withstand Alice's aura continuously. Chairman Park, hang in there, meow. Chairman Park's condition doesn't look good, meow. Theo wanted to rush to the collapsing Sejun immediately, but he couldn't. Because if he didn't attack Alice, Sejun would be in even more danger. Meow, I'll quickly defeat this one and return to Chairman Park, meow. Theo grabbed his money pouch and, flash, started burning money again. I'll burn more money, meow. Blaze. Theo began burning an amount that exceeded what his body could handle. Blaze. A golden light, which seemed as if it would burn anything it touched, erupted from Theo's body. And then, Kueng. Dad is in danger. Quenji, seeing the fallen Sejun, also drew out all the energy in his body. Crackle. The powerful energy of thunder flows into the Thunderbolt staff. The Thunderbolt staff is 120% charged. His fur stood up, and golden sparks created by static electricity continuously erupted, charging the Thunderbolt staff with thunder energy. The thought of saving Sejun made Theo and Quenji desperate, pushing them to unconsciously break through their limits. And then, meow. You hurt Chairman Park, meow. I'll teach you a lesson, meow. Vice Chairman Theo's secret technique, Golden Meow Fist, meow. After placing his golden glowing paw on Alice's belly, press. As he lightly pressed with all his strength, boom. The pink jelly on Theo's paw created a repulsive force, penetrating Alice's hard exoskeleton and delivering powerful energy inside. Bang! The powerful force erupted inside Alice's body, lifting her into the air briefly. Gah! You bastard! As the enraged Alice was about to attack Theo, Krueng! Krueng! Now it's Quenji's turn. Quenji's secret technique, Quenji's thunder barrage. Bang! Bang! Quenji moved swiftly, striking Alice's entire body with the Thunderbolt staff. Quagwang! Crackle! Powerful lightning struck the spots Quenji hit with the Thunderbolt staff, causing tremendous damage that made smoke rise from Alice's body. You bastards! I'll release all my seals. Thanks to this, Alice, who was furious to the point her head was about to explode, was about to release the remaining 2 seals at once when, clang, kihihit. King, hee. Success! Blackie shouted, jumping out of the void storage. Thud! At the same time, Alice lost consciousness and collapsed. Thanks to this, Alice's suppressive power around the area disappeared. While everyone was fighting hard against Alice, Blackie had entered Alice's mental world and fought against Alice's mind, successfully sealing Alice's mind. Kihihit. King? King? Hee. Eomdal, did you see? The Great Blackie's feat? Of course. As expected, the Great Blackie Nim, Kihihit. King. Hee. That's right. The Great Blackie Nim solved it. You're amazing. Feeling proud, Blackie received flattery from Eomdal. King? But what's wrong with him? Blackie asked, looking at the unconscious Sejun. It seems his body was harmed from exposure to Alice's aura. King? What? Alice did this to him. Alice! Blackie called out to Alice in anger at Eomdal's words. Kiruk! Scuttle! A tiny spider, the size of a thumbnail, hurriedly scurried over on its short 8 legs. It was Alice, who had lost her power and shrunk after being sealed by Blackie. King! Alice, because of you, he fainted. Kiruk! As Blackie scolded Alice. Sejun regained consciousness amidst the commotion. Did I faint? He thought he had grown stronger recently, but it seemed he still had a long way to go. Gulp! Gulp! Sejun drank the mugwort juice potion with a bitter expression. Although his vitality recovered, his lowered self-esteem did not. At that moment, Chairman Park, are you okay? Meow. K. Krueng. Dad, are you okay? Payak. Uncle, are you okay? Pip Pip. Sejun Nim. His comrades, having confirmed that Alice was completely incapacitated, hurriedly rushed to Sejun. Then, press. 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 They began massaging Sejun's body. He. This feels good. Sejun felt better from the massage of the four. However, Poohoo Hut, Chairman Park is healthy, meow. I'm glad, meow. But your face looks rotten, meow. Press. Press. Seeing Theo, who was unpleasantly laughing and focusing on massaging only his face, made Sejun feel slightly annoyed. But is this okay? Alice, the mesmerizing spider, 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction, who has lost her soul. Lost her soul? Sejun spoke as he looked at Alice's giant soulless body. Poohoo Hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, have checked, and it's safe, meow. Theo shouted confidently in response to Sejun's words. Then let's deal with it quickly and go back. Sejun thought he could handle Alice quickly since she was unconscious, but, meow. That's difficult, meow. Alice is too tough, meow. Even without her soul, Alice was still an apostle of destruction. No one there could kill Alice. Then Brachio Nim. Initially, Sejun thought of calling Brachio to deal with Alice. However, no, wait. He quickly changed his mind. Let's plant the Destruction Devourer on Alice's body. There was no better place than here to level up the Eurofield skill and grow the Destruction Devourer. Through this battle, Sejun realized that the more Destruction Devourers there were, the easier it was to fight against destruction. Destruction Devourers were beings that damaged the Apostles of Destruction just by breathing, without doing anything else. He. Next time, I'll win with only the Destruction Devourers. As Sejun looked at Alice's body and laughed sinisterly. Poohoo Hut. Theo laughed along with Sejun. And then, Eurofield LV4 is activated. Who? When did it become level 4? Sejun realized that the Eurofield skill, which had been level 2, had somehow risen to level 4. He hadn't noticed the skill leveling up earlier due to the chaos. Oh. Now the damage is doubled. Upon reaching level 4, an option was added that doubled the damage inflicted when crops grew and when they were harvested. As Sejun confirmed the new option and continued planting Destruction Devourer seeds on Alice's body. Poohoo Hut. Become a slave, meow. A giant slave, meow. Press. Theo, imagining the joy of riding on a slave Alice, stamped the 5 Towers slave seal on Alice's body. However, you have stamped the 5 Towers slave seal on the soulless 9th Apostle of Destruction, the mesmerizing spider Alice. The 5 Towers slave seal imposes a debt of 50 billion tower coins on the soulless 9th Apostle of Destruction, the mesmerizing spider Alice. The soulless 9th Apostle of Destruction, the mesmerizing spider Alice has repaid 50 billion tower coins. Meow. Alice easily repaid the money. Become a slave of me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Press. Theo stamped again, but once more, Alice repaid the money. Meow. This is infuriating, meow. Press. 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 Enraged, Theo continued to stamp Alice's body in a fit of anger. And so, Alice became Theo's ATM. The soulless 9th Apostle of Destruction, the mesmerizing spider Alice has repaid 50 billion tower coins. Unbeknownst to Theo, the more Alice repaid, the more her red aura gradually faded. Unintentionally, Theo was purifying the red aura. At that moment, rumble. Eondol appeared from the passage where Alice had emerged. Alice, come at me. I, the Destruction's king. Hey! Quickly abandon your body and come here. Eondol, about to reveal its identity, was interrupted by Blackie. Yes, following Blackie's instruction, the main body of Eondol hurriedly transferred its soul to a fragment beside Blackie. Kruger, the destroyer of mountains, 7th seat of the Apostles of Destruction, who has lost her soul. Thanks to this, Sejun gained another field to practice his skill on. Chapter 450 of Eileen, do you want to see my face for a moment? Black Tower's Administrator Area. How dare you try to enter? As long as the great black dragon Eileen Pratani is guarding, you don't stand a chance. Eileen, who had disposed of the Apostle of Destruction fragments attempting to enter the tower, returned triumphantly. At that moment, you have successfully blocked the Apostle of Destruction fragments trying to invade the Black Tower. Successfully defended the Black Tower. Gained 300 billion experience points as a reward for successful defense. You have leveled up. You have obtained 500 bonus stats. All stats increased by 100. Magic power increased by 13,000. The power of darkness increases slightly. Along with a message of successful defense, Eileen leveled up. The level up effect was vastly different from Sejun's. When Sejun leveled up, all he got was 1 bonus stat and a 10-point increase in strength, but Eileen's level up was spectacular. However, Kringai got stronger again. Eileen, who had widened the gap with Sejun, was only depressed. It was already as hard as catching stars from the sky to see Sejun, and now she had gotten stronger. Kring. It seemed like it would now be difficult to even spend 5 seconds together. While Eileen was feeling down, sufficient power of darkness has been gathered. All stats have surpassed 100,000. Magic power has surpassed 300,000. All conditions for awakening have been met. Starting awakening. With the message, darkness swirled around Eileen. Krieng. No way, I can't meet my Sejun now. Eileen, shocked, resisted fiercely, but this was not something that could be stopped just because she didn't want it. Thus, Eileen was enveloped by darkness. A moment later, the swirling darkness calmed and permeated into Eileen's shadow. You have acquired power, Holy Dragon Strength. Eileen, the youngest in the history of the Great Dragon race at just 200 years old, successfully awakened. However, Kring, it's ruined. Now it's even harder to see my Sejun. I have to practice fire control again because my magic power got stronger. Eileen was not happy at all. Fire. Eileen broke an egg fruit into a frying pan and started practicing fire control. But, she failed to control the fire with her increased magic power. Whoosh! A huge fire engulfed the frying pan, turning the egg fruit into ashes. Grandpa! Eileen called Kaiser to deal with the egg fruit that had turned to ashes. Green Tower, 93rd floor. 7th seat of the Apostles of Destruction without a soul? Why do they all lack souls? Sejun looked puzzledly at Kruger, the newly appeared Apostle of Destruction. That's not important right now. There's no time for this. The fact that 2 Apostles of Destruction appeared through that passage meant more Apostles of Destruction could appear. I need to close it quickly. Sejun hurriedly ran to the passage and began planting the Destruction Devourer seeds around it. However, due to the power of destruction emanating from Kruger, even though the Destruction Devourers were diligently absorbing the power of destruction, the passage remained. Quenji, can you put this in the void storage? So Sejun asked Quenji to put Kruger into the void storage. Krueng. Got it. Kueng. Though Kruger's body was heavy, gigantified, Quenji easily put Kruger's body into the void storage. Quenji, put Alice in too. Thinking about it, if he put the Apostles of Destruction in the void storage, he didn't have to spend time in the Green Tower. Krueng. Got it. Thud. When Quenji put Alice's body into the void storage. Stamp. 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 Pooh hut. It's a complete gold mine. Meow. Meow. If we put them in storage like this, we can stamp them later. Meow. As expected, Chairman Park is a genius. Meow. Theo, who had been making money by stamping Alice's body, stopped what he was doing and clung to Sejun's knee. Meanwhile, Sejun was diligently planting the Destruction Devourers. Gulp. Gulp. The Destruction Devourers absorbed the energy of destruction vigorously, reducing the size of the passageway. Tooey. Oh my. Good job. In the middle of this, they even spat out seeds to Sejun. As Sejun planted more Destruction Devourers with the seeds he received. Kihihit. King. Hee. Guys, follow me. Yes. Kiruk. Kiki. Blackie appeared with Eomdol and Alice, leading the Destruction Devourers scattered around. King. Guys, eat a lot. Blackie let the Destruction Devourers have their meal. King. Alice, get down. How dare you try to kill the great Blackie's butler? Kiruk. Blackie started to scold Alice again. But, Blackie, why are you bullying a weak friend? You should get along well together. Sejun, who found Blackie disciplining the small spider, scolded Blackie. King. She's bad. I'm good. Blackie was upset. However, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Give her a name too. Blackie's mood quickly improved in anticipation of the new name Sejun would give to Alice. Kihit. Name her something weirder than mine. It would be great if it was weirder than Eomdol. Blackie and Eomdol, knowing Sejun's terrible naming skills, looked at him with expectant eyes. Wait a moment. Thus, Sejun's naming shop opened for business again. Since she's a spider the size of a thumbnail, Eomi. Since she makes a sound like Kiruk, Kiruki. Since she's a black spider, add G to G, and make it Geomi. TL, both the Korean word for black, and the Korean word for spider start with Geo when romanized. So, geomia means spider, and an additional G is added from the word for the black. As expected, Sejun didn't betray their expectations with his naming skills. Geomi seems to be the best, right? Just before Alice's new name was almost confirmed as Geomi. Ah. Since she's a tiny spider, let's call her Gogomi. TL, now the name Geomi is added with tiny smalls ending part. How about Gogomi? Suddenly inspired, Sejun came up with a not-so-bad name. King? King. What? That's cuter than mine. It's much better than mine. Blackie and Eomdal were greatly disappointed. While Sejun was naming Alice, the destruction devourers, who had been eating the energy of destruction, reduced the passageway to a diameter of about 5 meters. Then, rumble. The walls of the passage, weakened by the absorbed energy of destruction, started collapsing in a chain reaction. SSSR. Eventually, the passage quietly closed. And, you have achieved the great feat of destroying the passage connected to the outskirts of destruction created by the 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction, Alice the Mesmerizing Spider, in the Green Tower. Due to the great achievement accomplished in the Green Tower, the reward is split equally with Ophelia Iorg, the Tower Farmer of the Green Tower. Ophelia Iorg is your slave. You gain an additional 50% of Ophelia Iorg's share of the reward. As a reward for achieving the great feat, you have obtained the talent, Slightly Stronger Than You Look. He received a talent as a reward. Slightly stronger than you look? What kind of talent is this? Sejun quickly checked the talent. Talent, Slightly Stronger Than You Look. A talent that allows you to appear slightly stronger than others perceive. You can exert abilities at 110% of your possessed stats. Oh, with 110% of his stats, it effectively increases all his stats by about 300. I'm totally strong now. While Sejun was delighted with his newly acquired talent, the Green Tower slave tells you in an excited voice that she has achieved a great feat thanks to you. Ophelia, having heard from Brachio that one of the growth conditions for the Green Tower was exceeded thanks to Sejun, spoke to him. When the passage disappeared, the destruction devourers began to absorb the energy of destruction enveloping the 93rd floor of the tower, creating a gap that enabled communication with other floors. If you're thankful, give 500 tower coins. TL, original joke is 500? Which is similar if you're thankful, give 501. When Sejun made an Earth-style joke, the Green Tower's slave is angry, asking if you're mocking her. Thunk. Ophelia, angry, sent a pouch of money in front of Sejun. The Green Tower's slave tells you to open it. Okay. When Sejun opened the money pouch, it contained 500 billion tower coins. I made money. As expected, dragons are generous. Sejun praised the dragons while checking the money inside the pouch. Ophelia, clear the floor for me so I can come up to the 99th floor of the tower. The Green Tower slave says she's been keeping it clear since earlier, so go up whenever you need to. Got it. Everyone, gather around. Sejun gathered his party and had them enter the void storage. Kiki. Half of the destruction devourers were left on the 93rd floor. This was to complete the land deed quest and obtain mangosteen tree by removing all the energy of destruction spread throughout this place. Return. When Sejun activated the Dragon Horn's return bracelet, Wung, the golden letters engraved on the bracelet began to shine. And then, the return magic engraved on the Dragon Horn's return bracelet is activated, calculating the distance between the current coordinates and the return target coordinates. Returning to the designated location, Sejun disappeared from the 93rd floor of the Green Tower. A moment later, you have arrived on the 99th floor of the Green Tower. So this is the 99th floor of the Green Tower. There are a lot of mugworts planted here, Sejun said, looking around the blue and red mugwort fields where mugwort was planted in abundance. Usually, Ophelia's work style is to plant and harvest immediately, but today she had intentionally left the fields unharvested, knowing Sejun was coming. Krueng, the waypoint is over there. Quenji, who had flown up to locate the waypoint, informed Sejun of its direction. Thanks. Sejun moved to where the waypoint of the 99th floor of the tower was. Arriving at the waypoint on the 99th floor of the Green Tower, there was no one there as Agni, the boss of the 99th floor, was currently on the first floor roasting sweet potatoes. Touch. The waypoint of the 99th floor of the Green Tower has been saved. Sejun placed his hand on the red crystal, registering the waypoint. Then, congratulations! You have achieved the feat of clearing the Green Tower, following the Black Tower and the White Tower. As an achievement reward, you have obtained the title, the one who reached the summit of 3 towers. As an effect of the title, the one who reached the summit of 3 towers, the waypoints of the 99th floors of the 3 towers are connected. As an effect of the title, the one who reached the summit of 3 towers, the effect of the title, retrogressor activates in the green tower as well. Messages appeared. He. Nice. Sejun smiled contentedly, having obtained the title, the one who reached the summit of 3 towers, allowing him to freely move between the black tower, white tower, and green tower. As you cleared the 3 towers, the effect of the title, retrogressor, is enhanced. The increase in all stats for each floor descended is now 2. A message appeared indicating that the effect of the title, retrogressor, had been enhanced, but compared to Sejun's current stats, it was now a very small amount. Time to go home. Ophelia, I'm leaving. Sejun said goodbye to Ophelia and brought up the waypoint list for the Black Tower, pressing the 99th floor. Then, moving to the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun disappeared from the 99th floor of the Green Tower and reappeared on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Upon arriving at the 99th floor of the Black Tower, the farm was bathed in blue moonlight. It's the blue moon. It was the 15th blue moon Sejun had seen since entering the tower. At that moment, Luna, the god of moonlight, shows favor towards you. Luna, the god of moonlight, bestows upon you the blessing of the blue moon with the moonlight of the blue moon. A message appeared. Ooh? Blessing of the blue moon? When Sejun checked his status window, the words "a blessing of the blue moon" were written next to his name. And then, click! When he clicked on it, blessing of the blue moon, the moonlight of the blue moon protects you. A single line was written. Protects me? Then, Arjux, summon. Sejun decided to go big and summoned Arjux. A moment later, Sejun Hyung. I missed you. Thud thud thud. The summoned Arjux ran and hugged Sejun. Oh. I'm fine. There was no pain at all, even with the touch of the awakened Arjux. Thank you, Luna Nim. I'll build a monument for you later. Sejun decided to create a monument for Luna. Today's the day. Ahem. Eileen, do you want to see my face for a moment? With newfound courage, Sejun called out to Eileen.